33. Shex woke up to John Matthews' scent. That and fresh coffee. As her lids lifted, her eyes found him in the dim recovery room. He was back in the chair he'd started out in. His torso twisted around as he poured coffee out of a dark green thermos into a mug. He'd put his leathers and his t-shirt on again, but his feet were bare. When he turned toward her, he froze, his brows shooting up, and even though the Java had been on the way to his mouth, he immediately put it out for her to take. Man, didn't that just sum him up in a nutshell? No, please, she said. It's yours. He paused as if considering whether or not to argue the point, but then he put the porcelain rim to his lips and sipped. Feeling a little more steady, Shex threw off the covers and slid her legs out from under. As she stood up, her towel fell from her and she heard John take a hissing breath. Oh, sorry, she muttered, bending down and snagging the terry cloth. She didn't blame him for not wanting a gander at the scar that was still healing across her lower belly. Not exactly what you needed to see right before you ate your breakfast. Wrapping herself up, she padded into the loo, used the facilities, and washed her face. Her body was rebounding well, her collection of bruises disappearing, her legs feeling stronger under her weight. And thanks to the rest and her feeding from him, her aches were no longer outright painful, but more just a series of vague discomforts. When she came out from the bathroom, she said, "You think I can borrow some clothes from someone?" John nodded, but motioned to the bed. Clearly, he wanted her to eat first, and she was on board with that plan. Thanks, she said, tightening the towel around her breasts. What you got in there? As she sat down, he offered her a variety of things, and she took the turkey sandwich because the need for protein was a craving she couldn't turn down. From his chair, John watched her eat the thing, just drinking his coffee, and the second she was finished, he brought out a Danish that proved too tempting. The combination of cherry and sweet glaze made her jones for some coffee. And what do you know, John was right there with a mug as if he were reading her mind. She polished off a second Danish and a bagel, and a glass of OJ, and 2 cups of coffee. And it was funny. The silence of him had a bizarre effect on her. Normally, she was the quiet one in situations, preferring to keep her own counsel and not share her thoughts on anything. But with John's mute presence, she felt curiously compelled to talk. I'm stuffed, she said, lying back against the pillows. As he cocked a brow and lifted the last Danish, she shook her head. God. No. I couldn't manage another thing. And it was only then that he began to eat. You waited for me? She said, frowning. When he ducked her gaze and shrugged, she cursed softly. You didn't have to. Another shrug. As she watched him, she murmured, You have beautiful table manners. His blush was the color of Valentine's Day, and she had to tell her heart to calm the fuck down as it started to beat fast. Then again, maybe she was having palpitations because she'd just thrown close to 2,000 calories into her empty gut. Or not. When John started to lick the frosting from his fingertips, she caught sight of his tongue, and for a moment, she felt a stirring in her body. Memories of Lash crushed the fragile bloom between her legs, the images taking her back to that bedroom, back to him on top of her, forcing her legs apart with his hard hands. Oh, fuck. Lunging off the bed, she scrambled to the toilet and just barely made it in time. It all came up. The 2 Danishes. The coffee. That turkey sandwich. Complete evac of everything she'd eaten. As she heaved, she didn't feel the vomiting. She felt Lash's awful mitts on her skin. His body inside of hers pounding away. And there was the orange juice. Oh, God. How had she gone through that with the bastard time and time again? The fists and the struggle and the biting. Then the brutal sex. Over and over and over. And then the aftermath. Washing him off of her. Out of her. Fuck. Another wave of heaving cut off her thoughts, and though she hated throwing up, the shutdown on her brain was a relief. It was almost as if her body was trying to physically exorcise the trauma, just blow it out so that she could start over. A reboot through booting, so to speak. When the worst of the vomiting finished off, she sank onto her heels and rested her clammy forehead on her arm. As her breath sought up and down her throat, her gag reflex quivered like it was considering getting organized again. Nothing else in there, she told the damn thing. Not unless it wanted to try spring-loading her lungs. Shit, she hated this part. Right after you'd been through hell, your mind and your environment were full of landmines and you never knew what could set off an explosion. Sure, over time it faded, but the initial salvo back into regular life was a bitch and a half. She lifted her head and hit the flusher. As a cool washcloth brushed against her hand, she jumped, but it was just John, nothing for her to be frightened of. And man, he had the only thing she really wanted at that moment. That clean, damp, cold washcloth was a godsend. Burying her face in it, she shuddered in relief. I'm sorry about that food. It was really good going down. Time for Doc Jane. As Shex sat sprawled naked on the floor in front of the toilet, John kept one eye on her and the other on the phone as he texted. The second he hit send, he tossed the cell up onto the counter and pulled a fresh towel down from the stack next to the sink. He wanted to give Shex some modesty, but he was also having a hard time looking at how her spine threatened to break through the skin of her back. Wrapping her up, he let his hands linger on her shoulders. He wanted to pull her into his chest, but he didn't know if she'd be into getting that CLO. Shex eased back flush against him and arranged the towel, crossing the two halves over her front. Let me guess. You hit up the good doctor. Moving himself around, he set his palms on the floor to support his torso and put his knees up so she was cradled on all sides by him. Not bad, he thought. The loo wasn't right in her face, but if she needed it, all she had to do was sit up straight. I'm not sick, she said, her voice hoarse. From the operation or anything. Just ate too fast. Maybe, he thought. But then there was no harm in Doc Jane's checking her over. Besides, they needed clearance before they went out tonight, assuming that was even possible now. Shex? John. John whistled at the sound of the doctor's voice, and a moment later Vicious's female put her head into the bathroom. A party? And I didn't get invited, she said, coming in. Well, technically, I think you were, Shex muttered. I'm okay. Jane knelt down, and though her smile was warm, her eyes were sharp as they went over Shex's face. What's going on here? I got sick after I ate. Mind if I take your temperature? I'd prefer not to have anything near the back of my throat right now, if you don't mind. Jane took a white instrument out of her bag. I can do it by your ear. John was shocked when Shex's hand found his and squeezed hard as if she needed some support. To let her know he was there for whatever she needed, he squeezed back, and the instant he did, her shoulders eased up and she relaxed again. Knock yourself out, document. Shex tilted her head, and what do you know, it ended up right on his shoulder. So he really couldn't help but put his cheek on the downy soft curls and breathe in deep. As far as he was concerned, the good doctor worked much too quickly. Just in, a beep, and she was pulling back, which meant Shex put her head up again. No fever. Would you mind if I looked at your incision? Shex pulled a reveal, parting the towel and exposing her belly and the stripe that ran across her lower abdomen. Looks good. What did you eat? Too much. Fair enough. Any pain I should know about? Shex shook her head. I feel better. I really do. What I need is some clothes and shoes. And another shot at first meal. I've got scrubs you can put on, and then up at the house we'll take care of feeding you again. Good. Thanks. Shex started to get to her feet and he helped her up, keeping the towel in place when it slipped. Because we're going out. Not to fight, you aren't. John nodded his head and signed at the doctor. We're just going to stretch our legs. Swear. Doc Jane's eyes narrowed. I can only render a medical opinion. Which is that I think you, she glanced at Shex, should eat something and hang around here for the rest of tonight. But you're an adult, so you can make your own choices. Know this, though. You leave without Quinn, and Wrath is going to have some serious issues with the pair of you. That's fine, John signed. He wasn't psyched about the babysitter routine, but he wasn't taking chances with Shex. He was under no illusions about the female he loved. She could decide to bolt at any moment, and if shit came down to that, he was going to appreciate the backup. 34. Lash came awake in the same position he'd passed out in. Sitting on the floor in the ranch's bathroom, arms linked on top of his knees, head down. When he opened his eyes, he got a look-see at his hard-on. He'd been dreaming of Shex, the images so clear, the sensations so vivid, it was a wonder he didn't come in his slacks. They'd been back in that room together, fighting, biting, and then he'd taken her, forcing her down on the bed, making her accept him even though she hated it. He was so totally in love with her. The sound of a wet gurgle brought his head up. Plastic Fantastic was coming around, her fingers twitching, her lids flickering like blinds that were broken. As his eyes focused on her matted hair and her blood-stained basque, he felt a stinging pain at his temples, a hangover that sure as shit wasn't tied to a good time. The bitch disgusted him, lying all flopped around in her own filth. She'd clearly been sick to her stomach, and thank God he'd slept through that commotion. Pushing his hair out of his eyes, he felt his fangs elongate and knew it was time to put her to good use. But damn, she was about as appealing as spoiled meat. More water. That's what this nightmare needed. More water and As he leaned up to crank the shower on again, her eyes drifted over to him. Her scream peeled out of her bloody mouth and echoed around the tile until his ears rang like church bells. Goddamn fangs scaring the shit out of her. As his hair fell into his eyes again, he shoved it back and debated ripping her neck open just to kill the noise. But there was no way he was biting into her before she had a bath. She wasn't looking at his mouth. Her wide, crazy-ass eyes were locked on his forehead. When his hair bugged him again, he swept it back and something came off in his hand. In slow motion, he looked down. Nope, not his blonde hair. His skin. Lash turned around to the mirror and heard himself shout. His reflection was incomprehensible, the patch of flesh that had let loose revealing a black, oozing undercoat over his white skull. With his fingernail, he tested the edge of what was still attached and found that it was all slack. Every square inch over his face was nothing but a sheet draped over the bone. No! He screamed, trying to pat the shit back in place. His hands. Oh God, not them too. Flaps of skin were hanging off the backs of them, and as he yanked up the sleeves of his button-down, he wished he'd been more gentle, because his dermis came along with the fine silk. What was happening to him? Behind him, in the mirror, he saw the whore flash by at a dead run, looking like Sissy Spacek's Carrie only without the prom dress. With a surge of strength, he went after her, his body moving with none of the power and grace he was used to. As he pounded after his prey, he could feel the friction of his clothes against himself and could only imagine the tearing that was happening over every inch of him. He caught the prostitute just as she got to the rear door and started fighting with the locks. Slamming into her from behind, he grabbed her hair, yanked her head back, and bit hard, drawing her black blood into him. He polished her off, drained her until his sucking pulls got him a whole lot of nothing in his mouth, and when he was done, he just let her go so that she crumpled down right on the carpet. In a drunken shamble, he went back to the bathroom and turned on the lights that ran along both sides of the mirror. With each piece of clothing he removed, he revealed more of the horror that was already showing on his face. His bones and muscles glistened with a black, oily sheen under the bulb's illumination. He was a cadaver. An upright, walking, breathing cadaver, the eyes of which rolled around in their sockets without lid or lash, the mouth of which showed nothing but fangs and teeth. The last of his skin was that which anchored his beautiful blonde hair to his head, but even that was sliding off the back, like a wig that had lost its glue. He took off the final piece and, with his skeletal hands, stroked that which he'd taken such pride in. Of course, he fucked the shit up that way, the black ooze congealing on the locks, staining them, matting them, so that they were no better than what was still attached to that whore's head out by the door. He let his scalp fall to the floor and stared at himself. Through the cage of his ribs, he watched his own heart beat and wondered in numb horror what else was going to rot off him, and what he was going to be left with when this transformation was finished. "Oh God," he said, his voice no longer sounding right, a displaced echo fleshing out the words in a way that was chillingly familiar. Blaise stood with his closet door open, his hanging clothes all on display. Absurdly, he wanted to call his mother for advice, which was what he'd always done before when it came to getting dressed up. But that wasn't a conversation he was in a hurry to have. She'd assume it was a female and get all excited about the fact that he was going on a date and he'd be forced to lie to her, or come out of the closet. His parents had never been judgmental. But he was their only son, and no female meant not only no grandbabies, but a hit from the aristocracy. Unsurprisingly, the Glimmerer was okay with homosexuality provided you were mated to a female and you never, ever spoke about it or did anything overtly to confirm the way you were born. Appearances. All about appearances. And if you did come out, you got shut out. And so did your family. On some level, he couldn't believe he was about to go meet up with a male at a restaurant, and then head off to an after-hours bar with the guy. His date was going to look amazing. Always did. So Blaise took out a Zegna suit that was gray with the palest pink pinstripe. A fine cotton button-down from Burberry was next, the shirt's body a faint blush, with its French cuffs and collar a bright white. Shoes, shoes, shoes. Bam, bam, bam on the door. Yo, Blaise. Shit. He'd already laid the suit out on the bed and he was newly showered in his bathrobe with gel in his hair. Gel, dead frickin' giveaway. Going to the door, he cracked the sucker only an inch or two. Out in the hall, Quinn was ready for fighting, his chest holster of daggers hanging from his hand, his leathers on, his new rocks buckled up. Funny though, the warrior routine didn't make much of an impression. Blay was too busy remembering what the guy had looked like stretched out on the bed the night before, his eyes on Layla's mouth. That'd call to have had that feeding done in his own room, Blay thought, because now he was stuck wondering how far things had gone on his mattress between those two. Knowing Quinn though, that would be all the way. You're welcome. John texted me, the guy said. He and Shex are going on a caldy crawl and for once the motherfucker is. Quinn's mismatched eyes went up and down and then he leaned to the side and looked over Blay's shoulder. What's doing? Blay brought the lapels of his robe a little closer. Nothing. Your cologne is different. What did you do to your hair? Nothing. What were you saying about John? There was a pause. Yeah, okay. Well, he's heading out and we're going with him. We gotta lay low though. They're going to want their privacy. But we can. I'm off tonight. That pierced brow dropped low. So, I'm off. That's never mattered before. It does now. Quinn shifted to the side again and glanced around Blay's head. You putting on that suit just to impress the home team? No. There was a long silence and then one word. Who? Blay let the door go wide and stepped back into his room. If they were going to get into a thing, no sense doing it out in the corridor for people to see or hear. Does that really matter? He said on a surge of anger. The door shut. Hard. Yeah, it does. As a fuck you to Quinn, Blay undid the sash of the robe and let it fall from his naked body. And he put the slacks on. Commando. Just a friend. Male or female? Like I said, does it matter? Another long pause, during which Blay slipped his shirt on and buttoned it up. My cousin, Quinn growled. You're going out with Saxton. Maybe. He went over to the bureau and opened his jewelry box. Inside, cuff links of all kinds gleamed. He chose a set that had rubies in it. Is this payback for Layla last night? Blay froze with his hand on his cuff. Jesus Christ. It is, right? That's what. Blay turned around. Did it ever occur to you that it has nothing to do with you? That a guy asked me out and I want to go? That this is normal? Or are you so self-involved that you filter everything and everybody through your narcissism? Quinn recoiled ever so slightly. Saxton is a slut. Well, I guess you would know what makes one. He's a slut, a very classy, very elegant slut. Maybe all I want is some sex. Blay cocked a brow. It's been a while for me and those females I did in bars just to keep up with you weren't all that good to begin with. I think it's about time I got some and in the right way. The bastard had the gall to pale. He honestly did. And goddamn it if he didn't falter back and lean against the door. Where are you going? He asked roughly. He's taking me to Sal's. And then we're going to that cigar bar. Blay did his other cuff up and went over to the dresser for his silk socks. Afterward, who knows? A wave of dark spice wafted across the bedroom and stunned him into silence. Of all the ways he'd thought this conversation would go, his triggering Quinn's bonding scent was so not it. Blay pivoted back around. After a long, tense moment, he walked toward his best friend, drawn by the fragrance. And as he came closer, Quinn's hot eyes tracked him with each step, the link between them, that had been buried on both sides, abruptly exploding into the room. When they were nose to nose, he stopped, his rising chest meeting Quinn's. Say the word, he whispered harshly. Say the word and I won't go. Quinn's hard hands clapped onto both sides of Blay's throat, the pressure forcing him to tilt his head back and open his mouth so he could breathe. Strong thumbs dug into the joints on either side of his jaw. Electric moment. Incendiary potential. They were going to end up on the bed, Blay thought as he locked his palms on Quinn's thick wrists. Say the word, Quinn. Do it and I'll spend the night with you. We'll go out with Shex and John and when they're through, we'll come back here. Say it. The blue and green eyes Blay had spent a lifetime looking into locked onto his mouth and Quinn's pecs pumped up and down as if he were running. Better yet, Blay drawled, why don't you just kiss me? Blay was whipped around and shoved hard against the dresser, the chest of drawers slamming against the wall with a thunder. As cologne bottles rattled and a brush hit the floor, Quinn forced his lips down hard on Blay's, his fingers biting into Blay's throat. It didn't matter, though. Hard and desperate was all he wanted from the guy. And Quinn was clearly on board, his tongue shooting out, taking. Owning. With fumbling hands, Blay yanked his shirt out from the slacks and went for his own fly. He'd waited so long for this. But it was over before it started. Quinn spun away as Blay's pants hit the floor and the guy positively lunged for the door. With his hand on the knob, he rammed his forehead into the panels once, twice, and then in a dead voice he said, "Go. Enjoy yourself. Just be safe, please, and try not to fall in love with him. He'll break your heart." Between one blink and the next, Quinn left the room, the door closing without a sound. In the aftermath of the departure, Blay stood where he'd been left, his slacks around his ankles, his fading heart-on in utter embarrassment even though he was all alone. As the world grew wavy and his chest constricted into a fist, he blinked fast and tried to keep the tears off his cheeks. Like an old male, he bent down slowly and pulled up the waistband of the pants, his hands fumbling with the zipper and fastenings. Without tucking his shirt in, he went over and sat on the bed. When his phone rang over on the nightstand, he turned and looked toward the screen. On some level, he expected it to be Quinn, but that was the last person he wanted to talk to, and he let whoever it was go to voicemail. For some reason, he thought of the hour he'd spent in his bathroom fussing over his shave and clipping his nails and arranging his hair with the goddamn gel. Then the time in front of the closet. It all seemed wasted now. He felt stained. Utterly stained. And he wasn't going out with Saxton or anybody tonight. Not with the mood he was in. No reason to subject some innocent guy to the toxicity. God damn. When he felt like he could talk, he stretched over to the side table and picked up his phone. Flipping the thing open, he saw that it was Saxton who'd called. Maybe to cancel? And wouldn't that be a relief? Getting shut down twice in one night was hardly good news, but it would save him from having to beg off from the mail. Firing up voicemail, Blay propped his forehead on his palm and stared down at his bare feet. "Good evening, Blaylock. I imagine that you are, at this very moment, standing in front of your closet trying to decide what to wear." Saxton's smooth, deep voice was a curious balm, so soothing and low. "Well, indeed, I am before mine own clothes. I believe I shall be going with a suit and vest coat in a gamine houndstooth. I think pinstripes would be a good accompaniment on your part." There was a pause and a laugh. "Not that I would tell you what to wear, of course. But do call if you're on the fence. About your wardrobe, of course." Another pause and then a serious tone. "I'm looking forward to seeing you. Bye." Blay took the phone away from his ear and hovered his thumb over the delete option. On impulse, he saved the message. After a long, steady inhale, he forced himself to his feet. Even though his hands were shaking, he tucked in his fine shirt and went back to the now messy dresser. He picked up the cologne bottles, writing them once again, and retrieved the brush from the floor. Then he opened up the sock drawer and took out what he needed to finish getting dressed. 35. Darius was due to meet his young protege after the sun was well set, but before he headed over to the human mansion they'd spied upon through the trees, he materialized in the woods afore the Brotherhood's cave. With the brothers scattered thither and yon, communication could be delayed and a system had been set up for the exchange of notations and announcements. All came here once a night to see what had been left for the others or to leave missives of their own. After ensuring that there were no eyes upon him, he ducked into the dark enclave, went through the secret rock wall, and made his way through the series of gates toward the Sanctum Sanctorum. The communication system was nothing but an alcove set in the rock wall, into which correspondence could be placed, and because of its simplicity, it was far down the way. He didn't make it far enough to see if his brothers had anything to say to him, however. Coming up to the final gate, he saw upon the stone floor that which at first glance appeared to be a pile of clothing folded up next to a rough sack. As he unsheathed his black dagger, a dark head rose from the heap. "Tor." Darius lowered his weapon. "Aye." The boy turned over on his ragged bed. "Good evening, sire. Whatever are you doing herein?" "I have slept." "'Tis obvious, indeed." Darius went over and knelt down. "But why for did you not return unto your home?" After all he had been disowned, but harm rarely went unto his mated abode. Surely the young one could have stayed with his mammon? The boy pushed himself up to his feet and steadied himself on the wall. "Whatever time is it? Have I missed?" Darius gripped Tor's arm. "Did you eat? Am I late?" Darius didn't bother asking any more questions. The answers to what he wanted to know were in the manner in which the boy refused to lift his eyes. Indeed, he had been asked not to take shelter in his father's house. "Torment, how many nights have you passed herein? On that cold floor?" "I can find another place to tarry. I shall not retire here again." "Praise the scribe virgin, that would be true. Wait here, please." Darius ducked through the gate and checked for correspondence. As he found communications for murder and agony, he thought about leaving one for harm. On the lines of, "How could you possibly turn out your blooded son such that he is forced to spend the day with naught but stone for a bed and his clothes for a cover? You arsehole." Darius returned to Torment and found that the boy had packed his things up in his satchel and had his weapons strapped on. Darius bit back a curse. "We shall go first to the female's mansion. I have something I must needs discuss with that steward. Bring your things, son." Torment followed, more alert than most would be after however many days without food or proper rest. They materialized in front of Samson's manse and Darius nodded to the right, indicating that they should proceed around to the back. As they came to the rear of the house, he took them to the door they had exited from the evening before and rang the banging bell. The butler opened the way and bowed low. "Sires, whatever may we do to serve you in your quest?" Darius stepped inside. "I should like to speak anew to the second-floor steward." "But of course." Another low bow. "Perhaps you would be good enough to follow me to the front parlor? We'll wait here." Darius took a seat at the staff's well-worn table. The dog Jen paled. "Sire, this is where I should like to speak with the steward Fritzgelder. I see no benefit to adding to the burden of your master and mistress by their encountering us unannounced in their house. We are not guests, we are here to be of service in their tragedy." The butler bowed so deeply it was a wonder that he didn't fall on his brow. "Verily, you are right. I shall get Fritzgelder this very moment. Is there anything we can do to ease you?" "Yes. We would greatly appreciate some victuals and ale." "Oh, sire, but of course." The dog Jen bowed his way out of the room. When they were alone, Torment said, "You don't need to do that." "Do what?" Darius drawled, running his fingertips over the table's pitted surface. "Get food for me." Darius glanced over his shoulder. "My dear boy, it was a request calculated to put the butler at ease. Our presence in this room is a source of great discomfort for him, as is the request to question anew his staff. The request for food shall be a relief for him. Now please sit, and when the victuals and libations arrive, you must consume them. I have had my fill prior." There was the scraping sound of a chair being dragged back, and then a creak as Torment's weight settled on the seat. The steward arrived momentarily, which was awkward as Darius didn't really have anything to ask him. "Where was the food?" "Sires," the butler said with pride as he opened the door with a flourish. Staff filed in with all manner of trays and tankards and provisions, and as the feast was laid out, Darius cocked a brow at Torment and then pointedly stared down at the various foodstuffs. Torment, ever the polite male, helped himself. Darius nodded at the butler. "This is a repast worthy of such a house. Verily your master should be most proud." After the butler and the others left, the steward waited patiently, and so did Darius until Torment had taken all he could. And then Darius got to his feet. "Verily, may I inquire of you a favor, Steward Fritzgelder?" "But of course, sire." "Will you be so kind as to store my colleague's bag for us during the eve? We shall return after we have made our surveillance." "Oh, yes, sires." Fritzgelder bowed low. "I shall take the best of care of his things." "Thank you. Come, Torment, we are off." As they went outside, he could feel the ire of the boy and was not at all surprised when his arm was caught. "I can take care of myself." Darius stared over his shoulder. "Of that there is no doubt. However, I do not need a partner who is weakened by an empty gut and— But if you think this family of great means would begrudge a meal to aid in the search of their daughter, you are vastly mistaken." Torment dropped his hand. "I shall find lodging. Food." "Yes, you will." Darius nodded to the ring of trees around the neighboring estate. "Now may we proceed?" When Torment nodded, the pair of them dematerialized into the forest and then stalked their way onto the property of the other mansion. With each forward stride toward their destination, Darius felt upon him a sense of crushing dread which increased until he found it hard to breathe. Time was working against them. Every night that passed and they didn't find her was another step closer to her death. And they had so very little to go on. 36. The Caldwell Greyhound Terminal was on the far side of downtown, on the edge of the industrial park that stretched south of the city. The old flat-roofed building was ringed by a corral of chain-link fence, as if the buses were flight risks, and its porte-cochere had a sag in the middle. As John took form in the lee of a parked bus, he waited for Shex and Quinn. Shex was the first to arrive, and man, she was looking much better. The second attempt at eating had stayed down just fine, and her color was really good. She was still in the scrub bottoms Doc Jane had given her, but on top she had on one of his black hoodies and one of his windbreakers. He loved the outfit, loved that she was in his threads, loved that they were too big on her, loved that she looked like a girl. Not that he didn't totally get off on her leathers and her muscle shirts and her "ill crack your balls if you step out of line" routine. That was a complete turn-on, too. It was just, the way she looked now seemed private for some reason. Probably because he was damn sure she didn't let herself get seen like this very often. "Why are we here?" she asked, looking around. Her voice wasn't disappointed or annoyed, thank God. She was just curious. Quinn took form about 10 yards away and crossed his arms over his chest like he didn't trust himself not to hit something. The guy was in a vicious mood. Absolutely vile. He hadn't had 2 civil words to say in the foyer as John had told him the order of places they were going and the cause hadn't been clear. Well, at least not until Blay had walked by the group looking like $1,000,000 in a gray pinstriped suit. The guy had paused only to say goodbye to John and Shex. He hadn't spared even a glance for Quinn as he'd gone out the vestibule and into the night. He'd had fresh cologne on. Clearly he was going on a date. But with who? On a hiss and roar, a bus trundled out of the lot, the diesel fumes making John's nose threaten a sneeze. "Come on," he mouthed to Shex, switching his backpack to his other shoulder and drawing her forward. The two of them walked across the damp pavement toward the glowing fluorescent light of the terminal. Even though it was chilly, John kept his leather jacket open in case he needed to get to his daggers or his gun, and Shex was packing as well. Lessers could be anywhere and humans could be idiots. He held the door open for her and was relieved to see that aside from the ticket taker who was behind bulletproof plexiglass, there was only an old man sleeping upright on one of the plastic benches and a woman with a suitcase. Shex's voice was low. "This place. You're saddened by it." Shit, he supposed he was. But not from what he'd experienced here. More what his mother must have felt, being alone and in pain while she struggled through labor. Whistling in a loud burst, he held up his palm as the 3 humans looked over. Dialing down their consciousness, he put them each in a light trance and then walked over to the metal door that had a sign screwed into it, "Women." Planting his hand on the cold panel, he pushed his way in a little and listened. No sounds. Place was empty. Shex walked past him, her eyes going around the cinderblock walls and the stainless steel sinks and the 3 stalls. The place smelled like Clorox and damp, sweaty stone, and the mirrors weren't made of glass, but of polished sheets of metal. Everything was bolted down, from the drooling soap dispensers to the no smoking sign to the rubbish bin. Shex stopped in front of the handicapped stall, her eyes sharp. As she nudged open the flapping door, she recoiled and seemed confused. "Here." She pointed down to the floor in the corner. "Here was where you were. Where you landed." When she glanced back at him, he shrugged. He didn't know which stall precisely, but it made sense that if you were having a baby, you'd want to be in the one with the most space. Shex stared at him as if she were seeing through him, and he briefly shifted around and checked to see if someone had joined them. Nope. Just her and him, together in the women's bathroom. "What?" he mouthed as she let the stall door shut. "Who found you?" When he made like he was mopping the floor, she murmured, "A janitor." As he nodded, he felt ashamed of this place, of his history. "Don't be." She came over to him. "Believe me, I'm not one to judge. My circumstances aren't any better. Hell, they're arguably worse." Being a half-breed Simfith, he could only imagine. After all, the 2 breeds didn't mix willingly for the most part. "Where did you go from here?" He led her out of the bathroom and glanced around. Quinn was standing in the far corner, glaring at the doors of the terminal like he was hoping something that smelled like baby powder would walk in. When the guy looked over, John nodded. Then he untranced and scrubbed the minds of the humans, and the 3 of them dematerialized. When they took form again, it was in the backyard of Our Lady's orphanage, next to the slide and the sandbox. A bitter March wind swept over the grounds of the church's sanctuary for the unwanted, the links of the swings creaking and the bare branches of the trees offering no protection. Up ahead, the rows of 4-paned windows that marked the dormitory were dark, and so were all the ones in the cafeteria and the chapel. "Humans." Shex breathed as Quinn wandered over and sat his ass on one of the swings. "You were raised by humans? God damn." John walked toward the building, thinking maybe this wasn't such a hot idea. She seemed horrified. "You and I have more in common than I thought." He stopped dead, and she must have read his expression. Or his emotions. I was raised around people I wasn't like, too. Although considering what my other half is, that could have been a blessing. Stepping in beside him, she stared up at his face. You were braver than you thought. She nodded toward the orphanage. When you were in here, you were braver than you thought. He didn't agree, but he wasn't about to argue her faith in him. After a moment, he held out his hand toward her, and when she took it, they walked together to the back entrance. A quick disappear, and they were on the inside. Oh shit, they used the same floor cleaner. Acid lemon. And the layout of the place hadn't changed either, which meant the headmaster's office was still down the hall in the front of the building. Leading the way, he went over to that old wooden door, slipped off the backpack, and hung it on the brass doorknob. What's in there anyway? He held up his hand and rubbed his fingers against his thumb. Money. From the raid on. He nodded. Good place for it. John turned around and stared down the hall to where the dormitory was. As memories bubbled up, his feet started in that direction before he had a conscious thought to go over to where he'd once laid his head. It was so strange being here again, remembering the loneliness and the fear and the nagging sense that he was totally different, especially when he was with other boys his own age. That had always made it worse. Being around that which he should have been essentially identical to had alienated him the most. Shex followed John through the hallway, staying a little behind him. He was walking silently, toe-heel in his shit-kickers, and she took his example to heart, doing the same so that they were nothing but ghosts in the quiet corridor. As they went, she noted that although the physical plant of the building was old, everything was spotless, from the high-polished linoleum to the much-painted beige walls to the windows with the chicken wire embedded in the glass. There was no dust, no cobwebs, no chips or cracks in the plaster. It gave her hope that the nuns and the administrators looked after the kids with similar attention to detail. As she and John came up to a pair of doors, she could feel the dreams of the boys on the far side, the tremors of emotion that bubbled up through their REM sleep tickling her sympath receptors. John ducked his head in, and as he stared in at those who were where he had been, she found herself frowning again. His emotional grid had a shadow to it. A parallel but separate construct that she had picked up on before but now found screamingly obvious. She'd never sensed anything like it in anybody else, and she couldn't explain it. And didn't think John was consciously aware of what he was doing. For some reason, though, this trip into his past was exposing the fault line in his psyche. As well as other stuff. He'd been just like her. Lost and apart. Cared for by others out of obligation. Not blooded love. On some level, she thought that she should tell him to stop this whole thing, because she could sense how much it was taking out of him and how much farther they had yet to go. But she was captivated by what he was showing her. And not just because as a sympath she fed off the emotions of others. No, she wanted to know more about this male. While he studied the sleeping boys and got pulled into his past, she focused on his strong profile as it was lit by the security light over the door. When she lifted her palm up and laid it on his shoulder, he jumped a little. She wanted to say something smart and kind, put together some combination of words to reach him where he'd reached her with this. But the thing was, there was more courage in these revelations of his than she had ever shown anyone, and in a world that was full of taking and cruelty, he was fucking breaking her heart with what he was giving her. He'd been so lonely here, and the echoes of the grieving were killing him. And yet he was going to soldier on because he'd told her he would do so. John's beautiful blue eyes met her stare, and as he tilted his head in inquiry, she realized words were bullshit in moments like this. Stepping into his hard body, she wrapped one of her arms around the small of his back. With her free hand, she stretched up and captured his nape, pulling him down to her. John hesitated and then came willingly, linking his arms around her waist and burying his face in her neck. Shex held him, lending him her strength, offering him shelter that she was more than capable of providing. As they stood one against another, she looked over his shoulders into the room beyond at the small dark heads on their pillows. In the silence, she felt the past and the present shift and mix, but that was a mirage. There was no way to comfort the lost boy he'd been back then. But she had the grown male. She had him right in her arms. And for a brief moment of whimsy, she imagined that she was never, ever going to let him go. 37. As he sat in his guest room at the Rathbone mansion, Gregwin should have felt better than he did. Thanks to some evocative camera shots of that soulful portrait down in the living room, coupled with some stills of the grounds taken in the gloaming, the brass back in LA was thrilled with the pre-sale footage and was set to start running it. The butler had also come along nicely, signing the legal documents that gave permission for all kinds of access. Stan the cameraman could perform a proctology exam on the damn house for all the places he could stick his lens. But Greg didn't have the taste of victory in his mouth. Nope, he had a case of the "this isn't right's" riding his gut and a tension headache that ran from the base of his skull all the way into his frontal lobe. The problem was the hidden camera they'd put out in the hall the night before. There was no rational explanation for what it had captured. Ironic that a ghost hunter, when confronted with a figure who disappeared into thin air, needed Advil and Tums. You'd think he'd be overjoyed that for once he didn't have to get his camera guy to fudge the footage. As for Stan, he just shrugged it all off. Oh, he thought it was a ghost for sure, but that didn't faze him in the slightest. Then again, he could have been tied to a set of railroad tracks on some Perils of Pauline thing and just thought, perfect, time for a quick nap before he got greased. There were advantages to being a pothead. As the clock struck 10 down below, Greg got up from the laptop and went to the window. Man, he'd feel better about this whole thing if he hadn't seen that long-haired figure roaming the grounds the night before. To hell with that. Better that he hadn't seen the fucker outside in the hall pulling a hallucinations trick of now you see it, now you don't. From behind him on the bed, Holly said, "Are you hoping to see the Easter Bunny out there?" He glanced over at her and thought she looked great propped up against the pillows, her nose in a book. When she'd taken the thing out, he'd been surprised to see it was the Doris Kearns Goodwin about the Fitzgeralds and the Kennedys. He'd have figured she was more a Tory spelling bio kind of girl. "Yeah, I'm all about the cottontail," he murmured. "And I think I'm going to go down and see if I can get the bastard's basket. Don't bring back any marshmallow peeps. Colored eggs, chocolate bunnies, that fake fuzzy grass, all good. The peeps freak me out. I'll have Stan come sit with you, 'kay?" Holly's eyes lifted from Camelot's backstory. "I don't need a nanny. Especially not one who's liable to light up a joint in the bathroom. I don't want to leave you alone." "I'm not alone." She nodded to the camera in the far corner of the room. "Just turn that on." Greg leaned back against the window jamb. The way her hair caught the light was really nice. Of course, the color was undoubtedly an expert dye job, but it was the perfect shade of blonde against her skin. "You aren't scared, are you?" he said, wondering exactly when it was that they'd traded places on that account. "You mean about last night?" She smiled. "Nope. I think that shadow is Stan playing a trick on both of us as payback for jerking him around between rooms. You know how he hates moving luggage. Besides, it got me back in your bed, didn't it? Not that you've done anything much about this." He snagged his windbreaker and went over to her. Taking her chin in hand, he looked into her eyes. "You still want me like that?" "Always have." Holly's voice dropped. "I'm cursed." "Cursed." "Come on, Greg." When he just looked at her, she threw up her hands. "You're a bad bet. You're married to your job and you'd sell your soul to get ahead. You reduce everything and everyone around you to a lowest common denominator, and that allows you to use them. And when they aren't useful, you don't remember their name. Jesus. She was smarter than he'd thought. "So why do you want to have anything to do with me?" "Sometimes. I don't really know." Her eyes returned to the book, but they didn't go back and forth over the lines. They just locked onto the page. "I guess it's because I was really naive when I met you, and you gave me a shot when no one else would, and you taught me about a lot of things. And that initial crush is hanging on." "You make it sound like a bad thing." "It can be. I've been hoping to grow out of it. And then you do stuff like look after me and I get sucked in all over again." He stared at her, measuring her perfect features and her smooth skin and her amazing body. Feeling tangled and strange, and like he owed her an apology, he went over to the camera on the tripod and turned it on to record. "You got your cell phone with you?" She reached into her robe's pocket and took out a BlackBerry. "Right here. Call me if anything strange happens, 'kay?" Holly frowned. "Are you all right?" "Why do you ask?" She shrugged. "Just never seen you quite this. Anxious?" "Yeah. I guess there's something about this house. I was going to say, connected, actually. It's like you're truly looking at me for the first time. I've always looked at you. Not like this." Greg went over to the door and paused. "Can I ask you something weird? Do you color your hair?" Holly put her hand up to the blonde waves. "No, I never have." "It's really that blonde?" "You should know." As she cocked her eyebrow, he flushed. "Well, women can get dye jobs down. You know." "Well, I don't." Greg frowned and wondered who the hell was running his brain. He seemed to have all these odd thoughts playing over his airwaves, like maybe his station had been hijacked. Giving her a little wave, he ducked into the hall and looked left then right while listening hard. No footsteps. No creaking. No one with a sheet pulled over his head. Casper and G around. Yanking his windbreaker on, he stalked over to the stairs and hated the echo of his own footsteps. The sound made him feel pursued. He glanced behind himself. Nothing but empty corridor. Down on the first floor, he looked at the lights that had been left on. One in the library. One in the front hall. One in the parlor. Ducking around the corner, he paused to check out that Rathbone portrait. For some reason, he didn't think the painting was so fucking romantic and saleable anymore. Some reason, his ass. He wished he'd never called Holly over to look at the thing. Maybe it wouldn't have marked her subconscious such that she fantasized about the guy coming to her and having sex with her. Man, that expression on her face when she'd been talking about her dream. Not the fear part, but the sex, the resonant sex. Had she ever looked like that after he'd been with her? Had he ever stopped to see if he'd satisfied her like that? Satisfied her at all? Opening the front door, he stepped out like he was on a mission when in reality he had nowhere to go. Well, except for away from that computer and those images. And that quiet room with a woman who might just have more substance than he'd always thought. Kind of like a ghost being real. God, the air was clean out here. He walked out away from the house, and when he was about 100 yards down the rolling grass, he paused and looked back. On the second floor, he saw the light on in his room and pictured Holly nestled against the pillows, that book in her long, thin hands. He kept going, heading for the tree line and the brook. Did ghosts have souls? He wondered. Or were they souls? Did television execs have souls? Now, that was an existential question and a half. He took a leisurely loop around the property, stopping to tug at the Spanish moss and feel the bark on the oaks and smell the earth and the mist. He was on his way back to the house when the light on the third floor came on, and a tall, dark shadow passed by one of the windows. Greg started to walk fast, then broke out into a run. He was flying as he leaped onto the front porch and hit the door, throwing it open and pounding up the stairs. He didn't give a shit about that whole "don't go to the third floor" warning. And if he woke people, fine. As he came to the second floor, he realized he didn't have a clue which door could take him to the attic. Walking fast down the hall, he figured the numbers on the jams were dead giveaways that he was ripping past guest rooms. Then he got to storage. Housekeeping. Thank you, Jesus. Exit. He broke through, hit the back staircase, and took the steps up two at a time. When he got to the top, he found a locked door with a light glowing under the bottom. He knocked loudly, and got a whole lot of nothing. "Who's there?" he called out, yanking on the knob. "Hello, sir. Whatever are you doing?" Greg wheeled around and looked down the stairs at the butler who was, even though it was after hours, still dressed in his tux. Maybe he didn't sleep in a bed, but hung himself up in a closet so he didn't wrinkle overnight. "Who's in there?" Greg demanded, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder. "I'm sorry, sir, but the third floor is private." "Why?" "That is none of your concern. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to return to your room." Greg opened his mouth to keep arguing, but then slammed his gap shut. There was a better way to deal with this. "Yeah. Okay. Fine." He made a show of thumping down the stairs and brushing past the butler. Then he went to his room like a good little guesty-poo and slipped inside. "How was your walk?" Holly asked, yawning. "Anything happen when I was gone? Like, oh, say, a dead guy coming in here to bang you?" "Nope. Well, other than someone racing down the hall." "Who was that?" "No idea," Greg muttered, going over and shutting off the camera. "Not a clue." 38. John took form next to a streetlight that probably didn't have a lot of job satisfaction. The illumination pooling beneath its giraffe neck bathed the front of an apartment building that would have looked a hell of a lot better in total darkness. The bricks and mortar were not red and white, but brown and browner, and the cracks in various windows were fixed with zigzag duct tape and cheap blankets. Even the shallow steps going up to the lobby were a pockmarked mess like they'd been hit with a jackhammer. The place was just as it had been when he'd spent his last night inside, except for one thing, the yellow condemned notice that had been nailed to the front door. "File that underwell, duh." As Shex came out of the shadows and joined him, he did his best to project nothing but a calm dissociation, and knew he was failing. This grand tour of the shitscape of his earlier life was harder to go through than he'd thought, but it was like an amusement park ride. Once you got on and the cart got rolling, there was no reaching for the off/stop button. Who knew that his existence should have come with a warning for pregnant ladies and epileptics? Yeah, there was no stopping this. She'd totally tweaked to him not finishing it. She seemed to know everything he was feeling, and that would include the sense of failure that would rip through him if he pulled out early. "You ended up here?" she whispered. Nodding, he led her past the front of the building and around the corner to the alley. As he came up to the emergency exit, he wondered if the latch would still be broken. The punch bar let go with just a little force, and they stepped in. The carpet in the hallway was more like the raw dirt floor in some kind of cabin, all packed down and sealed with stains that had leached into the fibers and dried up hard. Empty booze bottles and twisted Twinkie wrappers and stunted cigarette butts littered the corridor, and the breeze in the air smelled like a bum's armpit. Man, even a tanker of Febreze couldn't make a dent in this nosemare. Just as Quinn came in through the emergency exit, John hung a Louis into the stairwell and started an ascent that made him want to scream. As they went up, rats squeaked and scampered out of the way, and the eau de tenement got thicker and more pungent, like it was fermenting in the higher altitudes. When they got to the second floor, he led the way down the hall and stopped in front of a starburst pattern on the wall. Jesus Christ. That wine stain was still there, although why the hell was he surprised? Like Mary Maids was going to show up here and bleach it out? Going one more door down, he pushed into what had once been his studio apartment and walked inside. God, everything was just as he'd left it. No one had lived here since he had, which he supposed made sense. People had been gradually leaving back when he'd been a tenant. Well, the ones who could afford to get better places had taken off. What had stayed had been the druggies. And what had taken up the vacancies had been the homeless who'd seeped in like cockroaches through the broken windows and busted ground-level doors. The culmination in the demographic shift had been that condemned notice, the building having officially been declared dead, the cancer of declining fortune claiming everything but the shell. As he looked at the Flex magazine he'd left on the twin bed by the window, reality warped on him, dragging him back even as his shitkickers were firmly planted in the here and now. Sure enough, when he reached over and cracked the warm fridge, cans of vanilla and sure. Yeah, 'cause even hungry, penniless scavengers wouldn't take that shit. Shex walked around and then paused at the window he'd stared out of for so many nights. "You wanted to be other than you were." He nodded. "How old were you when you were found?" As he flashed 2 fingers twice, her eyes widened. 22? And you had no idea you were. John shook his head and went over to pick up the Flex. Flipping through the pages, he realized he had become what he had always wished he would be. A big, badass motherfucker. Who'd have thought? He'd been a real scrawny pre-trans, at the mercy of so much. Tossing the magazine back down, he cut off that thought pattern hard and fast. He was willing to show her almost everything. But not that. Never. That part. They were not going back to the first building he'd lived in alone, and she was not going to find out why he'd left there for this Addie. "Who brought you into our world?" "Torment," he mouthed. "How old were you when you left the orphanage?" He flashed a 1 and a 6. 16? "And you came here?" "Right from Our Lady." John nodded and went over to the cupboards above the sink. Opening one up, he saw the only thing he'd expected to find left behind. His name. And the date. He stepped aside so Shex could see what he'd written. He remembered doing it, so quick, so fast. Tor had been waiting down at the curb and he'd scooted up to get his bike. He'd scribbled the markings as a testament to. He didn't know what. "You didn't have anyone," she murmured, looking inside. "I was like that. My mother died in childbirth and I was raised by a perfectly nice family, who I knew I had nothing in common with. I left them early and never went back because I didn't belong where I was, and something was screaming in me that it was better for them that I took off. I didn't have a clue I was part Symphoth and there was nothing out in the world for me. But I had to go. Fortunately, I met Revenge and he showed me what I was." She glanced over her shoulder. "The near misses in life. Man, they're a killer, aren't they? If Tor hadn't found you, he would have gone into his transition and died in the middle of it because he didn't have the blood he needed to survive. For some reason, he didn't want to think about that, or the fact that he and Shex had a lonely stretch of lost in common. "Come on," he mouthed. "Let's go to the next stop." Out among the cornfields, Lash drove along the dirt lane toward the farmhouse. He had his psychic cover in place so that the Omega and his new boy toy couldn't get a bead on him, and he was also rocking a baseball cap, a raincoat with the collar turned up, and a pair of gloves. He felt like the Invisible Man. Fuck that, he wished he were invisible. He hated looking at himself, and after a good couple of hours of waiting to see what else was going to fall off on his descent into the living dead, he wasn't sure whether he was relieved that he appeared to have plateaued. He was only half melted at this point. His muscles were still hanging on to his bones. About a quarter of a mile away from his destination, he parked the Mercedes in a stand of pines and got out. As his powers were all being used to keep himself masked, there was nothing left over for him to dematerialize with. So it was a long frickin' walk to the goddamn shithole, and he resented like hell having to work that hard just to move his body. But when he came up to the clapboard house, he got hit with a surge of energy. There were 3 PS cars in the driveway, all of which he recognized. The Willie Loman rides were owned by the Lessening Society. And what do you know, the place was hopping. There were a good 20 guys inside, and there was a whole lot of partying going on. Through the windows, he could see the kegs and the liquor bottles, and all around, motherfuckers were lighting up bongs and snorting God only knew what. Where was the little bastard? Perfect timing. A 4th car pulled up, and it was not like the other 3. The street racer's flashy-ass paint job was probably just as expensive as the souped-up sewing machine under the hood. And the undercarriage's neon glow made it look like it was coming in for a landing. The kid got out from behind the wheel, and gee whiz, he was all spanked, too. He'd gotten himself some brand new jeans and a sweet-ass Affliction leather jacket, and he'd taken up lighting his cigarettes with something gold. Well, wasn't this going to be the test? If the kid went in and just partied, Lash had been wrong about the fucker's smarts. And the Omega had gotten himself nothing other than a good lay. But if Lash was right and the SB had more to him than that, the party was going to get interesting. Lash drew his lapels closer to the raw meat that was now his neck and tried to ignore how gel he was. He'd been in the sweet spot where that kid was. Reveled in the I'm So Specials and assumed that glow would last forever. But whatever. If the Omega was willing to kick his own flesh and blood to the curb, this previously human piece of shit wasn't going to last long. When one of the lushes inside stared out the window in Lash's direction, he supposed he was taking a chance getting this close to the hub, but he didn't give a crap. He had nothing to lose and wasn't really looking forward to spending the rest of his days as nothing more than animated beef jerky. Ugly and weak and leaky was not hot. As the cold wind made his teeth rattle, he thought of Shex and warmed himself with the memories. On some level, he couldn't believe that his time with her had been mere days ago. Felt more like ages since he'd had her under him. For fuck's sake, finding that first lesion on his wrist had been the beginning of the end. He just hadn't known it at the time. Just a scratch. Yeah, right. Lifting his hand to push at his hair, he hit the bill of the baseball cap and was reminded that he had nothing to fuss with anymore. All he had left up there was a bone dome. If he'd had more energy, he would have started ranting and raving at the unfairness and the cruelty of his decaying destiny. Life wasn't supposed to be like this. He wasn't supposed to be looking in from the outside. He had always been the focus, the driver, the special one. For some stupid reason, he thought of John Matthew. When the motherfucker had come into the training program for soldiers, he'd been a particularly small pre-trans with nothing but a Brotherhood name and a star scar on his chest. He'd been the perfect target to ostracize, and Lash had gotten off on riding the kid hard. Man, back then, he'd had no idea what it was like to be the odd man out. How it made you feel like worthless crap. How you looked at the other people who had it going on and would trade anything to be in with them. Good thing he hadn't had a clue how it was. Or he might have thought twice about fucking with the cocksucker. And here and now, leaning against the shaggy, cold bark of an oak tree and watching through the windows of the farmhouse as some other golden boy lived his life, he felt his plans shifting. If it was the last thing he did, he was going to take that little shit down. It was even more important than Shex. That the guy had dared to mark Lash for death wasn't the driver. It was the need to send a message to his father. He was, after all, a rotting apple that didn't fall far from the tree, and payback was a bitch. 39. That's Bella's old house, Shex said after she took form in a meadow beside John Matthew. As he nodded, she looked around at the pastoral spread. Bella's white farmhouse with its wraparound porch and its red chimneys was picture-perfect in the moonlight, and it seemed a shame that the place was left empty with nothing but exterior security lights on. The fact that its outbuilding had a Ford F-150 parked in its gravel drive and windows that were glowing seemed to make the sense of desertion even more acute. Bella was the one who first found you? John made an equivocal motion with his hand and pointed over to another little house on the lane. As he started to sign and then stopped himself, his frustration over the communication barrier was obvious. Someone in that house. You knew them and they put you in touch with Bella. He nodded as he reached into his jacket and brought out what appeared to be a handmade bracelet. Taking it from him, she saw that symbols in the old language had been carved into the hide. Terror. When he touched his chest, she said, "Your name." But how did you know? He touched his head, then shrugged. It came to you. She focused on the smaller house. There was a pool in the back, and she sensed that his memories were sharpest there because every time his eyes passed over that terrace, his emotional grid fired up, a switchboard with a lot of circuits flaring. He'd come here at first to protect someone. Bella had not been the reason. Mary, she thought. Raged Shellen, Mary. But how had they met? Odd. That was a blank wall. He was shutting her off from that part. Bella got in touch with the Brotherhood and Torment came for you. When he nodded again, she gave him back the bracelet, and while he fingered the symbols, she marveled at the relativity of time. Since they'd left the mansion, only an hour had passed, but she felt as though they'd spent a year together. God, he'd given her more than she'd ever expected, and now she knew precisely why he'd been so helpful as she'd flipped out in the ore. He'd endured a hell of a lot, having not so much lived through his early life as been dragged through it. The question was, how had he gotten lost to the human world in the first place? Where were his parents? The king had been his ward when he'd been a pre-trance. That was what his papers had said when she'd first met him in Zero Sum. She'd assumed his mother had died, and the visit to the bus station didn't disprove that. But there were holes in the story, some of which she got the impression were deliberate, others of which he didn't seem to be able to fill. With a frown, she sensed his father was still very much with him, and yet he didn't appear to have ever known the guy. You're taking me to one last place, she murmured. He seemed to take a final look about, and then he poofed off, and she followed him, thanks to all the blood of his that was in her system. When they resumed form in front of a stunning modern house, his sadness overwhelmed him to such a degree that his emotional superstructure actually started to cave in on itself. With force of will, however, he managed to stop the disintegration in time before it couldn't be righted. Once your grid collapsed, you were cooked, lost to your inner demons. Which made her think of murder. On the day that he had learned her truth, she could remember exactly how his emotional construct had appeared to her. The steel girders that were the basis of mental health had been nothing but a crumbled mess. She had been the only one who hadn't been surprised when he went insane and took off. With a nod to her, John walked up to the formal front door, put in a key and opened the way in. As a draft ushered out to meet them, she could smell the dust and the damp, indicating that this was another structure that was empty. But there was nothing rotten inside, unlike John's former apartment building. As he turned on the light in the foyer, she nearly gasped. On the wall, to the left of the door, was a scroll proclaiming in the old language that this was the home of the brother Torment and his mated Shellen, Welisandra. Which explained why it pained John so much to be here. Welisandra's Helren wasn't the only one who had saved the pre-trans from the projects. The female had mattered to John. A hell of a lot. John walked down the hall and flicked on more lights as he went, his emotions a combination of bittersweet affection and roaring pain. When they came to a spectacular kitchen, Shex went over to the table in the alcove. He had sat here, she thought, putting her hands on the back of one of the chairs. On his first night in this house, he had sat here. Mexican food, she murmured. You were so afraid of offending them. But then, Welisandra. Like a bloodhound following a fresh trail, Shex tracked what she sensed of his memories. Welisandra served you ginger rice. And pudding. You felt full for the first time and your stomach didn't hurt and you were so grateful you didn't know how to handle it. When she looked across the way at John, his face was pale and his eyes a bit too shiny, and she knew he was back in his little body, sitting at the table, all curled into himself. Becoming overwhelmed at the first kindness anyone had shown him in a very long time. A footstep out in the hall brought her head up and she realized Quinn was still with them, the guy loitering about, his bad mood a tangible shadow around him. Well, he didn't have to tag along any longer. This was the end of the road, the final chapter in John's story that pretty much caught her up to date. And unfortunately, it meant by all which was right and proper, they should go back to the mansion, where no doubt John would make her eat some more and try to get her to feed again. She didn't want to return there, though, not yet. In her mind, she'd decided to take one night off, so these were her last few hours before she got on the vengeance trail, and lost the soft connection between her and John, this profound understanding they now had of each other. Because she wasn't going to fool herself. The sad reality was the powerful tie that linked them was nonetheless so fragile. She didn't doubt it was going to snap once the present came back into better focus than the past. Quinn, will you excuse us, please? The guy's mismatched eyes shot over to John and a series of hand motions got traded between them. Quinn spat before turning on his heel and marching out the front door. After the slam finished echoing through the house, she stared at John. "Where did you sleep?" When he swept his hand to a corridor, she went with him past many rooms that had modern fixtures and antique art. The combination made the place feel like an art museum you could live in, and she explored a little, ducking her head into the open doors of parlors and bedrooms. John's crib was all the way at the other end of the house, and as she walked into it, she could only imagine the culture shock. Squalor to splendor, all in the change of a zip code. Unlike the crappy studio apartment, this was a navy blue haven with sleek furniture, a marble bathroom, and a carpet that was as thick and full as a marine's brush cut. Plus, it had a sliding glass door that led out onto a private terrace. John went over and opened the closet, and she looked over his strong, heavy arm to the small clothes that hung on wooden hangers. As he stared at the shirts and fleeces and pants, his shoulders were tight and one of his hands was curled into a fist. He was sorry about something he'd done or the way he'd acted, and it didn't have anything to do with her. Tor. It was about Tor. He was regretting the way things had been lately between them. "Talk to him," she said softly. "Tell him what's doing. You'll both feel better." John nodded, and she could sense his resolve sharpening. God. She wasn't quite sure how it happened. Well, the mechanics were pretty damn simple, but what was surprising was the fact that once again, she found herself going over and hugging him, her arms wrapping around his waist from behind. He communicated in so many different ways, didn't he? And sometimes touch was better than words for saying what you meant. In the silence, she drew him back to the bed and they both sat down. As she just stared at him, he mouthed, "What? You sure you want me to go there?" When he nodded, she looked him right in the eye. "I know you left something out. I can sense it. There's a gap between the orphanage and that apartment building." Not one facial muscle moved or even twitched on him, and he didn't blink either. But the tells of a male who was good at covering up his reactions were irrelevant. She knew what she knew about him. "It's okay, I'm not going to ask. And I'm not going to press." His faint blush was something she would remember long after she was gone. And the thought of leaving him was what brought her fingertips to his lips. As he jerked in surprise, she focused on his mouth. "I want to give you something of me," she said in a low, deep voice. "It's not about making the score even, though. It's just because I want to." After all, it would have been great if she could have taken him to her places and walked him through her life, but his knowing more about her past was just going to make her suicide mission harder for him, however she felt about John. She was going after her captor, and she wasn't about to fool herself on the odds of her surviving that showdown. Lash had tricks. Bad tricks that he did bad things with. Memories of the bastard came back to her. Horrible ones that made her thighs tremble. Ugly ones that nonetheless served to push her into something that she might not really be ready for. But she couldn't go to her grave with Lash having been her last. Not when she had the one male she'd ever love in front of her. "I want to be with you," she said hoarsely. John's shocked blue eyes traced her face like he was looking for signs that he might be reading her wrong. And then a hot, hard lust broke through all his emotions, shattering them and leaving nothing behind but a full-blooded male's urge to mate. To his credit, he did his best to beat back the instinct and hold on to some semblance of rationality. But all that meant was that she was the one who ended the battle between sense and sensibility by putting her mouth against his. Oh, God, his lips were soft. In spite of the thundering she sensed in his blood, he kept himself in check, even when she slid her tongue inside of him. And that restraint made it easier for her as her mind flickered back and forth between what she was doing now and what had been done to her mere days ago. To help focus her, she sought out his chest and ran her palms down the pads of muscle over his heart. Easing him back onto the mattress, she breathed in his scent and smelled the bonding he felt for her. The dark spices were unique to him and about as far as you could get from the sickening stench of a lesser, which helped her separate this experience from her most recent ones. The kiss started out as an exploration, but it didn't stay that way. John moved closer, rolling his massive body against hers, his heavy leg riding up until the weight of it pushed down on her own. At the same time, his arms wrapped around her, bringing her in tight to him. He was moving slowly, as was she, and she was fine until his hand slipped onto her breast. The contact scrambled her, yanking her out of this room and this bed, taking her away from John and the moment with him and landing her back in hell. Fighting her mind's defection, she tried to stay connected to the present, to John. But as his thumb brushed over her nipple, she had to force her body to stay still. Lash had liked to hold her down and draw out the inevitable by scratching and pawing at her, because as much as he'd enjoyed his orgasms, he'd been even more into the foreplay of fucking with her head. Psycho-smart move on his part. She'd have infinitely preferred to just get it over with. John pushed his erection into her hip. Snap! Her self-control rubber band on her, reaching its limit and splitting in half. With a surge, her body bolted away from the contact of its own volition, breaking the communion with him, blowing up the moment. As Shex sprang off the bed, she could feel John's horror, but she was too busy reeling from her own fear to be able to explain. Pacing around, desperately trying to hold on to reality, she breathed in deeply, not from passion but derivative panic. Well, wasn't this a bitch? Fucking Lash. She was so going to murder him for this. Not for what she was going through, but for the position she'd put John in. I'm sorry, she groaned. I shouldn't have started it. I'm really sorry. When she was able, she stopped in front of the dresser and looked into the mirror that hung on the wall. John had gotten up while she paced and gone to stand before the sliding glass door, his arms crossed over his chest, his jaw clenched hard as he stared out into the night. John, it's not you. I swear. As he shook his head, he didn't look at her. Scrubbing her face, the silence and strain between them amplified her urge to run. She just couldn't deal with any of this, with what she was feeling and what she'd done to John and all that shit with Lash. Her eyes went to the door and her muscles tensed for her exit, which was straight from her playbook. For all of her life, she had always relied on her ability to ghost out of things, leaving behind no explanations, no trace, nothing but thin air. Served her well as an assassin. John. His head swiveled around and his stare burned with regret as she met it in the leaded glass. As he waited for her to speak, she was supposed to tell him it was best that she go. She was supposed to toss over another limp-ass apology and then dematerialize out of the room. Out of his life. But all she could manage was his name. He pivoted to face her and mouthed, I'm sorry. Go. It's okay. Go. She couldn't move though. And then her mouth parted. As she realized what was in the back of her throat, she couldn't believe she was going to put it into words. The revelation went against everything she knew about herself. For God's sake, was she really going to do this? John. I was. Shifting the focus of her eyes, she measured her reflection. Her hollowed cheekbones and pasty pallor were the result of so much more than lack of sleep and feeding. With a sudden flash of anger, she blurted, Lash wasn't impotent, all right? He wasn't impotent. The temperature in the room plummeted so fast and so far, her breath came out in clouds. And what she saw in the mirror made her swing around and take a step back from John. His blue eyes glowed with an unholy light and his upper lip curled up to reveal fangs that were so sharp and so long they looked like daggers. Objects all around the room began to vibrate. The lamps on the bedstands, the clothes on their hangers, the mirror on the wall. The collective rattling crescendoed to a dull roar, and she had to steady herself on the bureau or run the risk of being knocked on her ass. The air was alive. Supercharged. Electric. Dangerous. And John was the center of the raging energy, his hands cranking into fists so tight his forearms trembled, his thighs grabbing onto his bones as he sank down into fighting stance. John's mouth stretched wide as his head shot forward on his spine. And he let out a war cry. Sound exploded all around her. So loud she had to cover her ears. So powerful she felt the blast against her face. For a moment, she thought he'd found his voice, except it wasn't vocal cords making that bellowing noise. The glass in the sliders blew out behind him, the sheets shattering into thousands of shards that blasted free of the house, the fragments bouncing on the slate and catching the light like raindrops. Or like tears. 40. Blay had no idea what Saxton had just handed him. Well, yeah, it was a cigar, and yes, it was expensive, but the name hadn't stuck in his head. I think you're going to like it, the male said, shifting back in a leather armchair and lighting up his own stogie. They're smooth. Dark, but smooth. Blay flicked up a flame off his Mont Blanc lighter and leaned forward for the inhale. As he took the smoke in, he could feel Saxton focusing on him. Again. He still couldn't get used to the attention, so he let his eyes wander around the place, vaulted dark green ceiling, glossy black walls, oxblood color leather chairs and booths. Lot of human men with ashtrays at their elbows. In short, no distractions that could come close to Saxton's eyes or voice or cologne or... So tell me, the male said, exhaling a perfect blue cloud that momentarily eclipsed his features, did you put on the pinstripe before or after I called? Before. I knew you had style. Did you? Yes. Saxton stared across the short mahogany table that separated them. Or I wouldn't have asked you to dinner. The meal they'd had at Sal's had been lovely, actually. They'd eaten in the kitchen at a private table, and Iam had made them a special menu of antipasto and pasta with café con leche and tiramisu for dessert. The wine had been white for the first course and red for the second. The topics of conversation had been neutral but interesting and ultimately not the point. The thread of will they or won't they was the real driver of every word and glance and shift of body. So, this was a date, Blay thought. A subtextual negotiation slip-covered in talk of books read and music enjoyed. No wonder Quinn just went for straight sex. The guy wouldn't have had the patience for this kind of subtlety. Plus, he didn't like to read, and the music he pumped into his ears was metalcore that only the deranged or the deaf could stand. A waiter dressed in black came up. "Can I get you guys something to drink?" Saxton rolled his cigar between his forefinger and thumb. "2 ports. Croft Vintage 1945. Please." "Excellent choice." Saxton's eyes returned to Blay's. "I know." Blay looked to the window they were seated in front of and wondered if he was ever going to stop blushing around the guy. "It's raining." "Is it?" "God, that voice?" Saxton's words were as smooth and delicious as the cigar. Blay switched his legs around, crossing them at the knee. As he searched his brain for something to kill the silence, it looked as if no shit Sherlock comments about the weather were as close to inspired as he was going to get. The thing was, the end of the date was starting to loom, and whereas he'd learned that he and Saxton both mourned the loss of Dominic Dunn and were fans of Miles Davis, he didn't know what he was going to do when it came to parting ways. Would it be a case of call and we'll do this again? Or the infinitely more complicated, messy, and pleasurable, yes, as a matter of fact, I will come over and look at your etchings. To which his conscience compelled him to add, even though I've never done this with a guy before, and in spite of the fact that anyone but Quinn is going to be a poor man's substitute for the real thing. "When was the last time you were out on a date, Blaylock?" Blay took a long draw on the cigar. "It's been a long time. Whatever have you been doing with yourself?" "All work, no play." "Something like that." Okay, unrequited love wasn't exactly in either of those categories, although the no play was certainly covered. Saxton smiled a little. "I was glad you called me. And a bit surprised." "Why?" "My cousin has a certain territorial response to you." Blay turned his cigar around and stared at the glowing tip. "I think you vastly overread his interest. And I think you're politely telling me to mind my own business, aren't you?" "There's no business to mind there." Blay smiled up at the waiter as the guy put 2 port glasses down on the round table and backed away. "Trust me. You know, Quinn's an interesting character." Saxton reached out with an elegant hand and picked up his port. "He's one of my favorite cousins, actually. His nonconformity is admirable, and he's survived things that would crush a lesser male. Don't know that being in love with him would be easy, however." Blay didn't go near that one. "So do you come here often?" Saxton laughed, his pale eyes glinting. "Not for discussion, huh?" He looked around with a frown. "Actually, I haven't been out much lately. Too much work." "You said you're a solicitor in the old law. Must be interesting." "I specialize in trusts and estates, so the fact that business is booming is something to mourn. The fate has become too full of the innocent as of last summer." At the booth next door, a bunch of big guts with gold watches and silk suits laughed like the blowhard drunks they were, to the point that the loudest of them slammed back in his seat and knocked into Saxton. Which didn't go over well, proving that Saxton was a gentleman, but not a pussy. "I beg your pardon, but would you mind toning it down?" The sloppy human cranked around, his belly fat bulging over his belt until it looked like he was going to pull a meaning of life and thin mint it all over the place. "Yeah, I mind." His watery eyes narrowed. "Your types don't belong here anyway." And he wasn't talking about the fact that they were vampires. As Blay took a drink of his port, the high-priced liquor tasted like vinegar. Although the bitter sting in his mouth wasn't because the stuff had gone bad. A moment later, the guy banged back so hard, Saxton nearly spilled his drink. "Damn it to hell," the male muttered, going for his napkin. The fidget human leaned into their space again, and you had to wonder if that belt wasn't going to snap free and take someone's eye out. "We interrupting you 2 pretty boys sucking on those hard things?" Saxton smiled tightly. "You are definitely interrupting." "Oh, sorry." The man made an abrupt show of lifting his pinky up from his stogie. "Didn't mean to offend you." "Let's go," Blay said as he leaned in and snuffed out his cigar. I can get us another table. You running along, boys? Mr. Mouth drawled. You going to a party where there's all kinds of cigars? Maybe we'll follow you just to make sure you get there okay. Blay kept his eyes locked on Saxton. It's getting late anyway. Which means it's only the middle of our day. Blay stood up and reached into his pocket, but Saxton put his hand out and stopped him from getting his wallet. No, allow me. Another round of commentary from the Super Bowl stripper set soured the air even further and left Blay grinding his molars. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Saxton to pay the waiter, and then they were making their way to the door. Outside, the night's chilly air was a balm to the senses, and Blay took a deep breath. That place isn't always like that, Saxton murmured. Otherwise, I would never have taken you there. It's all right. As Blay started walking, he felt Saxton fall in beside him. When they got to the head of an alley, they paused to let a car hang a Louis on Commerce. So how are you feeling about all this? Blay faced the other male and decided life was too short to pretend he didn't know precisely what the this was. To be honest, I feel strange. And not about those charmers back there. I lied. I've never been on a date before. This got him a cocked brow and he had to laugh. Yup, I'm a real player. Saxton's suave air slipped and behind his eyes, true warmth glowed. Well, I'm glad I was your first. Blay met the guy's stare. How did you know I was gay? I didn't. I merely hoped. Blay laughed again. Well, there you go. After a pause, he put out his palm. Thank you for tonight. As Saxton slipped his hand in, a frisson of pure heat flared between them. You do realize that dates don't normally end this way. Assuming both parties are interested. Blay found that he was unable to let go of the male's palm. Oh, really? Saxton nodded. A kiss is more customary. Blay focused on the male's lips and abruptly wondered what they tasted like. Come here, Saxton murmured, pulling on their connection, drawing him into the shelter of the alley. Blay followed into the darkness, swept up under an erotic spell he had no interest in breaking. When they were in the lee of the buildings, he felt the male's chest come up against his own and then their hips fused. So he knew precisely how much Saxton was aroused. And Saxton knew he was the same. Tell me something, Saxton whispered. Have you ever kissed a male before? Blay didn't want to think of Quinn right now, and he shook his head to clear the image. When that didn't work and the guy's blue and green eyes lingered, he did the one thing guaranteed to get him to stop thinking of his pirate. He closed the distance between Saxton's mouth and his own. Quinn knew he should have gone right home. After he got summarily dismissed from Tor's house, no doubt so that John and Shex could do a little horizontal conversating, he should have gone back to the mansion and cozied up to some Herradura and minded his own goddamned business. But no. He'd taken form across the street from the only cigar bar in Caldwell and watch it in the rain like a Los Sierras. Blay and Saxton took up residential at a table right in the front window. He'd gotten a whole lot of bird's eye as his cousin had looked at his best friend with an elegant lust. And then some knuckleheads gave them a hard time and they left their cigars barely smoked and their ports mostly unfinished. Not wanting to get caught in the shadow game, Quinn had dematerialized into the alley beside the place, which quickly turned into a wrong place/wrong time kind of gig. Saxton's voice drifted over on the chilly breeze. You do realize that dates don't normally end this way. Assuming both parties are interested. Oh, really? A kiss is more customary. Quinn felt his fists tighten, and for a split second he actually thought of stepping out from behind the dumpster he was standing behind. But to do what? Ride on up into their space and be all red light, break it up, boys? Well, yeah. Exactly. Come here, Saxton murmured. Shit, the bastard sounded like a sex phone operator, all husky and mad sexed up. And, oh man, Blay was going with it, following the guy into the darkness. There were times when a vampire's incredible sense of hearing was a real balnasha. And of course, it didn't help if you put your head around the corner of the trash heap you were next to so you could have a clear visual shot. As the two of them came up against each other, Quinn's mouth dropped open. But not because he was shocked and not because he wanted in on the action. He simply couldn't breathe. It was as if his ribs had frozen along with his heart. No, goddammit, no. Tell me something, Saxton whispered. Have you ever kissed a male before? Yes, he has. Quinn wanted to scream. Blay shook his head. He actually shook his head. Quinn squeezed his eyes shut and forced himself to calm down enough to dematerialize. As he took form in front of the Brotherhood's mansion, he was shaking like a motherfucker. and briefly considered bending over and fertilizing the bushes with the dinner he'd eaten before leaving with Shex and John. A couple of inhales later, he decided it was more appealing to go with plan A and get good and shit-faced. With that in mind, he walked into the vestibule, got let in by Fritz, and headed for the kitchen. Hell, maybe he'd take it a little further than just a buzz. God knew Saxton wasn't going to want to stop at a kiss or two in a cold, damp alley, and Blay had looked like he was prepared to finally get what he'd needed all along. So there was plenty of time to hammer the hooch until he blacked the fuck out. Jesus Christ, Quinn thought as he rubbed his chest and heard his cousin's voice over and over again. Tell me something. Have you ever kissed a male before? The image of Blay shaking his head was like a scar on Quinn's brain, and didn't that just carry him right out the far side of the kitchen to the storage room where the cases of alcohol were kept? Such a cliché. Getting sauced because you didn't want to deal. But he might as well do one thing in his life according to tradition. Heading back through the kitchen, he realized there was at least one saving grace. When the pair of them did the deed, it had to be back at Saxton's house because no casual visitors were allowed in the king's home, ever. As he came out into the foyer, he stopped dead. Blay was just ducking in through the vestibule. Back so soon, Quinn said gruffly. Don't tell me my cousin is that fast. Blay didn't even pause. Just kept on going up the stairs. Your cousin is a gentleman. Quinn fell in behind his best friend, getting right on the guy's heels. You think? In my experience, he just looks like one. That got Blay to turn around. You always liked him before. He was your favorite. I can remember you talking about him like he was a god. I grew out of that. Well, I like him. A lot. Quinn wanted to growl, but killed the impulse by cracking open the Herradura he'd snagged off the shelf and taking a swallow. Good for you. I'm just thrilled for you both. Really? Then why aren't you even using a glass? Quinn marched around his buddy and didn't stop as Blay said, Where are John and Shex? Out. In the world. On their own. I thought you were supposed to stay with them? I was momentarily dismissed. Quinn paused at the top of the stairs and tapped the tear that had been tattooed under his eye. She's an assassin, for God's sake. She can take care of him just fine. Besides, they were hanging at Tor's old place. When he got to his room, Quinn kicked the door shut and stripped his clothes off. After swigging from the bottle, he closed his eyes and sent out a summons. Layla would be good company right about now. Right up his alley. After all, she had been trained for sex, and all she wanted to do was use him as an erotic gymnasium. He didn't have to worry about hurting her or her getting attached to him. She was a professional, so to speak. Or she would be when he was done with her. As for Blay, he had no idea why the guy had come back instead of heading off into Saxton's bed, but one thing was clear. The pair of them were attracted to each other, and Saxton wasn't the kind to wait when it came to somebody he wanted. Quinn and his cousin were related after all. And that wasn't going to save the son of a bitch in the slightest if he broke Blay's heart. 41. The party at the farmhouse went on, and more people kept coming. Their cars parking on the lawn. Their bodies jamming into the downstairs rooms. Most who showed were ones that Lash had seen at the extreme park, but not all of them. And they kept bringing more booze. 6-packs. Bottles. Kegs. God only knew what kinds of illegal were in their pockets. What the fuck, he started to think. Maybe he'd been wrong and the Omega had been snowed by his perversions. As a rolling breeze developed out of the north, Lash went perfectly still, keeping his camo in place and locking his mind down. Shadow. He projected a shadow in him and through him and around him. The Omega's arrival was preceded by an eclipse of the moon, and the idiots inside didn't have a clue what was doing. But that little shit did. The kid stepped out of the front door, the light from inside spilling out around him. Lash's blooded father came into form on the scruffy lawn, his white robes swirling around his body, his arrival driving the ambient air temperature down even further. As soon as he'd taken form, the shit walked up to him and the two embraced. There was the temptation to go off on the pair of them, to tell his father he was nothing but a fickle cocksucker and warn that little rat bitch his days and nights were numbered. The Omega's hooded face turned in Lash's direction. Lash stayed perfectly motionless and projected in his mind an utterly blank slate such that he was invisible inside and out. Shadow. 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 The pause lasted a lifetime because without a doubt if the Omega sensed Lash was around, it was game over. After a moment, the Omega refocused on his golden boy, and just as he did, some fucktwit tripped out the front door. his flailing arms and loose legs going haywire as he tried to keep upright. Once on the grass, the guy got close to a cabbage patch but didn't quite make it, before landing on his knees and hurling all over the foundation of the house. As people inside laughed at him and the sounds of the party rolled out into the night, the Omega swept up to the doorway. The party just kept raging as he went into the house, no doubt because the shwasted bastards were too far gone to realize that under that white drape, evil had just come into their mix. They weren't clueless for long, though. A massive light bomb went off, the blast of illumination sweeping through the house and streaming out of the windows to the tree line. As the roaring illumination dimmed to a soft glow, there were no upright survivors. All those lushes had dropped to the floor on a oneer, the good times over and then some. Holy shit, if this was headed where it seemed to be going. Lash sidled up to the house, being careful to leave no footprint literally or figuratively, and as he got closer, he heard an odd scraping sound. Coming to one of the living room's windows, he looked inside. The shit was dragging bodies around, lining them up side by side on the floor so that their heads were all facing north and there was a foot or so between them. Jesus. There were so many of the stiffs that the good little dead soldier routine stretched all the way out into the hall and into the dining room. The Omega hung back as if he liked the view of his boy toy muscling the men around. How precious. It took almost a half hour to get everyone in the row, the guys from the second floor getting dragged down the stairs so that their heads bounced on each step and left a bright red trail of blood. Made sense. Easier to pull a dead weight by the feet. When everybody was together, the shit got to work with a knife and it became an assembly line of inductions. Starting in the dining room, he sliced throats and wrists and ankles and chests, and the Omega followed behind, bleeding black into the open ribs, then hitting them with electricity before performing cardioectomies. No jars for this batch. When the hearts were extracted, they were pitched into a corner. Slaughterhouse much? By the time it was done, there was a pond of blood in the center of the living room where the floorboards had sagged, and another at the base of the stairs in the hall. Lash couldn't get a look-see all the way to the dining room, but he was damn sure there was one there as well. The moans of the inducted started up soon after, and the crop of misery that had been reaped was going to get louder and messier as the transition was bridged and the last of their humanity was vomited out of them. In the midst of the chorus of agony and confusion, the Omega twirled around, stepping over the writhing masses, dancing to and fro, his white robes trailing through the congealing crap on the floor and remaining unstained. In the corner, the shit lit up a joint and tokayed away like he was taking a breather after a good job done well. Lash stepped back from the window and then retreated toward the trees, all the while keeping his eyes on that house. Damn it, he should have done something like this. But he hadn't had the contacts in the human world to pull it off. Unlike the shit. Man, this was going to change everything for the vampires. Those fuckers were going to actually face a legion of the enemy again. Back at the Mercedes, Lash started the engine and eased out of Farmlandia the long way so he didn't go anywhere near that house. Behind the wheel, with the cold air hitting his face thanks to the shot-out window glass, he was grim. Fuck females and all that bullshit for real. His sole goal in life was to knock out the shit. Take the Omega's little prize. Destroy the lessening society. Well, females were mostly out of it. He felt absolutely drained because he needed to feed whatever was happening to his outer layer. His inside was still craving blood and he had to solve this problem before he could face his daddy-o. Or he was going to get popped. As he drove toward downtown, he took out his phone and marveled at what he was about to do. But then, a common enemy had a way of making strange alliances. Back at the Brotherhood compound, Blake got undressed in his bathroom and stepped under the shower. As he took the soap and frothed up some suds, he thought about the kiss in that alley. About that male? About that kiss? Moving his palms over his pecs, he tilted his head back and let the warm water run down his hair and his back to his ass. His body felt like it wanted to arch harder and he let it do its thing, stretching, luxuriating in the warm rush. He took his time shampooing his hair and running that slippery, soapy hand of his around. While he thought of that kiss some more. God. It was as if the memory of their lips together was a magnet that dragged him back to home again and again. The pull too strong to fight, the connection too enticing for him to want to avoid it. Sweeping his palms down his torso, he wondered when he was going to see Saxton again, when they were going to be alone again. Moving lower with his hand, Sire. Blay spun around, his heel squeaking on the marble. Covering his hard, heavy cock with both hands, he ducked around the glass door. Layla? The chosen smiled at him shyly and ran her eyes down his body. I was called forth? To serve? I didn't call. Maybe she was confused? Unless Quinn summoned me forth. I assumed it was to this room. Blay briefly shut his eyes as his erection faded. And then he gave himself a boot in his Key West and canned the hot water. Reaching around, he snapped a towel free and wrapped it around his hips. No, chosen, he said quietly. Not here. His room. Oh, forgive me, sire. She began to back out of the room, her cheeks flaming. It's all right, watch out. Blay lunged forward and caught her just as she bumped into the tub and lost her balance. You okay? Verily, I should look where I goeth. She glanced up into his eyes, her hands coming to rest on his bare arms. Thank you. Staring down at her perfectly beautiful face, it was obvious why Quinn was interested. She was ethereal for sure, but there was more to it, especially as her lids lowered and her green eyes flashed. Innocent but erotic. That was it. She was that captivating combination of purity and raw sex which to normal males was undeniable, and Quinn was not even close to normal. He'd bang anything. Wonder if the chosen knew that, or whether it would matter to her if she did. With a frown, Blay set her back from him. Layla. Yes, sire. Well, hell, what was he going to say to her? It was damn clear she hadn't been called back to feed Quinn because they'd just done that the night before. Christ, maybe that was the point. They'd already had sex once, and she was returning for more. Sire. Nothing. You'd better go. I'm sure he's waiting. Indeed. Layla's fragrance surged, the cinnamon spice flaring in Blay's nose. And for that I am so grateful. As she turned and left, Blay watched her hips sway and felt like screaming. He did not want to think of Quinn having sex next door, for fuck's sake. The mansion had been the one place uncontaminated by all the extracurricular grind. Now, though, all he could see was Layla walking into Quinn's room and letting that white robe fall down from her shoulders, her breasts, and her belly, and her thighs revealed to his mismatched stare. She'd be in his bed and under his body in the blink of an eye. And Quinn would do her right. That was the thing, at least when it came to sex, he was generous with his time and his talents. He'd be all over her with everything he had, his hands and his mouth. Right? No need to go there. Toweling off, it occurred to him that maybe Layla was the perfect partner for the guy. With her training, she would not only please him on every level, she would never expect monogamy from him or resent him for his other exploits or push him for emotional connections he didn't feel. She would probably even join in the fun because it was obvious by the way she walked that she was comfortable with her body. She was perfect for him. Better than Blay for sure. Besides, Quinn had made it clear he was going to end up with a female. A traditional female with traditional values who was preferably from the aristocracy, assuming he could find one who would take him even with the defect of those mismatched peepers. Layla totally fit that bill, nothing more old school or hybrid than a chosen, and it was clear she wanted him. Feeling like he was cursed, Blay went into his closet and changed into nylon shorts and an Under Armour shirt. No way was he going to sit here and cozy up with a good book while whatever was going down next door went down. Didn't need those pictures either, even in the hypothetical. Stepping out into the Hall of Statues, he rushed down past the marble figures, envying them their calm poses and their serene faces. Sure as shit, the everything's cool routine made being inanimate seem like a good deal. Whereas it meant they felt no joy, they didn't have to go through this burning pain either. When he got down to the foyer, he shot around the banister's curling end and ducked through the hidden doorway. In the tunnel to the training center, he struck up a jog as a warm-up, and as he emerged through the back of the office closet, he didn't slow down. The weight room was the only place he could stand to be right now. Good hour or so on the Stairmaster, and he might not feel like peeling his own skin off with a rusty spoon. Coming out into the corridor, he pulled up short as he saw a lone figure propped against the concrete wall. Shex? What are you doing here? Well, other than clearly staring a hole in the floor. The female glanced over and her dark gray eyes seemed like hollow pits. Hey. Blay frowned as he walked up to her. Where's John? He's in there. She nodded at the door to the weight room, which would explain the dull pounding he heard. Somebody was clearly running the shit out of one of the treadmills. What happened? Blay said, putting her expression and what John's Nikes were doing together and coming up with a whole lot of oh shit. Shex let her head fall against the wall that was holding her body up. It was all I could do to get him back here. Why? Her eyes flicked over. Let's just say he wants Afterlash. Well, that's understandable. Yeah. As the word drifted out of her mouth, he had a sense he didn't know the half of it, but it was clear that was as far as she was going to go with the commentary. Abruptly, her storm cloud-colored stare sharpened on his face. "So you're the reason Quinn was in such a bad mood tonight?" Blay recoiled and then shook his head. "It's got nothing to do with me. Quinn is usually in a bad mood. People going in the wrong direction will get like that. Round pegs just don't fit in square holes." Blay cleared his throat, thinking sympaths, even ones who were arguably not against you, were not the kind of thing you wanted to be around when you were raw and exposed. Like, say, when the male you wanted was doing right by a chosen who had a face like an angel and a body built for sin. God only knew what Shex was picking up on from where his head was at. "Well, I'm going for a workout." Like his rig wasn't a dead giveaway. "Good. Maybe you can talk to him." "I will." Blay hesitated, thinking Shex looked a little too much like he felt. "Listen, not for nothing, but you're clearly spent. Maybe you could go up to a guest room and sleep." She shook her head. "I'm not leaving him. And I'm out here waiting only because I was making him crazy. The sight of me isn't good for his mental health at the moment. I'm hoping that's no longer true after he breaks the second treadmill." "Second?" "I'm pretty damn sure the flapping and the smell of smoke about 15 minutes ago meant he ran one of them into the ground." "Damn." "Yup." Bracing himself, Blay ducked into the weight room. "Jesus Christ, John." His voice didn't carry at all. Then again, the roar of the treadmill and John's slamming strides would have drowned out a car backfiring. The guy's massive body was in a full-out bolt on the machine, his t-shirt and torso dripping with sweat, droplets flicking off his cranked fists and creating twin tracks of damp on either side on the floor. Both his white socks had red blushes streaking up from his heels as if he'd worn patches of skin off, and the black nylon shorts he had on his hips slapped like a wet towel. "John?" Blay shouted as he measured the burned-out machine next to the one the guy was on. "John." When yelling didn't bring that head around, Blay stalked over and waved his hands right in the guy's visual field. And then wished he hadn't. The eyes that locked on his were blazing with a hatred so vicious, Blay took a step back. As John refocused on the air in front of his face, it was pretty damn clear that the fucker was going to keep this up until he was a yard shorter from having run his legs into stubs. "John, how about you step off?" Blay hollered. "Before you fall off?" No response. Just the screaming whirl of the treadmill and the carpet-bombing sound of those feet. "John, come on now. You're killing yourself." "Fuck this." Blay walked around behind the piece of equipment and yanked the cord out of the wall. The abrupt slowdown caused John to trip and fall forward, but he caught himself on the console's arms. Or maybe just collapsed onto them. His heaving breaths tore in and out of his lax mouth as his head lolled on his arm. Blay pulled a weight bench over and parked it so he could look into the guy's face. "John, what the hell's going on?" John let go of the console and fell back on his ass, his legs giving out from under him. After a series of sawing breaths, he drew his hand through his wet hair. "Talk to me, John. I'll keep it just between us. I swear it on the life of my mother." It was quite a while before John lifted his head, and when he did, his eyes were shiny, and not from sweat or exertion. "Talk to me and it goes nowhere," Blay whispered. "What happened? Tell me." When the guy eventually signed, it was messy, but Blay read the words just fine. "He hurt her, Blay. He hurt her." "Well, yeah, I know. I heard about the shape she was in when she..." John squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. In the tense silence that followed, the skin on the back of Blay's neck tightened. "Oh, shit. There had been more to it, hadn't there?" "How bad?" Blay growled. "Bad as it gets," John mouthed. "Motherfucker. Bastard-ass motherfucker. Cocksucking rat bitch bastard motherfucker." Blay wasn't big into the swearing thing, but sometimes that was all you had to offer the ears of others. Shex wasn't his female, but you didn't hurt the fairer sex as far as he was concerned. For any reason. And never, ever like that. God, her pained expression hadn't been just worry for John. It had been about memories. Awful, hideous memories. "John, I'm so sorry." Fresh drops fell from the guy's chin onto the treadmill's black band, and John wiped his eyes a couple of times before he looked over. In his face, anguish warred with the kind of fury that made your balls get tight. Which made perfect sense. With his history, this was a crusher on so many levels. "I've got to kill him," John signed. "I can't live with myself if I don't take him out." As Blay nodded, the whys of the vengeance were obvious. Bonded male with a bad history? Lash's death warrant had just had paid stamped on it. Blake curled up a fist and offered his knuckles. Anything you need, anything you want, I'm with you. And I won't say a word. John waited a moment and then met fist with fist. I knew I could count on you, he mouthed. Always, Blake vowed. Always. 42. Eliyahu Rathbun's house went fully silent again about an hour after Greg's aborted trip to the 3rd floor, but he waited long after that butler had gone back downstairs before he gave the Ascension another shot. He and Holly passed the time not by fucking, which was their old MO, but by talking. And the thing was, he realized the more they said, the less he knew about her. He didn't have a clue that her hobby was something as apple pie-ish as knitting, or that her larger ambition was to segue into real television news, which wasn't a shocker on the face of things. A lot of bobble-headed females in the reality world had loftier ambitions than introducing amateur high-steppers or commenting on how cockroaches were eaten. And he even knew that she'd given local news a shot in the Pittsburgh market before getting fired from that entry-level position. What he hadn't had a clue about was the real reason why she'd left that first job of hers. The married general manager had expected her to perform for a different, more private kind of camera, and when she told him no, he'd pink-slipped her after setting her up to fail on air. Greg had seen the tape of the reporting job where she'd butchered her words. After all, he did his homework, and though her audition for him had gone great, he always checked references. Guess that was what had started him off with his assumptions about her. Pretty face, great rack, nothing much else to offer. But that wasn't the worst of his misconceptions. He'd never known she had a brother who was handicapped, who she was supporting. She'd shown him a picture of the two of them together. And when Greg had asked out loud how it was possible he hadn't known about the boy, she'd had the honesty to tell him the way it was. Because you'd laid out the lines and that was over the line. Naturally, he'd had the normal male reaction to defend himself, but the fact was she was right. He had drawn the boundaries pretty fucking clearly. Which meant no jealousy, no explanations, nothing permanent and nothing personal. Not exactly the environment you wanted to make yourself vulnerable in. That realization was what had had him pulling her up against his chest and putting his chin on her head and stroking her back. Right before she'd gone to Dreamland, she'd mumbled something in a soft voice. Something like, it was the best night she'd ever had with him. And this in spite of the monstrous orgasms he'd given her. Well, given her when it suited him. There had been a lot of dates that he'd canceled at the last minute and phone messages that went unreturned and brush-offs, both verbal and physical. Man, what a shit he'd been. When Greg finally got up to go, he tucked Holly in, turned the motion-activated camera on, and slipped out into the hallway. Silence all around. Padding down the corridor, he went back to the exit sign and ducked into that rear stairwell. Up the steps, around the landing, another flight, and then he was at the door. No banging this time around. He took out a thin screwdriver that was normally used on the camera equipment and got to work jimmying the lock. It was easier than he'd thought, actually. Just one poke and shift and the thing sprang loose. The door did not squeak, which surprised him. What was on the other side, however, shocked the ever-loving hell out of him. The 3rd floor was a cavernous space with old-fashioned, rough-hewn floorboards and a ceiling that sloped at a steep angle on either side. Down at the far end, there was a table with an oil lamp on it, and the glow turned the smooth walls into a golden yellow, as well as illuminated the black boots of whoever was sitting in a chair just outside the pool of light. Big boots! And suddenly there was no question who the SB was and what he'd done. I have you on tape, Greg said to the figure. The soft laugh that came back at him made Greg's adrenal gland go into overdrive. Low and cold, it was the kind of sound killers made when they were about to get to work with a knife. Do you? That accent. What the fuck was it? Not French. Not Hungarian. Whatever. The idea Holly had been taken advantage of made him taller and stronger than he really was. I know what you did. The night before last. I'd tell you to take a chair, but as you can see, I only have one. I'm not fucking around. Greg took a step forward. I know what happened with her. She didn't want you. She wanted the sex. Motherfucking asshole. She was asleep. Was she? The boot tip swung up and down. Appearances, like psyches, can be deceiving. Who the hell do you think you are? I own this fine house. That is who I am. I'm the one who gave you permission to play with all your cameras. Well, you can kiss that shit goodbye now. I'm not advertising this place. Oh, I think you will. It's in your nature. You don't know dick about me. I think it's the other way around. You don't know dick, as you call it, About yourself. She said your name, by the way, when she came. This made Greg furious to the point that he took another step forward. I would be careful there, the voice said. You don't want to get hurt, and I'm considered to be insane. I'm calling the police. You have no cause. Consenting adults and all that. She was asleep. That boot shifted around and planted on the ground. Watch your tone, boy. Before there was time to get fired up about the insult, the man leaned forward in the chair, and Greg lost his voice. What came into the light made no sense. On a shitload of levels. It was the portrait. From downstairs in the parlor. Only living and breathing. The only difference was that the hair was not pulled back, it was down over shoulders that were 2 times the size of Greg's, and the stuff was black and red. Oh God! Those eyes were the color of the sunrise, gleaming and peach-colored. Utterly hypnotic. And yes, partially mad. I suggest, came a drawl in that odd accent, that you back out of this attic and go down to that lovely lady of yours. Are you a descendant of Rathbones? The man smiled. Right, okay. There was something very wrong with his front teeth. He and I have things in common, it's true. Jesus. Time for you to run along and finish your little project. No more with the smiling, which was a relief of sorts. And a word of advice in lieu of the ass-kicking I'm tempted to give you. You might take care of your woman better than you have been lately. She has honest feelings for you, which is not her fault and which you clearly have been undeserving of her. You wouldn't smell like guilt at this moment. You're lucky to have the one you want by your side, so stop being a blind fool about it. Greg didn't get shocked all that often, but for the life of him, he didn't have any idea what to say. How did this stranger know so much? And Christ, Greg hated that Holly had been with someone else. But she had said his name? Wave goodbye. Raboon lifted his own hand and mimed a child's gesture. I promise to leave your woman alone, provided you quit ignoring her. Now go on, bye-bye. Out of a reflex that was not his own, Greg brought up his arm and did a little flapping before his feet turned his ass around and started walking toward the door. God, his temples hurt. God. Damn. Why was? Where? His mind ground to a halt as if its gears had been glued up. Down to the 2nd floor. Down to his room. As he took off his clothes and got into bed in his boxers, he put his aching head on the pillow next to Holly's, drew her up against him and tried to remember. He was supposed to do something. What was? The 3rd floor. He had to go up to the 3rd floor. He had to find out what was up there. Fresh pain lanced through his brain, killing not only the impulse to go anywhere, but any interest in what was above them in the attic. Closing his eyes, he had the strangest vision of a foreign stranger with a familiar face. But then he passed the fuck out and nothing else mattered. 43. The infiltration into the mansion next door posed no problem at all. After regarding the activity of the manse, and finding nothing to suggest movement within the walls, Darius declared that he and Torment would go in. And in they went, dematerializing from the ring of woods that separated the 2 estates. They reformed beside the kitchen wing, whereupon they simply walked right in through a stout wooden frame door. Indeed, the biggest obstacle to breaching the exterior was overcoming the crushing feeling of dread. With every step and every breath, Darius had to force himself to go forward, his instincts screaming that he was in the wrong place. And yet he refused to turn back. He was out of other practical roads on which to traverse, and though Samson's daughter might well not be here, with no other leads, he had to do something or go mad. This house feels haunted, Torment muttered as they both looked around the servants' common room. Darius nodded. But recollect that any ghosts rest solely in your mind, and are not among whoever tallies under this roof. Come, we must locate any subterranean quarters. If the humans have taken her, they must needs keep her underground. As they made their way silently past the massive kitchen hearth and the curing meats that hung from hooks, it was so very clearly a human house. All was quiet up above and all around, in contrast to a vampire manse where this would be an active time of preparation for last meal. Alas, that this household was made up of the other race was no confirmation the female was not held herein and could perhaps recommend that conclusion. Although vampires knew for certain of the existence of mankind, there was not but myths of vampires abounding on the human cultural periphery because that was how those with fangs survived with greater ease. Still, from time to time there were inevitable and bona fide contacts between those who chose to remain hidden and those with prying eyes, and these infrequent brushes with one another explained human scary stories and fantastical whimsies of anything from Bean City to witches to ghosts to bloodsuckers. Indeed, the human mind appeared to suffer from a crippling need to fabricate in the absence of concrete proof. Which made sense, given that race's self-referential understanding of the world and their place in it. Anything that didn't fit was forced into the superstructure, even if that meant creating paranormal elements. And what a coup for a wealthy household to capture physical evidence of such ephemeral superstitions. Especially lovely, defenseless evidence. There was no telling what had been observed by this household over time. What oddities had been witnessed in their neighbors. What racial differences had been unexpectedly exposed and noted by virtue of the two estates being brothers in landscape. Darius cursed under his breath and thought that this was why vampires should not live so close among humans. Separation was best. Congregation and separation. He and Torment covered the first floor of the mansion by dematerializing from room to room, shifting as the shadows thrown in the moonlight did, passing around the carved furnishings and tapestries without sound or substance. The biggest concern and why they did not traverse the stone floors on foot. Sleeping dogs. Many of the manses had them for guards, and that was a complication they could well do without. Hopefully, if there were some within the household, they were curled at the feet of the master's bed. And would the same be true for any personal guard? However, they had fortune on their side. No dogs. No guard. At least, not that they saw, heard, or scented, and they were able to locate the passage that led underground. Both of them produced candles and lit the wicks, the flames flickering over the hurried, careless workmanship of the rough, hewn steps and the uneven walls, all of which seemed to indicate that the family never made this sojourn below, only the servants. More proof this was not a vampire household. Underground quarters were among the most lavish in such homes. Down on the lower level, the stone beneath their feet yielded to packed earth and the air grew heavy with cold dampness. As they progressed farther under the great mansion, they found storage rooms filled with caskets of wine and mead and bins of salted meats and baskets of potatoes and onions. At the far end, Darius expected to find a second set of stairs that they could take back up out of the earth. Instead, they just came to a termination of the subterranean hall. No door. Just a wall. He looked around to see if there were tracks on the ground or fissures in the stones indicating a hidden panel or section. There were none. In order to be certain, he and Torment ran their hands over the walling surface and over the floor. There were many windows on the upper stories, Torment murmured. But perhaps if they kept her above, they could have drawn the drapes. Or mayhap there are windowless interior rooms. As the pair of them faced the dead end they'd hit, that sense of dread, of being in an incorrect place, swelled in Darius's chest until breath was short and sweat formed under his arms and down his spine. He had a feeling Torment was suffering from a similar bout of anxious trepidation, for the male shifted his weight back and forth, back and forth. Darius shook his head. Verily, she appears to be elsewhere. Very true, vampire. Darius and Torment wheeled around while unsheathing their daggers. Looking at what had taken them by surprise, Darius thought, well, that explains the dread. The white-robed figure blocking the way out was not human and was not vampire. It was a Symphoth. 44. As Shex waited outside of the weight room, she regarded her emotions with dispassionate interest. It was, she supposed, like staring at a stranger's face and taking note of the imperfections and the coloring and the features for no other reason than that they had presented themselves for observation. Her urge for revenge had been eclipsed by an honest concern for John. Surprise, surprise. Then again, she'd never imagined seeing that kind of fury up close and personal, especially from the likes of him. It was as if he had an inner beast that had roared free from some interior cage. Man, the bonded male was not something you fucked around with. And she wasn't kidding herself. That was the reason he'd reacted the way he had, and was also the cause of those dark spices she'd scented around him since she'd gotten out of Lash's prison, sometime during the weeks of her brutal holiday. John's attraction and respect for her had gelled into the irrevocable. Shit. What a mess. As the sound of the treadmill got cut off abruptly, she was willing to bet Blaylock had pulled the cord out of the wall, and good for him if he had. She tried to get John to stop pulling a death by Nike, but when reasoning with him had gotten her absolutely nowhere, she'd taken up sentry duty out here. No way she could watch him run himself into the ground. Listening to the punishment was bad enough. Down the hall, the glass door to the office swung open and the brother Torment appeared. Given the glow that emanated from behind him, Lassiter had come into the training center as well, but the fallen angel hung back. How is John? As the brother he walked over. His concern was in his hard face and his tired eyes, and also in his grid, which was lit up in the regret sectors. Made sense on a lot of levels. Shex glanced at the weight room door. Appears to have rethought a career change to marathoner. Either that or he just killed another treadmill. Tor's towering height forced her to tilt her head up, and it was a surprise to see what was behind his blue eyes. There was knowledge in his stare, deep knowledge that made her own emotional circuits fire with suspicion. In her experience, strangers who looked at you like that were dangerous. "How are you?" he asked softly. It was strange. She hadn't had a lot of contact with the brother, but whenever their paths had crossed, he'd always been particularly, well, kind, which was why she always avoided him. She dealt much better with toughness than she did with anything tender. Frankly, he made her jumpy. As she stayed quiet, his face tightened as if she'd disappointed him, but he didn't blame her for the shortfall. "Okay," he said. "I won't pry." Jesus, she was a bitch. "No, it's all right. You just really don't want me to answer that right now." Fair enough. His eyes narrowed on the weight room door, and she got the distinct impression he was trapped outside of it as much as she was, shut down by the male who was suffering on the other side. "So you called up to the kitchen to get me?" She took out the key John had used to let them into the guy's former house. "Just wanted to give this back to you and tell you there was a problem." The brother's emotional grid went black and vacant, everything lights out. "What kind of problem?" "One of your sliding glass doors is broken. It's going to need a couple of sheets of plywood to cover it up. We were able to re-engage the security alarm so the motion detectors inside are on, but you've got a hell of a draft. I'll be happy to fix it today." Assuming John either finished off the rest of the exercise machines, ran out of running shoes, or fell over in a dead heap. "Which?" Tor cleared his throat. "Which door?" "The one in John Matthews' room." The brother frowned. "Was it broken when you got there?" "No. It just spontaneously busted. Glass doesn't do that without a good reason." And hadn't she given John Matthew one? True enough. Tor stared at her and she looked right back at him, and the silence grew thick as mud. The thing was, though, as nice a guy and as good a soldier as the brother was, she had nothing to share with him. "Who do I talk to about getting some plywood?" she prompted. "Don't worry about it. And thanks for letting me know." As the brother turned and walked back into the office, she felt like hell, which she supposed was yet another connection she had with John Matthew. Except instead of setting a land/speed record, she just wanted to take a knife and cut her inner forearms to release the pressure. God, she was such a crybaby emo sometimes, she truly was. But those chillaches of hers not only kept her sympath side in check, they helped her dim down the things she didn't want to feel, which was a booted 99% of emotion. "Thank you very much." 10 minutes later, Blaylock ducked his head out of the door. His eyes were locked on the floor and his emotions were in an upheaval, which made sense. No one liked to see a buddy self-destruct, and having to conversate with the person who'd sent the poor bastard into a free fall wasn't exactly a happy. "Listen, John's gone into the locker room to take a shower. I got him to quit the Running Man impression, but he needs a little more time, I think." "Okay. I'll keep waiting for him here in the hall." Blaylock nodded, and then there was this awkward pause. "I'm going to go work out now." After the door eased shut, she picked her jacket and her weapons up and wandered down toward the locker room. The office was empty, which meant Tor had gone along his merry way, no doubt to set up some Tim the Toolman Taylor time with a dog Jen. And the resonant quiet told her there was no one in any of the classrooms, gym, or clinic. Sliding down the wall, she let her ass bottom out on the floor and hung her arms off her knees. Letting her head fall back, she closed her eyes. God, she was exhausted. "John's still in there?" Shex snapped awake. Her gun pointed right up at Blaylock's chest. As the guy leaped back, she immediately flipped on the safety and lowered the muzzle. "Sorry, old habits die hard." "Ah, yeah." The guy motioned his white towel toward the locker room. "Is John still in there? It's been over an hour." She flipped her wrist up and looked at the watch she'd snagged. Christ. Shex got to her feet and cracked the door. The sound of the shower running wasn't much of a relief. "Is there any other way out?" "Just through the weight room, which opens only into this hall." "Okay, I'm going to go talk to him," she said, praying it was the right thing to do. "Good. I'll finish my workout. Call me if you need me." She pushed through the door, and inside, the place was standard issue, all banks of beige metal lockers separated by wooden benches. Following the sound of falling water to the right, she passed by a bay of urinals, stalls, and sinks that seemed lonely without a bunch of sweaty, naked, towel-snapping males putting them to use. She found John in an open area with dozens of showerheads and tile on every square inch of the floors, walls, and ceiling. He was in his t-shirt and running shorts and was sitting against the wall, his arms hanging off his knees, his head down, the water rushing over his huge shoulders and torso. Her first thought was that she had been outside in exactly the same position. Her second was that she was surprised he could stand being so still. His emotional grid was not the only thing lit up, that shadow behind it was likewise afire with anguish. It was as if the two parts of him were both in a kind of mourning, no doubt because he'd suffered or been witness to too many cruel losses in this life. And perhaps another. And where all that put him emotionally terrified her. The dense black void created in him was so powerful it warped the superstructure of his psyche. Taking him where she had been in that fucking ore. Taking him to the pinpoint of madness. Stepping over the tiled lip in the floor, her skin goosebumped at the chill in the air that came from his feelings. And the reality that she'd done it again. This was murder, only worse. Jesus Christ, she was a fucking black widow when it came to males of worth. John? He didn't look up, although she wasn't sure whether he was even aware she was in front of him. He was back in the past, sucked in and held in the vice of memory. Frowning. She found her eyes following the path of the water that revered its way out from under him and traveled across the tilted tile plane. To the drain. The drain. Something with that drain. Something to do with Lash? Within the embrace of the solitude and against the backdrop of the quiet sound of the water spray, she unleashed her bad side for a good purpose. In a great rush, her sympath instincts dove into John, penetrating through his physical territory and going deep into his mind and his recollections. As he lifted his head and looked up at her in shock, everything went red and two-dimensional. The tile becoming a blush pink, John's dark, damp hair changing to the color of blood, the water twinkling like rose champagne. The images she got were drawn with a quill of terror and shame, a dark stairway in an apartment building not unlike the one he'd taken her to, him a small pre-trans being forced by a fetid human male. Oh, God, no. Shex's knees gave out and she wobbled, then just let herself go to the ground, landing on the slick tile so hard her bones rattled and her teeth clapped together. No, not John, she thought. Not when he was defenseless and innocent and so very alone. Not when he was lost in the human world, scrounging to survive. Not him. Not like that. With her sympath side out and her eyes undoubtedly glowing red, they sat there staring at each other. He knew she'd read him and he hated her knowledge with such a fury she wisely kept any sorrow or commiseration to herself. He didn't appear to resent that she'd invaded him, though. It was more like he wished like fuck he didn't have that to share with anybody. What does Lash have to do with it, she said roughly. Because he's all over your mind. John's eyes shifted to the drain in the center and she got the impression he was seeing blood pooling around the stainless steel cap. Lashes. Shex narrowed her eyes, the backstory becoming pretty damned guessable. Lash had found out about John's secret. Somehow. And she didn't need her sympath side to tell her what the fucker would have done with information like that. A baseball announcer would seek less of an audience. As John's stare came back to her, she felt a shattering communion with him. No barriers, no worries about being vulnerable. Even though they were both fully clothed, each was naked before the other. She knew damn well she was never going to find this with any other male. Or any other person. He knew without words all she had been through and everything that those kind of experiences spawned when they were triggered. And she knew the same for him. And maybe that shadow on his emotional grid was a kind of bifurcation of his psyche caused by the trauma he'd been through. Maybe his mind and his soul had gotten together and agreed to cut the past out and put it toward the back of his mental and emotional attic. Maybe that was why these two parts of him were so vividly animated. Made sense. And so did the vengeance he was feeling. After all, Lash had been intimately involved in both sets of wrongs, his and hers. Information like John's in the wrong hands? Almost as bad as the horror that had actually happened because you relived that shit every time someone else learned of the story. Which was why she never talked about her time up in the colony with her father, or that shit in the human medical clinic. Or, yeah. John raised his forefinger and tapped beside his eye. Mine are red, she murmured. When he nodded, she rubbed her face. Sorry. I'm probably going to need to get another pair of chilaches. As he shut the water off, she dropped her hands. Who else knows? About you. John frowned, then mouthed, Blay, Quinn. Zadist. Havers. A therapist. When he shook his head, she took that to mean it was the end of the list. I'm not going to say anything to anyone. Her eyes went over his huge body from those shoulders to his powerful biceps and his tremendous thighs, and she found herself wishing he'd been this size back in that grungy stairwell. At least he wasn't as he'd been when he'd been hurt anymore, although that was true only on the outside. Inside, he was all the ages he'd ever lived through, the infant who'd been abandoned, the child who'd been unwanted, the pre-trans who'd been out in the world on his own, and now the grown male, who was an ass-kicker in the field and a loyal friend and, going by what he'd done to that lesser in the brownstone and what he undoubtedly wanted to do to Lash, a very nasty enemy. And didn't this add up to a problem? As far as she was concerned, the son of the Omega was hers to murder. Not that they needed to cover that right now. As the dampness from the tile sneaked into the seat of her scrubs, and water dripped off of John, she was surprised by what she wanted to do. On a lot of levels, it didn't make sense, and it certainly wasn't a hot idea. The logic wasn't a big player in this moment between them. Shex shifted forward and put her palms on the slick shower floor. Moving slowly, going hand, knee, she went toward him. She knew when he caught her scent, because under the sopping wet running shorts his cock twitched and hardened. When she was face to face with him, she locked her eyes on his mouth. Our minds are already together. I want the flesh to follow. With that, she leaned in and tilted her head. Just before she kissed him, she paused. But not because she was worried he was going to turn away. She knew by the dark bonding spice he was throwing out that John was not interested in pulling back. No, you've got it all wrong, John. Reading his emotions, she shook her head. You're not half the male you could be because of what was done to you. You're twice what anyone else is because you survived. You know, life put you in places you never expected. Under no circumstances, not even in the worst nightmares his subconscious had burped up, had John ever thought he would be able to handle Shex knowing about how he'd been hurt when he was young. The thing was, no matter how big or strong his body got, he'd never shed the reality of how weak he'd once been. And the threat of those he respected finding out brought that weakness back not just once, but perpetually. Yet here they were with his skeleton not just out of the closet, but draped in strobe lights. And as for his shower, he was still dying inside that she'd been hurt like that. It was too painful to think about, too horrible not to dwell on. Then add in his need as a bonded male to protect her and keep her safe, and the fact that he knew exactly how awful it was to be victimized in that way. If he'd only found her sooner. If he'd just worked harder. Yeah, but she'd freed herself. Hadn't she? He hadn't been the one to spring her, for fuck's sake. He'd stood in the goddamn room she'd been raped in with her and not even known she was there. It was almost too much to live with, all the layers and the intersections making his head hum to the point where he felt like his brain had turned into a helicopter that was on the verge of levitating up, and away, never to return again. The only thing keeping him grounded was the prospect of killing Lash. As long as he knew the fucker was out there breathing in the world, John had a focus that kept the roof on his house. Killing Lash was his link to sanity and purpose, the galvanizing in his steel. One more intrinsic weakness, though, like not avenging his female, and he was game over. John, she said, clearly in an effort to pull him out of his tailspin. Focusing on her, he stared into her red, glowing eyes and was reminded that she was a sympath, which meant she could burrow into him and trigger all of his inner trapdoors, springing his demons just to watch them dance. Except she hadn't done that had Shesh gotten into him, yes, but only to understand where he was at. And upon seeing into his dark parts, she wasn't yucking it up and pointing fingers at him, or recoiling in disgust. Instead, she'd prowled over to him like a she-cat, looking like she wanted to kiss him. His eyes dropped down to her lips. What do you know, he could stand some of that kind of connection. Words weren't enough to assuage the self-loathing he felt, but her hands on his skin, her mouth on his, her body up against his own. That not talking was what he needed. That's right, she said, her eyes burning, and not just from the sympathy in her. You and I need this. John reached up and put his cold, wet hands on her face. Then he looked around. Now might be the time, but here was not the place. He was not making love to her on the hard tile. Come with me, he mouthed, standing up and pulling her to his side. His heart-on tented the front of his running shorts as they left the locker room, the urge to made a roar in his blood that was nonetheless held in check by the need to do right by her and give her something gentle in place of the violence she'd suffered. Instead of heading for the tunnel back to the main house, he took them to the right. There was no way he was going up to his room with her under his arm and him sporting an erection the size of an I-beam. Besides, he was soaking wet. Way too much to explain to the perma-peanut gallery the mansion offered. Next to the locker room, but not connected to it, was a stretching facility with massage tables and a whirlpool bath in the corner. Place also had a shitload of blue mats that hadn't been used since they'd been laid down. The brothers barely had time to spar, much less play ballerina with their precious hamstrings and glutes. John buttressed the door closed with a plastic chair and turned to face Shex. She was walking around, her lithe body and smooth strides better than an entire strip show as far as he was concerned. Reaching to the side, he killed the lights. The red and white exit sign over the door created a pool of dim light that his body split in half. His shadow a tall, dark divide that stretched all the way across the blue flooring to Shex's feet. "God, I want you," she said. She wasn't going to have to say that twice. Kicking off his Nikes, he pulled his shirt over his head and let it fall to the mats in a flap. Then he linked his thumbs in the waistband of his running shorts and drew them down his thighs, his cock popping free and standing straight out of him. The fact that it pointed to her like a divining rod was no big surprise. Everything from his brain to his blood to his beating heart was focused on the female who stood no more than 10 feet away. But he wasn't going to just jump on her and pound away. Nope. Not even if it gave him balls the color of a smuff. His thoughts stopped being logical as her hands went to the bottom hem of her sweatshirt and, in an elegant shift, she pulled it up her torso and over her head. Underneath, she had on nothing except for her beautiful, smooth skin and her tight, high breasts. As her scent roared across the way and he began to pant, those nimble fingers of hers went to the tie on the scrubs and loosened it, the thin green cotton falling in a rush to her ankles. Oh, sweet God, she was gloriously bared to him, and the impressive lines of her body were astonishing. Although they'd had sex 2 times, both had been fast and hot, so he'd never had the chance to look at her properly. John blinked hard. For a moment, all he could see were the bruises that had been on her when he'd found her, especially the ones on the insides of her thighs. To know now that she hadn't gotten them from just hand-to-hand fighting. "Don't go there, John," she said hoarsely. "I'm not and you shouldn't. Just don't go there. He's already taken too much from both of us." His throat tightened around a roar of vengeance, which he managed to stifle only because he knew she was right. With sheer force of will, he decided that door behind him, the one he jammed shut with the chair, was going to keep out not just passers-by of the living variety, but the ghosts of wrongs as well. There would be time on the other side of this private commune for evening the score. "You were so beautiful," he mouthed. But of course she couldn't see his lips. Guess he was going to have to show her. John took a step forward and another. And it wasn't just him going toward her. She met him in the middle, halfway between her point A and his point B, her form encased in the shadow thrown by his body and yet nevertheless the only thing he saw. As they came together, his chest was pumping and so was his heart. "I love you," he mouthed in the dark slice he'd cut out of the light. They each reached for the other at the same moment. He went for her face. She put her hands on his ribs. Their mouths finished the journey in the still, electrified air. Their lips latching on, soft to soft, warm to warm. Drawing her against his bare chest, John wrapped his thick arms around her shoulders and held her tight as he deepened the kiss, and she was right there with him, sliding her palms around his sides and slipping them down to the small of his back. His cock folded up between them, the friction of his stomach and hers sending shafts of heat licking up and down his spine. But he wasn't in a hurry. With lazy pushes, his hips moved in and back, stroking his arousal against her as he shifted his hands onto her arms and then to her waist. Thrusting deep with his tongue, he dragged one hand up to the short hair at the base of her neck and let the other fall to the back of her thigh. Her leg came up on his gentle pull, the sleek muscles flexing. With a lithe surge, she jumped the gun, leaping onto him and wrapping the remaining leg that had borne her weight around his hips. As his cock hit something hot and wet, he groaned and took them down to the floor, holding her to him as he sank them to the mats and stretched her out underneath him. John broke the seal of their kiss and pulled back enough so he could run his tongue up the side of her throat. Latching on, he sucked on the cords of her neck and followed them downward until his fangs, which throbbed to the beat of his erection, traced over the thrust of her collarbone. As he went south, her fingers were deep in his hair and holding him down to her skin, moving him toward her breasts. Pulling back, he towered over her and traced with his eyes the way her body was set off by the glowing light of the exit sign. Her nipples were tight and her ribs were pumping hard and her six-pack flexed as she rolled her hips. Between her thighs, her smooth sex had him opening his mouth in a soundless hiss. Without warning, she reached up and put her hand on his cock. The contact had him rearing back to the point where he had to throw his arms out and catch himself on his palms. "Goddamn, you're beautiful," she said on a growl. Her voice snapped him into action and he shifted forward, popping his cock free of her palm and positioning himself so he was kneeling between her thighs. Dropping his head, he covered one of her nipples with his mouth and flicked at it with his tongue. The moan that rippled out of her nearly had him coming all over her sex, and he had to freeze his body to regain control. When the tingling tide retreated enough, he resumed sucking at her, and let his palms drift slowly down her ribs and her waist and her hips. Typical of her, she was the one who put him to her sex. Shex covered one of his hands with her own and got him right where they both wanted him to be. Hot, silky, slick. The orgasm at the head of his erection broke free the instant his fingers slipped through and came flush against the entry he was dying to breach. There was absolutely no holding the release back, and she laughed in a throaty way as he jetted his marking on her legs. "You like the way I feel," she murmured. He looked into her eyes and instead of nodding, brought the hand that she had drawn down onto herself up to his mouth. As he extended his tongue and slid what was covered with her between his lips, she did some shuddering of her own, her body jacking up off the mats, her breasts surging, her thighs falling further open. From beneath lowered lids, he kept his stare locked on hers as he planted his palms on either side of her hips and bent down to her sex. Might have been smoother to do that butterfly kisses bullshit. Might have shown more finesse to tease her with his tongue and his fingertips. Fuck that. With a raw, whipping need, he latched onto her core with his mouth, sucking her into him, taking her deep, swallowing her up. His orgasm had left some of him on her, and he tasted that along with her honey, and the bonded male in him relished the combination. Which was lucky for him. By the time he was through with this session, his dark spice was going to be all over her, inside and out. As he lapped and flicked and penetrated, he dimly felt one of her legs get thrown over his shoulder, and then she was working herself against his chin and lips and mouth, adding to the magic, driving him to drive her harder. When she orgasmed, she said his name, twice. And didn't it make him glad that even though he had no voice, his ears worked just fine? 45. Jesus Christ, John knew what he was doing. That was the one thought which shot through Shex's mind after she came down from the soaring release he'd given her with his mouth. And then she promptly got swept up again. His bonding scent was a roar in her nose, and his lips were blisteringly delicious on her core, and his erection was a teasing hot length on her legs. As he extended his tongue and went in deep, she flew apart again. The wet heat he brought to her, the shifting strokes that were soft when they were his lips and rasping when it was his chin, the circling of his nose against the top of her sex. It all blew off the top of her brain, a loss she was so willing to enjoy. In the midst of the fire, there was nothing but John. No past, no future, nothing but their bodies. Time had no meaning and location had no matter, and other people held no interest. She wished they could be like this forever. "Come in me," she groaned as she pulled at his shoulders. John lifted his head and moved up her body, his arousal nudging against her inner thighs, getting closer. She kissed him hard, grinding her mouth against his as she shoved her hand down between them and guided him where she needed him. His massive body torqued at the contact as she bit out, "Oh God!" The blunt head of him parted her and he slid in nice and slow, filling her, stretching her. She arched so he could go all the way in and shifted her palms down his smooth back to the dip at the end of his spine, and even lower so that she could sink her nails into his ass. His muscles bunched and released under her hands as he started to pump, and her head rocked back and forth against the mat as he pushed in and pulled out, pushed in and pulled out. He was heavy as a car on top of her, and his body had a lot of hard edges, and what do you know, she was so okay with all of that. She had enough curves to accommodate where he needed space, and she was so close to coming again that her lungs were burning for air anyway. Linking her ankles behind the backs of his thighs, she moved with him until their bodies smacked and their breath exploded, and then John pushed his torso up and drove his fists into the mat on either side of her ribs, bracing the weight of his chest on the carved muscles of his arm so he could pound harder. His face was an erotic mask of the features she had seen so often, his lips drawn back off his long, white fangs, his brows down tight, his eyes blazing, his jaw clenched so hard that his cheeks had hollows in them. With every thrust, his pecs and his abdominals popped, the sweat on his skin gleaming in the dim light. The sight of him was the chaser to what he felt like deep in her, the sucker punch that came on the heels of the body shot, knocking her out completely. "Take my vein," she growled at him. "Take it now." As she ricocheted off into another orgasm, he came to her throat in a lunge, his bite slicing into her neck as his own release jerked into her. Once he started to come, he couldn't stop and she didn't want him to. He kept moving and drinking and shuddering into her, the rolling multiples that racked him saturating her sex as he fed and took her hard. But it was what she wanted. When he finally stilled, he didn't so much stop as collapse on her. Running her hands up his shoulders, she held him as he drew lazy laps over his puncture marks. Sometimes you had to sandblast in order to clean something properly. Delicate little circles with a sponge or a cloth just couldn't get the dirt and grime out well enough. And what they'd just done was a sandblast and a half, and, given the way he was still hard, she knew that there was more to come. Literally. John lifted his head and looked down at her. His eyes were worried, and he was careful as he brushed at her hair. She smiled. "Nah, I'm fine. I'm more than fine." A sly grin bloomed on his handsome face as he mouthed, "Ain't that the truth?" "Hold up there, big man. You think you can make me blush like I'm some girl? Pulling that sweet talk?" As he nodded, she rolled her eyes. "I'll have you know I'm not the kind of female who goes all dizzy, popping a stiletto off the floor just because some guy kisses her deep." John was all male as he cocked a brow. And damn it if she didn't feel a tingle in her cheeks. "Listen, John Matthew." She took his chin in her hand. "You're not turning me into one of those females who goes gaga over her lover. Not happening. I'm not hardwired for that." Her voice was stern, and she meant every word except the instant he rolled his hips and that huge arousal pushed into her. She purred. Purred. The sound was utterly foreign, and she'd have sucked it back down her throat if she could have. Instead, she just let out another of those decidedly non-tough guy moans. John bowed his head to her breast and started suckling on her as he somehow managed to keep thrusting in slow, even penetrations. Swept away, her hands found his hair again, spearing through the thick softness. "Oh, John." And then he stopped dead, lifted his lips from her nipple, and smiled so wide it was a wonder he didn't bust off his front teeth. His expression was one of total and complete gotcha. "You are a bastard," she said on a laugh. He nodded, and pressed into her with his full length again. It was perfect that he was giving her shit and showing her a little of who was boss. Just perfect. Somehow it made her respect him even more, but then she'd always loved strength in all its forms. Even the teasing kind. "I'm not surrendering, you know." He pursed his lips and shook his head, all "Oh no, of course not." And then he started to pull out of her. As she growled low in her throat, she sank her nails into his ass. "Where do you think you're going?" John laughed silently, stretched her thighs wide, and went down the length of her until he was back where he'd started on her, with his mouth all over her sex. His name echoed loud in the room, bouncing around the tiled walls as he gave her more of exactly what she wanted and needed. Studiously ignoring the sounds of sex was a skill Blay was getting way too much practice at. As he came out of the weight room, he heard the echo of John's name through the closed door of the rehab suite. Given the pitch and the tenor, it was clear a whole lot of conversating wasn't the cause. Not unless Shex was a closet meteorologist and John was giving her the weather report of her life. And good for them. Considering how hardcore things had been with John and those treadmills, it was a blessing. Blay took a second to debate returning to the mansion and decided that given how long Quinn could go, it was too early to head for his room. Ducking into Lockerlandia, he took a quick shower and changed into a pair of scrubs from the Viss House collection. Out in the corridor once again, he hustled along, pushing through into the office and shutting the door tight. Quick hearing test, and everything was quiet as far as he knew, which was just what he was after. Unfortunately, a check of his watch showed he'd blown through only about an hour and a half total. To think he'd always assumed an efficient shower was a wonderful thing. Considering his alternatives, he decided to sit behind the desk. After all, studiously not listening to Shex and John was an issue of decorum. Tuning out Quinn and Layla? Self-preservation. Much better to rock the former than the latter. Parking it in the swivel chair, he stared at the phone. Saxton had been one hell of a kisser. One hell of a kisser. Blay's eyes briefly closed as heat wafted through him, like someone had started up a banked fire in his stomach. He reached out to the receiver. and couldn't commit, his hand hovering, but not picking up. And then he remembered Layla sauntering out of his bathroom, heading for Quinn. Snatching the receiver from its cradle, he dialed Saxton's number and wondered what the hell he was doing as the line rang. "Hello?" Blay frowned and straightened in the office chair. "What's wrong?" Long pause. "Saxton?" There was a cough and a wheeze. "Yes, 'tis I." "Saxton, what the hell is going on?" There was a terrible silence. "You know, I loved kissing you." The strangled voice became wistful. "And I loved," another cough, "being with you. I could look into your face for ages." "Where are you?" "At home." Blay looked at his watch again. "Where is that? Are you seeking to play hero? Do I need to?" This time the coughing didn't stop after just one hitch. "I'm afraid. I must go." There was a click and the call went dead. With his instincts screaming, Blay bolted through the closet into the underground tunnel and dematerialized past the steps that led up to the mansion. He took form again in front of another door hundreds of yards down. At the pit's entry, he put his face in the camera's eye and hit the intercom. "V? I need you." As he waited, he prayed to the scribe virgin that this house was. The stout panel whipped open and V was on the other side, his hair wet, a black towel around his waist. Jay-Z's Empire State of Mind was thumping in the background and the scent of fine Turkish tobacco drifted out. "What's up? I need you to get me an address." Those icy silver eyes narrowed, the tattoo on his left temple flexing. "What kind of addy you looking for?" "Off a civilian's cell phone number." Blay recited the digits he'd just dialed. V rolled his eyes and stepped back. "Child's play." And it was. Couple of keystrokes at the brothers' 4 toys and V looked up from his computers. 2105 Sienna Court, where the fuck are you going? Blay spoke over his shoulder as he strode past the leather couches and the widescreen television. "Out your front door." V dematerialized and blocked the exit. "Sun's coming up in 25 minutes, true? Then don't keep me here a second longer." Blay slid his eyes to the brothers. "Let me go." The whole lot of non-negotiable he was feeling must have shown in his face because V cursed low. "Make it quick or you aren't coming back." As the brother opened the door, Blay thin-aired it right out and took form on Sienna Court, a tree-lined street with Victorians of various colorful extractions. He flashed down to 2105. A perfectly conditioned clapboard number painted in dark green with gray and black trim. The front gingerbread porch and the side door were lit with lanterns, but inside everything was dark. Which made sense. Going by the way the glass panes double reflected, there were internal shutters down in place. No getting in through them. Without a lot of options for infiltration, given that those window shields undoubtedly had steel in them, he went up to the front door and rang the bell. The weak sunlight coming from the east heated his back even though the rays were barely strong enough to throw shadows. Damn it, where was the camera? Assuming V got the house right and come on, he was always right, there would be a closed-circuit monitoring system. Ah, yes, in the eyes of the lion door knocker. Leaning forward, he met the brass face and pounded with his fists. "Let me in, Saxton." As his shoulders and spine heated even further, he reached behind himself and fluffed out the top of the scrubs he'd put on. The clicking shift of the lock and turn of the knob had him brushing quickly through his damp hair. The door opened only a crack and the house beyond was shrouded in dense shadows. "What are you doing, cough, here?" Blay went cold as he smelled blood. Slamming his shoulder into the heavy panels, he pushed inside. "What the hell?" Saxton's voice receded. "Go home, Blaylock. As much as I adore you, I'm not in a position to receive at the moment." "Yeah, big whatever on that." With a quick shift, Blay shut them in together to keep the sun out. What happened? Even though he knew. On an instinctual level, he knew. "Who beat you?" "I was about to take a shower. Perhaps you'll join me?" As Blay swallowed hard, Saxton laughed a little. "All right. I'll take one and you have a coffee. Because it seems as though you were my guest for the day." There was the sound of the lock turning on the door and then the male shuffled away, which suggested he might have a limp. Although it wasn't possible to see Saxton in the dense black, the sounds of him walking headed over to the right. Blay hesitated. No sense in checking his watch again. He knew that the chance to get back had likely passed. He was indeed staying the day. The other male opened the way into a cellar, revealing a set of dimly lit steps that descended below. In the soft glow of illumination, Saxton's beautiful blonde hair was matted with a rusty stain. Blay marched forward and snatched hold of the guy's arm. "Who did this to you?" Saxton refused to glance over, but his deep shudder said plenty about what his voice had already revealed. He was tired and in pain. Let us say that I shan't be going for more cigars anytime soon. That alley by the bar. Shit, Blay had taken off first, but he'd assumed Saxton had done the same. What happened after I left? It doesn't matter. The fuck it doesn't. If you'd be so kind, permit me more of that damned cough to go back to bed. Especially if you're going to get testy. I'm not feeling particularly well. With that, he looked over his shoulder. Blay's breath shot out of his lungs. Oh, my God, he whispered. 46. The sun was just about to pierce the veil of forest when Darius and Torment took form in front of a small, thatch-roofed cottage miles and miles away from the site of the abduction and the mansion beside it. And the reptilian thing who had greeted them in that dank underground hallway. Are you sure about this? Torment asked, switching his satchel to his opposite shoulder. At the present, Darius felt sure about nothing. For truth, he was surprised that he and the boy had managed to get free of that Symphathus house without a fight. In point of fact, however, they had been escorted out as though they had been invited guests. Then again, Sin-Eaters always kept their own best advantage in sight, and verily, Darius and Torment were of far greater use to the head of that household alive as opposed to dead. Are you sure? Torment prompted again. You hesitate to go therein. Alas, my tarrying has naught to do with you. Darius walked forward, picking up the beaten path that led to the front door, said groundway having been created by the repeated passing of his own boots. I shall not have you sleeping on the cold stone floor of the tomb. My home is rough, but has a roof and walls sufficient to shelter not one, but two. For a brief moment he entertained a fantasy that he lived as he had once done, in a castle full of rooms and dog gen and lovely appointments, in a luxurious place where he could open his doors to friends and family and have those whom he loved safe and secure and tended to. Perhaps he would find a way to have that again. Although given that he had no family and no friends, it was hardly something to pursue with alacrity. Popping the cast-iron latch free, he put his torso to the oak door which, considering its size and heft, was more of a movable wall. After he and Tor went inside, he lit the oil lamp that hung by the entrance and closed them in, laying a broad beam thick as a tree trunk across the panel. So modest. Only one chair before the hearth and a single pallet across the way. And there was not much more to be had down below the earth, just some precious supplies and a hidden tunnel that terminated well into the bounds of the forest. Shall we have a repast? Darius said as he began to disarm. Yes, sire. The boy removed his own weapons and went to the hearth, settling down onto his haunches and lighting the peat that was always set when there wasn't a fire burning. As the scent of the smoking moss wafted over, Darius pulled up the trapdoor in the dirt floor and went underground to his food and ale and his parchments. He returned with cheeses and breads and smoked venison. The fire cast a glow over Tor's face as he warmed his hands and asked, What dost thou make of it all? Darius joined the boy and shared what little he had to offer with the only guest he had ever had in his home. I have always believed destiny makes for strange bedfellows, but the concept that our interests could be aligned with one of those things is an anathema. Then again, he seemed equally disposed toward shock and dismay. For truth, those sin-eaters favor us in no greater regard than we favor them. We are but rats at their feet. Torment partook of the ale flask. I should never wish to mix my blood with theirs, they disgust my senses. All of them. And he feels similarly. The fact that his blooded son took the female and held her even for a day within his walls made him ill. He is as incented as we to find both parties returned unto their families. But why use us? Darius smiled coldly. To punish the son. 'Tis the perfect corrective actionto have the female's kind rip his love from him and leave him with the burden of that absence as well as the knowledge that inferiors had bested him. And if we bring her home safe, her family will move and take her away, and never, ever allow ill to befall her again. She will live long on the earth, and that sin-eater's spawn shall have to know that for every day he draws breath. This is in their nature and precisely the kind of soul-shattering that the Father could not attempt without you or me. That is why we were told where to go and what we would find. Torment shook his head like he didn't understand the way the other race thought. She will be ruined in the eyes of her bloodline. Indeed, the Glimmerer will shun them all. No, they won't. Darius held up his palm to halt the boys' talk. Because they shall never know. No one shall. This secret shall be betwixt me and thee. Verily, the sin-eater has no cause to come forward, for his own kind would shun him and his, and thus the female shall be protected from the fallout. How will we accomplish such a deceit with Samson, though? Darius brought the ale flask to his lips and swallowed. Upon the fall of night tomorrow we shall head north, as the sin-eater suggested. We shall find what is ours and bring her home to her blooded family and tell them that it was a human. What if the female talks? Darius had considered that. I suspect that as a daughter of the Glimmerah she is well aware of how much she stands to lose. Silence shall protect not only her but her family. Although the foregoing logic assumed she was in her right mind when they got to her. And that might well not be the case. May the virgin scribe ease the female's tortured soul. This could be an ambush, Torment murmured. Perhaps, but I do not believe so. Further, however, I am not afraid of any conflict. Darius lifted his stare to his protégés. The worst thing that can happen is that I die in the pursuit of an innocent, and that is the very best way to go. And if 'tis a trap, I will guarantee you I shall take out a legion on my way unto the fade. Torment's face positively shone with respect and reverence, and Darius felt saddened at the pledge of faith. If the boy had had a real father, instead of a brutish lush, he wouldn't have felt as such toward a relative stranger. Wouldn't be in this modest shelter, either. Darius didn't have the heart to point this out to his guest, however. More cheese. Yes, thank you. As they finished their repast, Darius's eyes went to his black daggers, which were hanging from the harnesses he wore o'er his chest. He had a strange conviction that it wouldn't be long before Torment got us said the boy was smart and resourceful and his instincts were good. Of course, Darius hadn't seen him fight yet. But that would come. In this war, that would always come. Torment's brow furrowed in the firelight. How old did they say she was? Darius wiped his mouth on a cloth and felt the nape of his neck get tight. I don't know. The pair of them fell silent, and Darius guessed that what was suddenly in his mind was spinning in Torment's as well. The last thing the situation needed was a further dire complication. Alas, ambush or not, they were going up north to the coastal area the Simphith had directed them to. Once there, they would head a mile out of the small village and find upon the cliffs the retreat the Sin-Eater had described. And they would discover whether they had been sent forth into a lie, or used to further a purpose that aligned both them and that whip-thin reptile. Darius was truly not worried, however. Sin-Eaters were untrustworthy, but they were compulsively self-serving, and vindictive even against their own young. It was a case of nature over character. The latter made them a bad bet. The former made them utterly predictable. He and Torment were going to find what they were in search of up north by the sea. He just knew it. The question was in what condition the poor female would be. 47. When John and Shex finally reemerged from their little slice of privacy, the first stop was the shower in the locker room. And as food was mission critical after all the exercise, they took turns with Shex going first. As John waited his turn out in the hall, it was funny should have been exhausted. Instead, he was energized, alive, coursing with power. He hadn't felt this strong, ever. Shex came out of the locker room. You're up. Man, she looked hot as hell, her short hair curling as it air-dried, her body clad in scrubs, her lips red. Flashes of what they'd done together got him jazzed, and he ended up backing his way through the door just so he could keep his eyes on her. And what do you know, when she smiled up at him, his heart snapped in half. The warmth and gentleness in her transformed her into something north of lovely. She was his female. Evermore. As the door eased shut between them, he felt a marauding panic when the latch clicked in place. Like she wasn't just blocked from view, but gone entirely. Which was nuts. Crushing the paranoia, he showered quickly and pulled on scrubs, studiously ignoring how fast he went. She was still there when he came out, and though he meant to take her hand and head for the mansion, he ended up hugging her hard. The thing was, all mortals were going to lose the ones they loved. It was the way life worked. But for most of the time, that reality was so far off in the mind that it had no more weight than a mere hypothetical. There were reminders, however, and the almosts, the near misses, the oh God please knows, snapped your chain and got you to stop and feel what was in your heart. Like when a bad headache was just a migraine, or when a car accident totaled the station wagon, but the baby seats and the airbags saved all the lives inside, or when someone who had been taken came back to the fold. The aftermath shook you up and made you want to hold on to your person to steady yourself. God, he'd never thought about it properly before, but from the first heartbeat struck within a vital body, a bell got tolled and the clock started to run. A bargain you weren't even aware of having made was put into play with destiny holding all the cards. As minutes and hours and days and months and years passed, history was written as you ran out of time until your last heartbeat marked the end of the ride and the time to tally wins and losses. Strange how mortality made moments like this with her infinite. And as he held Shex against him, feeling her warmth amplify his own, he was rejuvenated down to his marrow, his scale rebalanced, his sum total squarely in life was all worth it territory. His growling stomach was what parted them. "Come on," she said, "we need to feed your beast." He nodded, clasped her hand, and started walking. "You have to teach me sign language," Shex said as they went into the office and opened the supply closet door. "Like now?" He nodded again as they filed into the tight space and Shex shut them in together. Another shot at privacy. Closed door. Loose clothes. The rat bastard in him measured the maneuvering room they had, his cock twitching behind the scrubs. If she put her legs around his hips, they could fit just fine. Shex stepped in close, her hand going to the erection behind the thin cotton across his hips. Rising onto her tiptoes, she brushed her lips against his neck, one fang scratching over his jugular. "We keep this up, we're never going to find a bed." Her voice dropped even lower as she rubbed him. "God, you're big. Have I told you how deep you go in me?" "Very deep. Neas and very deep." John fell back against a stack of yellow legal pads, knocking them off the shelf. As he scrambled to catch them before they hit the floor, she stopped him by pushing him upright again. "Stay where you are," she said, going down on her knees. "I like the view too much." As she picked up what had gone flying, her eyes locked on his arousal, which naturally made a bid for freedom, pushing out against what kept it hidden from her stare, her mouth, her sex. John's hands cranked onto the lip of one of the shelves as he watched her watch him, his breath sawing in his lungs. "I think I got all the pads," she said after a while. "Better put them back." She leaned into his legs as she slowly rose up, her face caressing his knees, his thighs. Shex went right over his cock, her lips brushing the underside of the damn thing. As his head went loose and flopped onto the shelving, she continued the ascent so that her breasts were the next thing that hit him on that electric spot. She ended the torture by sliding the legals back in place, while grinding her hips against his. In his ear, she whispered, "Let's eat fast. Fucking. Too. Right?" She backed off of him with a nip on his lobe, but he stayed right where he was. Because if the scrubs added even a hint of friction to this sexuation, he was going to come all over himself. Which was ordinarily not a bad thing, at least not with her around, but on reconsideration this was not really a private place. At any moment one of the brothers or the Shellens could pop in and get an eyeful nobody was going to be comfortable with. After a curse and some serious repositioning below the waist, John punched a code in and opened the way to the tunnel. "So what is the hand position for?" She said as they stepped through and started walking. By the time they got to D, they were out through the hidden door under the mansion's grand staircase. "I took them into the kitchen to the refrigerator. Got them to a pair of sandwiches because their hands were busy with the roasted turkey and the mayo and the lettuce and bread. There wasn't much forward progress through the alphabet. They didn't do any better during the eating part of things, just N and O and P, but he could tell she was practicing in her mind, her eyes focused on the middle distance between them as she obviously mentally reviewed what he was teaching her. She learned fast, and that was not a surprise. Cleanup led to Q through V, and they were coming out of the kitchen as he showed her X and Y and Z. "Good, I was going to go find you." Z pulled up short in the archway of the dining room. "Rath's called a meeting now. Shex, you're going to want to be there." The brother wheeled around, jogged across the mosaic apple tree on the foyer's floor, and headed up the grand staircase. "Your king usually do this in the middle of the day?" Shex asked. John shook his head and both mouthed and signed. "Something's up." The pair of them followed quickly, taking the steps two at a time. Up on the second floor, the whole brotherhood was crammed into Rath's study and the king was seated on his father's throne behind the desk. George was curled into a sit by his master's side and Rath was stroking the golden retriever's boxy head with one hand while flipping a dagger-shaped letter opener in the air with the other. John stayed back, and not just because it was SRO, given the number of large male bodies in the room. He wanted to be near the door. Shex's mood had completely shifted. Sure as if she'd changed her emotional clothes. She'd gone from a flannel nightgown to chain mail. She was twitchy as she stood beside him, her weight shifting back and forth from one foot to the other. He was feeling much the same. John looked around. Across the way, Rage unsheathed a grape toasty pop and V lit up a hand rolled while he got Fury on speakerphone. Rev, Tor, and Z were pacing and Butch was on his sofa, pulling a Hugh Hefner in his silk pajamas. Quinn, meanwhile, was propped up near the pale blue drapes, and clearly fresh from some grind. His lips were red and his hair had had a lot of fingers through it and his shirt was partially tucked and hanging loose in front. Which made you wonder if he was sporting a hard-on. Where was Blay? John wondered. And who the hell had Quinn just balled? So V got one fuck of a voicemail in the general mailbox. As Wrath spoke out, his wraparound scanned the crowd even though he was totally blind behind them. Instead of doing a lot of bullshit explaining, I'm going to have him play it for you. Vishouse left the hand rolled between his lips as he pulled trig on the phone and danced across the numbers on the console, putting in mailbox numbers and passwords. And then John heard that voice, that snarky-ass, cocksucking voice that you never expected to hear from me again. Lash's tone was one of grim satisfaction. Surprise, motherfuckers, and guess what? I'm about to do you a favor. You might want to know that there was a mass induction into the Lessening Society tonight. Farmhouse out RR 149. Happened around 4 a.m., so if you get off your asses and head there as soon as night falls, you might find them still throwing up all over the place. FYI, where your waiter sits a mess. Oh, and tell Shex I can still taste her. V canned the speakerphone. As John's lips peeled off his fangs and he let out a soundless snarl, the painting on the wall behind him trembled. When George whimpered, Wrath soothed the dog and pointed the letter opener across the way. You'll get your chance at him, John. I swear it on my father's grave. I need your head in this game now, though, dig? Easier said than done. Reeling in the urge to kill was like restraining a pit bull with one hand behind his back. Next to him, Shex frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. We cool? Wrath demanded. When John finally whistled in assent, Vishouse exhaled a cloud of Turkish tobacco and cleared his throat. He didn't leave an exact address for the so-called massacre. And I tried to trace the number he called from and got nothing. The question I'm wondering, Wrath said, is what the fuck's doing? He's head of the Lessening Society, so if his tone was all I've got the biggest balls of them all? Hey, cool, I get that shit. But that wasn't my red. He's tattling. Vishouse stabbed out his hand rolled in an ashtray. That's what it sounded like to me, though I'm not willing to bet my big balls on it. Now that John had his inner pit recaged and was able to think properly, he was inclined to agree with the brother. Lash was a self-serving shit and about as trustworthy as a rattlesnake, but the thing was, when you couldn't rely on morality, you could absolutely bank on narcissism. It made the bastard utterly predictable. John was sure of Thisto, the point where he felt like he'd been through it all before. Is it possible he's been dethroned? Wrath murmured. Daddy-o maybe decide that the son was not so amusing after all? Or did the evil's shiny, pretty new toy breakies? There's some shit in Lash's bizarre biology that's just coming out now. I want us to go in assuming it's an ambush. There was broad consensus in the room for the plan, as well as some cheap shots involving Lash's ass and various kinds of large-bore instruments of impact, size 14 boots being the most likely to come to pass, but hardly the most creative. For example, John seriously doubted Rage could in fact park his GTO in the guy's sun don't shine. Or would want to. Man, what a turn of events. And yet it wasn't really surprising if what they were guessing had actually happened. The Omega was known to go through four lessers like shit through a goose, and blood wasn't necessarily thicker than evil, so to speak. And if Lash had been kicked to the curb, his calling the Brotherhood out to pull a middle finger on his father was brilliant maneuvering, especially as lessers were weakest right after their inductions and therefore incapable of fighting back. The brothers could clean house. Jesus Christ, John thought. Destiny could make for strange bedfellows. Shex was on a low boil as she stood next to John in a study that, but for the desk and throne, could have been mistaken for a French female's parlor. The sound of Lash's voice coming from that phone made her feel like her stomach had been scrubbed down with ammonia, the burning, churning routine doing a nasty on that poor, well-intended turkey sandwich she just had. And Wrath's assumption that John was going to defend her honor didn't calm things down in there. So we infiltrate, the Blind King was saying. At nightfall, all of you go out 149 and... I'll go now, she said loud and clear. Give me a pair of guns and a knife and I'll go check it out right now. Okaway. Short of pulling the pin on a hand grenade and chucking it into the center of the room, she couldn't have commanded more attention. As John's emotional grid went dark with "Oh no you don't," she started the countdown before the explosion hit. 3, 2, 1. That's a kind offer, the king said as he slid into full cajole the female mode. But I think it's best. You can't stop me. She dropped her arms to her sides and then reminded herself that she wasn't about to physically attack the guy. Really, she wasn't. The king's smile was about as warm as dry ice. I'm sovereign here. Which means if I tell you to hang tight, you're going to goddamn well do that. And I'm a symphoth. Not one of your subjects. More to the point, you're smart enough not to send your best assets. She motioned around the room at the brothers into a possible ambush set up by your enemy. I'm disposable unlike them. Think about it. You going to lose one of them just because you didn't want me to get a little sun today? Wrath laughed hard. Rev? You want to weigh in on this as king of her kind? From across the room, her old boss and dear friend, the fucker, stared at her with amethyst eyes that knew way too much. You're gonna get yourself killed. He thought at her. Do not hold me back, she returned at him. I'll never forgive you. You keep acting like this and forgiveness is the last thing I'm worried about. Your funeral pyre's more like it. I didn't stop you from going up to that colony when you needed to. Hell, you tied my hands so I couldn't. You saying I don't deserve my revenge? Fuck you. Revenge's jaw clenched so hard she was surprised that when he finally opened his mouth, he didn't spit out his teeth in pieces. She can go do what she wants. You can't save someone if they don't want the fucking lifeboat. The male's anger sucked most of the air out of the room, but she was so focused she didn't need her lungs to work properly anyway. Obsession was as good as oxygen, and anything that had to do with Lash was fuel to her fire. I need weapons, she said to the group. And leathers. A phone for communication. Wrath growled low and deep, like he was going to try and lock her down in spite of Rev's pass. Walking forward, she planted her palms on the king's desk and leaned in. Lose me or run the risk of losing them. What's your answer there, your highness? Wrath rose to his feet, and for a moment she got a clear sense that although he was on the throne, he was still lethal as hell. Watch your tone. In my fucking house. Shex inhaled deeply and calmed herself down. I apologize. But you've got to see my point. As the silence expanded, she could feel John looming and knew that even if she could break through the king's roadblock, she was still going to have a hell of a time getting around the male by the door. But her departure was not open for discussion from anyone. Wrath cursed low and long. Fine. Go. I won't be responsible if you get yourself killed. Your highness, you never were responsible. No one but me icing no crown on your head or anybody else's is going to change that. Wrath looked in V's direction and all but snarled. I want this female covered with weapons. No problem. I'll hook her up right. As she went to follow V's house out, she stopped in front of John and wished she had a different hand to play, especially as he took her biceps in a hard grip. But the fact was, an opportunity was out there and she had until sundown to take advantage of it. If there were any clues to where Lash was, she'd better use them to get to him if she wanted a clear shot at the bastard. Come nightfall? John and the Brotherhood were going to get unleashed on the situation and they weren't going to hesitate to kill their target. Yes, Lash had to pay for what he'd done to her, but she needed to be the one to collect on that debt. She was batting 1,000 when it came to burying those who had wronged her, the living, breathing bitch in that jolly little saying about payback. Quietly, so no one else heard, she said, I'm not someone you need to protect, and you know exactly why I have to do this. You love me like you think you do, you're going to let go of my arm. Before I rip it out of your hold. As he paled, she prayed she wasn't going to have to get forceful. But she didn't. He released his grip on her. Heading out the door of the study, she marched past V and barked over her shoulder, time's wasting, V's house. I need some steel. 48. As Shex took off with V, John's first thought was to go downstairs, put himself in front of the door that opened into the great outdoors and physically block her from leaving. Second thought was to go with her, although that would just turn him into the vampire equivalent of a Roman candle. Jesus Christ. Every time he thought he'd reached a new low with her, the rug got pulled out from under him and he landed at an even harder, hellish place. She just volunteered to go into a total unknown that she herself admitted was too dangerous for the brothers. And she was doing it without backup and without any way of him reaching her if she got hit. As Wrath and Rev walked up to him, the study came back into focus and he realized everyone else had left except for Quinn, who was hovering in the corner, frowning at his cell phone. Revenge exhaled hard, clearly in the same fuck me boat John was in. Listen, John signed fast. What the fuck are you doing, letting her go out like that? Rev drew a hand over his brush-cut mohawk. I'm going to take care of her. You can't go out during the day. How the hell are you going? Rev growled deep and low. Watch your attitude, kid. Right? Okay. Such the wrong thing to say on the wrong day. John got right in the guy's grill, bared his hardware, and thought loud and clear. That's my female going out there. Alone. So you can fuck my attitude. Rev cursed and nailed John with hard eyes. Be careful with that your female stuff, I am just telling you. Her endgame doesn't involve anyone but herself, feel me. John's first instinct was to punch the bastard, just pop him in the headlights. Rev laughed hard. You want to throw down? Fine with me. He put his red cane aside and dumped his sable trench coat on the back of an ornate chair. But it's not going to change a damn thing. You think anyone can read her better than I can? I've known her for longer than you've been alive. No, you haven't, John thought for some strange reason. Wrath stepped between them. Okay. Go to your corners, boys. This is a nice Aubusson carpet you're standing on. You get blood on it and I'll have Fritz so far up my ass I'll be coughing on his hanky. Look, John, I'm not trying to bust your balls, Rev muttered. I just know what it's like to love her. It's not her fault that she's the way she is, but it makes for hell on other people, trust me. John dropped his fists. Shit, as much as he wanted to argue, the purple-eyed son of a bitch was probably right. Strike the probably. He was right. John had learned that the hard way. Too many times. Fucking A, he mouthed. That pretty much covers it. John left the study and went down to the foyer with some vain hope that he could talk her out of leaving. As he paced over the mosaic floor, cutting paths over the depiction of the apple tree, he thought of that embrace they'd shared outside of the locker room. How the hell had they gone from being that close to this? Had that moment even happened? Or had his stupid-ass Nancy side just pulled it out of thin air because he was a sap? 10 minutes later, Shex and V came out from the secret door beneath the grand staircase. As she strode toward across the foyer, she was as John had first met her. Black leathers, black boots, black muscle shirt. There was a leather jacket hanging from her hand and enough weapons strapped to her body to outfit a SWAT team. She paused when she came up to him, and as their eyes met, at least she didn't bother feeding him a line of bullshit like, it's going to be all right. On the other hand, she wasn't going to stay. Nothing he could say was going to derail this. The resolve was in her eyes. As things stood now, he found it very hard to believe she had ever wrapped her arms around him. As soon as V opened the vestibule's door, she turned away and slipped through without a word spoken or a look back. This house locked up again as John stared at the heavy panels and wondered exactly how long it would take to claw his way through them with his bare fucking hands. The rasp of a lighter was followed by a slow exhale. I gave her the best of everything. 40s. Matched. 3 clips for each gun. 2 knives. New cell phone. And she knows how to use the shit. V's heavy hand clapped him on the shoulder and squeezed, and then the brother took off, his boots making a heavy rhythm across the mosaic floor. A second later, the hidden door Shex had emerged from clamped shut as the guy went down into the tunnel to go back to the pit. Helplessness really didn't suit him, John thought, his mind starting to hum in the same way it had when Shex had found him on the floor of the locker room shower. You want to watch TV? John frowned at the quiet voice and glanced to the right. Tor was in the billiard room sitting on the couch that faced the widescreen over the ornate fireplace. His shit-kickers were up on the coffee table and he had his arm running along the back of the sofa, the remote facing the Sony. He didn't look over. Didn't say anything else. Just kept flipping through the channels. Choices, John thought. He could rush out after her and torch his ass. Stay in front of the store like a dog. Peel his own skin off with a knife. Drink himself into a stupor. From the billiard room he heard a muted roar and then the screams of a crowd of people. Drawn to the sound, he went in and stood before the pool table. Over the back of Tor's head, he saw Godzilla trampling the shit out of a model of downtown Tokyo. Kind of inspiring, really. John went over to the wet bar and poured himself a jack, then sat down next to Tor and put his feet up on the table as well. As he focused on the television screen and tasted the whiskey in the back of his throat and felt the warmth of the fire that had been lit across the way, he felt the blender in his brain slow down a little. And then a little more. And further still. Today was going to be brutal, but at least he wasn't contemplating death by sun ray anymore. Sometime later, he realized it was Tor who he was sitting beside. The two of them stretched out as they'd done back home when Wellesley had still been alive. God, he'd been so pissed off at the guy lately that he'd forgotten how easy it was just to hang with the brother. On some level, it felt like they had done this for ages, the pair of them before a fire, drink in one hand, exhaustion and stress in the other. As Mothra flew in for some wing-to-claw action with the big guy, John thought of his old bedroom. Turning to Tor, he signed, "Listen, when I was at the house tonight. She told me." Tor took a drink from his squat glass. "About the door. I'm sorry. Not to worry. Shit like that can be fixed." True that, John thought, turning back to the television. Unlike so much else. From way against the far wall, Lassiter let out a sigh that suggested someone had cut off his leg and there wasn't a medic in sight. "I should never have given you the remote. This is just some guy in a monster suit, batting around at a piñata. Come on. I'm missing Maury. What a shame. Paternity tests, Tor. Your button-blocking paternity tests. This sucks." "Only to you." While Tor held steady on Zillavision, John let his head fall back against the leather cushions. As he thought about Shex out there alone, he felt as if he'd been poisoned. The stress was literally a toxin in his bloodstream, making him lightheaded and nauseated and twitchy. He thought back to all that kumbaya shit he'd been spouting before he'd found her. How he was owning his feelings, how even if she didn't love him, he could still love her and do what was right and let her live her life and blah blah blah. Yeah, he was so choking on that self-actualization Kool-Aid right now. He was not okay with her out there by herself. Without him. But she clearly wasn't going to listen to him or anyone else. And how much you want to bet she was scrambling to get to Lash before nightfall when John could finally be in the field. On some level, it shouldn't matter which of them took out the piece of shitbit that was rationality talking. The inner core of him couldn't bear another weakness like, say, sitting idly by while his female tried to kill the son of evil and likely got mortally wounded. His female. But wait, he told himself. Just because he had her name tattooed on his back didn't mean he owned her. It was just a lot of black letters in his skin. Fact was, it was more like she owned him. Different. Very different. Meant she could walk away quite easily. Just had, as a matter of fact. Fuck. Rev seemed to have summoned up the sitch better than anyone could. Her end game didn't include anyone else but herself. Couple hours of good sex wasn't going to change that. Nor was the fact that, like it or not, she had taken his heart out there into the daylight with her. Quinn went to his bedroom and headed straight for the bath on legs that were surprisingly steady. He'd been pretty drunk before the emergency meeting had been called, but the idea of John's female out in broad daylight, walking into a shitstorm all by herself, had a way of slapping down the waves of he knew. Then again, he was kind of dealing with a twofer along those lines. Blay was also off in the world all by his little lonesome. Well, he wasn't alone, he was unprotected. That text that had come through from an unknown number had settled the mystery of where he was and then some. "I am staying the day with Saxton. I'll be home after dark." So like Blay, everyone else in the world would have shortened that message to Stain T-Day W Sax BHM after DRK. Guy's texts were always grammatically correct, though. Like the idea of busting out of the king's English made him scratch. Blay was funny like that. All proper and shit. He changed for meals, trading leathers and t-shirts for French cuffed button-downs and pressed slacks. He showered at least twice a day, more if he sparred. Fritz found his room a complete frustration because there was never any mess to clean up. He had table manners like a count, wrote thank you letters that could make you tear up, and he never ever swore in the presence of females. God, Saxton was perfect for him. Quinn sagged in his own skin at that realization, imagining all the proper English that Blay was calling out at this very moment as the other guy had him. Merriam-Webster had never been used so well, no doubt. Feeling like he'd been punched in the head, Quinn ran the cold water in the sink and splashed his face with the shit until his cheeks tingled and the tip of his nose started to go numb. As he toweled off, he thought back to that tat shop, to the bump and grind he'd had with the receptionist there. The curtain that had separated the two of them from the rest of the place had been thin enough so that with his mismatched but highly functional eyes he'd been able to see everything that was going on the far side. Everyone, too. So that when that chick had been on her knees in front of him and he'd turned his head, he'd looked out and seen Blay. The wet mouth he'd been drilling into abruptly morphed from some strangers to his best friends, and that shift had cranked up the sex from servicing a generic need to something incendiary. Something important. Something raw and erotic and lose your soul, right? Which was why Quinn had pulled her up and spun her around and taken her from behind. Except as he'd pounded into his fantasy, he'd realized that Blay was watching him. And that had changed everything. He'd abruptly had to remind himself who he was fucking, which was why he'd pulled the girl's head up to his and forced himself to stare into her eyes. He hadn't orgasmed. As she'd come hard, he'd faked if truth was his erection had started to fade the instant he'd looked into her face. The only saving grace had been that she clearly hadn't known the difference, having been wet enough for the two of them, and besides, he'd fronted like a pro, laying it on thick like he was all satisfied and shit afterward. But it had been a total lie. How many people had he fucked like that in his lifetime? All wham bam forget I ever met ya. Hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds, and this was even though he'd been on the sex ride for only a year and a half. Thing was, though, those late nights at zero-sum, picking up 3 and 4 chicks at a clip, could get you into those big numbers fast. Of course, a lot of those sessions had been with Blay, he and his buddy balling the women together. The pair of them hadn't actually been with each other during those bathroom orgies at the club, but there had been a lot of watching and wondering, and maybe a private hand job from time to time when the remembering got too vivid. At least on Quinn's part. That had all ended, though, when Blay had put the kibosh on it by realizing that he was gay and that he was in love with someone. Quinn didn't approve of his choice. Not at all. Guy like Blaylock deserved somebody much, much better. And it appeared he was heading down a road that would get him just that. Saxton was a male of worth. All the way around. The fucker. Looking up at the mirror over the sink, Quinn couldn't see a thing because it was totally dark in both the bathroom and the bedroom. And wasn't it just as well that he couldn't see his reflection? Because he was living a lie, and in quiet moments like this he knew it with such conviction he got sick to his stomach. His plans for the rest of his days. Oh, his glorious plans. Such perfectly normal future plans. Involving a female of worth, not a long-term relationship with a male. The thing was, males like him, males with something wrong with them. Like, oh, say, one iris that was blue and another that was green. Were despised in the aristocracy as evidence of a genetic failure. They were embarrassments to be hidden away, shameful secrets to be buried. He'd spent years watching his sister and his brother get elevated on pedestals while everyone who crossed his path performed evil eye rituals to protect themselves. His own father had hated him. So it didn't take a therapist with a diploma on the wall to see that he just wanted to be normal. And settling down with a female of worth, assuming he could find one who could stand to be mated to somebody with a genetic glitch in the system, was mission critical to that happy little tag. He knew if he got tangled up with Blay that wasn't gonna happen. Knew also that all it would take was one fuck and he was never going to leave the guy. It wasn't that the brothers didn't accept homosexuals. Hell, they were cool with it. Vicious had been with males and no one blinked an eye or judged him or cared. He was just their brother V. And Quinn had crossed the line every now and again just for shits and giggles, and they all knew about that and didn't give a crap. The Glimmer cared, though. And it galled him that he still gave a crap about those motherfuckers. With his family gone and the nucleus of the race's aristocracy scattered around the East Coast, it wasn't as if he had any contact with that stick-up-the-ass crowd anymore. But he was a dog too well trained to be able to forget they existed. He simply couldn't come out. Ironic. His outside was all about the hardcore. Inside, he was straight up pussy. Abruptly, he wanted to punch the mirror, even though all it was showing was a whole lot of shadow. Sire. In the darkness, he squeezed his eyes shut. Shit, he'd forgotten Layla was still in his bed. 49. Shex wasn't precisely sure which farmhouse she was looking for, so she materialized in a wooded area off Route 149 and used her nose to tell her what direction to head in. The wind was coming out of the north, and when she caught the slightest whiff of baby powder, she tracked the scent, vaporizing herself at 100-yard intervals through the scruffy, mowed-down cornfields that had been lambasted by winter's winds and snow. The spring air tingled in her nose and the sunlight on her face warmed wherever the breeze didn't brush over her skin. All around, skeletal trees had halos of bright green, their tentative buds drawn out of hiding by the promise of warmer hours. Lovely day. For a killing spree. When the stench of lessers was all she could smell, she unsheathed one of the knives Vis house had given her and knew that she was so close she could. Shex took form at the next row of maples and stopped dead. Oh. Fuck. The white farmhouse was nothing to write home to Mom about, just a wilted structure next to a cornfield surrounded by a ring of pines and bushes. Good thing it had a lawn, though. Otherwise, the 5 police cars that were jammed up close to the front entrance wouldn't have had enough room to get their doors open. Masking herself as Symphots did, she ghosted her way up to a window and looked inside. Perfect timing, she got to see one of Caldwell's finest throw up into a bucket. Although it wasn't as if he didn't have good reason to. The house looked like it had been bathed in human blood. Actually, scratch the looked. It had been covered in the shit to the point where she tasted copper on the back of her tongue even though she was out in the fresh air. It was like Michael Myers's kiddie pool in there. The human cops were walking around the living room and dining room, picking their way with care not only because it was a crime scene, but obviously because they didn't want the stuff splashing up on their pants. No bodies, though. Not one single body. At least, not that was visible. There were nascent lessers in the house, however. 16 of them. But she couldn't see them and neither could the cops, even though from what she sensed, the men were walking right over them. Lash's cloaking again? What the fuck was he up to? Calling the brothers, announcing this shit, and then getting the cops to come? Or had someone else done the dialing to 911? She needed answers to so much. Mixed in with all the blood was some inky residue and one of the officers was frowning over a patch of it looking like he'd found something icky. Yup. That amount of oily mess wasn't sufficient to explain the strong sweet scent she'd follow it, so she had to assume that the inductions had been successful and what was hidden was no longer human. She glanced around the forest behind and before her. Where was the Omega's golden boy in all of this? Moving around to the front of the house, she saw a postman who was clearly struggling with some PTSD as he gave a statement to a uniform. U.S. Postal Service to the rescue. No doubt he'd been the one to drop a dime. Staying camoed, she just observed the scene, watching the cops fight their gag reflexes to do their jobs, and waiting for Lash to make himself known for any other lesser to make an appearance. When the television crews showed up about a minute and a half later, she played witness to an almost beautiful blonde woman doing a poor man's Barbara Walters on the lawn. The second the taping was finished, she started pestering the cops for information until she annoyed them enough that they let her get a gander of what was doing inside. Didn't that just slap the serious journalist right out of her? As she went full chick and passed out into the arms of one of the uniforms, Shex rolled her eyes and headed around back again. Shit, she might as well get comfy. She'd come jonesing for a fight, but as so often happened in war, she was in a waiting game until the enemy showed. Surprise! She wheeled around so fast she nearly lost her balance. The only thing that saved her from falling over was the counterbalance of her dagger hand, which was raised up high over her shoulder, ready for use. I wish we'd showered together. As Blake choked on the coffee he'd made them both, Saxton sipped at his cup just fine. To the point where it was pretty obvious the guy both engineered and enjoyed the reaction he'd gotten. I really like surprising you, the male said. Bingo. And naturally, those damn fool redhead jeans made hiding a blush impossible. Easier to put a sedan in your pocket. It was that obvious. And you know the environment is important. Water conservation and all that. Go green. Or naked as it were. Saxton was lounging against the satin pillows of his bed in a silk robe, whereas Blay was stretched out all along the base of the mattress, weighing down the extra duvet that had been folded so precisely. Candlelight turned the scene into something out of a fantasy, the glow blurring all kinds of lines and boundaries. And what do you know, Saxton was beautiful amid all the dark chocolate bedding, his pale hair so thickly waved it seemed sculpted even though it was unmoused, unsprayed. With his half-masked eyes and his smooth chest partially exposed, he was ready, willing. And given the scent he was throwing off, able to be what Blay needed. At least on the inside. His exterior wasn't quite up to the job, his face remained swollen, his lips puffy not from an erotic pout, but some a swipe's punch, and he moved carefully as if there were still a lot of black and blues on him. Which was not cool. His injuries should have been healed up by now, some 12 hours following the attack. He was an aristocrat, after all, and had a good bloodline. Oh, Blaylock, whatever are you doing here? Saxton shook his head. I still don't know why you came. How could I not have? You like being a hero, don't you? It's not heroic just to sit with someone. Don't underestimate that one, Saxton said gruffly, which made Blay wonder. The guy had been his usual cool, slightly sarcastic self all morning and afternoon, but he had been attacked. Brutally. Are you okay? Blay said softly. Really okay. Saxton stared into his coffee. I find it difficult to fathom humanity sometimes. I truly do. Not just in that race, but our own. I'm sorry. About last night. Well, it got you in my bed, didn't it? Saxton smiled as much as he could, given that half of his mouth was distorted. Not exactly the route I had planned to take to get you here. But it is lovely looking at you in the candlelight. You have the body of a soldier, but the face of an earnest scholar. The combination is intoxicating. Blay finished what was in his cup on a oneer and nearly choked. Or maybe that was less what he was drinking and more what he was hearing. "Do you need a refill on the coffee?" "Not right now, thank you. It was perfectly made, by the way, and that was also an excellent, if obvious, deflection." Saxton put his cup and saucer on his ormolu bed stand and resettled himself with a groan. To keep himself from staring at the guy, Blay put his cup on the blanket chest below and let his eyes wander around. Upstairs was all Victorian Empire, with heavy mahogany furniture and oriental rugs and gorgeous, lush colors which he'd learned during his excursions to the kitchen. The understated and proper and reserved got left at the cellar door, however. Down here it was all straight-up boudoir, everything French, with curving marble-top tables and dressers and formal needlepoint rugs. Lot of satin and black and white pencil drawings of gorgeous males reclining very much in the same way Saxton was. Only without the robe. "Do you like my etchings?" Saxton drawled. Blay had to crack up. "What a line. I use it sometimes. I'm not going to lie." Abruptly, Blay had an image of the male naked and making love on this very bed, his flesh twisting and turning with another's. Surreptitiously checking his watch, he realized he had another 7 hours here and he wasn't sure whether he wanted them to pass at a crawl or in a blink. Saxton closed his lids and didn't so much sigh as shudder. "When was the last time you fed?" Blay asked. Those heavy lids lifted and bright gray flashed. "Are you volunteering?" "I meant from a female." Saxton grimaced as he rearranged himself on the pillows. "A while. But I'm fine. Your face looks like a chessboard. You say the sweetest things." "I'm serious, Saxton. You won't show me what's going on under that robe, but if your face is any indication, you're hurting in other places." All he got back was an MMM. "Now who's deflecting?" There was a long pause. "Saxton, I'm going to get you someone to fee from." "You keep females in your back pocket?" "Mind if I use your phone again?" "Suit yourself." Blay got up and went into the bathroom, preferring a little privacy because he had no clue how this was going to go. "You could use the one right here," Saxton called out as he shut the door. Blay came back out 10 minutes later. "I didn't know eHarmony worked that quickly," Saxton murmured, his eyes remaining shut. "I have connections." "Yes, you do. We're going to be picked up here at nightfall." That raised the blinds on those eyes. "By whom? And where are we off to?" "We're going to take care of you." Saxton drew in a breath and exhaled on a wheeze. "Coming to the rescue again, Blaylock?" "Call it a compulsion." On that note, he went over to a chaise longue and lay on it. Pulling a luscious fur throw over his legs, he blew out the candle next to himself and got comfortable. "Blaylock?" God, that voice. So low and quiet in the dim light. "Yes." "You're turning me into a poor host." There was a slight hitch of breath. "That chaise is no place for you to sleep." "I'll be fine." There was a silence. "You won't be cheating on him if you join me in bed. I'm in no condition to take advantage of your virtue, and even if I were, I respect you enough not to put you in an awkward position. Besides, I could use the body heat. I can't seem to get warm enough." Blay wished like hell he had a cigarette. "I wouldn't be cheating on him even if something happened between you and me. There's nothing there. Friends, just friends." Which was the reason this situation with Saxton was so damned weird. Blay was used to being in front of that closed door, the one that kept him out and away from what he wanted. Saxton, however, offered an archway, something he could walk through easily. And the room on the other side was gorgeous. Blay held out for about a minute and a half. Then, feeling as if he were moving in slow motion, he shifted the white fur to the side and stood up. As he crossed the room, Saxton made space for him, lifting up the sheets and duvet. Blay hesitated. "I don't bite," Saxton whispered darkly. "Unless you ask." Blay slipped in between all that satin, and got an immediate idea why silk bathrobes were the way to go. Smooth, so smooth. Something more naked than naked. Saxton turned on his side to face Blay, but then moaned. In pain. "Damn it." As the male eased over onto his back again, Blay found himself following and putting his arm over Saxton's head. When the male leaned upward, Blay made a pillow of his biceps and Saxton took full advantage, nestling in. The candles extinguished one by one except for the votive in the bathroom. Saxton shivered and Blay moved closer, only to frown. "God, you are cold." Drawing the male into his arms, he held Saxton and willed his body heat into the guy. They lay together for the longest time, and Blay found himself stroking that thick, blonde, perfect hair. It felt good. Soft, springy at the ends. Smelled like spices. That feels divine, Saxton murmured. Blay closed his eyes and breathed deep. I agree. 50. What the hell are you two doing here? Shex hissed as she lowered her dagger. Trez's expression gave her a big-ass helping of well, duh. Rev called us. Characteristically, Iam stayed quiet at his brother's side. He just nodded and crossed his arms over his chest, doing an excellent impression of an oak tree that was going nowhere. And as the twin shadows stared down at her, they were shielding themselves, revealing their bodies and voices only to her. For a moment, she regretted their discretion. Hard to knee the busybodies in the balls when they were in their ghosting form. No hugs, Trez murmured while he searched her face. Been a lifetime since we saw you. Answering him back on a frequency the humans and any lessers wouldn't be able to hear, she muttered, I'm not a hugger. Except then she cursed and wrapped her arms around the two stakeheads anyway. The shadows were notoriously private with their emotions and harder to infiltrate than humans or even vampires, but she could feel their pain over what she had been through. As she went to pull back, Trez tightened his hold and shuddered. Jesus Christ, Shex. We didn't think we were ever going to see you again. She shook her head. Stop. Please. There's never a good time for that, and here is certainly not the place. I love you both, okay, and I'm tight. So let's drop it. Well, sort of tight. As long as she didn't think about John stuck back at that mansion, no doubt going insane. Thanks to her. Ah, how history repeated itself. I'll stop before we get morbid. Trez smiled, his fangs showing bright white against his ebony face. We're just glad you're all right. Stipulated. Or I wouldn't be here. Not sure about that, he said under his breath as he and his brother looked through the window. Wow, someone had fun in there. A stiff breeze whiffled through, bringing a fresh blast of baby powder from a new direction, and all three of their heads turned. Out on the dirt lane in front of the house, a car rolled by that had no business anywhere near cornfields. The thing was all fast and furious, a Honda Civic that had been to the automotive plastic surgeons and gotten a Playboy makeover. With a whale tail and an air dam that left about a 3-inch ground clearance as well as a paint job that was gray and pink and a retina-burning yellow, it was like a Midwestern girl who'd fallen into porn. And what do you know? The lesser behind the wheel had an expression that didn't match the juice he was driving. Unless someone had just pissed in his gas tank. I will bet my 40s that's the new 4 lesser, Shex said. No way Lash would allow a second in command that kind of ride. I spent 4 weeks with that fucker and everything was all about him. Switch at the top. Trez nodded. Happens a lot with them. You've got to follow that car, she said. Quick, get on him. Can't leave you. Orders from the boss. Are you fucking kidding me? Shex looked from the Civic to the crime scene, then back to the departing whale tail. Go. We need to track him. Nope. Unless you want to. And then we'll hit it with you, right, Iam? As the other shadow nodded once, Shex felt like punching the aluminum siding she'd been leaning against. This is fucking ridiculous. Hardly. You're waiting for Lash to show up here and I know you're not going to want to just talk to him. So no way we're leaving you and don't bother hitting me with the you're not the boss of me shit. I have selective deafness. Iam actually spoke up. He really does. Shex locked eyes on the license plate of that ridiculous Honda, thinking, oh, for fuck's sake. Then again, if the two shadows weren't here, she would have stayed put, just taken the numbers down and stayed right where she was. She could always trace them later. Make yourself useful, she snapped. And give me your cell phone. You calling in a... Shex called Rev out of contacts and hit him up because it was the fastest way to get to the brothers. When voicemail kicked in, she left the specs and the tag on that car and asked for Vis House to track them. Then she hung up and fired the phone back to Trez. No dominoes then? He muttered. They deliver, you know? Swallowing a curse. She frowned and remembered that V had given her a phone. Shit. She was not as sharp as she should be in this situation. And another department is heard from, Iam said. Her eyes shot to the road as an unmarked came to a stop in front of the house. The homicide detective who got out was someone she knew. Jose de la Cruz. At least the humans had sent in a good man. Then again, maybe that kind of competence wasn't great news. The less involvement of that other race in a situation like this, the better, and de la Cruz had the instincts and follow-through of a bloodhound. Man, It was going to be a long frickin' day. A very, very long frickin' day. As she watched the humans mill about and spin their wheels and felt the collective weight of her bodyguards pressing down on her head, her right hand began to move, her fingers forming the curves and straightaways John had taught her. A. B. C. Lash woke up to the sound of moaning. And not the good kind. Lying face down on a bare mattress in that cheesy-ass ranch was another buzzkill. Third strike was the fact that when he finally got up, his body left a black stain behind. Kind of like a shadow thrown on the ground, a reflection of what actually was. Jesus FN Christ. He was like that Nazi guy at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, the one whose face melted off. The one the DVD extras had said was special affected by hitting Jell-O with a hot fan. Not exactly the sort of movie role he wanted to rock in RL. As he walked out toward the kitchen, he felt like he was dragging a refrigerator behind him. And what do you know, Plastic Fantastic wasn't doing much better as she lay on the floor by the back door. She'd been drained enough to incapacitate her, but not enough to zap her back to the Omega. Bummer for her. To be forever on the brink of death, with all that pain and suffocation, and yet aware that the vast peace on the other side of all that was never coming. It was enough to make you want to kill yourself. Cue laugh track. Then again, she didn't have a clue that she was going nowhere. That she would be forever in as-is condition. Probably best to keep that info on the down low. It would be his good deed for the day. As she marshaled a pathetic groan for him to help, he stepped over her and went to check on the food sitch. To conserve cash, he'd sucked back MC crap for dinner on his way here. Shit had been one step up from dog food, and that had been warm and fresh from the fryer. Age did not improve the half he hadn't been able to stomach at the end of the night, but he ate what was left over anyway. Cold. Standing up over the crumpled bag on the countertop. Want some, he said to the woman. Yes? No? All she could do was plead with her bloodshot eyes and her gaping, oozing mouth. Or, maybe it wasn't pleading. She looked kind of horrified, which suggested that whatever condition she was in, his appearance was startling and ugly enough to draw her out of her agony for a moment. Whatever, bitch. The sight of you ain't doing wonders for my appetite either. Turning away, he stared out the window to the sunny day and felt a whole lot of fuck this shit for real. Man, he hadn't wanted to leave that farmhouse, but he'd been a narcolepsy candidate, he'd been so exhausted and no way he was risking a nap with that many of his enemy around. It was a case of retreat to fight again as opposed to pull a dreamland and bite the muzzle of a gun. Or worse. But at least the sun was still on its rise in the cloudless sky, which was good news for him. It gave him the time he needed. The Brotherhood wasn't showing up in one form or another until it was dark enough, and what kind of host would he be if he wasn't there waiting? The Omega's fucking kiss-ass bitch may have started the party, but Lash was gonna damn well finish it. He needed more ammo though, and not for his heat. Grabbing his raincoat and putting on his hat, he tugged on his gloves and stepped back over the prostitute. As he was unlocking the deadbolt on the door, her shrunken hand skittered over to his shoe, her bloody fingers scratching at the leather. He looked down at her. She no longer had speech, but her red-rimmed, bulging eyes said it all. Help me. I'm dying. I can't kill myself. Do it for me. Apparently she'd gotten over her revulsion of him. Or maybe the fact that he'd covered up helped. Ordinarily, he would have just left her as she was, but he couldn't shake the memory of peeling his own face off. He was operating under the assumption that he wasn't going to end up a perpetually rotting nightmare, but what if that was his destiny? What if he continued to melt away until he could no longer support his skeleton and he ended up in the condition she was? Nothing but suffering for eternity? Lash withdrew a knife from the small of his back, and when he came at her with it, she didn't shrink back. Instead, she rolled herself over, offering the fresh meat of her chest. One stab was all it took and her immediate misery was over. On a bright flash of light, she puffed into thin air, leaving nothing but a scorched circle on the matted rug. Lash turned to leave. He didn't make it through the door. His body ricocheted back and he slammed into the far wall, lights flashing in front of his eyes as a rush of power blasted through him. It took a moment to figure out what the fuck was doing. And then it became clear, what he had given the prostitute had come home to him. So that was how it worked, he thought as he breathed deep and felt less like death on roller skates. Whatever was stabbed with steel returned to sender, so to speak. Well, it went back provided that the Brotherhood's secret weapon didn't get there first. Butch O'Neill was the Omega's Achilles heel, capable of circumventing that reunion by absorbing the evil essence that animated a Slayer into himself. Having just gotten the rush, Lash now knew what a threat O'Neill was. If you didn't get your Legos back, eventually you couldn't build much of anything, or worse, your toy box was empty. And then what? You disappeared? Yeah, avoiding that butch bastard was important. Good tip. Heading into the garage, Lash left the ranch in the Mercedes and went not out to the sticks, but downtown to the scrapers. As it was just a little past 11:30 in the morning, there were suits and ties out everywhere, the fleet of wingtips stopping at intersections, waiting for the go-ahead, and then striding across the streets right in front of the grills of cars. They were all so fucking self-righteous, these humans with their chins up and eyes straight ahead like nothing existed except whatever meeting, lunch, or waste of time errand they were speeding to. He wanted to stomp on the accelerator and turn them into sloppy bowling pins, but he had enough to worry about and better things to do with his time. His destination? Trade Street and the hub of the bars and nightclubs, which, unlike the business district, would be dead at this time of day. As he cut down toward the river, it was clear that the two different parts of town functioned as yin and yang when it came to crowds as well as appearances. In the sunlight, the tall financial buildings with their glass windows and steel frames sparkled and flashed. In the land of dark alleys and neon signs, however, shit looked like an old whore, well used, dirty, seedy, and sad. When it came to people, former was packed with the productive and the purposeful. Latter was lucky if it could pull together more than a couple of bums at this hour, which was precisely what he was banking on. Heading for Caldwell's Twin Bridges, he passed by a vacant lot that had a chain link fence around it and had to slow a little. Christ, that was where Zero Sum had been before it was reduced to a pile of rubble. And the real estate sign that was in front had a sale pending sticker slapped on it. Wasn't that how things worked? Nasty, like nature, abhorred a vacuum, so if the new club going up on the site met a similar MacGyver end as Rev's had, another would take its place just as fast. Kind of like the sitch with his father. In no time at all, Lash had been replaced by something right up his own alley, so to speak. Made you feel fucking dispensable. It really did. Down under the bridges, it didn't take long to find what he was looking for, but wished he didn't need. His trolling beneath the overpasses quickly brought out the raggedy humans who slept in cardboard boxes or burned out cars, and he thought of how similar to stray dogs they were. Drawn by the hope of sustenance, suspicious from experience, riddled with disease. The mange parallel worked too. He wasn't picky and neither were they. Soon enough he had a female in his passenger seat, oohing and eyeing not over the AMG's leather but the plastic baggie of coke he gave her. While she pinkied some up and went Hoover on it, he drove her over to a dark cave formed by the massive concrete foundation of the incoming bridge. One snort was all she got. He was on her in a flash, and whether it was his need or her physical weakness, he was able to completely subdue her while he drank. Her blood tasted like dirty dishwater. When he was finished, he got out of the car, went around and yanked her out by the collar. Her color had been pale to begin with, now it was the gray of the concrete. She would be dead soon if she wasn't already. He paused and looked down at her face, measuring the thick lines in the skin and the busted capillaries that had given her an unhealthy blush. She had been a newborn once. She had been fresh to the world years ago. Time and experience had certainly battered her, and now she was going to die like an animal, alone and on the dirt. After he dropped her, he reached forward to shut her eyelids. Jesus Christ. Lifting his hand up, he looked through his palm out to the river. No longer rotting flesh, but dark shadow. In the form of what he used to write with and punch with and drive with. Dragging the cuff of the raincoat up, he saw that his wrist was still corporeal. A surge of strength powered through him, the loss of skin no longer something to mourn, but a source of rejoicing. As is the Father, so be the Son. He wasn't going to end up like that whore he'd just stabbed back to himself. He was heading for the Omega's territory, not rotting, but transforming. Lash began to laugh, great belly rolls of satisfaction percolating from his chest and boiling up his throat and leaping out of his mouth. He fell to his knees next to the dead woman and let the relief. With a sudden surge, he jacked to the side and threw up the spoiled blood he'd taken in. When there was a pause, he wiped his chin with his hand and looked at the glossy red as it covered the shadowy outline of what had once been flesh. No time to admire his nascent new form. Violent vomiting racked him so hard he was blinded by the stars exploding in his vision. 51. Sitting in her private quarters, Payne stared out over the far side's landscape. The rolling green grass and the tulips and honeysuckle reached only so far before they were cut off by a ring of trees that encircled the lawn. Above it all, the arching milky sky stretched from fluffy treetops to fluffy treetops, the lid on the wardrobe trunk. From personal experience, she knew that if you walked to the edge of the forest and penetrated its shadows, you ended up emerging. Right where you entered. There was no way out except through the scribe virgin's permission. She alone held the key to the invisible lock, and she wasn't going to let Pain Ghana even to the Primale's house on the other side as the others were allowed to do. Which proved that female knew well what she had birthed. She was very aware that once Pain got loose, she was never coming back. Pain had said as much in a yell that made her own eardrums hum. In retrospect, her outburst had been a victory for honesty, but not the best strategy. Better to have kept that to herself and perhaps been allowed to traverse to the other side and stayed there then. After all, it wasn't as if her mother could force her back to the land of the living statues. Well, at least theoretically. On that note, she thought of Layla, who had just returned from having seen her mail. The sister had been glowing with a kind of happiness and satisfaction that Pain had never felt. Rather justified the urge to leave here, didn't it? Even if what awaited her on the other side was nothing like she remembered from her small slice of freedom, she would have choices to make on her own. Verily, it was a strange curse to have been born and yet not have a life to live. Short of killing her mother, she was stuck herein, and however much she hated the female, she wasn't going to take that trail. She wasn't sure she'd win in such a conflict, for one thing. For another, she had already disposed of her sire. Matricide was not an experience that held any new or particular fascination for her. Oh, the past, the painful, wretched past. How awful to be stuck here with an infinite, bland future whilst burdened with a history that was too awful to dwell on. Suspended animation had been a kind gift when measured up against this torture, at least in the frozen state. Her mind hadn't been able to wander and tangle with things she wished hadn't transpired, and things she would never get to do. Would you care for some victuals? Pain looked over her shoulder. No one was in the archway of the room, bended into a bow with a tray in her hands. Oh, yes, please. Pain shook off her moribund musings. And won't you join me? I thank you kindly, but I shall serve you and depart. The maid put the provisions down on the window seat beside Pain. When you and the king set to your physical conflicts, I shall return to collect. May I ask you something? No one bowed again. But of course. How may I be of service? Why have you never gone on to the other side? Like the others? There was a long silence. And then the female gimped over to the pallet on which Pain slept. With shaking hands, no one straightened the bedding into a precise order. I have no particular interest in that world, she said from under her robing. I am safe here. Over there. I would not be safe. The primale is a brother of stout arm and fine dagger skill. No harm would e'er befall you under his care. The sound that drifted out from the hood was non-committal. Circumstances have a way of spinning into chaos and strife there. Simple decisions have ramifications that can be shattering. Here, everything is in order. Spoken as a survivor of the raid that had taken place in the sanctuary some 75 years ago, Pain thought. Back on that horrible eve, males from the other side had infiltrated the barrier and brought with them the violence that often existed in their world. Many had died or been hurt, the primale at the time included. Pain looked back out at the static, lovely horizon and at once understood the female's thinking and yet wasn't swayed by it. The order herein is precisely what galls me. I would seek to avoid this kind of falsity. Can you not leave when you wish? No. That is not right. Pain's eyes shot over to the female who was now at work refolding Pain's modified robes. I never expected you to say something counter to the scribe virgin. I love our dearest mother of the race, please do not misunderstand. But to be imprisoned, even in luxury, is not right. I choose to stay herein and ever will you should be free to go, however. I find myself envying you. No one seemed to recoil under her robes. You must never do that. 'Tis true. In the silence that followed, Pain recalled her conversation with Layla by the reflecting pool. Same exchange, different twist. Then, Layla had been the one to envy Pain's lack of desire when it came to sex and males. Here, it was no one's contentment with inertia that was of value. And round we go, Pain thought. Turning her head back to the view, she regarded the grass with a jaundiced eye. Each blade was perfectly formed and precisely the right height such that the expanse was less a lawn than a carpet. And the result was not gotten by mowing, of course. Just as the tulips stood in their beds with everlasting blooms upon their slender stalks, and the crocuses were perpetually unfurling, and the roses were always fat-headed with petals, so too were there no bugs or weeds or disease or growth. Ironic that it appeared to be all cultivated and yet was attended to by no one. After all, who needed a gardener when you had a God capable of engineering everything to its best state and keeping it there? In a way, that made no one a miracle, didn't it? That she had been allowed to survive her birth herein and permitted to breathe the non-air, even though she was not perfect. "I don't want this," Payne said. "I truly do not." When there was no comment, she looked over her shoulder and frowned. The female had left as she had come in, without noise or fuss, leaving the surroundings bettered by her careful touch. As a scream welled inside of her, Payne knew she had to be freed, or go mad. Back in Caldwell's farm country, Shex finally got a shot to have inside the house when the police left at 5 in the afternoon. As they walked out, that bunch of blue Eunice looked ready not so much for a night off, but a week's vacation. Then again, wading through congealing blood for hours'll do that to a guy. They locked everything up, put a seal over the front and back doors, and made sure there was a ring of yellow crime scene tape around the yard. Then they got in their cars and drove away. "Let's get in there," she said to the shadows. Dematerializing, she took form smack in the middle of the living room, and Trez and Iam were right with her. Without needing to talk, they fanned out, traipsing through the mess, searching for things the humans wouldn't have known to look for. 20 minutes of ooey-gooey on the first floor and nothing but dust on the second left them with a whole lot of nada. Damn it to hell, she could sense the bodies and the emotional grids that were marked with suffering, but they were like reflections in water, and she just couldn't get to the forms that were throwing the wavy images. "You hear from Rev yet?" she said, lifting one boot and measuring how far up the sole the blood came. "Onto the leather." "Great." Trez shook his head. "Nope, but I can call again." "Don't bother. He must be crashed." Shit, she was hoping that he'd gotten her message and started hunting down that license plate already. Standing in the front hall, she looked around the dining room and then focused on the pitted table that had clearly been used as a cutting board. The Omega's little buddy with the Vin Diesel ride was going to have to come back for the new recruits. They weren't useful hidden like this because, assuming the lockdown worked as hers had with Lash, they couldn't get out of the parallel plane they'd been relegated to until they were released. Unless the spell could be called off from afar? "We've got to stay longer," she said, "and see who else shows." She and the shadows took up residential in the kitchen, pacing around and leaving fresh, bloody footprints on the cracked linoleum, ones that were no doubt going to fuck with the level, earnest heads of all those cops. An HP. Not her problem. She checked the clock on the wall, measured the empty kegs and the liquor bottles and the beer cans, glanced over the tail ends of joints and the talc-y residue of coke lines, rechecked the clock. Out in the back, the sun seemed to have stopped its descent, as if the golden disk was scared of getting skewered by the tree branches. Stalled in her pursuit, she had nothing else to think about other than John. He must be climbing the damn walls right now, all up in a headspace that was hardly what you wanted somebody to meet the enemy with. He was going to be pissed off at her, distracted, revved up in the wrong way. Wasn't like she could call and talk to him. He couldn't answer her. And what she had to say wasn't the kind of thing you wanted to text. "What's the matter?" Trez asked as she began to fidget. "Nothing. Just ready to fight with no target." "Bullshit. And we can stop the chatter right here, thank you very much." 10 minutes later, she was staring up at the clock on the wall again. Oh, for hell's sake, she couldn't stand this. "I'm going back to the Brotherhoods for a half hour," she blurted. "Stay here, will you? Call my cell if anyone shows." As she gave them her number, the peanut gallery did themselves a favor and didn't ask any Whiston again. Shadows were like symphoths in that they tended to know where people were at. "Roger that," Trez said. "We'll hit you the second anything happens." Dematerializing, she took form in front of the Brotherhood mansion and crossed the pea gravel to the basilica-sized steps. After she went into the vestibule, she put her face to the security camera. Fritz opened the way after a moment and bowed low. "Welcome home, madam." The H-word sent a jolt through her. "Ah, thanks." She looked around at the empty rooms off the foyer. "I'm just going to go upstairs." "I've prepared your previous room." "Thanks." But she wasn't heading there. Drawn by the sense of John's blood, she jogged up the grand staircase and went down to his crib. Knocking. She waited. And when there was no answer, she cracked the door into the darkness and heard the hush of a running shower. Across the way, a lateral strip of light showed at carpet level, indicating he'd shut the way into the bathroom. Crossing the Oriental, she shed her leather jacket and left it on the back of a chair. At the bath, she knocked again. Without hesitation. Loudly. The door opened by itself, swinging free and revealing humid air and the dim glow of the inset lights above the jacuzzi. John was facing her behind the glass enclosure, the water rushing down his chest and his six-pack and his thighs. His cock sprang up into a massive erection the moment her eyes met his, but he didn't move and he didn't look glad to see her. In fact, his upper lip curled in a snarl, and that wasn't the worst of it. His emotional grid was completely closed off to her. He was blocking her and she wasn't even sure he was aware of doing it. She couldn't get a beat on anything that she had always sensed so clearly before. Shex lifted up her right hand and spelled out awkwardly, "I came back." His brow twitched. Then he signed much more smoothly and quickly, with intel for Wrath and the brothers, right? Feel like a hero? Congratulations. He shut off the water, stepped out, and leaned for a towel. He didn't cover himself, but dried off, and it was hard not to notice that with each move and arch, his erection bobbed. She never thought she'd curse her peripheral vision. "I haven't talked with anyone," she said. This left him pausing with the towel stretched across his back, one arm angled up, the other down. Naturally, the pose popped his pecs and pulled the muscles that ran over his hip bones out in stark relief. He snapped the towel free and draped it over his shoulders. Leaving it to hang, he signed, "Why did you come here?" "I wanted to see you." The ache in her voice made her wish she'd used ASL. "Why?" "I was worried." "You want to see how I'm hanging together? You want to know what it was like to spend the past 7 hours wondering if you were dead or—" "John." He ripped the towel free and snapped the end in midair to shut her up. "You want to know how I handled the idea that you were dead? Fighting alone? Or worse, back where you'd been? Your sympath side need a little diversion for kicks and giggles? God, no. You sure about that? You're not wearing your chiliches. Maybe you're feeding that hunger coming back here." Shex wheeled around for the door, her emotions too much for her to handle, the guilt and the sadness choking her. John caught her arm and they ended up against the wall, his body holding hers in place while he signed up close to their faces. "Hell no, you do not get to run. After what you put me through, you do not get to run the fuck out of here just because you can't deal with shit you created. I couldn't run from today. I had to stay caged here and you can damn well return the favor." Her eyes wanted to focus elsewhere, but then she couldn't track what he was saying with his hands. "You want to know how I am? Fucking resolved, that's how I am. You and I are turning a corner tonight. You say you have a right to go after Lash? I do too." That locker room in the shower, she thought. The betrayal that she didn't know the details of, but that she sensed had everything to do with what had happened to John when he'd been young and alone and defenseless. "Here's the deal, and it's non-negotiable. We work together to find him and get him and kill him. We work as a team, which means where one of us is, the other goes. And at the end, whoever takes him to ground gets the honors. That's where we stand." Shex exhaled with relief, instantly knowing it was the right answer. She hadn't liked how it felt being at that farmhouse without him. It had seemed wrong. "Deal," she said. His face didn't register surprise or satisfaction, which told her whatever he'd planned if she said no must have been a doozy. Except then she learned why he was so calm. "After it's over, we go our separate ways. We're done." The blood drained out of her head and abruptly her hands and feet went numb. Which was such bullshit. What he was proposing was the best arrangement and the best outcome, two fighters working together, and once their goal was accomplished, there was no reason to retain any tie between them. Matter of fact, this was precisely what she'd seen of the future when she'd first come out of that nightmare with Lash. Get him good and dead. Then end this fiasco of life. Trouble was, her plans that had been so clear were foggy now. The path that she had set with her head the instant she got free obscured by things that had nothing to do with what was in her skull and everything to do with the male who was naked against her. "Okay," she said hoarsely. "All right?" Now that caused a reaction in him. His body relaxed against hers, and he planted his hands on the wall on either side of her head. As their eyes met, her body roared with a blast of heat. Man, desperation was gasoline to a match for her when it came to John Matthew, and given the way he subtly rolled his hips against her, he felt the same way. Shex reached up and clamped a hold on the side of his neck. She wasn't gentle, and neither was he as she pulled him down to her mouth, their lips crushing together, their tongues not so much meeting as dueling. When she suddenly heard a tearing sound, she realized he'd grabbed both sides of her muscle shirt and ripped it in half down the front. Her breasts came up against his bare chest, her nipples rubbing against his skin, her core weeping for him. To hell with desperation, the need to have him inside went farther than that until her emptiness without him was an agony. Her leathers were on the floor a split second later. Then, with a quick hop, she jumped up and locked her thighs around his waist. Reaching down, she positioned him against her sex and squeezed her heels into his ass, making the penetration so very real. As his arousal sank deep, she took all of him, the sliding push enough to make her orgasm wildly. Riding her release, her fangs shot out into her mouth and John broke the kiss to tilt his head and flash his vein. The puncture was sweet, the strength that came from him meteoric. With hard draws, she drank as his body hammered into her, pitching her off that cliff again, sending her into a crazy descent that somehow had no hard landing, and he followed her, making that glorious leap without a parachute, his orgasms shuddering into her. There was only the briefest of pauses. And then John started pumping again. No, he was carrying her to the bed in the darkened room, the motion of his striding thighs pushing him inside of her and pulling him free and pushing him back. She remembered every single sensation, storing each one deep in her mind, making the moment infinite and ageless by virtue of the power of memory. And as he settled on top of her, she did what he had done for her. Offering her vein to him, she ensured that they were the most powerful team they could be. Partners. Just not the permanent kind. 52. As John's body got it on with Shex's, his mind briefly retreated to that moment in the bathroom when he'd waited for her to agree to their arrangement. Sure, he'd sounded all lay down the law, but the truth was he'd had no leverage. She was either going to go with it or not, and if she didn't, he had nothing to hold over her. Bottom line? There was absolutely no threat of withdrawal, no proactive anything, no if this then that he could bring to the situation. And that was what had dawned on him while he'd sat on the sofa in the billiard room, pretending to watch TV with Tor. All day long, he'd heard Revenge's voice in his head, over and over again. Her endgame doesn't include anyone but herself. John was not a fool, and he was not prepared to let his bonding for her paralyze him anymore. They had a job to do, and they had a better shot at getting it done if they worked together. After all, this wasn't any ordinary lesser they were going after. Besides, the story of the two of them was written in the language of collision. They were ever crashing into each other and ricocheting away only to find themselves pulled back into another impact. She was his pyrrhicant, and there was nothing he could do to change that. But he could sure as shit cut the bungee cord that was torturing him. Man, he wished that tattoo of his weren't permanent. Then again, at least it was on his back and he didn't have to look at the goddamn thing. But whatever. They were going to get lash and then go their separate ways. And between now and then, well, John let his thoughts drift away as he reconnected with the surging sex and the roaring taste in his mouth as he fed. Dimly, he once again caught the bonding scent rising from his own skin, but he shut that reality out. He wasn't going to allow his head to get scrambled just because of that dark spice. Not for a minute longer. Bonded males were crippled without their females, true enough, and a huge part of him would always be hers. But he was going to keep living, goddammit. He was a survivor. As he moved inside Shex's tight hold, his cock was a solid shaft of power, and another release soon slammed through him and into her, breaking the seal on her vein. He lapped the punctures with his tongue, and then latched onto one of her breasts. With a shift of his leg, he split her thighs farther apart and rolled onto his back so she was on top. Shex took it from there, bracing her hands on his shoulders, swinging her hips on the base of her spine, her tight stomach curling and releasing as she rode him. With a silent curse, he grabbed onto her thighs and squeezed, her muscles shifting under his hold, and he didn't stop there. He drew his hands farther up to the juncture where her legs met her torso, that electric crease drawing him to where they were joined. His thumb slipped into the carnal heart of her and found the top of her sex, rubbing it in circles. In the dim light from the bathroom, he watched her arch back, her fangs cranking down on her lower lip in an effort to keep herself from crying out. He wanted to tell her to let her roar free, but he didn't have time to pity her. Discretion came hard, his lids squeezing shut as he shuddered beneath her. Catching his breath, he felt her pause to breathe deep, and then she was changing position. When he opened his eyes, he nearly orgasmed again. She'd shifted back so that she was leaning on his legs, balancing her weight on his shins. With her feet up by his sides, he got one hell of a show. And that was before she started moving. The sight of him emerging shiny and thick from her folds, his shaft revealed right to the ridge of his cockhead, pitched him off into another release. She didn't stop. He didn't want her to. John needed more of watching their sexes up close, more of seeing the tips of her breasts and the thrust of her chin and the smooth strength of her body as she had him deep and hard. He wanted to stay captured in her. Forever. But that was his problem with her, and one that was ending here and now. They climaxed together, with his hands locking onto her slender ankles and her mouth opening to let his name out of her throat. Afterward, there was nothing but a lot of heavy breathing and air that seemed cold. With a lithe shift, she disengaged them by swinging a leg over his head and landing on the floor beside the bed without a sound. As she looked over her shoulder, her spine twisted in an elegant curve. "Can I use your shower?" When he nodded, she walked with confident, long strides into his bathroom, and in spite of all the sex they'd just had, he felt a driving need to take her from behind. A moment later, the rushing water sounded. And then her voice echoed. "The human police have found the scene." That got John out of bed and hungry for more intel. As he came into the bath, she turned around under the shower head and arched back to rinse the shampoo he used out of her hair. The place was crawling with cops. But the new initiates were hidden in the same way I had been. All those humans saw was enough blood to paint a house red. No sign of Lash, but there was a drive-by of a street racer with something that smelled like fake strawberries behind the wheel. I called Rev with the license plate number to pass on to this house, and I'll make the report to Wrath right now. When she looked over at him, he signed, "We go back the second night falls." "Yup, we do." Quinn woke up alone, having sent Layla back to the far side after they had done a little more business. He'd meant to tell her to go right away, but a goodbye embrace had led to other things. She was still a virgin, though. Not untouched any longer, but Defoe's still a virgin. Seemed like there were two people in the world he couldn't have sex with. The trend continued, and he was going to end up celibate. As he sat up, his head pounded, proof positive that Herodura was an opponent of worth. Rubbing his face, he thought back to kissing the Chosen. He taught her how to do it properly, how to suck and stroke, how to open the way for someone's tongue, how to penetrate a mouth when she wanted to. Female learned fast. And yet, it hadn't been hard to keep things from getting out of hand. What had killed the urge to seal the deal was the way she stared at him. When he'd started down the Lewis and Clark Highway with this exploration shit, he'd assumed she was just looking for the practical course after all her textbook training. But on her side, there had quickly been more to it than that. Her eyes had started to get stars in them, like he was the key to the door that kept her locked in herself, like he alone held the power to spring her deadbolt and set her free, like he was her future. Rather ironic because, on paper, she was his ideal female. Might well have solved his mating problem permanently. Except his heart wasn't in it. So yeah, no way he was taking on the responsibility for her hopes and dreams. And not a chance he was going all the way with her. She was already being seduced by a fantasy of him if he actually made love to her. It was only going to get worse. When you didn't know any better, that kind of physical rush could easily be mistaken for something deeper and more meaningful. Hell, that sort of delusion could happen between two people who had experience. Like that chick at the tat place, for instance, slipping him her number. He'd had no interest in calling her before, during, or after. He couldn't even remember her name, and the intel vacuum didn't bother him in the slightest. Any woman willing to fuck a guy she didn't know in a public place with 3 other males around was not someone he needed to have a relationship with. Harsh? Yes. Double standard? Not a chance. He had no respect for himself either, so it wasn't like he judged his own low, filthy standards with any less distaste. And besides, Layla had no clue what he'd been doing with humans since his transition. All the sex in bathrooms and alleys and dark corners of clubs, that dirty math adding up to his being able to know exactly what to do with her body. With any body. Male or female. Shit. Didn't that make him think about how Blay had spent the day? Quinn fumbled with his phone and flicked the thing open. Calling up the text that Blay had sent from that unknown number. He read and reread it again. Had to have come from Saxton's phone. Probably typed out on the guy's bed. Quinn tossed his BlackBerry onto his table and stood up. In the bathroom, he kept the lights out because he was so not interested in what he looked like in the jeans and shirt he'd slept in. Hot mess. No doubt. As he was washing his face, a subtle whirring sound emanated from all around, the shutters rising from the windows, with water dripping off his chin and a can of Barbasol in his mitt. He glanced out into the new night. In the moonlight, the buds on the silver-trunked birches by the window had come out even farther, indicating the day had been a warm one. He totally ignored any parallel to Blaze being awakened to his own sexuality. By Quinn's own cousin. Disgusted with himself, he skipped the razor action and stalked out of his room. Gunning for the kitchen, he went as fast as he dared, given that the barometric pressure in his skull was making him worried about the health and longevity of his optic nerves. Down in Fritz's fiefdom, he made a pot of coffee as Dog Jen scurried around making first meal. Good thing they were already so preoccupied. Sometimes when you felt like shit inside and out, you wanted to work your own crups. Pride mattered in moments like this. Mind you, first trip through the park, he forgot to add the grounds, so all he got was a nice, steaming pot of clear water. Once more with feeling. He was coming out of the dining room with a camping thermos full of dark brown miracle juice and a bottle of aspirin when the door to the vestibule was opened by Fritz. The pair who stepped past the good Dog Jen ensured that there was a shitload of Bayer in Quinn's immediate future. Blay and Saxton entered the house arm in arm. For a split second, he nearly growled as possessiveness made him want to drive his Hummer between the two and park it there until he realized their huggy-huggy was evidently for medicinal purposes. Saxton didn't seem too steady on his feet, and his face had clearly been used as a punching bag. Now Quinn growled low for a different reason. Who fucking did that to you? Couldn't be the guy's own family. Saxton's folks were cool with what and who he was. Tell me, he demanded. And once the question was answered, the pair could follow it up with how in the fuck Blay thought he could bring an outsider not only into the Brotherhood's seat but the home of the first family. Oh, but number 3, how was it? Was actually going to stay right where it was, namely choking his throat. Saxton smiled. Sort of. His upper lip wasn't working all that well. Nothing but some human trash. Let us not get emotional, shall we? Fuck that. And what the hell are you doing here with him? Quinn stared at Blay and tried not to measure the guy's face for stubble burn. He can't be in this house. You can't bring him. From up above, Wrath's voice cut him off, the king's deep baritone filling the foyer. Blay wasn't kidding about you, was he? You got some kind of crack there, didn't you, son? Saxton wheezed as he bowed. Forgive me, your majesty, for not providing a more agreeable presentation. You were most kind to welcome me herein. You did me right when it mattered. I returned the favor. Always. That being said, you compromised my happy home in any way. I'll slice off your balls and feed them to you. I love Wrath, Quinn thought. Saxton bowed again. Understood. Wrath didn't look down the stairs, his wraparounds remaining straight ahead so that it seemed as if he were staring up at the frescoes on the lofty ceiling. And yet even with his blindness, he missed nothing. Quinn's got coffee, from what I can sense, so that'll help, and Fritz has fired up a bedroom for you. You want something to eat before you feed. Feed? Feed? Quinn didn't appreciate being out of the loop, even when it came to little shit like what was being served for dinner. Saxton, the mansion, Blay, and someone's vein? Yeah, not knowing what was doing with the likes of all that made the tips of his fangs tingle. Saxton bowed once again. Indeed, you are a very kind host. Fritz, get the mail some chow. The chosen should be arriving very soon. A chosen's vein? Christ, what exactly had Saxton done for the king? Whose ass had he saved? And our physician will see you. Wrath held his palm up. Nope. I smell the pain you're feeling. Gets a combo of kerosene and raw peppers in my sinuses. Now get moving. Take care of yourself and we'll talk later. As Wrath and George did a wheel around up on the balcony, Quinn fell into the wake of Fritz's hospitality, walking behind the butler as the guy led a slow ascension of the grand staircase. At the top, the elderly Dog Jen paused in favor of Saxton's limp, whipping out his handkerchief to polish the carved brass curlicues. With nothing to do but wait as well, Quinn popped open the aspirin and took a handful, noting that through the open doors of the king's study, John and Shex were talking to V and Wrath, the 4 of them standing over a map that was stretched flat on the desk. This is a spectacular manse, Saxton said while he stopped to regain his breath. Leaning on Blaze's strength, he fit under the guy's arm. Fucking perfectly. The miserable bastard. My master, Darius, built it. Fritz's ancient watery eyes drifted around before focusing on the apple tree that was depicted in mosaic tile down below. He had always wanted the Brotherhood herein, had constructed the facility for their every purpose. He would be so pleased. Let us continue then, Saxton said. I am eager to see more. Down the hall of statues, past Tor's room, past Quinn's and John Matthews, past Blaze, and right next door. Why not farther down, Quinn thought. Like in the basement. I shall bring you a tray of various and sundry. Fritz went inside and double-checked that everything was in order. Dial *1 if you should need anything before I return or at any other time. With a bow, the butler took off, leaving a whole lot of awkward behind, which didn't smooth out in the slightest as Blay took Saxton over to the bed and helped the male get horizontal. SB was in a gorgeous gray suit, with a waistcoat, which made Quinn in his clothes as sleeping bag feel like he was dressed in some of Hefty's best. Standing a little taller, so at least he clearly beat Sax on the vertical front, he said, "It was those guys at the cigar bar. Those fucking assholes. Wasn't it?" As Blay stiffened, Saxton laughed a little. "So our mutual friend Blaylock here told you about our date? I wondered what he was doing on my phone in my bathroom." Whatever. Deduction not daytime minutes had led him to that conclusion. Hell, he'd only gotten that one text from the guy. One measly, short text that didn't offer so much as a "Hi, how're ya?" Holy shit. Was he actually bitching about phone etiquette? Was he really chicking out like that? Short of wearing panties under his jeans, he guessed that would be a big yuppity-yup. Getting back in the game, he snapped, was it them? When Blay said nothing, Saxton sighed. Yes, I'm afraid they felt the need to express themselves well, the head ape in the group did. The male's lids lowered and he glanced over at Blay. And I'm a lover not a fighter, you see. Blay hurried to fill the silence after that little bomb. Selena will be here shortly. You like her? Thank God it wasn't Layla, Quinn thought for absolutely no good reason. The silence that followed had the consistency of tar and the smell of guilty conscience. Can I talk to you? Quinn said to Blay abruptly. Out in the hall. Not a request. As Fritz arrived with the tray, Quinn stepped from the room and waited in the corridor, facing off at one of the muscular statues, which made him think about what Blay looked like naked. Cracking the thermos lid, he took a swig from his coffee, burned his throat, and drank more anyway. After Fritz left, Blay emerged and shut the door. What is it? I can't believe you brought him here. Blay recoiled with a frown. You've seen his face. How could I not? He's hurt and not healing well and he needs to feed. And Fury would never allow one of his chosen to just show up in the world somewhere. This is the only safe way to do it. Why didn't you just find him someone else? It doesn't have to be a chosen. Excuse me. That frown got even deeper. He's your cousin, Quinn. I'm well aware of the relation. And of how petty he sounded. I just don't get why you pulled all these strings for the guy. Bullshit. He knew exactly why. Blay turned away. I'm going back in now. Is he your lover? That stopped the male dead. Just froze him like he was one of the Greek statues. His hand halting on its reach for the doorknob. Blay glanced over his shoulder, his face hard. That is none of your business. Not a blush in sight, and Quinn exhaled slowly in relief. He isn't, is he? You haven't been with him. Leave me alone, Quinn. Just leave me alone. As the door shut behind the guy, Quinn cursed under his breath and wondered if he would ever be able to do that. Not anytime soon, a voice said in his head. Maybe not ever. 53. Lash woke up with his face in the dirt and someone going through his pockets. As he tried to turn over, something hard cupped the back of his skull and held him in place. A palm. A human palm. Get the car keys, somebody hissed from the left. There were two of them. A pair of humans, both of whom smelled like crack smoke and old sweat. Just as the rummaging hand went to the other side of him, Lash caught the man's wrist and, with a twist and a jump, traded places with the looting bastard. As the guy went fishmouth in shock, Lash bared his fangs and swept down from above, catching the ruddy skin of a cheek and ripping it free of the bone. A quick spit and he ripped the cocksucker's throat wide open. Yelling. Serious yelling from the guy who'd given the order about the keys, which was quickly extinguished as Lash withdrew his knife and pitched it at the running back of Mr. Grand Theft Auto, catching the fucker right between the shoulder blades. As the son of a bitch yard sailed into the dirt, Lash curled up a fist and punched the temple of the man who'd mounted him. With the threat now neutralized, Lash went wobbly again, his body falling to the side as he briefly considered another round of throwing up. Not a great condition to be in, especially as the human he'd nailed on the fly began to grunt and claw at the ground like he was determined to get away. Lash forced himself to his feet and shuffled over. Standing above the crackhead, he braced a foot on the guy's ass and yanked his knife out of that back. Then he kicked his target over and lifted his arm. He was about to do the plunge into the chest thing when he realized the bastard was built strong, his frame packed with muscle. Given his wild eyes, he was clearly into the pipe, but he was young enough so that the ravages of the addiction had yet to eat away at his body mass. Well, wasn't this the SB's lucky night? Thanks to a whim and a good body, he'd just gone from corpse to lab rat. Instead of stabbing him in the heart, Lash slashed the human's wrists and nicked his jugular. As red blood flowed into the earth, and the man started in with the moans, Lash looked to the car and felt like the thing was 100 miles away. He needed energy. He needed bingo. While those veins drained, Lash dragged himself to the Mercedes, popped the trunk, and lifted the carpet section up. The panel that covered where the spare would normally go pulled out easily. Hello, wakey wakey. The kilo of cocaine was supposed to have been cut down and repackaged for street sale days ago. But then the world had exploded and it had been left right where Mr. D had stashed it. Wiping his knife off on his pants, Lash punctured a corner of the cellophane block and dipped in the tip of the blade. He snorted the shit right off the stainless steel, loading up first his right then his left non-existent nostril. For good measure, he did another round. And one more. As he rocked some keep it in there sniffing, the rush that thundered through him saved his ass, perking him up so that he could keep going even after his vomiting and passing out routine. Why he'd had those problems was a mystery. Maybe that hood rat's blood had been tainted, or maybe it wasn't only Lash's body but his internal chemistry that was changing. Either way, he was gonna need that powder in the back until things stabilized. Shit worked too. He felt great. After rehiding his stash, he returned to the crackhead. The cold didn't help the draining process, and waiting around here while the fucker bled out wasn't the brightest idea, no matter how well hidden they were under the bridge. Riding his considerable buzz, he strode over to the dead guy he'd done a Hannibal Lecter on. He ripped open the man's filthy jacket and tore the undershirt beneath into bandage-sized strips. Fuck his father. Fuck that little shit. He was going to make his own army. Starting with that bulldog addict. It didn't take long to wrap up the seeping wounds on the human, and then Lash picked him up and threw him in the trunk with all the regard a cab driver would pay to cheap luggage. Driving out from under the bridge, his eyes were bouncing around. But shit. Every car he saw, from the ones on the surface roads to the traffic that whizzed by on the highway, every single one of them was a Caldwell PD, unmarked. He was sure of it. They were police. Humans with badges looking into his car. The police, the CPD, the police, the CPD. As he headed for the ranch, he hit every single red light in Caldwell, and as he was forced to break it, he stared straight ahead, praying that all the police behind and in front of him didn't sense he had a dying man and a fuckload of drugs in the car. It would take too much effort to deal with being pulled over. Besides, talk about buzzkill. He was finally feeling like himself, every single heartbeat drumming through his veins, the steel-shod hooves of all that cocaine trampling through his brain, creating a cacophony of creative inspiration. Wait. What had he been thinking of? Ah, hell, what did it matter? Half-formed ideas winged around his mind, plans forming and disintegrating, every single one of them brilliant. Ben Loy's, he had to get to Ben Loy's and re-establish the connection. Make more lessers of his own. Find the little shit and stab him back to the Omega. Fuck his father like the guy fucked him. Fuck Shex again. Go back to the farmhouse and fight with the brothers. Money, 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 needed money. As he passed by one of Caldwell's parks, his foot eased off the accelerator. At first, he wasn't sure whether he was actually seeing what he thought he was, or whether his coked head was warping reality. But no. What was going down in the shadows by the fountain presented the opportunity he'd planned on manufacturing for himself, or infiltrating if need be. Pulling the Mercedes into one of the metered parking spaces, he turned off the car and got his knife out. As he went around the hood of the AMG, he was vaguely aware he wasn't thinking straight, but as he rode the cocaine rush, that felt just fine. John Matthew took form in a stand of pines and bushes along with Shex and Quinn, and Butch, V and Rage. Up ahead, the ratty farmhouse with the yellow crime scene tape around it looked like something out of Law and Order. Although if that were true, without smell-o-vision you wouldn't get an accurate pic even with great camera work. Despite the acres of fresh air around, the scent of blood was strong enough to make you clear your throat. To properly cover Lash's intel dump, the Brotherhood had split in half, with the others staking out the address which had been tied to the license plate on that souped-up Civic. Trez and IM had just taken off to handle their own biz for the night, but they were ready to come back at the drop of a text. And according to the shadows, there was nothing too special to report since Shex had left them except for the fact that Detective De La Cruz had returned, spent an hour, and left again. John searched the scene before him, focusing on the shadows more than what the risen moon illuminated. Then he closed his eyes and let his instincts bleed out from him, giving that indefinable, invisible sensor in the center of his chest free rein. In moments like this, he didn't know why he did what he did. The urge just came upon him, the conviction that he had done this Befarito good effect so strong it was undeniable. Yeah. He could feel something was off. There were ghosts in there, and the certainty reminded him of what he'd felt when he'd been in that dreaded bedroom where Shex had been so close and so far away. He had sensed her too, but been blocked from making the connection. The bodies are in there, Shex said. We just can't see or get to them. But I'm telling you, they're inside. Well, let's not fuck around out here then, V said, dematerializing. Rage followed, poofing it right into the farmhouse while Butch took a more labor-intensive approach, hot-footing it across the scruffy lawn, with gun drawn and down at his thigh. He looked in the windows until V led him in the back. You going in? Shex asked. John signed carefully so she could read his hands. You've already reported what's doing inside. I'm more interested in who's going to show up at the front door. Agreed. One by one the brothers came back. V spoke softly, assuming that Lash isn't just showing off his induction efforts, and assuming Shex is right. No assumption there, she bit out. I am. Then whoever turned the poor bastards has to come back. Thank you, Sherlock. V glared in her direction. You want to dial back the attitude, sweetheart? John straightened, thinking that however much he loved the brother, he was so not appreciating that tone. Shex evidently agreed. Call me sweetheart one more time, and it'll be the last word you ever speak. Don't threaten me, sweet. Butch stepped behind V and clapped his palm over the guy's pole while John put his hand on Shex's arm, urging her to calm down as he glared in Vicious's direction. He'd never understood the enmity between the pair of them, even though it had been there since he could remember. He frowned. In the aftermath of the flare-up, Butch was looking at the ground. Shex was focused on a tree over V's shoulder. V was growling and staring at his fingernails. Something is off with all this, John thought. Oh, Jesus. V had no reason to dislike Zex, in fact. She was precisely the kind of female he'd typically respect. Unless, of course, she happened to have been with Butch. V was known to be possessive about his best friend with everyone but the guy's shellin'. John stopped his extrapolations right there, he so didn't need to know anymore. Butch was 100% about his Marissa, so if anything had happened with Shex, it was a lifetime ago. Probably before John had even met here, or maybe when he'd been just a pre-trans. Past was the past was the past. Besides, he shouldn't. Any further thoughts on the sitch were mercifully derailed as a car drove by the farmhouse. Instantly, all their attention was cross-haired on a ride that was done up like an outfit some 12-year-old girl might have wanted to find in her closet. In, like, 1985. Gray and acid yellow and hot pink. Really? You really think that's hot? Man. Assuming there was a slayer behind the wheel, John just had another reason to kill the flock of seagulls, motherfucker. That's the souped-up Civic, Shex whispered. That's it. All at once there was a subtle shift in the scenery, like a screen had been pulled into place from above. Fortunately, visual acuity suffered only until what shielded them was settled, then everything was clear again. I've fired up the mice, V said. And what a fucking asshole. That ride is too flashy to be in this part of town. Ride? Rage snorted. Please. That thing is a sewing machine with an air dam taped to it. My GTO could dust the fucker in fourth gear from a dead stop. When there was an odd sound from behind, John looked back. So did the three brothers. What? Shex bristled and crossed her arms over her chest. I can laugh, you know, and that's pretty damn funny. Rage beamed. I knew I liked you. The sewing machine went past the house and then came back, only to turn around and do a third drive-by. I'm getting really bored with this. Rage shifted his weight back and forth, his eyes flashing neon blue, which meant his beast had a case of the snores and was getting twitchy as well. Never a good thing. Why don't I just hood ornament it and drag the fucker face first out the windshield? Better to chill and lay the trap, Shex murmured just as John thought the very same thing. The guy behind the wheel might have been colorblind when it came to car paint, but he wasn't a total moron. He drove on, and about 5 minutes later, just as Rage was practically pulling a split personality, he was so itchy, the slayer who'd been doing the drive-bys came striding out across the rear cornfield. That kid's a ferret, Rage muttered. A little, shifty ferret. True enough, but the ferret had a pair of reinforcements with him, of a size that wouldn't have fit in his ride. Clearly, they'd met up elsewhere and dumped another car. And they were smart about their approach. They took their time and looked all around the lawn and house and forest. But thanks to V, when they saw the stand of trees their enemy was among, their eyes wouldn't register anything but landscape. Vicious's maze was an optical illusion that effectively fogged out the shitstorm the enemy was walking into. As the trio went to the back of the house, their boots made a crunching sound over the cold, stiff grass. A moment later, there was a shattering sound. Glass breaking. To no one in particular, John signed, "I'm gonna close in." "Wait." V's voice didn't slow John in the slightest, and neither did the cursing he left behind as he dematerialized right to the side of the house, which meant he was the first to see the bodies as they became visible. The instant the ferret climbed through a window in the kitchen, the house shivered and, "Hello, Texas Chainsaw Massacre." Stretching from the living room to the hall to the dining room, there were some 20 guys lined up with their heads facing the rear of the house and their feet toward the front. Dolls? Grotesque naked dolls with black vomit on their faces and slowly pinwheeling arms and legs. John felt Shex and the others take form right behind him at the window just as the ferret strode into view. "Fucking A," the kid hollered as he looked around. "Yes." His triumphant, skittering laughter bordered on hysteria, which might have been disturbing, except for the fact that he was surrounded by blood and guts and gore. As it was, the keening cackle was a bit of a snoozy horrible cliché. But then so was the bastard's car. "Vin Diesel much?" "You are my army," he shouted at the bloodied guys on the floor. "We are gonna rule Caldwell. Get ya asses up, it's time to go to work. Together we are." "I can't wait to kill this little shit," Rage muttered. "If only to shut him up. Too, right?" The fucker was on a serious Mussolini kick, all blah blah taking over blah, which was all well and good for the ego but ultimately didn't mean shit. The response from the sorry sons of bitches on the ground was the critical thing. Huh. Maybe the Omega had chosen well. The dolls appeared to be drinking the Kool-Aid. The assembled drained, butchered, reanimated, and now soulless former humans stirred, lifting their torsos up off the floorboards, struggling to their feet at the ferret's command. Too bad for them, it was going to be a wasted effort. On three, this house whispered. Shex was the one who counted it down. 1, 2, 3 54. As soon as night fell o'er the landscape and granted its dark grace upon the good earth, Darius dematerialized from his modest abode and took form on the shore by the ocean with Torment. The cottage the Symphoth had described was in fact a stone manse of some size and distinction. There were candles lit inside, but as Darius and his protege tarried amid an outcropping of foliage, there were no overt signs of life. No figures walked past the windows. No dogs barked a warning. No scents from the kitchen wing wafted on the cool, calm breeze. There was, however, a horse turned out in the field and a carriage by the barn, as well as a crushing sense of foreboding. A Symphoth is therein, Darius murmured as his eyes probed not just the visible, but the shadowed. There was no way to know whether there was more than one sin-eater within the walls, as it took only a single of them to create the barricade of fear. And no way to ken whether it was the Symphoth they sought. At least, not as long as they stayed on the periphery. Darius closed his eyes and let his senses penetrate what they were able of the scene afore him, his instincts beyond that of sight and hearing focusing to ascertain danger. Verily, there were times when he trusted what he knew to be true more than what he beheld. Yes, he could feel something inside. There was frantic movement within the stone walls. The Symphoth knew they were here. Darius nodded at Torment, and the two of them took a chance and tried to dematerialize into the living room. Metal embedded in the masonry itself prevented them penetrating the stout walls, and they were forced to re-form at the house's cold flank. Undeterred, Darius lifted his leather-covered elbow and smashed the leaded glass of a window. Then he gripped the dividers and pulled out the frame. Tossing it aside, he gusted in with Torment, becoming corporeal in the living room. Just in time to catch a flash of red ducking through an internal door down toward the back of the house. In silent accord, he and Torment took off in pursuit, reaching the exit that had been taken as the pins of the lock were turning. Copper mechanism, which meant there was no moving it mentally. Stand aside, Torment said as he leveled the muzzle of his gun. Darius briefly stepped clear as a shot rang out, and then he shoulder rushed the door, forcing it wide. The stairs down below were dark except for a jostling, ever-fading light. They descended the stone steps with pounding boots and sprinted over the packed dirt floor, running after the lantern. And the scent of vampire blood that was in the air. Urgency thundered in Darius's veins, wrath warring with desperation. He wanted the female back. Dearest virgin scribe, how she must have suffered. There was a slamming sound, and then the underground tunnel went pitch black. Without losing his stride, Darius powered onward, putting his hand out against the walling to keep straight on his path. Tight on his heels, Torment was with him in pursuit, and the echoes of their clamoring boots helped Darius determine the termination of the passageway. He pulled up short just in time, using his hands to locate the latch on the door, which the Simphith hadn't taken the time to lock behind himself. Ripping open the heavy wooden panels, Darius got a deep lungful of fresh air and caught sight of the jangling lantern up ahead, across the grasses. Dematerializing and reforming up close, he caught the Simphith male and the vampire female next to the barn, blocking their escape such that the abductor was forced to halt. With shaking hands, the Sin-Eater held a knife to his captive's throat. "I shall kill her," he screamed. "I shall kill her." Up against him, the female didn't struggle, didn't try to pull away, didn't beg to be saved or set free. She just stared ahead, her haunted eyes listless in her bleak face. Indeed, there was no paler skin to behold than that of the dead by moonlight. And verily, the daughter of Samson might have possessed a beating heart betwixt her ribs, but her soul had passed away. "Let her go," Darius commanded. "Let her go, and we shall let you live." "Never. She is mine." The Simphith's eyes glowed red, his evil lineage shining in the night, and yet his youth and his panic evidently rendered him incapable of using his race's most powerful weapon. Although Darius braced himself for a mental onslaught, an invasion of his cranium did not ensue from the Sin-Eater. "Let her go," Darius repeated, "and we shall not kill you. I have mated with her. Do you hear me? Mated with her." As Torment leveled his gun right at the male, Darius was impressed by how calm he was. First time in the field, captive situation, Simphith. And the boy was right in the midst without being consumed by the drama. With deliberate composure, Darius continued trying to reason with their opponent, noting with vicious anger the way the female's nightgown was stained. "If you release her, there is nothing you can give me worth more than her." Torment's low voice broke through the tension. "If you let her go, I won't shoot you in the head." It was a good enough threat, Darius supposed. But of course, Torment wasn't going to fire the weapon, too much risk to the female in the event. His aim was off by even a fraction. The Simphith began walking back toward the barn, dragging the vampire with him. "I shall slice her open." "If she's so precious to you," Darius said, "how could you bear the loss?" "Better she die with me then." Boom. As the gun went off, Darius shouted and jumped forward, even though he couldn't possibly catch Torment's bullet with his hands. "What have you done?" he hollered as the Simphith and the female landed in a heap. Racing over the grass and then falling to his knees, Darius prayed that she had not been hit. With his heart in his throat, he reached out to roll the male off of her. As the young Simphith flopped over onto his back, he stared in blind fixation at the heavens, a perfectly round, black hole in the center of his forehead. "Dearest virgin scribe," Darius breathed. "What a shot." Torment knelt down. "I wouldn't have pulled the trigger if I hadn't been sure." They both leaned toward the female. She too was staring at the galaxy above, her pale eyes locked and unblinking. Had her throat been cut after all? Darius rifled through her frothy, once white nightdress. There was blood on it, some of which had dried, some of which was fresh. The tear that spilled forth from her eye twinkled silver in the moonlight. "You are saved," Darius said. "You are safe. Be not afraid. Be not of sorrow." As her pale stare shifted over to meet his own, her despair was as cold as a winter wind and just as isolating. "We shall take you back from whence you came," Darius vowed. "Your family shall." Her voice was nothing more than a croak out of her throat. "You should have shot me instead of him." 55. As the countdown hit 1, Shex took form in the farmhouse's living room, thinking that the concerns of an ambush were right, except the slayers were the fuckers getting jumped. Facing off at the nearest lesser and falling into hand-to-hand with the guy, she knew she had to work fast. You had the element of surprise only once in any given fight, and she and her crew were outnumbered 4-1 in a sitch where no guns could be used. Bullets were accurate only if you had clean shots on static targets, and there was none of that going down. Arms and legs and bodies were flying all around as the brothers and John and Quinn did exactly what she was doing, picking a random inductee and going Bruce Lee on their ass. Shex had her dagger out in her left hand while she threw a right hook at the Slayer in front of her. The cracking blow knocked the guy senseless, and as he slumped against the wall, she drew her arm back and aimed the tip of her blade right for the chest of. With a slap, Butch caught her wrist. "Let me finish it." Positioning himself between them, he locked eyes on the Slayer and put his mouth down close. On a slow, steady inhale, he began to draw the essence out of that body, a nasty cloud-like smog transferring from the lesser to Butch. "Jesus Christ," she whispered as the Slayer who once had formed disintegrated into ash at the brothers' feet. As Butch wobbled and reached out for the wall like he was having trouble standing, she took his arm. "Are you okay?" A shrill whistle from John brought her head around just in time. Another lesser was rushing at her, prepared to use the switchblade in its hand. Thanks to John, she ducked down and lunged forward, grabbing a thick wrist and taking control of the weapon while she stabbed upward, catching the Slayer under the ribs. Bright lights, big bang, and on to the next. She was all in the zone with the fighting, fast on her feet, quick with her hands. And even though she was going a mile a minute and she'd poofed off that one Slayer, she was going to respect Butch's role in the showdown. She didn't understand precisely what that ashes to ashes routine was all about, but she was willing to bet that it was a special end for the enemy. In that vein, she took to slicing the backs of knees and the fronts of thighs. Incapacitation was something she had excelled at as an assassin because a lot of times she'd had a message to share before she struck mortally. And sure enough, as she left moaning bodies in her wake, Butch swept up behind her, inhaling and turning to fine powder that which they had come to kill. As she carved and slashed her way through the inductees, she found herself keeping a second eye on John and, holy hell, he was one slick fighter who seemed to specialize in snapping necks. He was lethal for closing in behind the enemy, grabbing on and then with brute strength. The blow came from out of nowhere, catching her on the shoulder and sending her spinning into the wall, her knife popping from her hold as all kinds of Looney Tunes stars bloomed in her vision. The Slayer who had hockey-checked her lunged forward and nabbed her dagger from the bloody living room floor, palming the weapon and coming at her with it. At the last minute, she bobbed left so that he stabbed the wall she'd hit, trapping the blade in the sheetrock. As he went to try to get the thing free, she whirled around and nailed him in the gut with her backup blade, springing a hole in his lower intestines. Meeting his shocked stare, she said, "What, like you didn't think I'd have a second knife? Fucking idiot." She punched him in the head with the butt of her backup, and as he crumpled at the knees, she unsheathed her primary from the plaster and faced off at the fray. As grunts and smacks resounded around the house, she shifted through the fighting to find what was being unattended to. One of the Slayers was flying through the front door on a bolt for the great outdoors. She dematerialized out of the house and right into his path. As he went Three Stooges and pinwheeled to a stop, she smiled. "No, you may not be excused." The lesser took off again and headed back for the fight, which was stupid because there was no one who would help him in there. Well, not to survive, that was. Her body was lithe and strong as she burst after him, and the two of them came around in a fat circle. Just as he got to the door, she leaped into the air and took him down in a flying tackle, catching him around the neck and shoulder and wrenching him around, using the combination of her strength and her trajectory to crank the guy into a living breathing ? They landed hard, but even as the air punched out of her lungs, she was smiling. God, she loved a good fight. John saw Shex flash out the front door, but he couldn't go after her because he had a pair of initiates so far up his as he was coughing on their eyebrows. But he was going to take care of the crowding PDQ. Funny how when your female beat feet into the night on her own, you got an extra burst of energy. Not that she was his female. Funny how reminding yourself of something like that made you mean as a snake. Reaching out to the Slayer in front of him, John snapped the bastard's neck clean off the top of his spine. As he bowling balled the head, he thought it was a goddamned pity there wasn't time to do the same to the kid's arms and legs so he could beat the other one senseless with the stumps. Unfortunately, number 2 had just grabbed John around the chest and was trying to bear hug him into hypoxia. John palmed those wrists and locked the fucker in place, then pivoted around, jumped up and pulled a straight horizontal in midair. They slammed onto the ground with John on top and the Slayer putting the LESSER in mattress. Rearing upward, John smashed the back of his head right into his opponent's face, turning that nose into a geyser. Quick flip and John raised his fist high in the air. His second strike caused a round of twitching, which suggested the guy's frontal lobe was having serious electrical transmission problems and the bastard was now in seizure land. Wasn't going to be any trouble as he waited for Butch to come at him. John lunged for the doorway that Shex had dematerialized out of, his shit-kickers skidding on the blood that was now running both rusty red and glossy black. Just as he came to the open doorway, he caught himself on the jams. It was the most spectacular tackle he'd ever seen. The lesser she was chasing was gunning back for the house, having obviously rethought his escape strategy, and he was hauling balls, his bare feet screaming over the frosty grass. Shex, however, was closing fast, triangulating an interception that was possible only because she was stronger and more focused than the former human. John didn't have time to intervene even though he wanted to. Shex jammed into the air, springing up and stretching out for the lesser. She clipped him right around the waist and winged him around, pasting him on the ground and slicing the backs of both his thighs so deep he screamed like a girl. She dismounted and was ready to go again. "John, behind you." As she shouted at him, he swung around and got faced by a slayer, the guy bull rushing him right out the door. John landed on his ass, skidding back on the crappy concrete walkway. Which proved why you needed to wear good leathers. Dermabrasion much? Pissed off that he'd been parked on the front lawn with Shex playing witness, he grabbed the hair of the slayer and yanked the thing into an arch that would leave the guy's spine humming like a motherfucker. With a soundless growl, John pulled a reveal on his fangs and bit the fucker in the neck. Ripping all kinds of gross former human anatomy free, he spat the shit out and then dragged the gurgling thing back into the party by the hair. As he passed Shex, he nodded at her. "You're welcome," she said with a small bow. "And nice move with that bite action." Looking over his shoulder at her, the respect she paid him hit him harder than any of the slayers had or could. His heart swelled and he felt as if he filled out his skin better all around. Fucking sap that he was. The unmistakable pop of a gun going off behind him froze him where he stood. The loud ring was so close his eardrums felt pain rather than hearing anything specific. And for a split second afterward, he wondered who'd done the shooting and who, if anyone, had been shot. The latter was answered when his left leg went loose under his weight and he went down like an oak. 56. Shex's knife flew from her hand a split second after she saw the lesser come around the corner and level a gun muzzle right at John's back. Her dagger traveled hilt over tip through the air, crossing the distance in the blink of an eye, winging past John's ear so close she prayed to a god she didn't believe in that he wouldn't suddenly decide to turn his head for any reason. Just as the slayer pulled the trigger, her blade caught him in the meat of his shoulder, the impact shifting his torso, the pain making him drop his arm. Which meant John took the slug in the leg instead of the heart. As her mail went down, she leaped over him with a war cry. "Fuck Butch O'Neill. This kill was hers." The lesser was scrambling as he tried to disengage her weapon from his torso at least until he heard her yell. Then he looked toward her and shrank back in horror, which suggested her eyes were glowing red and her fangs were fully extended and flashing. She landed in front of him, and as he cringed and put his hands up to shield his face and neck, she didn't move. Her backup dagger stayed by her side and her third stringer remained holstered on her thigh. Other plans for this boy. Using her sympath side, she burrowed into the slayer's brain and popped the tops on his memories so that all at once he felt the impact of every horrible thing he'd ever done and every terrible act that had been perpetrated against him. Lot of shit. He'd apparently had a thing for underage girls. Well, wasn't this going to be satisfying on so many levels? As he went down to the floor, he screamed and clutched his temples like he had a chance in hell of stopping the deluge, and she let him suffer and wallow in his sins. His emotional grid lighting up in all the sectors that indicated fear and loathing and regret and hatred. When he started to bang his skull against the dirty wallpaper, leaving a black stain where his ear was, she planted one and only one thought in his mind. Planted it like an ivy streamer. A poison ivy streamer that would take hold and infiltrate and own his mental real estate. "You know what you have to do," she said in a deep, warping voice. "You know the way out." The slayer dropped his arms and revealed his wild eyes. Under the weight of what she'd released and as a slave to the dictate she gave him, he grabbed the hilt of her dagger and ripped it out of his flesh. Turning the point back toward himself, he double-gripped the weapon, his shoulders tensing as he prepared to send the blade on a rocking descent. Shex halted him, freezing him so she could kneel down right beside him. Going face to face, she looked into his eyes and hissed, "You don't go after what's mine. Now be a good boy and gut yourself." A splatter of black blood, hit her leather pants as the guy nailed himself right in the stomach and dragged the blade crosswise, making a nice messy hole of things. And then on her mental command, even as his eyes were rolling back in his head, he withdrew the weapon and handed it to her hilt first. "You're welcome," she muttered. Then she stabbed him in the heart, and in a flash he was gone. As she pivoted around, the sole of her boot squeaked on the wet floor. John was looking up at her with eyes that were not dissimilar to the Slayer's, his stare peeled so wide he was showing no lid at all on the top or the bottom. Shex wiped her first blade on her leathers. "How bad are you?" As John gave her a thumbs up, she realized the house was quiet and looked around. Everyone was still standing. Quinn was just straightening from a decapitation and wheeling around to see if John was okay. And Rage was coming in at a run from the kitchen with this house on his heels. Whose hit Rage skidded to a halt and stared at the hole in John's leathers. "Man, 3 inches up and to the left and you'd have been a soprano, buddy." V went over and helped John to his feet. "Yeah, but at least he could have taken up knitting with you. You could have taught him how to crochet socks." Brings a tear to the eye. "If I recall, I'm not the one with the wool fixation." As a wheezing boiled up from the living room, this house cursed and rushed to Butch's side as the guy all but fell into the hallway. Oh, man, maybe she needed to revise the everyone standing thing. The former cop looked like he had food poisoning, malaria, and H1N1 all at the same time. She focused on Quinn and Rage. "We need a car. He and John need transport back to the mansion." "I'll take care of my boy," this house said gruffly as he became a crutch for Butch and escorted him back over to the living room couch. "And I'll go get the Hummer," Quinn said. Just as he turned away, John slammed a fist into the wall to get everyone's attention and signed, "I'm fine to fight." "You need to get seen by the doctor," she said. John's hands started to fly so fast she couldn't track the words. But it was pretty damn clear that he was not on board with getting benched just because of the slug of lead in his leg. Their argument was interrupted by a brilliant glow that had her leaning to the side and glancing over her shoulder. What she saw explained so much, and not just what had happened in the fight they'd all been in. On the ratty sofa, V had Butch in his arms and their heads were together, the pair of them so close there was no gap whatsoever between them. And in the midst of their embrace, Vicious's whole body was glowing, with Butch seeming to draw strength and healing from him. V's obvious care and sympathy for the guy made her dislike him less, especially as he turned his face and looked over at her. For once, his icy mask slipped and the despair showing in his eyes proved he wasn't a total asshole. On the contrary, he seemed to feel the pain of his brother's sacrifice for the race. Truly, it ate him alive. Oh, and Butch was apparently his, which explained why V had it in for her. He was gel that she'd had a piece of what he'd wanted, and as rational as he was, he couldn't stop resenting her for it. Only once, though, she thought at him, and never again. After a moment, V nodded as if he appreciated the reassurance, and she returned the respect. Then she refocused on the males in front of her. Rage had hopped on the "hell no you're not" fighting train, picking up the slack she'd left. "I'm going back with you, John," she cut in. "We're going back together." As John met her eyes, his emotional grid was lit up like the Vegas Strip. She shook her head at him. "I'm going to keep to our deal. And you're going to take care of yourself." With that, she resheathed her knives, crossed her arms over her chest, and leaned back against the wall, all going nowhere fast. She'd saved his life. Without a doubt, Shex had given John his future back before he'd even known he was going to lose it. The only reason he was still alive was because she'd clipped that Slayer in the shoulder with her knife. So, yeah, he was grateful for all that, but he really wasn't interested in her playing nursemaid. Besides, it wasn't as if Candy Striper was the highest and best use for her talents. John glanced past her to the scorched mark on the floor, which was all that was left of the Slayer who'd shot him. Goddamn. To think she'd done the worst of the damage without even touching the fucker? That was one fancy-dancy weapon she had in her mind. Shit, the horror on that bastard's face. Then he'd slit his own abdomen open. What the hell had he been seeing? Now John knew why Symphoths were feared and segregated. And man, between that little show and the Heisman move she'd pulled out on the front lawn, he realized she was precisely what he'd always known her to be, a fighter to the core. She could more than handle herself in the field. She was an out-and-out asset in the war. Which was why they both needed to keep going tonight and not waste time back at the house getting a Band-Aid put on his boo-boo. Shoving himself up off the floor, he put weight on the injured leg and the thing howled like a bitch. But he ignored the Ylinga as well as the conversation that sprang up all around him. Cheap talk from the peanut gallery, free. Opinions about his leg, not worth the powder to blow up. Selective deafness? Priceless. What he was interested in was how many they'd killed tonight, and whether they'd gotten the ferret. Looking into the living room, Rage stepped in front of him. Hey, hi. How are you? Hollywood stuck his hand out. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the piece of meat that's going to force you headfirst into your buddy Quinn's Hummer as soon as it gets here. Just figured I'd introduce myself before I rope your ass and throw you over my shoulder like a bag of sand. John glared at the guy. Not going anywhere. Rage smiled, his incredible beauty looking like something heaven sent. But that was just the external shit. Internally, he was straight from hell in this situation. Sorry, wrong answer. I'm fine. That piece of shit, motherfucker, cocksucking son of a bitch actually ducked forward, grabbed John on the wound, and squeezed the bullet's new home. John screamed without making a sound and went down in a free fall, landing on the blood-soaked floor with a splash. Bringing up his leg, he tried to cradle his thigh, as if showing some belated TLC would convince the thing to calm down. As it was, he felt like he had jagged glass jammed into his muscle. Was that really necessary? Shex demanded overhead. Rage's voice was no longer teasing. You want to reason with him? Good luck. And if you think any slayer would do differently, you've got your head wedged. There's an obvious circular hole in the front of his leathers and he walks with a limp. Any half-wit swipe's going to know what his weakness is. Plus he smells like fresh blood. The rat bastard probably had a point, but Christ on a crutch. It was entirely possible that John passed out from the pain, because next thing he knew, the self-proclaimed piece of meat was picking him up to carry him out of the house. Yeah, whatever. That was a no-go. John shoved himself free of the guy's hold and tried to land without cursing or throwing up. With his mouth making up all kinds of fuck-oriented words, he limped past Butch, who was looking much better, and V, who'd lit up a hand rolled. He knew right where Shex was, behind him, with her hand at his back like she knew he was wobbly and might go down at any minute. Not a chance, though. Sheer grit got him to the Hummer and in the back seat on his own. Of course, by the time Quinn hit the gas, he had a cold sweat all over him and couldn't feel his hands or his feet. We did a body count, he heard Shex say. When he looked over, she was staring across the seat at him. Man, she was fucking beautiful in the distilled light from the dash up front. Her lean face had a smudge of black lesser blood on it, but her cheeks had high color and her eyes had a special sparkle to them. She'd gotten off on tonight, he thought. She'd enjoyed it. Fuck him. She really was the perfect female. And how many did we take out? He signed, trying to distract his inner Nancy. 12 of the 16 new recruits as well as both of the slayers who came across the field with the ferret. Unfortunately, that new four-lesser was nowhere to be found, so we have to assume the little bastard bolted as soon as we infiltrated and took a handful of inductees with him. Oh, and Butch inhaled all of those down except two. At least one of which you dealt with. Actually, both were mine. Her eyes held his. Did that bother you? Seeing me go to work like that? Her tone suggested she assumed it did and that she didn't blame him for feeling yucked out. Except she was wrong. Beating back the pain he was in, John shook his head and signed with floppy hands. It's an incredible power you have. If I looked shocked, it's because I'd never seen one of your kind in action before. Her face tightened ever so slightly and she glanced out the window. Tapping her on her arm, he signed, that was a compliment. Yeah, sorry. Just that your kind always throws me. I'm half and half, therefore I'm neither. I have no kind. She batted away her words with her hand. Whatever. While you were passed out, V hacked into the Caldwell PD database with his phone. The police didn't find any IDs at the scene either, so we have nothing to go on except for that Addy from the Civic's license plate. I'll bet that. As she continued talking, he let her words wash over him. He knew all about that no kind thing. Just one more way they were compatible. Closing his eyes, he sent up a prayer to anyone who was listening, asking please, for God's sake, stop sending him signals that they were right for each other. He'd read that book, seen the movie, bought the soundtrack, the DVD, the t-shirt, the mug, the bobble, head, and the insider's guide. He knew every reason they could have been lock and key. But just as he was aware of all that aligned them, he was even clearer on how they were damned to be ever apart. Are you all right? Shex's voice was soft and closer, and when he cracked his lids, she was practically in his lap. His eyes traced her face and her coiled, leather-bound body. Pain and a sense that time was running out for them made him toss out his filter and say what was truly on his mind. I want to be in you when we get back to the mansion, he signed. As soon as I get a bandage on this fucking leg of mine, I want in you. The flare of her scent in his nostrils told him she was so on board with that plan. So at least one thing, aside from his cock, was looking up. 57. Up on the second floor of Eliahu Rathbun's plantation house, Gregwin had to open the door to his and Holly's room with 2 fingers and a prayer that he didn't dump hot coffee down his leg. He'd filled the pair of mugs in his hands with brew he'd made himself at the guest pot on the sideboard in the dining room. So God only knew what it tasted like. You need help, Holly said as she looked up from the laptop. Nope. He kicked the door shut and headed for the bed. I got it. You were so thoughtful. Wait till you try it. I had to jerry-rig yours, he said, giving the pale one to her. They didn't have whole milk, which was what you had yesterday at breakfast. So I went to the kitchen and took half and half and some skim, mixed them together, and tried to get the color right. He nodded to the computer screen. What do you think of those scans? Holly stared down into the mug as she held it over the Dell's keyboard. She was stretched out on the bed, propped up against the headboard, analyzing the data he'd become obsessed with. Looking sexy and smart. And as if she didn't trust what he'd given her. Listen, he said. Just try the coffee if it sucks. I'll wake up that proper butler. Oh, it's not that. She ducked her blonde head and he heard her sip. The that followed was more than he could have hoped for. Perfect. Going around the edge of the bed, he settled in beside her on top of the duvet. As he took a drink from his own mug, he decided if his career in TV went tits up, he might have a future at a Starbucks counter. So, come on, tell me what you think of the footage. He nodded at the screen and what it was showing. The night before, there had been a shot of something walking through the living room and going out the front door. Now, it could have been a guest up for a midnight snack, like Greg had just been, except for the fact that it dematerialized right through the wooden panels. The thing just disappeared. Kind of like the shadow outside her bedroom from the first night. Not that he liked thinking of it. Or that dream of hers. You haven't retouched this? Holly said. Nope. God. I know, right? And the network just emailed me while I was downstairs. They're so on fire. Apparently the internet's gone nuts over the promos already. All we have to do is pray that thing shows up a week from now when we go live. You sure your coffee's okay? Oh, yes, it's amazing. Holly glanced up over the rim of her mug. You know, I've never seen you like this before. Greg leaned back against the pillows and couldn't help but agree. Hard to know what had changed. There had been a shift inside of him, however. Holly took another sip. You seem really different. Unsure what he should say, he kept it about the work. Well, I never actually thought ghosts existed. You didn't? Nah. You know as well as I do all the fixes I've pulled. But here in this house, I'm telling you, something is here and I'm dying to get onto the 3rd floor. I had this crazy dream about going up there. As a sudden headache cut off his thoughts, he rubbed his temple and decided he had eye strain from having been on a computer for the past 72 hours straight. There's something up in that attic. I'm telling you. The butler said it was off limits. Yeah. And he didn't want to buck the guy too much. They had so much good TV to roll out, it wasn't like they needed more and no sense pushing it. Last thing he wanted was to run into trouble with the management this close to air date. And it was very clear Mr. Spit and Polish didn't like them. Here, let me show you again. This is what really amazes me. Greg reached forward and restarted the file so he could watch that figure disappear through the solid door again. That's pretty damn incredible, right? I mean, did you ever think you'd see something like that? No, I didn't. Something about the sound of her voice brought his head toward her. Holly was staring at him, not the screen, while cradling her mug right to her heart. What? He said, checking to see if he'd spilled on his shirt. Actually, it's about the coffee. Bad aftertaste? No, not at all. She laughed a little and drank some more. I just never would have guessed you'd remember what kind of coffee I like, much less go to the trouble of making it for me. And you've never asked me what I thought about work before. Jesus. She was right. She shrugged. And I guess I'm not surprised that you never believed in what you were doing. I'm just glad you do now. Unable to keep the eye contact going, Greg looked out over their 2 pairs of socked feet to the windows on the far side of the room. The moon was barely visible through the lace of the curtains, nothing but a soft glow on the dark horizon. Holly cleared her throat. I'm sorry if I made you feel awkward. Oh. Yeah. No. He reached over and took her free hand, giving it a squeeze. Listen. There's something I want you to know. He felt her stiffen, which made two of them. He was suddenly bracing himself as well. Greg cleared his throat in the thick silence. I color my hair. There was a tense pause, at least on his part. And then Holly broke into bubbling laughter. The sweet, happy kind that came with relief. Leaning into him, she ran her nails through his falsely dark waves. You do. I'm gray at the temples. Really gray. I started doing something about it a year before I met you. Have to stay young in Hollywood. Where do you get it done? Because you're never Rudy. With a curse, he shifted off the bed and went to his suitcase, rummaging around to the bottom of the thing. Flashing the box in question, he muttered, just for men hair color. I do it myself. I don't want to be caught in a salon. Holly smiled at him so widely, she got crinkles around her eyes. And what do you know, he liked the way they looked. Gave her pretty face some character. He glanced down at the box. Staring at the model on the front, all kinds of truths came to him, the kind that he simply couldn't fight or even argue with. You know what, I hate Ed Hardy t-shirts. Damn things, you'll burn your retinas. And distressed jeans give me the scratch. And those square-toed loafers I wear bother my feet. I'm tired of being suspicious of everyone and working for money just so I can spend it ahead of everybody else on something that will be out of style next year. He tossed the hair color back into his suitcase and liked the fact that it could sit out in the fresh air, so to speak. Those files? On that computer? First one, Stan, and I haven't doctored up. I've been a fake for a long time, working in a fake industry doing fake shit. The only thing that was real was the cash, and you know what? I don't know if that's going to do it for me anymore. As he got back up on the bed, Holly finished her coffee, put the computer and the mug aside, and draped herself across his chest. Best damn blanket he'd ever had. So what do you want to do next? She asked. I don't know. Not this. Well, I'm kind of getting off on the ghost hunter stuff, actually. The producer crap? Meh. Looking down at the top of her head, he had to smile. You're the only one who knows about my old man hair. And he had the weird feeling that the secret was safe with her. It doesn't matter to me. She stroked his peck. And it shouldn't to you. How come I never knew you were so smart? Her laugh resonated through his own chest. Maybe because you were being stupid. Greg threw his head back and howled. Yeah, maybe. He kissed her temple. Maybe. Definitely. I'm through with that, though. God. He was still unsure exactly what had changed. Well, everything. But the precise why was unknown. He felt like someone had set him right, but he couldn't remember who or where or when. His eyes went to the computer and he thought of that shadowy ghost. For some reason, he had an image of a cavernous, empty room on the third floor of this house and a huge man sitting in a chair with a pool of light hitting only his knees and lower legs. And then the man leaned forward. Into the light. The pain in Greg's head made him think someone had basic instinct his temples, spearing him with a pair of ice picks. Are you okay? Holly asked, sitting up. Your head again? He nodded, even though the motion made his vision swim and his stomach feel like he chugged spoiled milk. Yeah, probably I need new glasses. Bifocals, even. Damn. Holly stroked his hair, and as he stared into her eyes, the agony faded and he felt a strange feeling in his chest. Happiness? He wondered. Yup, had to be. Because in all of his adult life he'd been through the full gamut of emotions. And he'd never once felt like this. Whole. Complete. Peace. Holly, you are so much more than I thought you were, he whispered, brushing her cheek. As those lovely eyes of hers grew watery, she said, and you've turned out to be everything I wished you'd be. Well, hasn't this been the show of a lifetime, then? He kissed her slowly. And I have the perfect ending. You do. Greg nodded and put his mouth to her ear. In a soft whisper, he said, I love you. First time those words had come out of him. When he'd actually meant them. As she croaked out an, I love you, too. He kissed her and kissed her some more, and felt like he owed the moment to a ghost. Turned out his Cupid was a big shadow with a bad attitude. That didn't exist in the real world. Then again, stranger things had brought people together, hadn't they? And all that really mattered was that the right pair ended up doing the hallmark at the end. The means that got them there? Not what ultimately counted. Besides, now he might be able to stop with the hair color. Yeah, life was good. Especially when you powered down your ego. And had the right woman in your bed for the right reasons. He wasn't letting Holly go this time. And he was going to take care of her the right way, just as she deserved for. Well, forever had a nice ring to it, didn't it? 58. Back at the Brotherhood's private clinic, Shex stood at John's side while Doc Jane x-rayed his leg. Once the pictures were up, it didn't take the good doctor long to come to the conclusion that he had to be operated on, and even Shex, in spite of her usual panic at being where she was, could see the problem on the x-ray. The bullet was just too close to the bone for comfort. While Jane called for Alina and then went to change into scrubs, Shex crossed her arms over her chest and started pacing. She could not breathe. And that had been true even before she'd taken a gander at what was doing with John's leg. When he whistled softly at her, she just shook her head and kept moving, making a circle around the room. Turned out the trip by all the stainless steel cabinets with their glass front doors and their caged medications wasn't a big help. Her heart thundered even more in her chest, going all Bon Jovi on her, the pounding so loud her eardrums were getting an aerobic workout. God. She'd been struggling since the moment she'd come in here with him. And now he was being cut open and then sewed back together? She was going to fucking lose it. Although honestly, if she tried to be logical about it, that was nuts. 1, it wasn't her body getting worked on. 2, leaving that slug of lead in him was clearly not a good idea. And 3, hello? He was being treated by someone who'd already proven she knew her way around a scalpel. Great rationalizations. All of which her adrenal gland middle-fingered and then carried right on. Weren't phobias fun? The second whistle was a demand and she stopped opposite John, lifting her eyes to his face. He was cool and relaxed. No hysterics, no freak-out, nothing but calm forbearance of what was coming. I'm going to be fine, he signed. Jane's done this a million times before. Jesus Christ, where the hell was all the air in this room, Shex thought. Like he knew he was losing her, he whistled again and held out his hand with a frown. John. When no coherent words came, she shook her head and went back to the pacing. She hated this. She truly hated this. As the door swung wide, Doc Jane came back in with Alina. The two were in the middle of a conversation about the procedure and John whistled at them. When he held up his forefinger to indicate he needed a minute, the females nodded and ducked out again. Shit, Shex said. Don't stop them. I'll be all right. As she headed for the door to call the doctor back in, a thunderous sound reverberated through the room. Thinking John had fallen off the gurney, she wheeled around. No, he'd punched the stainless steel table and left a dent in it. Talk to me, he signed. And they're not coming in until you do. She had the urge to argue and the vocabulary to do it, just not the voice, evidently. Try as she did, she couldn't manage to say a thing. Which was when he opened his arms to her. Cursing herself, she said, I'm going to man up here. I'm going to so be 21. You're not going to believe how tight in the head I'm going to be. Really? For real? Come here, he mouthed. Oh. Hell. Giving up, she went over and embraced him. Into his neck, she said, I don't do this medical thing well. In case you haven't noticed before. I'm sorry, John. Damn it, I'm always letting you down, aren't I? He caught her before she could pull away. Holding her in place with his eyes, he signed, You saved my life tonight. I wouldn't be alive right now unless you'd thrown that blade. So you aren't always letting me down, and as for this, I'm not worried and you don't have to watch go and wait up at the house. It's going to be over quickly. Don't torture yourself. I'm not running scared. Moving quickly so she couldn't think too much and neither could he, she took his face in her hands and kissed him hard. But maybe waiting outside is a good idea. After all, she couldn't very well have Doc Jane stop in the middle to treat some pansy bystander with a case of the vapors. Or a concussion because the idiot had passed out cold on the floor. Probably for the best, John mouthed. Breaking away, she put one foot after the other to the door and let in Alina and Doc Jane. As the physician passed, Shex grabbed the female's arm. Please. God, what could she say? Doc Jane nodded. I got him. Don't worry. Shex took a shuddering breath and wondered how in the hell she was going to get through the wait out in the hall. Knowing the way her mind worked, she'd have John screaming silently in pain and Doc Jane removing his whole leg as the minutes dragged by. Shex, mind if I suggest something? Doc Jane said. Hit me. In fact, hit me. A good uppercut might help me pull it together. Doc Jane shook her head. Why don't you watch? What? Stay here and watch what I do and how I do it and learn the whys. There are a lot of people who are terrified of medical situations with very good reason. But phobias are phobias, whether it's an airplane or a dentist or a doctor, and exposure therapy works. Take the mystery out of it and the sense of not being in control? The fear can't get at you in the same way. Nice piece of logic. But what happens if I faint? You can sit down if you get dizzy and leave whenever you like. Ask questions and look over my shoulder if you're able. When she glanced at John, his solemn nod sealed her fate. She was staying. Do I need scrubs? She said in a voice that was utterly foreign. Shit, it was so damn girly. Next thing you knew, she was going to start crying at TV ads and doing her nails. And getting a frickin' pocketbook. Yup, I'm going to want you in greens. Follow me. When they came back 5 minutes later, Doc Jane took her over to the sink, handed her a sealed pack with a betadine sponge inside, and showed her how to get properly cleaned. Good job. The doctor turned off the water by releasing a foot pedal down on the floor. You won't need gloves because you're not going in. You got that right? Tell me you have a crash cart around just in case I go over. Right in the corner, and I know how to use those paddles. Doc Jane snapped on blue gloves and went over to John. You ready? And we'll be putting you under. Given where the bullet is, I'm going to have to go deep, and there's no way in hell I'll be able to get you numb enough. Gas me, Doc, John signed. V's Shellen put her hand on his shoulder and stared right into his eyes. I'm going to fix you, don't worry. Shex frowned and found herself in awe of the female. To be that sure and certain, given what was at stake, was pretty amazing. If Doc Jane didn't do her job right, John could be way worse off than he was now. But if she pulled it off, he would be good as new. This was power, Shex thought. And the polar opposite of what she did in her profession. A knife in her hand was a very different instrument. No healing there. Doc Jane began a running commentary, her voice strong and calm. In a human hospital, you'd have an anesthesiologist present. But you vampires tend to be very stable under heavy sedation. It flips you into a kind of dormancy. I don't understand it, but it makes my job easier. As she spoke, Alina helped John take off both his shirt and the leathers Doc Jane had cut up. Then the female spread blue cloths over his nakedness and started in 4. Shex tried to stop her eyes from bouncing around and largely failed. There was too much threat in the place, all those scalpels and needles and... Why? Shex asked, forcing herself to respond. The difference between the species, I mean? Not a clue. You have a 6-chambered heart and we have a 4. You have 2 livers, we have 1. You don't get cancer or diabetes. I don't know much about cancer. Doc Jane shook her head. Would that we could beat that thing in everyone who gets it. Bastard fucking disease it is, I'll tell you. What happens is a cellular mutation occurs whereby. The doctor kept talking, but now her hands were moving around on the stainless steel tables that had been rolled over to John, organizing what she was going to use. When she nodded at Alina, the female went to John's head and covered his face with a clear plastic mask. Doc Jane went to his 4 with a syringe full of something milky. You ready, John? When he gave a thumbs up, she depressed the plunger. John glanced over to Shex and winked, and then he was out like a light. First thing is disinfection, Doc Jane said, opening up a packet and taking out a dark brown sponge. Why don't you stand opposite from me? This is betadine, the same stuff we washed our hands with, just not in a soap form. As the doctor scrubbed around, the bullet wound in wide streaks, leaving John's skin tinged reddish-brown. Shex walked around his feet in a daze. Actually, this was a better position. She was right next to an orange biohazard bin, so if she needed to throw up, she was good to go. The reason the bullet has to be removed is because it's going to cause trouble over time. If he were a less active guy, I might leave it in. But I think being extra conservative in a soldier is best. Plus you guys heal so fast. Doc Jane discarded the sponge in Shex's bin. Based on my experience with you, any injury to the bone will regenerate by tomorrow night. Shex wondered if the doctor or the nurse was aware that the floor underneath all of their feet was moving in waves, because it sure as shit felt like they were standing on the deck of a boat. Quick check of the professionals and both seemed steady as rocks. I'm going to make an incision. Doc Jane leaned over the leg with the knife here. What you're going to see directly under the skin is the fascia, which is the tough outer casing that's responsible for keeping our insides together. Your average human would have fat cells between the two, but John's in great shape. Beneath the fascia is the muscle. Shex bent at the waist, intending to take a rudimentary glance, except she stayed where she was. As Doc Jane drew the blade again, the sinewy wrapper pulled back, exposing deep pink ropes of muscle, which had a hole through them. Staring at the internal damage, Shex wanted to kill that slayer all over again. And Jesus, Rage had been right. A couple of inches up and to the left and John would have been. Yeah, let's not go there, she thought as she repositioned herself for an even better look. Suction, Doc Jane said. There was a hissing sound and Elena put a small white hose down and cleared away John's red blood. Now, I'm actually going to use my finger to probe. Sometimes the human touch is best. Shex ended up watching the whole operation. Start to finish, from the first cut to the last stitch and all the retracting and lead removal in between. And that's it, Doc Jane said about 45 minutes later. As Elena bandaged John's leg and the doctor recalibrated whatever was getting pumped into his vein, Shex picked the bullet off the tray and looked the thing over. So small. So damn small. But capable of creating havoc of the mortal kind. Good job, Doc, she said harshly as she slipped the thing into her pocket. Let me bring him around so you can look in his eyes and know that he's really all right. You read minds. The physician's eyes were ancient as they lifted. Nope. Have just had a lot of experience with families and friends. You're going to need to see the eyes before you take a deep breath. And he's going to feel the same way when he looks up into your face. John regained consciousness about 8 minutes later. Shex timed it, checking the wall clock. As his lids rose, she was right next to his head and holding his hand. Hey, you're back. He was groggy, which was to be expected. But that bright blue stare was exactly as it had always been, and the way he squeezed her hand left nothing in doubt. Was back with a vengeance. The breath Shex hadn't been aware of holding slowly eased out of her lungs. A singing relief elevating her mood, sure, as if her heart had been put on a rocket to the moon. And Doc Jane had been right about staying. As soon as Shex got involved listening and seeing and learning, the panic receded until it was just a quiet hum that she could control. And it was fascinating the way the body was put together. Okay? John mouthed. Yup, Doc Jane got the bullet out just fine. John shook his head. You? Okay? God damn, she thought. He was such a male of worth. Yeah, she said roughly. Yeah, I am. And thanks for asking. Staring down at him, she realized that she hadn't allowed herself to think too much about how she'd saved his life. Man, she'd always known she was good with a blade. But she'd never thought that skill would matter as much as it had during that split second in that nasty-ass farmhouse. A blink of an eye later and, no John, ever. The mere thought of that made her panic come back full force. Her palms getting sweaty. Her heart not so much beating as flipping out in her chest. She knew they were going their separate ways after all this was over. But that didn't seem to matter in the slightest when she considered a world in which he didn't breathe or laugh or fight or do the sort of kindnesses he shared with all around him. What he mouthed? She shook her head. It's nothing. Yeah, what a lie that was. It was everything. 59. They used the carriage that had been left by the stables to transport the female back to her family's home. Torment took the reins up front and Darius stayed in the cabin with the female, wishing there was some comfort to give her and knowing there was little to offer. The trip was long and the thundering hooves up in front and the creaking of the seat and the clanging of tack were very loud and precluded much discussion. Although Darius knew well that even if their mode of transport had been whisper quiet and still as water in a goblet, their precious cargo would have uttered nothing. She had refused drink and sustenance, and did not but focus on the landscape as they sped through farmland and village and forest. As they proceeded in a southerly direction, it occurred to him that the Symphith must have chained her mind in some way following her initial capture. Assuming this carriage was the manner in which the pair had gone up to that stone mancy, otherwise she would have been at risk for dematerializing free from the Russian confines. Tragically, such an egress was not a worry now because she was so weak, although he had to wonder. Given her expression of painful forbearance, he had the distinct impression that she felt imprisoned even though she had regained her freedom. The temptation had been to send Torment ahead to tell her mother and father the good news that she'd been rescued. But Darius held back. A lot could happen during the trip and he needed Torment to drive the horses whilst he minded the female. Given the threats from humans and Lessers and Symphiths, both he and Tor had their weapons out and still, he wished he had more backup. If only there was a way to get in touch with the other brothers and call them forth. It was just on the verge of dawn when the exhausted horse pulled them into the village that came afore the female's home. As if recognizing where they were, she lifted her head and her lips moved, her eyes growing wide and tearful. Leaning forward and holding out his palms, Darius said, "Be of ease, it shall be." As her eyes shifted to his, he saw the scream she held within her soul. "It shall not be," she mouthed. Then she dematerialized right out of the carriage. Darius cursed and pounded on the side panel with his fist. As Torment brought the horse to a clattering halt, Darius leaped out. She didn't make it far. The flash of her white nightgown appeared in the field to the left, and he followed her suit, flashing over to her as she started to run. Lacking any true vigor, her weaving gait was that of the desperate but injured, and he let her go for as long as she could. Later, he would reflect that it was then when he knew for sure, during that mad rush she put upon them both, she couldn't go home. It wasn't what she had been through. It was what she was carrying forth from her ordeal. When the female tripped and fell to the ground, she did nothing to shield her belly. And verily, she clawed at the ground to keep going, but he simply couldn't bear to watch the struggle anymore. "Arrest your exertions," he said, pulling her up from the cold grasses. "Arrest thee now?" She fought him with all the strength of a fawn and then fell still in his arms. In the frozen moment between them, her breath came out hard from her mouth and her heart raced. Could see her flickering jugular in the moonlight, could feel the quiver in her veins. Her voice was weak, but she meant truly what she uttered. "Do not take me back there, not even to the start of the drive. Do not render me returned. You cannot mean what you say." With gentle hands, he pulled her hair back from her face and abruptly remembered seeing the blonde strands in the brush in her room. So much had changed since she'd last sat before her vanity mirror and readied herself for a night with her blooded family. "You have been through too much to think clearly. You must needs rest, and if you take me back there, I shall run again. Do not put it upon my father to see that. You must go home." "I have no home. Any more and evermore. No one needs to know what has transpired. That it wasn't a vampire is of aid, as no one shall ever. I am with the Sympathies young." Her eyes grew cold and hard. "My needing came to pass the very night that he forced himself upon me, and I have not bled as females do since. I am with its young." Darius's exhale was loud in the silence, his warm breath bearing forth a cloud of mist in the cool air. Well, this did change everything. If she held the young to term and brought it unto this world, there was a possibility it could pass for a vampire, but half-breeds of that sort were unpredictable. You never could be sure of the balance of the genes, whether they would lean to one of their sides over the other. But perhaps there was a way to implore her family. The female grabbed the lapels of his sturdy overcoat. "Leave me for the sun. Leave me to the death I wish for. I would take mine own hand to my throat if I could, but I am not that strong of arm and shoulder." Darius looked back at Torment, who was waiting by the carriage. Calling the boy forward with his hand, Darius said to the female, "Let me talk with your father. Let me pave the way. He shall never forgive me. It was not your fault. Fault is not the quandary, the outcome is," she said bleakly. As Torment dematerialized over and took form before them, Darius rose to his feet. "Take her back to the carriage and render you both into that stand of trees. I shall go to her father now." Torment bent down, awkwardly arranged the female in his arms, and stood. In the boy's strong but gentle hold, Samson's daughter reverted to the listless condition she had passed the trip home in, her eyes open but vacant, her head lolling to the side. "Take good care of her," Darius said, tucking the female's loose nightgown closer round her. "I shall return anon." "Worry not," Torment replied as he began striding away through the grass. Darius watched them go for a moment and then cast himself upon the wind, reforming on the grounds of her family's estate. He went directly up to the front door and put the massive lion's head knocker to use. As the butler opened the portal wide, it was obvious that something terrible was afoot within the manse. His pallor was that of fog and his hands were shaking. "Sire, oh blessed be, do come in." Darius frowned as he stepped through the door. "Whatever is?" The master of the house came forth from the male's parlor, and right behind him followed the Symphoth whose son had triggered the series of tragedies. "Whatever are you doing here?" Darius demanded of the Sin-Eater. "Is my son dead? Did you kill him?" Darius unsheathed one of the black daggers that were strapped, handles down, to his chest. "Yes." The Symphoth nodded once and appeared not to care. Damn reptiles. Had they no feeling for their young? "And the girl," the Sin-Eater demanded. "What of her?" Darius quickly pinned the vision of a blooming apple tree to the front of his mind. Symphoths could read more than emotions, and he had knowledge that he did not want to share. Without answering the thing, he looked at Samson, who seemed to have aged 100,000 years. "She's alive. Your blooded daughter is well and alive." The Symphoth drifted over to the door, its long robes trailing on the marble floor. "Then we are even. My son is dead and his progeny is ruined." As Samson put his face in his hands, Darius went after the Sin-Eater, grabbing its arm and yanking the thing to a halt just outside of the house. You did not have to reveal yourself. This family has well suffered. Oh, but I must. The Symphoth smiled. Losses must be borne equally. Surely the beating heart of a warrior must respect this truth. You bastard. The Sin-Eater leaned in. Would you prefer that I have her kill herself? That was another path I could have trodden o'er. She did nothing to deserve this. Neither did the others of her bloodline. Oh, indeed? Perhaps my son only took what she offered. Darius put both his hands upon the Symphoth and spun him around, slamming him into one of the massive columns that held up the mansion's great weight. I could kill you now. The Sin-Eater smiled again. Could you? I think not. Your honor will not allow you to take an innocent, and I have done nothing wrong. With that, the Sin-Eater dematerialized out of Darius's hold and reformed on the side lawn. I wish that female a lifetime of suffering. May she live long and bear her burden without grace. And now I shall go on and deal with my son's body. The Symphoth disappeared, gone as if he had never existed. And yet the ramifications of his actions were borne out as Darius looked through the open door. The male of the great house was weeping upon the shoulder of his servant, the two taking comfort from each other. Darius breached the arch of the grand entrance, and the sound of his boots brought up the head of the family's patriarch. Samson broke away from his loyal dog Jen, and he didn't bother to stop his tears or obscure his sorrow as he came forward. Before Darius could speak, the male said, I shall pay you. Darius frowned. For what? 2. Take her away and see that she is provided with a roof over her head. The master turned to the servant. Go into the coffers and... Darius stepped forth and took Samson's shoulder in a tight grip. Whatever are you saying? She lives. Your daughter is alive, and she should well render herself under this roof and within these walls. You are her father. Go and take her with you. I beg of you. Her mother could not live through this. Permit me to provide. You are a scourge, Darius spat. A scourge and a disgrace to your bloodline. No, the male said. She is. Now and evermore. Darius was momentarily stunned into silence. Even knowing the debased values of the Glimmer and having been subjected to them, he was as yet shocked anew. You and that Symphoth have much in common. How dare thee? Neither of you has the heart to mourn your offspring. Darius headed for the door and didn't stop as the male called out, the money. Permit me to give you the money. Darius did not trust himself to respond and dematerialized back unto the wooded glen he had left mere minutes ago. Taking form by the carriage, his heart was afire. As one who had been discarded, he knew well of the hardship of being rootless and unsupported in the world. And that was without the extra burden the female carried, literally within her body. Although the sun was threatening to break free of the earth's edge, he required a moment to compose himself and formulate what he could say. The female's voice emerged from behind the carriage's window drapery. He told you to keep me away, didn't he? Indeed, Darius found that there was no manner of expression with which he could cast what had transpired in better light. He laid his palm on the cool wood of the carriage door. I shall care for you. I shall provide and protect. Why? Came the aching response. Verily, it is right and proper to do so. A hero you are, but what you seek to save cares not for the gift you offer. You will, in time, you will care. When there was no reply, Darius hopped up onto the driving seat and took the reins. We shall go unto mine home. The jangle of the horse's tack and the clapping of shod hooves on packed dirt accompanied them out of the woods and on their way. He took them a different route, keeping them far from the mansion and that family whose social expectation was thicker than blood. And as for the money? Darius was not a rich male, but he would have sooner cut off his own dagger hand than accept a pence from that weak-souled father of hers. 60. As John went to sit up on the gurney, Shex helped him, and he was amazed at how strong she was. The instant her hand went to the middle of his back, he felt as though his entire upper weight was totally supported. Then again, as she'd often said, she wasn't just your normal female. Doc Jane came over and started talking to him about what was doing under his bandage and what he needed to do to care for the incision. But he wasn't tracking. He wanted to have sex. With Shex. Right now. It was pretty much all he knew or cared about, and the carnal need went way deeper than just a hard-on looking for a garage to park in. A brush with death had a way of making you want to live out loud, and sex with the person you wanted to be with was the best way of expressing that noise. Shex's eyes flared as she caught the scent he clearly was putting off. You're going to stay put for another 10 minutes. Doc Jane said as she started to put instruments in the autoclave. "And then you can crash down here in the clinic's bed." "Let's go," he signed to Shex. Swinging his legs off the table gave him a shot of Wonelli pain. But the "owie shit" didn't make him rethink his plan in the slightest. It did, however, get the attention of everyone else in the room. As Shex steadied him with a curse, the good doctor started in with a whole lot of lie-down big guy, except John wasn't having any of that prone stuff. "Would you have a robe I could wear out of here?" He signed, well aware that he had a massive erection and not a lot over his hips. There was some arguing after that, but eventually Doc Jane threw her hands up and allowed as how if he wanted to be an idiot, she couldn't stop him. When she gave the nod, Aelina disappeared and returned with something that was fluffy and thick and big enough to cover him up. From collarbone to maybe mid-thigh. It was also pink. Clearly, this was the sleepwear version of a dunce cap, payback for his refusing to stay in the clinic. And you'd think all the Barbie would pull a deflate on his arousal, but not a chance. His cock was standing firm against the assault on his masculinity. Kind of made him proud of the bastard. "Thank you," he signed, slipping the robe onto his shoulders. With some straining, he managed to get it to fold over his chest and cover up his southern exposure. Barely. Doc Jane leaned back against the counter and crossed her arms over her chest. "Isn't there any way I can get you to stay longer? Or go back with crutches? Or get you to stay longer?" "I'm good, thanks, though." Doc Jane shook her head. "You brothers are all a pain in the ass." Abruptly, a stinging shaft went through him that had nothing to do with his leg. "I'm not a brother, but I don't think I'm going to argue the second part with you." "Wise male. And you should be. A brother, that is." John hitched up his ass and gently lowered his weight off the table, all the while keeping an eye on the front of his Miss Priss of the Year robe. Fortunately, everything stayed suitable for mixed company and remained that way as Shex ducked under his arm. Man, she was the best crutch he could ask for, taking a hell of a lot of the load as they walked to the door. Together, they went down to the office, ducked through the closet, and emerged into the tunnel. He made it about, 10 yards before he stopped, moved her around so she was standing before him, and then killed the lights. All of them. On his mental command, the fluorescents on the ceiling went dark one by one, starting with the pair directly above their heads and then stretching out in both directions. As everything went pitch black, he worked fast, and so did she. They knew damn well that Doc Jane and Aelina were going to be busy cleaning up in the or for at least another half hour. And it was last meal up at the mansion, so no one was working out, about to work out, or taking a shower in the locker room from working out. Limited window. Darkness was key, despite the difference in their heights, which even with her being near 6 feet was still more than half a dozen inches. He found her mouth sure as if her lips were spotlit. As he kissed her deep and slipped her his tongue, she moaned low in her throat and held on to his shoulders. In this glorious stretch of neither here nor there, in this one step off the path they had agreed on, he let his bonded male out, unleashing himself to ride the wave of that moment that had happened back at the farmhouse. That moment when her dagger had left her hand and flown through the air, and given him nights still to be lived. His palm slipped around to her breast, finding the tight nipple, rubbing it with his thumb while he ached to put his mouth where his fingers were. Good thing she'd left her jacket and her weapons back at the house in the foyer, so all there was between him and her skin was the muscle shirt she had on. He wanted to rip another one down the front, but this was a quick quencher until they could make it up to the privacy of his bedroom. Instead of the grab and split, he slid both of his palms down and under, then shoved the shirt up until her breasts popped out. She didn't wear a bra even to fight, and for some reason that was a gigantic turn-on. Not that he needed the help when it came to her. As the sounds of their kissing echoed, he tweaked the tips that were ready for his lips and ground his arousal against her. And what do you know? She took the hint he wasn't even aware of making and dragged her hand down his stomach right to. John jacked his head back, the slam of electricity bolting up his spine so great, he couldn't hold the kiss together. Faster than he could say, "Fuck me hard," Shex pushed him back against the tunnel wall, and then he felt cool air as she parted the rope. Her lips moved across his chest, her fangs making a twin trail that tingled though every single nerve in his body, especially the ones at the top of his cock. John let out a silent shout as her warm, wet mouth found that hot, hard place, sliding down over him, taking him fully, encompassing him in heat and suction. On the withdraw, she was slow and steady, until his head popped out of her lips with a soft smack and then her tongue lapped around. As she worked him, his eyes were open, but the darkness surrounding them made it seem as if he'd squeezed his lids shut and oh man, blindness was just fine in this sitch. He had a clear image of what she had to look like on her knees before his spread legs, her muscles shirt up over her breasts, her nipples still peaked, her head going forward and back, forward and back. Her breasts would sway with every move she made. As his breath dragged into and out of his mouth, he had a feeling his weight was equally distributed between his injured and uninjured leg, but damned if he felt anything other than what she was doing to him. Hell, he could have been on fire, for all he knew or cared. He was on fire, as a matter of fact, and the flames got hotter as Shex folded his erection up against his lower belly and ran the flat of her tongue down him until she got to the heavy weights below his cock. One by one they were pulled into her mouth, and then she went back to lollipopping his arousal. She found a rhythm, and he didn't last long. Stroke and suck, stroke and suck, stroke. John's body arched and his palms smacked against the wall as he came. After it was done, he dragged her to her feet and kissed her long and hard, with an inkling of returning the favor on her. Shex nicked his lower lip on purpose and lapped at the tiny slice she'd made. Bed. Now. Roger. That? John relit the ceiling fixtures and they all but ran up to the mansion. Funny, that bum leg didn't bother him in the slightest. Blaze stayed out of the room Saxton had been given during and after the feeding, but he wasn't allowed to leave the mansion to get some headspace. Quinn's cousin was considered, under the old laws, a male guest of his within the house of the first family, and as such, protocol demanded that he remain on the premises. At least fighting with the others would have given him a sense of accomplishment and helped the time to pass faster. After Fury had arrived with Selena and introductions had been made, Blay had gone to his own room and rationalized the peace out by telling himself he had to straighten things up there. Unfortunately, the maids' US routine had taken all of 2 minutes and involved repositioning the book he'd been reading on the bedside table, and moving a pair of black silkies out of his colored socks drawer to their brethren down below. One of the curses of being neat was that there was never any major overhauling to be done on the tidy up front. He'd also had a haircut recently too. Nails were clipped. No manscaping to do, thanks to the fact that vampires were hairless except for on their heads. Ordinarily, if he had time to kill, he called home to catch up with his parents, but given what was going through his mind, the number to the family safe house was not something he was dialing. Bottom line? He sucked at lying and wasn't about to loop his mom and dad. Hey, guys, you don't know this yet, but I'm gay. And I'm thinking about dating Quinn's cousin. Oh, and he's here, by the way. Feeding. God. The idea that Saxton was taking someone's vein was hot as hell even though it was Selena's. And except for the fact that Fury was in there with the pair of them. For decorum rather than her protection, of course. So, yeah, no way he was going anywhere near that room. Last thing he wanted was to get aroused in front of an audience. Blay glanced at his watch. Paced. Tried to watch TV. Picked up the book he'd repositioned for a while. From time to time his phone went off with reports from the field, none of which helped his twitchy mood. The Brotherhood always sent out regular communiques so everyone had up-to-the-moment intel, and things were not great. John had been injured, so he and Shex and Quinn were down with Doc Jane in the clinic. The infiltration at the farmhouse had been successful, but only up to a point. The suspected forelesser was still at large and they had gotten many, but not all, of the new recruits they'd found. A dress tied to that street racer had yielded nothing but snores. Tensions were running high. He checked his watch, then the clock on the wall, and felt like screaming. Christ, it had been so long since Saxton and Selena had started. Why had no one come and gotten him when it was done? What if something was wrong? Doc Jane had said the guy's injuries were not life-threatening and that feeding would put him well on the road to recovery. Then again, if any brother was likely to get along with Saxton, it was the pre-male. Fury loved opera and art and good books. Maybe the two had gotten to talking afterward? Eventually he couldn't stand his own company and went downstairs to the kitchen where the dog Jen of the household were getting last meal ready. He tried to help, offering to put out plates or silver, or chop vegetables in the kitchen, or baste the turkeys that were roasting, but the staff got so flustered he backed off. Man, if there was one thing guaranteed to get a dog Jen all turned around, it was a bit to pitch in. By nature, they couldn't bear someone they served doing anything except getting waited on, but they also couldn't handle denying a request from said party. Before spinning heads led to burned dinner and possible mass suicide, he left the pantry and came out through the dining room. The vestibule's door opened and shut, and Quinn stalked across the foyer's mosaic floor. There was red blood on the guy's face and hands and leathers. Fresh, glistening blood. Of the human variety. Blaze's first instinct was to shout to his buddy. But he held back because he didn't want to draw a ton of attention to the fact that Quinn had very obviously been where John wasn't. A lot of Homo sapiens down at the clinic in the training center. And he'd supposedly been fighting initiates, who bled black. Blaze hit the stairs and caught up with the guy right in front of Rath's study, the doors of which were mercifully closed. What the hell happened to you? Quinn didn't stop, just powered onward to his room. Slipping inside, he made like he was going to close the door in Blaze's face. So not having any of that, Blaze thought, as he shoved himself inside. What's up with the blood? I'm not in the mood, Quinn muttered as he started to undress. He discarded his leather jacket on the bureau, disarmed himself at the desk, and kicked his boots off halfway to the bathroom. His t-shirt got tossed over his shoulder and ended up on a lamp. Why's there blood on your hands? Blaze repeated. None of your business. What did you do? Even though he had a feeling that he knew. What the hell did you do? As Quinn leaned into the shower to start the water, the corded muscles along his spine flexed above the waistband of his leathers. God, that red blood was on him in other places, too, which made Blaze wonder just how far the beatdown had gone. How's your boy? Blaze frowned. My boyo Saxton. Yeah. Oh, Saxton. Steam began to rise from the glass-encased shower, the mist boiling up and then falling between them. How's he doing? I guess he's been fed by now. Quinn's mismatched eyes focused somewhere behind Blaze's head. Hope he feels better. As they faced off at each other, Blaze's chest hurt so badly he had to rub it. Did you kill him? Him? Who? Quinn put his hands on his hips, his pecs and his pierced nipples standing out in high relief, thanks to the lights over the sinks. I don't know him. Stop bullshitting. Saxton is going to want to know. Protective of him, are you? There was no hostility to the words, just an uncharacteristic resignation. Okay, fine, I didn't kill anyone. But I gave that homophobic asshole something to think about other than the throat cancer those cigars will be giving him. I won't have my family members being disrespected. Quinn turned away. And well, fuck. I don't like you upset. Believe it or not. If Saxton had been left for dead and the sun came up, or humans had found him, you'd have never gotten over it. Couldn't not settle that score. God, wasn't that just like the son of a bitch? Doing the wrong thing for the perfect reason. I love you, Blaze whispered so quietly that the sound of the rushing water drowned out the words. Listen, I need a shower, Quinn said. I want to get the nasty off of me, and then I need to sleep. Okay. Yeah. You want me to bring you some food? I'm good. Thanks. As he started to leave, Blaze glanced over his shoulder. Quinn was stripping his leathers off, his ass making a spectacular appearance. With his head still cranked around, he made it out of the bathroom okay, but slammed into the desk and had to catch the lamp from falling to the floor. Righting the thing, he peeled the shirt off the shade and, like a pathetic Nancy, brought the soft cotton to his nose for an inhale. Closing his eyes, he cradled what had been on Quinn's chest to his own and listened to the sound of the water falling in flips and flops as the other male washed himself. He wasn't sure how long he stayed like that, dangling in the purgatory of so close yet so far away. What got him on the move again was the fear of getting caught being a sap. Carefully replacing the t-shirt to its former drape, he forced himself to go to the door. He was about halfway there when he saw it. On the bed, the white sash was tangled in the sheets, just one more rumpled stretch of cloth. As his eyes went upward, he found 2 head indentations on a pair of pillows that were close together. Clearly, the chosen Layla had forgotten the tie to her robe when she'd left, which could happen only if she'd been naked while she was here. Blaze put his hand to his heart once more, a sense of constriction making him feel as if he were underwater, with the surface of the ocean far, far above him. The shower was cut off in the bathroom and a towel flapped around. Blaze walked past the well-used bed and ducked out the door. He was unaware of having made a conscious decision, but his feet had direction. That was obvious. Going down the hall, They stopped 2 rooms over, and then his hand lifted of its own volition and knocked quietly. When a muffled answer sounded out, he opened the door. On the other side, the room was dark and it smelled divine. And as he stood in the light from the hall, his shadow reached the foot of the bed. Perfect timing. They just left. Saxton's husky voice was a promise of things Blay wanted. Have you come to see how I am? Yes. There was a long pause. Then shut the door, and I'll show you. Blay's hand tightened on the knob until his knuckles cracked. And then he stepped inside and closed them both in. As he kicked off his shoes, he threw the lock. For privacy. 61. On the far side, Payne sat on the edge of the reflecting pool and stared down at her own face in the still water. She recognized well the black hair and the diamond eyes and the strong features. Was all too aware of who had sired and birthed her. Could recite the days of her history thus far. And yet, she felt as though she had not a clue as to who she truly was. In many ways, more than she took comfort in adding up, she was naught but this echo on the surface of the pool, an image that lacked depth and substance, and would leave nothing of permanence in her wake when she departed. As Layla came up from behind her, she met the female's eyes in the mirror of the water. Later, she would consider that Layla's smile was what changed everything, even though, of course, 'twas more than that. But her sister's radiant expression was what ultimately cast her upon the winds of change, the subtle push that had her tumbling off the cliff. That smile was real. Greetings, my sister, Layla said. I have been searching for you. And alas, you have found me. Payne forced herself to turn about and stare up at the chosen. Please, sit and join me. I infer from your good cheer that your time with the male continues apace. Layla lowered herself for but a moment, and then her kinetic joy had her up on her feet again. Oh yes, indeed. Indeed, yes. He is to call me anon this day, and I shall go to him again. Oh, dearest sister, you cannot imagine what it is like to be held within a circle of fire and yet emerge unscathed and o'erjoyed. 'Tis a miracle, a blessing. Payne turned back to the water and watched as her own brows tightened. May I ask you something intrusive? Of course, my sister. Layla came over and settled once more on the pool's white marble edge. Anything. Are you thinking of mating him? Not just mating with him, but becoming his Shellin. Well, yes, of course I am. But I am waiting to find the right time to broach it. What shall you do if he says no? When Layla's face froze, as if she had never considered such a thing, Payne felt as though she had crushed a rosebud in her palm. Oh, damn me. I don't mean to upset you. I just... No. Layla took a bracing breath. I am well aware of the construction of your heart, and you have not a cruel chamber within it. Which in truth is why I feel as though I may speak with such candor to you. Please forget I asked. Now Layla stared into the pool. We have yet to actually have relations. Payne's brows popped. Verily, if just the precursor to the actual event was eliciting such elation, the act itself must be incredible. At least for a female like the one before her. Layla brought her arms around herself, no doubt because she was remembering the feel of another, stronger set. I have wanted to, but he holds back. I believe it is because he wishes to mate me properly first in ceremony. Payne felt the awful weight of premonition. Beware, sister. You are a gentle soul. Layla got to her feet, her smile now saddened. Yes, I am. But I would rather my heart be broken than unopened, and I know that one must ask if one is to receive. The female was so certain and steadfast that in the shadow of her courage, Payne felt small. Small and weak. Just who was she? A reflection? Or a reality? Abruptly, she stood up. Will you permit me my leave? Layla seemed surprised and bowed low. But of course. And please, I mean no offense by my ramblings. On impulse, Payne embraced the other chosen. You have given none. Worry not, and best of luck with your mail. Verily, he would be blessed to have you. Before anything more could be said, Payne walked off, moving quickly past the dorm and surmounting with ever-gathering speed the hill that led up to the pre-mail temple. Going beyond that sacred bedding place, which was never used anymore, She entered her mother's marble courtyard and strode down the colonnade. The modestly sized door that marked the scribe virgin's private quarters was not what one would expect to herald such a divine space. But then when the whole world was yours, you had nothing to prove, did you? Pain did not knock. Given what she was about to do, the inappropriateness of bursting in uninvited was going to be so far down her list of sins, it was barely going to count as one. "Mother," she demanded as she stepped into the empty white room. There was a long wait before she was answered, and the voice that came to her was disembodied. "Yes, daughter. Let me out of here. Now." Whatever consequence came upon her head from this renewed confrontation was better than such a castrated existence. "Throw me out," she reiterated to the blank walls and the non-air. "Let me go. I shall never return herein if that is your wish. But I shall not stay here anon." In a flash of light, the scribe virgin appeared before her without the black robing she usually wore. Indeed, Pain was quite sure no one ever saw her mother as she truly was, energy without form. Bright no longer, however. Dim now, barely more than a ripple of heat to the eye. The difference was arresting and tempered Pain's rage. "Mother, let me go. Please." The scribe virgin's response was long in coming. "I'm sorry. I cannot grant you your wish." Pain bared her fangs. "Damn you, just do it. Let me out of here or—" "There is no or, my dearest child." The scribe virgin's thready voice drifted off and then returned. "You must remain here. Destiny demands it." "Whose? Yours or mine?" Pain slashed her hand through the paralytic stillness. "Because I am not truly living here, and what kind of destiny is that?" "I am sorry." And that was the end of the argument, at least as far as her mother was concerned. With a sparkle, the scribe virgin disappeared. Pain hollered into the vast blankness. "Release me! Damn you! Release me!" She half expected to be slain on the spot, but then the torture would be over, and where was the fun in that? "Mother!" When there was no reply, Pain wheeled around and wished to Dund there was something to throw, but there was nothing to set her grip upon, and the symbolism was a scream in her head. Nothing for her. There was absolutely nothing for her here. Approaching the door, she unleashed her anger, ripping the thing from the hinges and throwing it backward into the cold, empty room. The white panel bounced twice and then skidded freely across the unobstructed expanse, a pebble upon the surface of a still pond. As she stalked out toward the fountain, she heard a series of clicks, and when she looked over her shoulder, she saw that the portal had fixed itself, magically resealing its empty jambs, forming exactly what had been there before with nary a scratch to show for what she'd done to it. Fury rose within her such that it choked her throat and made her hands shake. In the corner of her eye, she saw a black-robed figure coming down the colonnade, but it was not her mother. It was merely no one with a basket of offerings for the scribe virgin, her limp shifting her gait from side to side. The sight of the misfortunate, excluded chosen fueled her rage even further. "Pain!" The sound of the deep voice whipped her head around. Wrath stood by the white tree of colorful songbirds, his massive form dominating the courtyard. Pain sprang at him, turning him into a target she could fight, and the blind king clearly sensed her violence and her vicious approach. In the blink of an eye, he fell into his fighting stance, becoming powerful, prepared, and ready. She gave him everything she had and more, her fists and legs flying at him, her body becoming a whirl of punches and kicks, which he deflected with his forearms and dodged by ducking his torso and head. Faster, tougher, deadlier, she kept at the king, forcing him to return what she was putting to him or risk getting seriously injured. His first hard strike caught her in the shoulder, his fist crashing into her, throwing her off balance, but she recovered quickly and spun around, leading with her leg and foot. The impact to his gut rocked him so hard he grunted at least until she spun once more and struck him in the face with her knuckles. As blood exploded, and the dark lenses o'er his eyes skittered away, he cursed. "What the fuck, Pei?" The king didn't have a chance to finish her name. She plowed into him, catching him around the waist, driving his huge weight backward. There was no true contest, however. He was twice her size, and he took charge with ease, peeling her off of him and flipping her around to hold her, back to his front. "What the fuck is your problem?" he snarled in her ear. She slammed her head backward, nailing him in the face, and his grip loosened for a split second, which was all she needed to break away. Flipping free of him by using his oak-strong body as a platform to fly from, she vastly underestimated her momentum. Instead of landing with her weight perpendicular to the ground, she pitched forward, which meant she hurt one foot badly, her body tumbling wildly to the side. The marble edge of the fountain kept her from hitting the ground, but the impact was worse than if she'd fallen flat. The crack of her back was loud as a scream, and so was the pain. 62. When Lash woke up at his hideaway ranch, the first thing he did was look at his arms. Along with his hands and wrists, his forearms were now shadows as well, a kind of smog-like form that moved as he told it to, and either be nothing more than air or could bear weight at his command. Sitting up, he shoved off the blanket he'd pulled over himself and stood. What do you know, his feet were pulling a disappear, too, which was good. But, shit, how long was the transformer bit going to take? He had to assume that if his body still had physical form, with a heartbeat and needs like food and drink and sleep, he wasn't completely safe from bullets and knives. Plus, frankly, given all the pieces that had fallen off him, bio-waste management was really fucking messy. He'd turned the mattress he'd slept on into the biggest depends on the planet. A squeak from outside drew him over to the blinds, and he parted a seam with his non-fingers. Through the crack, he watched humans going along their lame-ass days, driving by, biking along. Frickin' morons with their simple little lives. Get up, go to work, come home, bitch about their day, wake up and do the same thing again. As a sedan went by, he implanted a thought in the driver's mind, and smiled as the Pontiac swerved out of its lane, bumped up over the curb, and gunned right at the two-story across the street. The fucking POS powered straight into a bank of windows, smashing through the glass and the wood framing, airbags exploding inside the car. Better than a cup of coffee to start the day. He turned away and went to the shitty bureau, firing up the laptop he'd found in the back of the Mercedes. The drug deal he'd interrupted on the way home had been worth the effort. He'd griffed a couple $1,000s as well as some Oxy CS, some X, and 12 crack rocks. More important, he'd thrown the 2 dealers and the 1 customer under a trance, gotten them back to the AMG, brought them here, and turned them. They'd trashed the hall bath by throwing up all night long. But frankly, he was about done with this house and was thinking of burning it down. So, he had a team of 4. And whereas none of them had been volunteers, once he'd drained them and brought them back to life, he'd promised them all kinds of shit. And what do you know? Junkies who dealt to supply their own habits would believe just about anything you told them. You just had to sell them on a future after you'd scared the colons out of them. Which was a no BFD for him. Naturally, they'd been shitting themselves when he'd unmasked his face. But the good thing was they'd hallucinated so many times on acid trips, it wasn't completely outside their experience to talk to a living corpse. Plus, he was persuasive when he wanted to be. Damn shame he couldn't brainwash them permanently. But that parlor trick with the Pontiac driver was as far as he could go with the influence. Brief and unsustainable for longer than a couple of seconds. Fucking free will. After the computer booted up, he went to the Caldwell Courier-Journal site. Hello, front page. The farmhouse massacre was covered in a number of articles, the blood and the body parts and the strange oily residue garnering all kinds of Pulitzer-like description. Reporters also interviewed the police who'd been there, the postman who'd called 911 in the first place, 12 kinds of neighbors, and the mayor who was evidently calling upon the fine men and women of the CPD to solve this terrible crime against the Caldwell community. Consensus was ritual deaths, perhaps tied to an unknown cult. All of which was just background chatter obscuring what he was really looking for. Bingo. In the last article, he found a short 2-paragrapher reporting that the crime scene had been broken into the night before. The fine men and women of the CPD had grudgingly allowed as how one of their late-night patrol cars had done a drive-by and found that person or persons unknown had ransacked the scene. They were quick to point out that relevant evidence had already been removed and they were putting a black and white there full-time from now on. So the Brotherhood had followed up on his little message. Had Shex gone there, too? He wondered. Maybe waited to see if he'd show up? Shit, he'd missed a goddamn shot at her. And the brothers. But he had time. Hell, when his body went full on shadow, he had an eternity. Checking his watch, he got his hustle on, changing quickly into black slacks and a turtleneck and that hooded raincoat. Drawing on his leather gloves, he slid his black baseball cap on and gave a gander in the mirror. Yeah, right. Rummaging around, he found a black t-shirt that he ripped to ribbons and wound around his face, leaving room for his lidless eyes and the cartilage that was left of his nose and the gaping maw that was now his mouth. Better. Not great, but better. First stop was the bathroom to check and see how his troops were getting along. They had all passed out in a heap on the floor, their arms and legs intertwining, their heads here and there. But the fuckers were alive. Man, they were so bottom-of-the-barrel, dregs of humanity types, he thought. If they were lucky, collectively their IQ might creep into the triple digits. They were going to be useful, however. Lash locked the house up tight with a spell and stepped out into the garage. Popping the Mercedes trunk, he lifted the carpeted panel, took out the bundle of coke, and loaded up both his non-nostrils before getting behind the wheel. Good morning. As a choir of chaos lit him up from the inside, he backed down the drive and headed out of the neighborhood, going the opposite way from the cops and ambulances that had arrived at the house across the street, which now had a drive-through as opposed to a living room. Once he hit the highway, the trip downtown should have been 10 minutes, but because of rush-hour traffic, it was more like 25. Thaw with the racing in his mind and his body. He felt like he was at a total standstill the entire time. It was a little after 9 o'clock when he pulled into an alley and parked next to a silver van. As he got out, he thanked God for the blow. Actually felt like he had some energy. Trouble was, if his extreme makeover didn't finish up fast, he was going to go through that stash in the trunk in a matter of days. Which was why he'd called for this meeting now instead of waiting any longer. And what do you know, Ricardo Benlois was on time and already in his office. The maroon AMG he was squired around in was docked on the far side of the GMC van. Lash approached the back door of the art gallery and waited by the video camera. Yeah, he'd have preferred to chill on this face-to-face for a couple of days, but his own needs notwithstanding. He had sellers curing in his bathroom and he needed product for them to hit the streets with. Then he had to turn some soldiers. After all, the little shit hadn't wasted any time filling his ranks. Although there was no way of telling how many were left after the Brotherhood's raid at the farmhouse. Never thought he'd be glad those motherfuckers were lethal at their jobs. Go. Fig. Lash had to assume that the Omega's boy toy was going to quickly cook up another batch of inductees. And given that the kid had been a successful dealer, he was going to resume making paper as soon as he could. Both of which would give him the resources not only to fight the vampires, but come after Lash. So it was a case of the clock ticking. Lash was damn confident that the shit couldn't get a meeting with Benlois right now because he was small potatoes, but how much longer would that be true? Sales mattered. Smarts mattered. If Lash could get a foot in the door, someone else could. Especially if they had the special talents of a forelesser. With a click, the door locks were sprung and one of Benlois' enforcers opened up. The guy frowned at Lash's Lady Gaga rig, but got back in the game quick. No doubt he'd seen a lot of crazy shit and not just on the drug trade side of things. Artists were no doubt wacky nut jobs for the most part. "Where's your ID?" the guy said. Lash flashed his fake driver's license. "About to be up your ass, motherfucker." Clearly, the combination of the laminated card and Lash's familiar voice was enough because a moment later, he was allowed in. Benlois' office was on the 3rd floor in the front, and the trip up there was silent. The guy's private space was bowling alley uncluttered. Nothing but a long expanse of black varnished floorboards that culminated in a raised platform, which was the desk equivalent of a set of lifts for shoes. Benlois was parked on the dais, seated behind a teak table that was the size of a Lincoln Town car. Like a lot of guys who had to stand tall to hit 5'6" on a tape measure, everything the short man did was big. As Lash came forward, the South American stared out over his steepled fingers and spoke in his smooth, cultured way. "I was so pleased to receive your call after you failed to make our last meeting. Wherever have you been, my friend?" "Family problems." Benlois frowned. "Yes, blood can be trouble. You have no idea." Lash looked around at all of the absolutely nothing, locating the hidden cameras and doors which were in the same positions they'd been in the last time. First off, let me assure you that our business relationship remains my top priority. I am very pleased to know this. When you didn't arrive to buy the pieces you were contracted for, I wondered. As an art dealer, I depend on my regular customers to keep my artists busy. I also expect my regulars to fulfill their obligations. Understood. Which is the real reason I've come. I need an advance. I have an empty wall in my house that has to be filled with one of your paintings, but I won't be able to pay with cash today. Benloy smiled, showing orderly little teeth. I'm afraid I don't make those arrangements. You must pay for the art you leave with. And why ever is your face covered up? Lash ignored the question. You're going to make an exception in my case. I don't make exceptions. Lash dematerialized across the space, taking form behind the guy and putting a knife to his throat. With a shout, the guard over by the door went for his heat, but there wasn't a lot to shoot at when your boss's jugular was on the verge of springing a leak. Lash hissed in Benloy's ear. I've had a really bad fucking week and I'm tired of playing by human rules. It is my full intention to continue our relationship, and you are going to make that possible not only because it benefits us both, but because I'm going to take it personally if you don't. Know this, you cannot hide from me, and there is nowhere you can go that I can't find you. There is no door strong enough to keep me out. No man I can't overpower. No weapon you can use against me. My terms are this one major piece to fill up my wall, and I will take it with me right now. When he discovered who Benloy's overseas contacts were, he might just off the bastard, but that would be jumping the gun. The South American was the pipeline for product into Caldwell, and that was the only reason the son of a bitch had a good shot at having lunch later today. As opposed to a date with an embalmer. Benloy's dragged in a breath. Enzo, the new Joshua Tree pastels are due to arrive early this evening. When they do, you will pack up one of them and... I want it now. You will have to wait. I cannot give you that which I don't possess. Kill me at this moment and you shall have none of it. Fucker. Motherfucker. Lash thought back to how much was left in the trunk of the Mercedes and considered the fact that even now the coke buzz was draining from him, leaving a whole lot of snooze in its wake. When? Where? Same time and place as always. Fine. But I'll be taking a taste with me now. He dug the knife into that neck. And don't tell me that you're totally dry. That's going to make me cranky. And twitchy. Twitchy is bad for you, FYI. After a moment, the guy murmured, Enzo, go get him a sample of the artist's new work, will you? The meat across the way seemed to be having trouble processing everything, but then seeing someone disappear into thin air was no doubt a new one for him. Enzo, go now. Lash smiled underneath his mummy wraps. Yeah, beat some feet there, Enzo. I'll take excellent care of your boss until you come back. The bodyguard backed out, and then there was the retreating sound of his boots clapping down the stairwell. And so you are the worthy successor to the Reverend, Benloy said with a strain. Ah, revenge's former nomenclature in the human world. Yeah, I'm right up his alley. There was always something different about him. You think that shit was special? Lash whispered. Wait till you get a load of me. Back at the Brotherhood mansion, Quinn was sitting up in his bed, leaning against the headboard. He had the cable remote balanced on one thigh, yet another short and squat full of Herradura on the other side, and next to him, hanging tight, good ol' Captain Insomnia. In front of him, the television glowed in the darkness, the morning news droning on. Turned out the police had found the homophobe Quinn had worked over in the alley next to the cigar bar and taken him to St. Francis Hospital. Guy was refusing to identify his attacker or comment on what had happened, but it wouldn't have mattered if he opened his hole. There were hundreds of pierced, leather-wearing, tatted-up sons of bitches in town, and the CPD could kiss Quinn's ass. But whatever, that motherfucker wasn't going to say shit to nobody, and Quinn was willing to bet his left nut he never gay-bashed again either. Next came an update on what the humans were calling the farmhouse massacre, said report basically amounting to a whole lot of no new information, but plenty of hysteria-inducing hyperbole. Cults. Ritual sacrifices. Stay indoors after dark. All of which was, of course, based on circumstantial evidence because the Blue Union Badge Brigade had nothing but aftermath to go on bodies. And although the identities of a rash of missing lowlifes were starting to percolate to the surface, the dead end was going to stick. Those few slayers who had escaped the Brotherhood's infiltration were now firmly entrenched in the lessening society, never to be seen or heard from again by their former friends and families. So, yeah, basically, the humans were left with a service master cleanup job out there and not much else. Fuck the CSI types, what they really needed was a carpet steamer, a shitload of mops, and a bathtub of Formula 409. If they thought they were ever going to solve the crime, those cops were just masturbating the soles of their shoes and the nibs on their pens. What actually had happened was just a ghost they could sense but never capture. As if on cue, a promo for the all-new Paranormal Investigators primetime special aired, the camera panning around some southern mansion with trees that looked as if they needed a beard trimmer. Quinn swung his feet off the edge of his bed and rubbed his face. Layla had wanted to come over again, but when she'd called out to him, he'd sent her back a thought that he was exhausted and needed to sleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with her, it was just, God damn it, she liked him, she wanted him, and he clearly was into her body. So why didn't he just call her over here, mate her, and put a check mark next to the biggest goal in life he had? As he thought about the plan, an image of Blaze's face came to mind and forced him to take a cold, hard look at the shaggy fabric of his life. The shit wasn't pretty, and all the threads he'd started and could neither clip free nor stitch together suddenly became more than he could bear. Getting up, he went out into the Hall of Statues and looked down to the right. To Blaze's room. With a curse, he walked over to the door he'd been in and out of as much as he had his own. When he knocked, the contact was a soft one, not his usual bang bang bang. No answer. He tried again. Turning the knob, he pushed inside barely an inch and wished he hadn't had cause to be discreet. But maybe Saxton was in there with the guy. Blay? You up? He whispered into the darkness. No reply. And the lack of running water suggested the pair of them weren't taking a pneumatic shower together. Stepping in, Quinn flicked on the lights. The bed was made up, neat as a pin, totally undisturbed. Fucking thing looked like an ad in a magazine with all its pillows arranged and the extra duvet folded up like a cloth taco at the foot of the mattress. Bathroom had dry towels, no condensation on the glass shower, and a jacuzzi without a bubble bath ring. His body went numb as he went back out into the hall and walked farther on. At the door to the crib Saxton had been given, he stopped and stared at the panels. Excellent carpentry work, the pieces put together seamlessly. Paint job was perfect as well, with no brush strokes marring the smooth surface. Nice brass knob, too, that was as shiny as a newly minted gold coin. His acute hearing picked up on a soft sound and he frowned until he realized what he was listening to. Only one thing made that kind of rhythmic. Staggering back, he got goosed in the ass by the Greek statue directly behind him. With stumbling feet, he blindly walked somewhere, anywhere. When he got to the king's study, he looked over his shoulder and checked the carpet over which he'd trodden. No trail of his blood, which, considering the way his chest was hurting, was a surprise. Sure as shit felt like he'd been shot in the heart. 63. Shex woke up screaming. Fortunately, John had left the bathroom light on, so she had at least half a chance at convincing her brain where her body was. In fact, she was not back in that human clinic being worked on like a lab rat. She was here in the Brotherhood mansion with John, who had leaped out of bed and pointed a gun at the door to the hall like he was prepared to blow a hole right through the frickin' thing. Slapping a hand over her mouth, she prayed she'd shut herself up in time before she woke the entire house. The last thing she needed was a bunch of brothers showing up at the doorstep with a whole lot of what's doing. In a silent shift, John swung the 40's muzzle around to the shuttered windows, and then he swept it over to the walk-in closet. As he finally lowered his weapon, he whistled an inquiry. I'm okay, she answered, finding her voice. Just a bad. The knock that cut her off was about as subtle as a curse in a quiet room, or the scream she just let rip. As she pulled the sheets up to her collarbones, John opened the door a crack and Z's voice drifted in. Everything all right in here? Nope. Not even close. Shex rubbed her face and tried to replug into reality. Tough assignment. Her body felt weightless and disconnected, and man, that floaty thing was so not helping her on the get-grounded front. It didn't take a genius to figure out why her subconscious had burped up that shit about her first trip through the abduction park. Staying in the or while John had had his leadectomy had obviously been like a hot, spicy meal for her brain, with the nightmare being the cranial version of acid reflux. Christ, she had a case of the fop sweats, her upper lip beating, her palms wringing damp. In desperation, she focused on what she could see through the partially open door to the bathroom. Turned out the toothbrushes on the marble counter saved her. The pair were standing up in the silver cup between the two sinks, looking like a couple of kibitzers who'd tilted their heads together to swap gossip. Both were John's, she was guessing, because guests were on the whole not welcome in this house. One was blue, the other red. Both had the green bristles in the center that turned white over time to let you know when to get new ones. Nice. Normal. Boring. Maybe if she'd had a little more of all that, she wouldn't be looking for life's exit door. Or having nightmares that turned her voice box into a bullhorn. John bade Z goodbye and came back over to her, leaving his gun on the bedside table and slipping under the covers. His warm body was solid and smooth against hers, and she went to him with an ease that she guessed was common among lovers. But something she'd never had with anyone before. As he pulled his head back so she could see his face, he mouthed, "What was it?" "Dream. Very bad dream. From back when." She took a deep breath. "When I was in that clinic." He didn't press her for details. Instead, she just felt her hair getting stroked. In the silence that followed, she didn't intend to talk about the past, especially when the last thing she needed was more echoes of the nightmare. But somehow words formed in her throat and she couldn't hold them back. "I burned the facility down." Her heart thumped as she remembered. But at least the recall of what had happened wasn't as bad as being back there in a dream. "It's weird. I'm not sure the humans thought they were doing anything wrong. They treated me like a prized zoo animal, giving me everything I needed to survive while they poked and prodded at me and ran test after test. Well, most of the humans were good to me. There was a sadistic fuck in the group." She shook her head. "They kept me for about a month or two and tried to give me human blood to keep me going, but they could read the clinical indicators that I was getting weaker and weaker. I got free because one of them set me loose." John rolled over on his back and put his hands into the shaft of light. "Shit, I'm so sorry. But I'm glad you dusted the place." In her mind, she pictured her return trip to where she'd been held and the sooty aftermath. "Yeah, I had to burn the thing down. I'd been free for a while when I went back and did it, but I couldn't sleep for the nightmares. I lit the facility up after they'd left for the day. Although," she held a forefinger up, "there might have been one rather nasty death. But the son of a bitch deserved it. I'm an eye for an eye kind of girl." John's hands reappeared to sign. "That's pretty obvious and not a bad thing at all. Provided it wasn't Lash," she thought to herself. "Mind if I ask you something?" When he shrugged, she whispered, "The night you took me around town, had you been back to any of those places before?" "Not really." John shook his head. "I don't like to dwell on the past. I go forward. How I envy you. Me, I can't seem to get free of history." And it wasn't just about the clinic shit or Lash's little love nest nightmare. For some reason, the fact that she'd never fit in with the family she'd grown up with, or the larger vampire society, or even the Symphoth one resonated through her, defining her even when she wasn't consciously thinking about it. Her lock and key moments had been few and far between and tragically seemed focused on when she'd gone out on jobs as an assassin. Except then she thought of her time with John, and recalibrated the depressing arithmetic slightly. Being with him, their bodies together, that fit. But it was kind of a parallel to her murdering for hire, ultimately not a healthy thing for all involved. Hell, look at what had just happened. She woke up screaming and John was the one who weaponed up and faced off, while she played poor whittle-scared female with the sheet clutched to her whittle-scared heart. That wasn't her. Just wasn't. And God, that she'd fallen so easily into the role of being protected. That frightened her even more than dreams that made her scream. If life had taught her one thing, it was that your best bet was to take care of your own biz. The last thing in the world she wanted was to chick out and rely on anyone, even somebody as honorable and worthy and kind as John. Although, man, the sex was good. Seemed base and a little crude to put it like that, but it was so very true. When they'd come up here after their little tete-a-tete in the tunnel, they hadn't even bothered with the lights. No time, clothes off, on the bed, going hard. She'd ended up passing out, and sometime later, John must have gotten up to use the loo and left the light on. Probably to make sure she didn't feel lost if she woke up. Because that's the kind of male he was. There was a click and whirl and the steel shutters began to lift for the night. The darkened sky revealed, her mental gyrations mercifully cut off. She hated ruminating. Never solved anything and only made her feel worse. "Hot water is calling us," she said, forcing her body upright. The delicious aches in her muscles and bones made her want to sleep for days in this big bed next to John. Maybe weeks. But that wasn't their destiny, was it? She leaned over and looked down into his shadowy face. After tracing his handsome features with her eyes, she just had to bring up her hand and caress his cheek. "I love you," she mouthed in the shadows. Let's go, she said roughly. The kiss she gave him was a sort of goodbye after all. Maybe tonight they finally got lash, and that would mean an end to moments like this. Abruptly, John gripped her upper arms, his brows tightening. But then, as if he read her mind and knew all too well the score, he released her. As she got up and walked away from the bed, his eyes followed her. She could feel it. In the bathroom, she started the water for them and went over to get some towels out of the cupboard. She stopped as she saw her reflection in the mirror over the sink. Her body was the same as it had always been, but she thought of the way it felt when she and John were together. She'd gotten so used to thinking of her corporeal form as little more than a weapon, something that was useful and necessary to accomplish things. Hell, she'd fed it and cared for it the same way she looked after her guns and her knives because that was how she maintained its utility. In their hours together, John had taught her differently, had shown her that there was profound pleasure to be had from her flesh, which was something not even her relationship with murder had managed to do. As if he'd been summoned by her thoughts, John came up behind her, his height and shoulder width dwarfing her reflection. Meeting his eyes, she put her hand to her breast and rubbed her own nipple, remembering how it felt to have his touch there, his tongue, his mouth. The instant she made contact, his body responded, his bonding scent flooding the bathroom, his erection punching out of his hips. Reaching behind herself, she pulled him against her, his arousal penetrating the wedge formed by her sex and her thighs. As his hips pushed in against her ass, his warm hands circled around her and stroked down her stomach, bringing his head to her shoulder. His fangs flashed white as he delicately dragged them over her skin to the crook of her neck. Arching back to him, she stretched way up and ran her hands through his thick dark hair. Although he'd cut it short, it was growing in, which was nice. She preferred it long because it felt so damn good going through her fingers. So silky, so smooth. Come inside me, she said hoarsely. John swept his hand up and captured the breast she'd stroked for him. Then he reached between their bodies, angled himself, and eased into her sex. At the same moment, he ran his fangs across her throat to her vein. He didn't need to feed. She knew this. So she was strangely thrilled when he struck because it meant he was doing it just because he wanted to. He wanted her in him, too. Beneath the overhead lighting, she watched as he took her from behind, his muscles flexing, his eyes burning, his erection pushing in and pulling out, pushing in and pulling out. She watched herself, too. Her breasts were tight at the tips, her nipples rosy, not just because that was the color of them, but because he'd been working on them so much over the day's hours. Her skin was aglow all over, her cheeks blazing, her lips puffy from the kissing, her eyes low-lidded and erotic. John broke the seal he'd formed over her vein and his pink tongue came out, licking over the punctures, sealing them up. Turning her head, she captured his mouth with her own, relishing the slick slide of their tongues as their bodies followed the same rhythm down below. It didn't take long for the sex to grow urgent and raw, no longer sensual, but powerful. As John's hips pistoned against her, their bodies slapped and their breath roared. Her orgasm tackled her so strongly that if he hadn't had a death grip on her hip bones, she would have lost her knees and fallen from him. And just as she came, John's own shudders rolled through her, the ripples emanating outward from his erection and sweeping through her body. And her soul. And then it happened. At the pinnacle of their release, her vision flipped into red and went flat, and as ecstasy eventually faded, the unsummoned appearance of her bad side was a wake-up call she'd been subconsciously waiting for. Gradually, she became aware of the growing humidity and warmth from the shower, and the twinkling sound of falling water, and the 1,000 points of contact between them, and how all things were in shades of blood. John reached up to her face and touched next to her red eyes. "Yeah, I need my chilaches," she said. He brought his hands forward in front of her and signed, "I have them." "You do." "I saved them." He frowned. "But are you sure you have to?" "Yes," she bristled. "I am." The hard expression that tightened his face reminded her of the way he'd been when he'd sprung out of that bed as she'd screamed, tough, intractable, all male. But there was nothing she could do to help him out of his current disapproval. She had to take care of herself, and whether or not he was down with what she did to keep herself in a normal bandwidth wasn't going to change her reality. Man, they just weren't meant to be together, no matter how compatible they could be sometimes. John withdrew from her core and stepped back, running his fingers down her spine as a kind of a thank you. And given the dark knowledge in his eyes, probably a goodbye of his own. Turning away, he headed for the SH. "Oh, my God." Shex's heart stopped as she looked at him in the mirror. across his upper back in a glorious spread of black ink. In a declaration that didn't whisper but shouted, in a billboard-size font with flourishes. Her name in the old language. Shex wheeled around as John froze. When did you get that done? After a tense moment, his shoulder shrugged and she was captivated by the way the ink moved, stretching and then returning into place. Shaking his head, he reached in to test the warm spray and then stepped through the glass door, put his back to the running water and grabbed the soap, frothing up the bar in his hands. As he refused to look at her, he sent a clear message that her name in his skin was none of her business, which was the same kind of line she'd drawn with her chilaches, wasn't it? Shex went up to the glass door that separated them. Putting her hand up, she knocked hard. When she mouthed, his eyes squeezed shut, as if he were remembering something that made his stomach hurt. And then with his lids down, he signed slowly, and broke her in half. When I thought you weren't coming home. John made quick work with the soap and the shampoo, very aware that Shex was standing on the cold side of the glass, staring at him. He wanted to help her out with the surprise and all, but given where things stood between them, he was so not about to throw himself on the sword of all his feelings. Or the tattoo needle, as it were. When he'd asked her about the chilaches, she'd been pretty clear about shutting him out, and that had rebooted his brain. Since he'd been injured the night before, they'd fallen back into their sex connection, and that had a way of blurring reality. But no more. After he was finished with his wash-up, he stepped out of the shower and went past her, nabbing a towel from a brass bar and wrapping it around his hips. In the mirror, he met her eyes. I'll go get your chilaches, he signed. John. When she didn't say anything more, he frowned, thinking this was the pair of them in a nutshell, standing 3 feet away from each other and being separated by miles. He left and went into the bedroom, picking up a pair of jeans and pulling them on. His leather jacket had been brought in with him to the clinic the night before, and he'd left it there. Somewhere. In his bare feet, he walked past the marble statues, down the grand staircase, and around the corner to duck through the hidden door. Man, going back into the tunnel was a total crusher. All he could think about was Shex and him together in the dark. Like a complete Nancy, he wished like hell they could return to those suspended moments when nothing existed except their roaring bodies. Down here, their hearts had been free to pound and sing. Fucking real life. Sucked ass. He was striding toward the training center's entrance when Z's voice stopped him. Yo, John. John pivoted around, his bare feet squeaking on the tunnel floor. As he raised his hand in greeting, the brother came striding down from the mansion's door, and Z was dressed for fighting, his black leathers and muscle shirt something that they would all be wearing before they headed out once again to hunt Lash. With the brother's skull trim and the ceiling lights streaming down across that jagged scar on his face, it was no wonder people were scared shitless of him. Especially with his stare narrowed like that and his jaw set grimly. What's up? John signed as the brother stopped in front of him. When there was no immediate reply, John braced himself, thinking, oh, fuck, now what? What he signed? Zadist exhaled a curse and started to pace around, his hands on his hips, his eyes locked on the floor. I don't even know where to frickin' start. John frowned and eased back against the tunnel wall, ready for more bad news. Although he sure as shit couldn't imagine what it was, life had a way of getting pretty damned creative, didn't it? Eventually, Z halted, and when he looked over, his stare was not golden yellow as it usually was when they were home. It was pitch black. Vicious black. And the male's face had gone the color of snow. John straightened. Jesus. What's wrong? You remember all those walks you and I used to take in the woods? Just before your transition. After you lost it with Lash the first time. When John nodded, the brother continued. You ever ask yourself why Wrath put us together? John nodded slowly. Yeah. It wasn't a mistake. The brother's eyes were cold and dark as the cellar in a haunted house, shadows making up not just the color of the irises but what lay behind that stare. You and I have something in common. Do you understand what I'm saying? You and I. We have something in common. At first John frowned again, not catching the drift. Suddenly he felt a cringing blast of cold shiver through his own body, one that reached his marrow. Z. Wait, had he heard it wrong? Was he taking this wrong? Except then, clear as day, he remembered the two of them facing off at each other right after the brother had read what that psychologist had put in John's medical record. You get to pick how you deal with it because it's no one else's biz, Z had said. You never want to say another fucking word on the subject, you're getting no lip from me. At that moment, John had been amazed by the brother's unexpected understanding. as well as the fact that Z didn't seem to judge him or view him as weak. Now he knew why. God. Z? The brother held his palm up. I'm not telling you this to freak you out and fucking A. I'd have preferred you never know for reasons I'm sure you get. But I'm bringing it up because of your female scream this morning. John's brows pulled tight as the brother took up pacing again. Look, John, I don't like people in my biz and I'm the last person who wants to talk about crap. But that scream. Z faced off at John. I've thrown too many of those out not to know what kind of hell you gotta be in to holler like that. Your girl. She's got some dark in her on a good day, but after Lash? I don't need no deets, but I can guess she's rattled and then some. Hell, sometimes after you're safe again it's almost worse. John scrubbed his face as his temples started to pound and then he lifted his hands. Only to find he had nothing to sign. The sadness that crushed him took his words away, leaving him with a strange, blank numbness in his head. All he could do was nod. Zadis clapped him briefly on the shoulder and then resumed his back and forth. Meeting and getting with Bella, that was my lifeboat. But it wasn't the only thing I needed. See, before we were mated proper, Bella left Mesh took off and just left my ass for no damn good reason. I knew I had to do something to get my head on right if I was ever going to have a shot with her. So I talked to someone about everything. Z cursed again and slashed his hand through the air. And no, not some white coat at Havers's. Someone I trusted. Someone who was part of the family who I knew wouldn't see me as dirty or weak or some shit. Who? John mouthed. Mary. Z exhaled. Raged Mary. We had the sessions down in the boiler room under the kitchen. 2 chairs. Right next to the furnace. It helped then and I still go back to her from time to time. John could see the logic instantly. Mary had that kind, calm thing going on which explained how she'd been able to tame not only the wildest brother but the son of a bitch's inner beast. That scream tonight. John, if you want to mate this female, you gotta help her with that. She needs to talk about her shit because if she doesn't, sure as fuck it's going to rot her from the inside out. And I spoke with Mary just now without using any names. She's gotten her counseling degree and she said she's ready to work with someone. If you get a chance and the time is right with Shex, tell her about this. Tell her to go talk to Mary. As Z rubbed his skull trim, the nipple rings he wore stood out in sharp relief under his black muscle shirt. And if you want a testimonial, I can tell you on the life of my daughter that your female will be in good hands. Thank you, John signed. Yeah, I'll totally say something to her. Jesus. Thank you. No problem. Abruptly, John locked eyes with Zadist. As the two held stares, it was hard not to feel part of a unique club that no one would ever volunteer to be associated with. Membership wasn't sought or desirable or something to crow about. But it was real and it was powerful. Survivors of similar wrecks could see the horrors of those jagged shoals in the eyes of others. It was like recognizing it was two people with the same tattoo on their insides, the divide of a trauma that separated them from the rest of the planet unexpectedly bringing a pair of weary souls closer together. Or 3, as was the case here. Zadist's voice was husky. I killed the bitch who did it to me. Took her head with me when I left. You get that satisfaction? John shook his head slowly. Wish I had. Not going to lie. That helped me, too. There was a tight, awkward silence as if neither of them knew how to hit the reset button and get back to normal. Then Z nodded once and stuck out his fist. John knocked those knuckles with his own, thinking, shit, you never knew what was in someone's closet, did you? Z's eyes glowed yellow once more as he turned away and walked back toward the door that would take him into the mansion and to his family, to his brothers. In his back pocket, like he'd shoved it there and forgotten about it, was a pink baby's bib, the kind that had Velcro patches on the straps and a little skull and crossbones in black on the front. Life goes on, John thought. No matter what the world did to you, you could survive. And maybe if Shex talked to Mary, she wouldn't. God, he couldn't even finish the thought because he feared defining her exit strategy. Hustling on down into the training center, he headed for the clinic where he found his jacket and his weapons and what Shex needed. As he picked up the shit, his mind was churning over things. Things in the past and in the present. Churning, churning, churning. When he got back to the mansion, he beelined up the grand staircase and down the hall of statues. As soon as he walked into his room, he heard the shower running in the bath and had a brief, vivid image of Shex gloriously naked and slick from the water and the soap suds, but he didn't go in and join her. He pulled the bed together and laid the chilaches at the foot of it, then changed into his fighting gear and left. He didn't go to first meal. He went down the hall to another bedroom. As he knocked on the door, He had the sense that what he was about to do was a long time in coming. When Tor opened up, the brother was half-dressed and obviously surprised. "What's doing? Can I come in?" John signed. "Yeah, sure." As John stepped inside, he felt an odd sense of premonition. But then when it came to Tor, he'd always had them. That and a sense of deep connection. He frowned while he looked at the mail, thinking of the time they'd spent on that sofa downstairs, watching Godzilla movies while Shex was out fighting in the daylight. It was funny. He was so comfortable around the guy that being with Tor was like being alone without the solitude. "You've been following me, haven't you?" John signed abruptly. "You're the one. The shadow I've sensed. At the tattoo parlor and the extreme park." Tor's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, that was me." "Why?" "Look, for real, it wasn't that I don't think you can handle yourself. No, it's not that. What I don't understand is, if you're well enough to be out in the field, why aren't you killing them? For her. Why waste time with me?" Tor breathed out a curse. "Ah, shit, John." Long pause. "And then you can't do anything more for the dead. They're gone. It's done. But the living. You can take care of the living. I know what kind of hell you've been in, and still are in, and I lost my Wellesley because I wasn't there when she needed me. I couldn't go through losing you for the same reason." As the brother's words faded, John felt like he'd been sucker punched, and yet he wasn't shocked, because this was the kind of male Tor was steadfast and true. A male of worth. The guy laughed harshly. "Don't get me wrong. Soon as you're out from under this lash bullshit and that bastard is good and dead, I'm going hardcore on those motherfuckers. I will kill slayers in her memory for the rest of my natural life. But the thing is, I remember. See, I've been where you were when you were thinking your female was gone. No matter how level-headed you believe yourself to be, you're insane in the membrane, and you were blessed to get her back, but life doesn't just return to rational that quick. Plus, let's face it, you'd do anything to save her, even put your chest in front of a bullet. Which I can understand, but would like you to avoid if at all possible." As the brother's words sank in, John signed automatically. "She's not my female." "Yeah, she is. And the two of you make so much sense. You have no idea what kind of sense you make together." John shook his head. "Not sure who you're talking about there. No offense. Doesn't have to be easy to be right. In that case, we're meant for each other." There was a long silence, during which John had the oddest sense that life was resetting itself, that the gears which had previously been slipping and missing had once more locked into place. And here it was again, the shitstorm survivors club. Christ, for all the crap that the people living in the mansion had been through, maybe V should design a tat they could each get on their asses. Because sure as shit, the bunch of them had won the lottery when it came to hard knocks. Or God, maybe this was just life. For everyone on the planet. Maybe the Survivors Club wasn't something you earned, but simply what you were born into when you came out of your mother's womb. Your heartbeat put you on the roster, and then the rest of it was just a question of vocabulary. The nouns and verbs used to describe the events that rocked your foundation and sent you flailing were not always the same as other people's, but the random cruelties of disease and accident, and the malicious focus of evil men and nasty deeds, and the heartbreak of loss with all its stinging whips and rattling chains. At the core, it was all the same. And there was no opt-out clause in the club's bylaws unless you offed yourself. The essential truth of life, he was coming to realize, wasn't romantic and took only 2 words to label. Shit happens. But the thing was, you kept going. You kept your friends and your family and your mate as safe as you were able. And you kept fighting even after you were knocked down. God damn it, you dragged your ass off the ground and you kept fighting. I've been awful to you, John signed. I'm sorry. Tor shook his head. Like I was any better? Don't apologize. As my best friend and your father always told me, don't look backward. Only forward. So that's where it came from, John thought. The belief was in his blood. I want you with me, by my side, John signed. Tonight. Tomorrow night. For however long it takes to kill Lash. Do this with me. Find the bastard with me, with us. The sense that the pair of them would work together seemed so right. After all, for their individual reasons, they were united in this deadly game of chess. John needed to avenge Shex for obvious reasons. And as for Tor, well, the Omega had taken his son when that lesser had killed Wellesley. Now the brother had a chance to return the motherfucking favor. Come with me. Do this. With me. Tor had to clear his throat. I thought you would never ask. No knuckle tap this time. The two of them embraced, chest to chest. And when they pulled apart, John waited for Tor to throw on a shirt, get his leather jacket, and grab his weapons. Then they went downstairs side by side. As if they had never been apart. As if it was as it always had been. 64. The bedrooms at the back of the Brotherhood's mansion had the benefit not only of a view of the gardens, but a second-story terrace. Which meant if you were antsy, you could step out and grab some fresh air before you faced the rest of the household. The second the shutters lifted for the evening, Quinn opened the French doors by his bureau and walked into the brisk night. Bracing his palms on the balustrade, he leaned in, his shoulders accepting the weight of his chest easily. He was dressed for war in his leathers and shit-kickers, but he'd left his weapons inside. Staring out over the battened-down flower beds and the spindly fruit trees that had yet to bloom, he felt the cool, smooth stone under his hands and the breeze in his still damp hair and the tight pull of the muscles across the small of his back. The scent of freshly roasting lamb was floating up from the blowers on the roof over the kitchen, and lights were glowing all over the house, the warm golden illumination pouring out onto the lawn and the patio on the lower level. Pretty fucking ironic to feel so hollow because Blay finally got fulfilled. Nostalgia dropped its rose-tinted lens, and through it he saw back to all those nights at Blay's, the two of them sitting on the floor at the end of the bed, playing PS2, drinking beer, watching vids. There had been serious and important shit to talk about then, things like what was doing in training classes and what game was coming out over the human Christmas season and who was hotter, Angelina Jolie or anybody else in a skirt. Angelina had always won, and Lash had always been an asshole, and Mortal Kombat had still ruled back then. God, they hadn't even had Guitar Hero World Tour out in those days. The thing was, he and Blay had always seen eye to eye, and in Quinn's world, where everyone hated his ass, having someone who understood him and accepted him as he was. It had been a shaft of tropical sunlight in the North fucking Pole. Now, though, it was hard to comprehend how they'd started out so close. He and Blay were on two different paths. Having once had everything in common, now they had nothing except the enemy, and even there, Quinn had to stick with John, so it wasn't like he and Blay were partners. Shit, the adult in him recognized that this was the way some things went. But the child in him mourned the loss more than. There was a click and the breaking of a weather seal. From out of a dark room that was not his own, Blay stepped onto the terrace. He was wearing a black silk dressing robe and was in bare feet, his hair wet from the shower. There were bite marks on his neck. He stopped as Quinn stood up from the balustrade. "Oh. Hey," Blay said, and immediately glanced back as if making sure the door he'd come through was shut. Saxton was in there, Quinn thought. Sleeping on sheets they'd messed up royally. "I was just going back inside," Quinn said, jabbing over his shoulder with his thumb. "It's too cold to be out here for long." Blay crossed his arms over his chest and looked out over the view. "Yes. It's chilly." After a moment, the guy stepped over toward the balustrade and the scent of his soap burrowed into Quinn's nose. Neither of them moved. Before he left, Quinn cleared his throat and threw himself off a bridge. "Was it okay? Did he treat you right?" God, his voice was hoarse. Blay took a deep breath, then nodded. "Yeah, it was good. It was. Right?" Quinn's eyes shifted away from his buddy and just happened to measure the distance down to the stone patio below. Doing a swan dive onto all that slate might just get the images of those two out of his head. Of course, it would also turn his brain into scrambled eggs, but really, was that such a bad thing? Saxton and Blay. Blay and Saxton. Shit, he'd been quiet a while. "I'm glad. I want you to be happy." Blay didn't comment on that, but instead murmured he was grateful, by the way, for what you did. Thought it was a little overkill, but he said you always were secretly chivalrous. "Oh yeah, totally. That shit was his middle name, right?" Wonder what the guy would think if he knew Quinn wanted to drag him out of the house by all that gorgeous blonde hair. Maybe stretch him flat on the pea gravel by the fountain and run him over with the Hummer a couple of times. Actually, no, gravel wasn't the right surface. Better to drive the Hummer right into the foyer and do it there. You wanted something really hard beneath the body like you would if you were pounding a cutlet on a cutting board. "He's your cousin, for God's sakes," a small voice in him pointed out. And the larger half of him countered. Before he totally freaked out and rocked a multiple personality disorder, he stepped back from the balustradian, the whole homicidal thing. "Well, I better go. I'm heading out with John and Shex. I'll be down in 10 minutes. Just need to change." As Quinn looked at his best friend's handsome face, he felt as if he'd never not known that red hair, those blue eyes, those lips, that jaw. And it was because of their long history that he searched for something to say, something that would get them back to where they had been. All that came to him was, I miss you. I miss you so fucking bad it hurts. But I don't know how to find you even though you're right in front of me. Okay, Quinn said. See you down at first meal. Okay. Quinn got his ass in gear and walked over to the door to his room. As he slid his grip around the cold brass handle, his voice rang out of his throat, loud and clear, Blay. Yeah? You take care of yourself. Now Blay's voice was hoarse to the point of cracking. Yeah. You too. Because of course, take care of you was what Quinn always said when he was letting someone go. He went back inside and shut the door. Moving mechanically, he got the holsters for his daggers and his guns and picked up his leather jacket. Funny, he could barely remember losing his virginity. He recalled the female, of course, but the experience hadn't made any kind of indelible impression. Neither had the orgasms he'd given and gotten since. Just a lot of fun, lot of sweaty gasping, lot of targets identified and realized. Nothing but fucking that was easily forgotten. Heading down to the foyer, though, he realized he was going to remember Blaze first for the rest of his life. The two of them had been drifting apart for some time, but now, the fragile cord that had been the last of their connection, that dwindling tie, had been cut. Too bad the freedom seemed like a prison instead of a horizon. As his boots hit the mosaic floor at the bottom of the stairs, John Mellencamp's old-school, Bicklighter anthem echoed in his head, and though he'd always liked the song okay, he'd never truly understood what it meant. Kind of wished that were still the case. Life goes on, long after the thrill of living is gone. In John's bathroom, Shex stood under the hot water, her arms over her chest, her feet planted on either side of the drain, the water hitting her in the back of the head before blanketing her shoulders and flowing down her spine. John's tattoo. Goddamn. He'd done it as a memorial to her, putting her name in his skin, so she'd be with him always. After all, there was nothing more permanent than that hell. That was why in the mating ceremony males got their backs carved up. Rings could get lost. Documents could be shredded or burned or misplaced. But it wasn't like you didn't take your epidermis with you everywhere you went. Man, she'd never really cared two shits about those females in the dresses with their hair so long and pretty and the makeup all over their pusses and the gentle nature crap. If anything, those trappings of femininity had seemed like a declaration of weakness. But now for a quiet moment she found herself envying the silk and perfume set. What pride they must take in knowing that their males carried their commitment around on their bodies for every night they were alive. John would be a wonderful Heron. Jesus. When he did mate, what the hell was he gonna do about that tattoo? Put his female's name under it? Right, Shex was not psyched at having top billing on his shoulders for the rest of his life. Really? Not at all. Because that would make her a selfish bitch, wouldn't it? Oh wait, that had pretty much been her theme song. Forcing herself out of the shower, she toweled off and traded all the toasty warm, humid air in the bath for the cold smack of the stuff in the bedroom. She stopped just past the door jamb. Across the way, the duvet had been straightened with a casual hand. What had been messy now pulled up sort of into place. Her chilaches were at the base of the mattress. And unlike the covers, they had been arranged with care, the links smoothed out, the two lengths lined up together. She walked over and ran a fingertip down the barbed metal. John had kept them for her, and instinct told her he would have held on to them even if she had never come back. Hell of a legacy to leave behind. And if she was staying in the house for the night, she would have put them on. Instead, she drew her leathers on without them, pulled on her muscle shirt, and gathered up her weapons and her jacket. Thanks to her having played lawn sculpture under the showerhead, she'd missed first meal, so she went directly to the meeting in Rath's study. All of the Brotherhood as well as John and his boys were jammed into the pale blue French study, and most everyone, including George, the seeing eye dog, was milling around. Only person missing was Rath. Which kind of put the brakes on things, didn't it? Her eyes sought out and held on to John, but short of a nod in her general direction, he stared straight ahead, looking only at those people who wandered through his field of vision. At his side, Torment was standing tall and strong, and reading the pair's emotional grids, she got the sense they had re-established a connection that meant a hell of a lot to both of them. Which made her honestly happy. She hated the idea of John being alone after she left, and Torment was the father he'd never had. With a nasty curse, Vishouse stabbed out one of his hand rolls. Damn it to hell, we've got to go even if he isn't here. We're wasting darkness. Fury shrugged. He gave a direct order for this meeting, though. Shex was inclined to take V's side, and given the way John shifted his weight back and forth on his shitkickers, she wasn't the only one. Look, you people can hang around, she barked. But I'm leaving now. As John and Tor looked over at her, she had the oddest ripple go through her mind, as if it wasn't just the two males who'd been reunited in the quest to find Lash, but that she was likewise in the mix with them. Then again, they all had scores to settle, didn't they? Whether it was the lessening society or Lash specifically, the three of them all carried the kind of grudges that made you want to kill. Ever the voice of reason, Torment cut through the tension. Okay, fine, I'll assume responsibility for the go order. Clearly his little exercise sesh over on the far side is still rolling, and he wouldn't want us pissing away the night just for him. Tor split everyone up into teams, with John, Shex, Z, himself, and the boys going to the address the street racer was registered to, and the rest of the Brotherhood apportioned between the farmhouse and the extreme skate park. In no time at all, the group was down the staircase, through the vestibule, and out the front door. One by one, they disappeared into the cold air. When Shex took form again, it was in front of an apartment building downtown in the old meatpacking district, although building was probably too kind a word for the place. The 6-story brick structure had wall-eyed windows and a sagging roof that needed the construction equivalent of a chiropractor or maybe a body cast. And she was pretty sure the line of pockmarks across the front had been created by the spray of a machine gun or maybe an autoloader whose shooter had had a case of the DTs. Made you wonder how the humans at the DMV had accepted the address as a residence when that car got its license plate. Then again, maybe no one had checked to see whether what was listed was inhabitable. Charming, Quinn bit out. If you want to breed rats and cockroaches. Let's go around back, John signed. There were 2 alleys that ran down both sides of the shithole, and they randomly picked the one on the left for absolutely no good reason. As they jogged along, they passed by your standard issue city detritus. Nothing new. Nothing remarkable. Just beer cans, candy wrappers, and newspaper pages. The good news was that there were no windows on the flanks of the fugly building. But then it wasn't like there was anything to see other than the other slaughterhouses and packing facilities. Plus maybe the stability of all that load-bearing brick was the reason the roof hadn't become the floor. Shex bounced on the balls of her feet as she ran with the males, the bunch of them falling into a quick rhythm that carried them down the alley efficiently and in relative quiet. The back of the structure was nothing but more red brick streaked with metro grime. Only difference was that the reinforced steel door opened out into a small parking lot instead of a surface road. No lessers. No human pedestrians. Nothing but stray cats, filthy asphalt, and the distant wailing of sirens. A sense of powerlessness overcame her. God damn it, she could show up here or across town at that ridiculous park or out in the sticks. But there was no making the enemy come to her. And they had so little to go on. For fuck's sake, Quinn muttered. Where the hell's the party? Yup, she wasn't the only one spoiling for a fight. From out of nowhere, Shex felt a tingling go through her, the resonant echo something that at first she didn't understand. She glanced at the rest of the team. Blay and Quinn were studiously not looking at each other. Tor and John were pacing around. Zodist had his phone out to report to the brothers they were at the mark. That pull? And then she realized. She was sensing her blood in another. Lash. Lash was not far. Blindly turning on her heel, she headed off. Walking, then breaking into a run. She heard her name being shouted, but there was no stopping to explain. Or stopping her. 65. On the far side, as Payne lay in an unnatural position on hard marble, her namesake overwhelmed her but only above her waist. She felt no agony in her legs or feet, only a disassociated tingling that made her think of fire sparks over damp kindling wood. Directly above her broken body, the blind king was leaning over, his face tight, and the scribe virgin had also made an appearance, that black robe and dim light floating around in circles. It was not a shock that her mother had come to magically fix her. Like that door which had gone from shambles to saved, her darling mother wanted to wipe away everything, neaten it all up, make everything perfect. I refuse, Payne said again through gritted teeth. I do not consent. Wrath glanced over his shoulder at the scribe virgin, then looked back down. Ah. Listen, Payne, that's not logical. You can't feel your legs. Your back's probably broken. Why won't you let her help you? I am not some inanimate object she can manipulate at will, to please her whims and fancy. Payne, be reasonable. I am. You're going to die. Then my mother can watch me expire, she hissed and then promptly moaned. In the wake of her outburst, consciousness ebbed and flowed. Her eyes blurring and then regaining focus. Wrath's shocked expression becoming that by which she measured whether she had fainted or not. Wait, she's... The king braced his hand against the marble floor to steady his crouching position. Your mother. Pain cared not that he knew. She had never felt any pride associated with being the birth daughter of the race's founder, had in fact sought at every turn to distance herself, but what did it matter now? If she refused divine intervention, she would go unto the fade from here. What pain she did feel told her this. Wrath twisted around to the scribe virgin. This is the truth? No affirmative answer came back to him, but nor did a denial. And there was no chastisement that he had dared offend by his inquiry either. The king looked back at Pain. Jesus Christ. Pain dragged in a breath. Leave us, dear king. Go forth unto your world and lead your people. You need no help from this side or her. You are a fine male and a brilliant warrior. I'm not going to let you die, he spat. You have no choice, do you? The fuck I don't. Wrath shot to his feet and glared downward. Let her heal you. You're out of your goddamn mind. You can't die like this. I most certainly can. Pain shut her eyes, a wave of exhaustion rolling through her. Do something. Clearly the king was now yelling at the scribe virgin. Too bad she felt like such hell, Pain thought. Otherwise, she most certainly would have enjoyed this final declaration of independence. Verily, it had come upon the wings of her death, but she had done it. Stood up to her mother. She had gotten her freedom through her refusal. The scribe virgin's voice was barely louder than breath. She has denied my help. She is blocking me. She certainly was. Her fury was directed at her mother to such an extent it wasn't hard to believe that it functioned as a barrier to whatever magic the scribe virgin might seek to bear upon the tragedy that had occurred, which in fact felt more like a blessing. You're all-powerful. The king's voice was a rough charge, the frantic nature of which was a tad confusing. But then he was a male of worth who would no doubt place the blame upon himself. Just fix her. There was a silence and then a weak reply. I can no more reach her body than I can her heart. Verily, if the scribe virgin was finally getting a sense of what it was to be without power, Pain could die in peace. Pain! Pain, wake up! Her lids lifted. Wrath was inches from her face. If I can save you, will you let me? She couldn't understand why she was so important to him. Leave me. If I can do it, will you let me? You can't. Answer the fucking question. He was such a good male, and the fact that her demise would be upon his conscience more was a sorrow. I'm sorry. About this. Wrath. I'm sorry. This is not your doing. Wrath turned upon the scribe virgin. Let me save her. Let me save her. Upon the demand, the scribe virgin's hood lifted of its own volition, and her once glowing form appeared nothing but a dingy shadow. The visage and the voice she put forth was that of a beautiful female in tremendous agony. I did not want this destiny. That and a pile of shit gets you nothing. Will you let me save her? The scribe virgin shifted her stare to the opaque heaven above her, and the tear that fell from her eye landed on the marble flooring as a diamond, bouncing with a shimmer and a flash. That lovely object would be the last thing Pain ever saw. She thought as her eyes became so heavy, she could no longer keep her lids open. For fuck's sake, Wrath bellowed. Let me. The scribe virgin's answer came from a vast distance. I can fight this no longer. Do what you will, Wrath, son of Wrath. Better she be away from me and alive, than dead upon my floor. Everything went quiet. A door was shut. Then Wrath's voice, I need you on the other side. Pain, wake up, I need you on the other side. Odd. It was as if he were speaking into her skull. But he was more likely leaning back down over her and talking aloud. Pain, wake up. I need you to get yourself over to my side. In a haze, she started to shake her head, but that impulse wasn't borne out well. Better to hold still. Very still. Can't get there. A sudden twirling vertigo sent her reeling, her feet swinging around and around her body, her mind the vortex about which she spun. The sense of being sucked downward was accompanied by a pressure in her veins as if her blood were expanding but was confined to tight quarters. When she opened her eyes, she saw a lofty white glow above her. So she hadn't moved then. She was where she had been lying all along, beneath the milky sky of the far side. Pain frowned. No, that wasn't the strange heaven or the sanctuary. That was a ceiling? Yes. She recognized what it was, and indeed, in her peripheral vision, she sensed walls. For pale blue walls. There were lights as well, although not ones that she remembered, not torches or lit candles, but things that glowed without flame. A fireplace, massive desk and throne. She hadn't moved her body here herself, she hadn't the strength, and wrath could not have cast her corporeal form forth. There was but one explanation. She had been expelled by her mother. There would be no going back, she had her wish. She was free, Earmore. An odd peace o'ercame her, one that was either the calming pall of death, or the realization that the fight was over. Indeed, live or die, that which had defined her for years had passed. A weight lifted that sent her flying anew in her as yet still flesh. Wrath's face came into her field of vision, his long black hair slipping free of his shoulders and falling forward. And at that moment a blond dog ducked under the heavy arm of the king, its kind face holding a welcoming inquiry as if she were an unexpected but very appreciated guest. "I'm going to get Doc Jane," Wrath said, stroking the flank of the dog. "Who?" "My private physician. Stay here." "As if. I'm going anywhere." There was the jangle of a collar and then the king left, his hand on a harness that connected him with the beautiful dog, the animal's paws clipping on the floor when they reached the edge of the rug and hit hardwood. He truly was blind. And here on this side he needed someone else's eyes to function. A door shut and then she thought of naught but the pain. She was floating, rendered buoyant by the agony in her body, and yet, in spite of the incredible discomfiture, she was aloft on a strange peacefulness. For no evident reason, she noted that the air had a lovely smell here. Lemon. Beeswax. Just lovely. Fates be, her time on this side had been long ago and, going by how strange things looked, in a different world. But she remembered how much she had liked it. Everything had been unpredictable and therefore captivating. Sometime later, the door opened and she heard once more the jangle of the dog's collar and caught Wrath's powerful scent. And there was someone with them, who didn't register in a way that Pain could process. But there was definitely another entity in the room. Pain forced open her eyes, and nearly recoiled. It was not Wrath standing o'er her, but a female. Or at least it appeared to be a female. The face had feminine lines except the features and the hair were translucent and ghostly. And as their stares met, the female's expression shifted from concern to shocked. Abruptly, she had to steady herself on Wrath's arm. "Oh, my God." The voice was rough. "Is it that obvious, Doc?" the king said. As the female struggled to respond, it was not the sort of reaction one hoped to engender in a physician. Verily, Pain had thought that she was well aware of how injured she was. However, it might well be that she was unclear as to the gravity of her condition. "Verily, am I." This house. The name froze her heart, for she had not heard it in well over 2 centuries. "Wherefore speaketh thou of my dead?" she whispered. The physician's ghostly face took tangible form, her forest green eyes revealing a deep confusion, her flesh carrying the pallor of someone fighting emotions. "You're dead. My twin is long passed unto the fade." The physician shook her head, her brows dropping low over that intelligent stare. "This house is alive. I'm mated to him. He's alive and well here." "No, it cannot be." Pain wished she could reach up and grab the doctor's solid arm. "Yulia is dead. He's long." "No, he is very much alive." Pain couldn't understand the words. She had been told he was gone, lost to the fade's tender mercies. By her mother. Of course. Verily, had the female cheated her out of knowing her own brother? How could one be so cruel? Abruptly, Pain bared her fangs and growled low in her throat, the fire of anger displacing her agony. "I will kill her for this. I swear I will treat her as I did our blooded sire." 66. John took off after Shex the instant she left the group and started running. He didn't like the independent thinking or her direction. She was heading into an alley where no one knew whether there was an exit or a brick wall at the end. He caught up with her, taking her arm to get her attention, which got him exactly nowhere. She didn't stop. "Where are you going?" He tried to sign, but it was tough to do that to a person who was ignoring you while you were getting full tilt. He would have whistled, but that was too easy to ignore, so he tried again to get her arm, but she shook him off, focused solely on a destination he could neither see nor sense. Finally, he just jumped in front of her and blocked her way, then forced her to see his hands. "Where the hell are you going?" "I can feel him. Lash. He's close." John went for his dagger as he mouthed, "Where?" She jogged around him and resumed her pursuit, and as he followed, Tor fell in step with them. When the others started to come along, John shook his head and motioned for them to stay put. Additional support in the field was a smart thing, but too many weapons in this sitch were not a value add. He was going to take Lash out, and the last thing he needed was more trigger-happy fingers pointed at his target. Tor understood, though. He knew viscerally why John had to avenge his female, and Quinn had to come along. But that was it, no more cups and saucers welcome at the tea party. John, stuck close to Shexwo, seemed to have chosen wisely when it came to alleys. Instead of a dead end, the uneven lane rolled around to the right and wheedled in between other vacant warehouses as it headed down to the river. He knew they were getting really close to the water when the smell of dead fish and algae wafted up into his nose and the air seemed to grow colder. They found the black Mercedes AMG parked in front of a fire hydrant. The sedan stank of lesser, and as Shex looked around as if searching for the next directive, John wasn't in the mood to wait. He curled up a fist and punched out the front windshield. The alarm went apeshit and he glanced into the interior. There was some kind of oily residue on the steering wheel and the cream leather was trashed with stains. She was damn sure the inky ones were lesser blood. And that rusty-colored shit was human. Jesus, the back seat looked as if it had been hit with a spastic cat, the scratches so deep in places, the stuffing underneath was showing. John frowned, remembering back to training center days. Lash had always been so particular about his stuff, from the clothes he wore to the way his locker was organized. Maybe this wasn't his car? This is his, Shex said, placing her palms on the hood. I can smell him everywhere. Engine's still warm. I don't know where he is, though. John snarled at the thought of the guy getting so close to his female that she knew him by nose. Fucking bastard son of a bitch. Just as his anger was getting away from him, Tor grabbed him by the back of the neck and gave him a shake. Deep breath. He's got to be around here. Shex looked at the building in front of them and then glanced up and down the alley they were in. When John felt a burning pain in his left hand, he brought up his arm. His grip on his dagger had tightened so hard the handle was creaking in protest. His eyes slipped to Tor's. You're going to get him, the brother whispered. Don't you worry about that. Lash half expected Ben Loy's men to pop some shit as he faced off at the pair of thick necks. He was separated from them by about 10 yards of cold air and everyone had their twitch on. As he looked them over, he hoped they did John Wayne it and try something. The two thugs would have made an excellent addition to his growing stable. They knew the trade and had obviously earned their stripes under Ben Loy's. There were a lot of kilos in those metal suitcases they had in their hands, but the humans were cool-headed and calm. Armed to the teeth, too. Just like Lash. Goddamn, it was a real lead rave here with all the guns and ammo, and wasn't he going to feel a whole lot better after there was less of him to get shot at? Shadow was better than flesh anytime. Here's the art, the guy on the left said as he hefted the cases. Sir. Yes, the one who'd watched the shit roll out with Ben Loy's. Explained why they were both being so polite. Let's see what you got, Lash murmured, keeping the muzzle of his .40 trained on them. And let's have your hands stay nice and visible. The flash of goods was efficient and satisfactory, the pair working together with the shuffle and reveal. Lash nodded. Leave the product. Go. The humans pulled a Simon Says and put down the drugs, backed away, and then briskly walked in the opposite direction, keeping their hands by their sides. As soon as they turned a corner and their footfalls continued to echo away, Lash strode over to the briefcases and opened his shadowy palms. On command, the handles popped up and the 2 loads of coke levitated from the asphalt into his grip. The shrill sound of a car alarm brought his head around. The mad beeping coming from the alley where he'd left his AMG. Fucking human pieces of shit downtown. Lash frowned as his instincts rippled outward and located that which had been taken from him. She was here. Shex. His Shex was here. As what was left of his vampire side roared with possession, Lash found his body vibrating until his feet were removed of their burden and he moved over the asphalt with the wind, leaning into the momentum he created with his mind, not his legs. Faster. Faster. He came around the corner and there she was, standing by his car, looking like pure sex in her leathers and her jacket. The instant he appeared, she turned toward him as if he had called out to her. Even with no lights shining down on her, Shex was resplendent. The ambient illumination of the city gathering to her body, like her inner charisma demanded it. Fucking wow. She was one hot bitch, especially in the fighting gear, and as the hollow space in front of his hips tingled, he reached down. Something was hard. Behind his fly, something was there and ready for her. With a shot of adrenaline that was better than any kind of coke, he entertained how much fun it would be to take her with an audience. His cock had returned in some form or another, and that meant he was back in business just in time. As she met his eyes, he slowed his speed and focused on who was with her. The brother Torment. Quinn, the mismatched genetic failure. And John Matthew. The perfect peanut gallery for some clockwork orange shit. How? Fucking fabulous. Lash lowered himself down to the ground and set the briefcases on the asphalt. The idiot males she was with were all busy popping various kinds of heat, but not his checks. Nope, she was stronger than that. Hey, baby, he said. Miss me? Someone let out a growl that reminded him of his Rottweiler, but whatever, now that he had everyone's attention, he was going to take advantage of the stage time. Willing the raincoat's hood from his head, he reached up, his shadow hands undoing the black strips that covered his face to reveal his features. Jesus Christ. Quinn muttered. You look like a Rorschach test. Lash didn't dignify that with a response, mostly because the only one he cared about was the female in the leather. Obviously, she hadn't expected his transformation, and the way she recoiled, better than a hug and a kiss. To disgust her was just as good as turning her own, and much more fun when he got her back and booked their asses sometime in a honeymoon suite. Lash smiled and sent his new, improved voice out into the air. I have such plans for you and me, bitch. Course, you're going to have to beg me for it. The goddamn fucking female disappeared, right into thin air. One moment she was standing by his car. The next there was nothing but air where she had been. Bitch was still in the alley, though. He could sense her, just not see her. The first gunshot that rang out came from behind him and caught him in the shoulder, or didn't, as was the case. The trench coat shredded on impact, blowing out a flap, but the non-flesh beneath couldn't have cared less, and all he felt was an odd, echoing sting. Yes. Otherwise that might have hurt. He cranked his head around, frankly unimpressed by how obvious she was being and how bad her aim was. Except Shex hadn't been the one throwing the lead. Benloy's boys had shown up with reinforcements, and good thing they couldn't aim for shit. Last time he checked, his chest was still solid, so a couple of inches down and to the center, and he might have had a sieve for a heart. Rage at the goddamn nerve of those fucking drug slingers had Lash boiling up a ball of lights-out asshole in his palm. As he flashed back into an inset doorway, he cast the energy force down at the humans, the blast providing a hell of a show as it bowling balled the bastards, illuminating their bodies all manga style as they were thrown to the sides in the wake of the rollout. By this point, more brothers had arrived and all kinds of people had started shooting various guns, getting a workout, which was no big deal until Lash took a slug in the hip, the pain scorching through his torso and making his heart ricochet around. As he cursed and fell to the side, his eyes shifted to the alley. John Matthew was the only one who hadn't taken cover. Team Brother had ducked behind the Mercedes and Benloy's guys had dragged themselves behind the rusted-out shell of a Jeep. But John Matthew had his shit-kickers planted on the ground and his hands down at his sides. Fucker made himself one hell of a target. It was almost a bore. Lash summoned up another ball of energy in his palm and shouted, "You're killing yourself sure as if you put a gun to your head, you bitch-ass motherfucker." John started walking forward, his fangs bared, a cold rush waving out ahead of him. For a moment, Lash felt a prickle of tension filter through the nape of his neck. This couldn't be right. No one in their right mind would ride up on his grill like this. It was suicide. 67. Plans. Or, in other words, bullshit. Shex had had the perfect plan when she'd cloaked herself in the manner of Symphiths and whispered out of sight. As an assassin, she had prided herself not only on her success rate, but the flair she brought to her work, and this payback was going to be good. Her plan had been to flank up on Lash unseen and slice his throat before going to work on him, while she looked in his eyes and smiled like the crazy bitch she was. First wrinkle? What the fuck had happened to him since she'd seen him last? The reveal he'd pulled unwrapping his head had stunned the crap out of her. He had no flesh left on his face, there was nothing but black slicked muscle fibers and jarring bones, his bright white teeth looking fluorescent in contrast. And his hands weren't right, either. They had form, not substance. In the shadowy night, they were nothing but a deeper shade of darkness. Thank God she'd gotten away from him when she did, although maybe all that decaying was the reason she'd been able to break out of her prison. It seemed logical to assume his powers were weakening as well. But whatever. Her second problem in Plan Land? John. who right now was standing in the center of the alley with everything but a sign saying "Shouldn't here" on his chest. It was pretty frickin' obvious that there would be no reasoning with him even if she took form right next to his ear and screamed into his brain. She knew there was no derailing him. He was all animal as he faced off at his enemy, his fangs bared like a lion's, his body arching forward like he was going to pile-drive the guy. Pretty good bet that he was going to die if he didn't take cover, but he didn't seem to care and the why was clear. His bonding scent was louder than any noise he could have made with his throat, the dark spice a roar that overcame every other smell, from the city's body odor to the river's sweat to the lesser stench that was wafting up from Lash's rotting body. Standing in the gritty alley, John was the primordial male protecting his female and everything she hadn't wanted in this situation for precisely this reason. Clearly, his personal safety meant nothing to him, his objective overriding all his common sense and specific training. Bottom line? He wasn't going to be able to survive whatever energy ball Lash was palming up. And that reality shifted everything in her world. New plan. No cloaking anymore for her. No disable, disarm, dismember. No extraction of pain for the agony she had been through. No Jack the Ripper routine. As she took form and lunged at Lash, it was about saving John, not avenging herself. Because when it came down to it, turned out John was the only thing that mattered to her. She tackled Lash around the waist at the very moment he started to throw his ball of knockdown, and though she took him to the ground with her, he managed to course-correct his aim and hit John square in the chest. The impact blew her male off the pavement, sweeping him up and back, all but blowing him out of his boots. "You fucking bastard," she screamed into Lash's stripped face. The son of a bitch's arms snapped around her, locking on with incredible strength, and as he flipped her around and pinned her to the pavement beneath him, his breath was hot and foul on her face. "Gotcha," he sneered, grinding his hips into hers, his erection enough to make her sick. "Fuck you." With a quick jerk, she nailed him right in the, well, what passed for a nose? With a head, but that had him howling. Unfortunately, she didn't get another clean shot as they struggled for control, rolling around, their legs intertwining, that horrible arousal of his pushing at her. He managed to snag one of her wrists, but at least she kept the other one out of his way. Which meant when the time was right, she was able to reach between them, grab his balls, and twist them so hard, if it hadn't been for his pants, she'd have broken the fuckers off. Lash wheezed out a curse and went rigid, proving that he might have been a demigod on the dark side, but he was pretty fucking mortal when it came to taking a hit in the jewels. Now she was the one in control of the ground game, spinning him over onto his back and straddling him. "Got you," she snapped at him. As she held him down, rage got the better of her. Instead of stabbing him outright, she gripped him around the neck and squeezed the air out of his throat. "You don't fuck with what's mine," she growled at him. Lash's ugly-ass puss went vicious pissed, and somehow his voice emanated up even with the lock she had on his larynx. "He's already been fucked good. Or didn't he tell you about that human who?" Shex cuffed the SB so hard she took a tooth with her on the follow-through. "Don't you dare go there. I'll go anywhere the fuck I want, sweetheart." With that, he ghosted on her, dissolving into nothing, but that didn't last. An instant later, she was taken from behind, grabbed, and pulled up hard against his body. In the still seconds that followed, she had a brief impression of the humans who were moaning on the asphalt, and then she was swung around and used as a shield as she and Lash faced the brothers. Her eyes didn't waste time checking her team's positions behind the Mercedes or measuring what weapons were pointed in her and Lash's direction. John was the only thing that mattered. And thank God, the scribe virgin, or whoever granted mercies, that he was sitting up and shaking off whatever strobe light nightmare had ass-over-elbowed him. At least he was alive. She was probably not going to survive this, but John, he was going to live, provided she got herself and Lash out of here. "Take me," she hissed to the bastard. "Just take me and leave them." There was a whisper of metal against metal, and then a switchblade appeared in front of her face, the blade flashing right next to her eye so close. She could make out the inscription of the manufacturer's name. "You like to get real personal with your kills." Lash's voice was so not right, the distortion in it making his words ripple in her ear. "I know this because of what you did to that fool Grady. Gave him one hell of a last. Me wonder if he liked sausage in life as much as he did in death." The point of the weapon dipped out of her visual field, and then she felt the tip go into her cheekbone and drag slowly downward. The breeze was cool. Her blood was warm. Closing her eyes, all she could do was repeat, "Take me." "Oh, I will. Don't you worry about that." Something wet drew up over the wound, his tongue lapping at what had welled up. Then he called out, "She tastes as good as I remember. Stop right there. Anyone takes another step forward and I'll slice her where it counts." The blade went to her throat and Lash started walking backward, dragging her with him. On instinct, she tried to get inside his head in the event her sympath side could influence him, but she was blocked, sure as if she were in front of a stone wall. Not a surprise. Abruptly, she wondered why he didn't cloak them both. He was limping. He'd taken a bullet somewhere, and now that she was properly focused, she could smell his blood and see it glistening on the pavement. As Lash kept going, those sorry-ass humans came into sight again, and they looked like corpses, all pale and stiff to the point where she was amazed they could make any noises at all. Their car, she thought. Lash was going to try to take the two of them back to whatever ride those boys had come in. And although he was compromised on some levels, his grip on her was viciously strong, and that knife? Steady and ready. Shex stared down at John and knew she would remember the magnificent sight of his warrior's vengeance forever. She frowned as she sensed his emotions. How strange. That shadow she had always sensed in the lee of his grid wasn't a mere second-stringer Anna-Marie. It was as tangible and vivid as that which had always been the primary construct within his psyche. In fact, as he stared up the alley, the two parts of him became one. After John had been hit with that bomb of energy, he was dazed and disoriented. But he forced his head to get back in the game and somehow managed to heave himself off the ground. He couldn't feel some portion of his body, and the other half that wasn't numb screamed in pain, but neither mattered. Deadly purpose animated him, replacing the beat of his heart as the driver of his physical form. Locking his eyes on the scene before him, his hands twitched and his shoulders tightened. Lash was using Shex as a living shield, all his best target points hidden behind her as he pulled her away. That knife to her throat was right on her vein, pressing against her. In a quick twist, reality warped and distorted on him, his sight fuzzing out and becoming clear, only to lose its grip on the alley they were all in once more. Blinking hard, he cursed the tricks that Lash had at his disposal. Except the problem wasn't what John had been hit with. It was something inside of Hemavision. A vision was boiling up from somewhere deep in his mind, wiping out what he was actually seeing. A field by a barn. In the dark of night. He shook his head and was relieved when the alley in Caldwell came back. A field by a barn. In the dark of night. A female who mattered held in an evil lock a knife to her throat. And then he was abruptly back in the present, returning here to the warehouse district, where a female who mattered was held in an evil lock a knife to her throat. Oh God. He felt like he had done this before. Fuck that. He had done this before. The epileptic fit came over him as it always did, scrambling his neurons, sending him flying in his own skin. Usually he ended up on his ass, but the bonded male in him kept him upright, giving him a kind of power that came from the soul, not the body. His female was in the arms of a killer, and every cell in John's body was going to rectify the situation in as violent and fast a manner as possible. Or maybe even a little bloodier and quicker than that. He moved his hand into his coat for his gun. But shit, what was there to shoot at? Lash wasn't taking any chances with his own vital organs, and his grotesque head was so close to hers, there was no room for error. John's fury screamed inside of him. In his peripheral vision, he saw a gun muzzle come up. Blink. A field by a barn. In the dark of night. A female who mattered held in an evil lock a knife to her throat. A gun brought to bear. Blink. Back here in Caldwell, the love of his life in the hands of his enemy. Blink. A gun going off. The explosion right next to John's ear shocked him firmly back into reality, and he let out a wordless scream, lunging forward as if he could catch the bullet. No. He screamed soundlessly. Knew. Except it was a perfect shot. The slug caught Lash in the temple about 2 inches away from Shex's own head. In slow motion, John glanced over his shoulder. Torment's .40 was held straight out from the guy's body, the weapon unwavering in the cold air. For some reason, neither the shooter nor the accuracy was a surprise, even though it had been a 1 in a million Hail Mary. Oh God, they'd done this before, hadn't they? Just like this. Real-time snapped back into place and John whipped his head around again. Across the way, Shex was brilliant as Lash staggered. She ducked down into a crouch to give Tor a bigger target and was almost totally out of the way as the second bullet got sent flying. Impact number 2 popped Lash right off his precious little loafers, landing him flat on his back. John threw off the vestiges of his vertigo and pounded down to his female, his shit kickers grabbing the ground and holding tight, his thighs shoving all his strength into his feet as he burst into action. His only thought was of saving Shex, and he went for the weapon he needed to do the deed with, the 6-inch black dagger that was holstered to his chest. As he came up to them, he raised his arm over his head, prepared to fall upon his enemy and stab Lash back too. The scent of Shex's blood changed everything, derailing the slice. Oh Jesus! The fucking bastard had had 2 knives. One that had been at her throat, and another that had penetrated her in the gut. Shex rolled over on her back, grabbing her side with a grimace. As Lash writhed and clasped his head and chest, Tor arrived with Quinn and Blay and the other brothers, all their guns pointed at their enemy, so John didn't have to worry about coverage as he assessed the damage. John leaned down to Shex. "I'm okay," she gasped out. "I'm okay. I'm okay." The hell she was. She could barely breathe, and the hand that she had against the wound was covered with shiny, fresh blood. John started to sign frantically. "Call for Doc Jane." "No!" she burst out, grabbing his arm with her bloody hand. "I only care about one thing right now." As her eyes locked on Lash, John's heart slammed against his ribcage. From overhead, Z said, "Butch and V are bringing the Escalade over from the Extreme Park, motherfucker. We got company." John glanced down the alley. Lessers had stepped into view. Evidence that the address on the Civic's registration had been right, even though the timing was now very wrong. "We've got M," Z hissed as he and the group raced back to engage the new arrivals. The sound of laughter refocused John. Lash was grinning widely, the unholy anatomy of his face pulled into a crazy-ass smile. "John, boy. I fucked her, John. I fucked her hard and she liked it." White rage tore through John, the bonded male in him screaming, the dagger in his hand rising up once again. "She begged me, John." The breath that was drawn in was ragged but satisfied. "Next time you're with her, remember I fill." "I never wanted it." Shex spat. "Never." "Filthy female," Lash sneered. "That's what you were and what you'll stay. Filthy and mine." Everything slowed down for John. Everything from how the 3 of them were clustered together to the way the wind whiffled through the alley to the fight that had broken out 100 yards away by the Mercedes. He thought of his own violation long ago in that stairwell. Pictured Shex going through similar humiliation and degradation. Recalled what Z had said he'd been through. Remembered what Tor had suffered. And in the midst of the recollections, he felt the echo of something long, long ago. Something of another abduction. Another female hurt wrongly. Another life ruined. Lash's horrific face and his decrepit, melting form became the embodiment of all of it. A festering, rotting, tangible representation of all the evil in the world. All the pain caused with deliberation. All the cruelty and debasement and malicious joy. All the deeds done in a moment that had repercussions which lasted a lifetime. "I fucked her, John, boy." With a slashing arch, John's dagger arm plunged downward. At the last second, he twisted his wrist so that the head of the hilt caught Lash right in the face. And the bonded male in him wanted to do what he'd done to that slayer back at the brownstone, nothing but complete evisceration. Except then he'd be cheating this situation of the kind of divine justice so few people got. His wrong had never been righted, that human piece of shit who'd hurt him had gotten clean away. And Tor's wrong could never be righted, because Wellesley was never coming back. But Z had gotten his closure. And goddammit, so would his Shex. Even if that was the last thing in this world she did. John had tears in his eyes as he took one of her bloodied hands from her wound and opened it wide. Turning his dagger around, he placed the hilt onto her palm. As her eyes flared, he closed her hold on his weapon and moved around to help prop her up and get her within range. Lash's chest was going up and down, his skinless throat flexing while he drew his breath and blew it back out. As light dawned on him and he got a picture of what was coming, lidless eyes stretched in their sockets and his lipless mouth pulled off his teeth in a smile that was the stuff of horror movies. He tried to say something, but he couldn't quite get it out. Which was good. He'd already said too much, done too much, hurt too much. Time had come for his reckoning. In his arms, John felt Shex gathering her strength, and he watched as she took her other hand from her wound to aid in gripping his weapon. Her stare burned with hatred as she took over from there. A sudden surge of power in her body lifting her arms to form an arch above Lash's sternum. The bastard knew what was coming, though, and blocked the blow by covering his chest. "Oh, hell, no." John shot out and grabbed both of the guy's biceps, forcing the asshole flat onto the ground, exposing the expanse she needed to hit, giving her the clearest and best shot. As her eyes rose to John's, there was a telltale sheen of red across them, her tears making her irises glow. All the pain she'd borne in her heart was as exposed as Lash's ugliness, all the burden on her and in her made manifest in her stare. When John nodded at her, his dagger in her hand swept down and hit Lash directly in the heart. The evil scream echoed in between the buildings, ricocheting back and forth, gathering in volume until it became the great pop that accompanied a vivid flash of light, which took Lash back to his unholy sire. As the sound and illumination faded, all that was left was a faint scorched circle on the asphalt and the stench of burned sugar. Shex's shoulders went limp and the dagger blade squeaked across the pavement as she fell backward, her strength gone. John caught her before she hit the ground and she stared up at him, her tears mixing with the blood on her face and running down her neck, past the vital beating pulse that was her life force. John held her tight against him, her head fitting perfectly under his chin. "He's dead," she sobbed. "Oh God, John. He's dead." With his hands occupied, all he could do was nod so that she knew that he was agreeing with her. End of an era, he thought, looking over at Blay and Quinn, who were fighting side by side with Zodist and Torment against the Slayers who had shown up. God, he had the oddest sense of continuity. He and Shex might have briefly stepped out of the way of the war, taking this momentary respite at the side of the struggle trail. But the fight in the shadows of the alleys in Caldwell was going to continue without her. John closed his eyes and buried his face in Shex's curling hair. This was the end game she'd wanted, he thought. Get Lash, and get out of life. She had exactly what she'd wanted. "Thank you," he heard her say roughly. "Thank you." Against the tide of sadness that overtook him, he realized that those two words were better than "I love you." They actually meant more to him than anything else she could have uttered. He had given her what she wanted. When it had really mattered, he had done right by her. And now he was going to hold her as her body grew colder and she drifted away from where he was going to stay. The separation was going to last longer than the number of days he knew her. Taking her slick palm, he flattened it once more. And then with his free hand, he signed against her skin in slow, precise positions. LOVEU 4 EVER 68. Death was messy and painful and largely predictable, except when it didn't feel like behaving and decided to exercise its bizarre sense of humor. An hour later, as Shex opened her eyes a crack, she realized she was in fact not in the foggy folds of the Fade, but in the clinic at the Brotherhood's mansion. A tube was being pulled out of her throat, and her side felt like someone had parked a rusty spear in it. And somewhere over on the left, gloves were being snapped off. Doc Jane's voice was low. She coded twice, "John. I got the bleeder in her gut. But I don't know." "I think she's awake," Elena said. "Are you coming back to us, Shex?" Well, apparently she was. She felt like hell, and after having sliced open a variety of stomachs over the years, she couldn't believe she still had a heartbeat. But yeah, she was alive. Hanging by a thread, but alive. John's pasty white face entered her line of vision, and in contrast to the ill cast of his skin, his blue eyes were like fire. She opened her mouth, but all that came out was the air in her lungs. She didn't have the strength to speak. "Sorry," she mouthed. He frowned. Shaking his head, he took her hand and smoothed it. She must have passed out because when she woke up, John was walking beside her. What the hello, she was being moved into the other room. Because they were bringing someone else and someone strapped down to a gurney. A female, given the long, black braid that swung off the side. The word Pain came to mind. "Pain isn't here," Shex murmured. John's head whipped around. "What?" he mouthed. "Whoever's there is Pain." She passed out again, and came to feeding from John's wrist, and passed out again. In her dreams, she saw parts of her life going all the way back to a time she didn't consciously remember. And as in flight movies went, the drama was pretty depressing. There were too many crossroads to count where things should have been different, where fate had been more of a grind than a gift. Destiny was like the passage of time, however, immutable and unforgiving and uninterested in the personal opinion of those who breathed. And yet, as her mind churned beneath the leaden weight and still surface of her unconscious body, she had the sense that everything had worked out as it was supposed to, that the path she had been set upon had taken her precisely where she was supposed to go. Back to John. Even though that made no sense whatsoever. After all, she'd met him only a year or so ago. which hardly justified the sprawl of history that seemed to unite them. But then maybe that did make sense. While you were unconscious on morphine and teetering on the brink of the fade, things looked different, and time, like priorities, shifted. On the other side of the door to Shex's recovery room, Payne blinked hard and tried to ascertain where she had been moved to. There was not to inform her, however. The chamber's walls were tiled in a pale green and gleaming fixtures and storage casings abounded. But she hadn't a clue what it all meant. At least the transport had been slow, careful, and relatively comfortable. But then something had been put into her veins to calm her and ease her, and verily she was grateful for whatever potion it was. Indeed, the specter of her dead was more agitating than her discomfort or whether she had a future on the side. Had the good doctor truly spoken the name of her twin? Or had that been a figment of her scattered, muddled mind? She knew not, but cared a great deal. In the periphery of her vision she saw many attending upon her arrival herein, including the doctor and the blind king. There was also a blonde female of comely visage, and a dark-haired warrior who people were calling by the name Torment. Exhausted, Payne closed her eyes, the patter of voices carrying her off into a drifting sleep. She did not know how long she was out, but what brought her back was the sudden awareness of a new arrival within the hushed space. The personage was one whom she knew so very well, and the appearance was a greater source of shock than the reality that she was away from her mother. As Payne opened her eyes, no one approached her, her limp shifting her across the smooth flooring, the hood of her robe shielding her face from view. The blind king loomed behind the female, arms crossed over his chest, his beautiful blonde dog and his beautiful brunette queen on either side of him. "Whatever. Are you here?" Payne said hoarsely, aware she was making more sense on the inside of her head than her words would suggest. The fallen chosen seemed very nervous, although how that was exactly evident, Payne wasn't sure. It was something sensed but not seen, given that the chosen's black robes were covering all of her. "Taketh my hand," Payne said. "I should want to ease you." No one shook her head beneath her hood. "It is I who have come to ease you." As Payne frowned, the chosen glanced back at Wrath. "The king has permitted me to tarry in his household for to serve as your maid." Payne swallowed, but her dry mouth offered no relief to her parched throat. "No, serve me. Be here. But serve yourself." "Indeed, there is that as well." No one's soft voice grew tight. "Verily, upon your departure from the sanctuary, I approached the scribe virgin and my request was granted. You inspired me to long overdue action. I have been cowardly, but no longer, thanks to you. I am glad." Although what she could have done to justify such motivation escaped her. "And I am grateful you are here." With an explosive shove, the door in the far corner was thrown open and a male dressed in black leather and smelling of sickly death burst into the room. Right on his heels was the private physician, and as he jerked to a halt, the ghostly female put her hand upon his shoulder as if to soothe him. The male's diamond eyes locked on Payne, and though she hadn't seen him in forever, she knew who he was. Sure as if she was staring at her own reflection. Tears sprang unbidden to her eyes, for last she had known. He breathed no longer. "This house," she whispered desperately. "Oh, brother mine." He was at her side in a flash, taking form right next to her. His incredibly intelligent stare traced her features, and she had the sense that their expressions were as identical as their coloring. Her surprise and incomprehension were likewise upon his harsh, handsome features. His eyes. Oh, his diamond eyes. They were her own. She had seen them staring back at her in countless mirrors. "Who are you?" he said roughly. Abruptly, she felt something in her ever-numbing body, and the great heavy weight came not from physical injury but inner calamity. That he didn't know who she was, that they had been kept separate by a lie, was a tragedy she could hardly bear. Her voice became strong. "I am your blood." Jesus Christ. He lifted a hand that was encased in a black glove. "My sister." "I have to go," the doctor said urgently. "The break in her spine is beyond my expertise. I need to go get." "Find the goddamn surgeon," Vishouse growled, his eyes still locked on Payne's. "Find him and bring him here. No matter what it takes. I won't come back without him. You have my word." Vishouse turned to the female and captured her mouth in a quick, hard kiss. "God, I love you." The physician's ghostly face became solid as they stared at each other. "We're going to save her, trust me. I'll be back the second I can." Wrath has given his permission and Fritz is going to help me get Manny here. Fucking sunlight. It's coming all too soon. I'd want you here with her anyway. You and Elena need to watch her vitals, and Shex is still in critical condition. I want you to take care of them." When he nodded, the physician disappeared into thin air, and then a moment later, Payne felt a warm palm encompass hers. It was Vicious's ungloved hand against her own, and the connection between them eased her in ways she couldn't name. Verily, she had lost her mother. But if she lived through this, she still had family. On this side. "Sister," he murmured, not as an inquiry, but a statement of fact. "Brother mine," she groaned. Before her consciousness slipped from her grasp and she drifted away. But she would come back to him. One way or the other, she would not leave her twin ever again. 69. Shex woke up alone in the room off the oar, and yet she sensed that John wasn't far. The draw to find him gave her the strength to push herself up and swing her legs off the bed. As she waited for her heart to stop thumping from the effort, she noticed dimly that her hospital Johnny had hearts on it. Little pink and blue hearts. She couldn't even marshal up the energy to be offended. Her side was killing her and her skin was prickling all over, and she had to get to John. Glancing over, she saw that the 4 in her arm was plugged into a bag that hung off the bed's monitoring headboard. Crap. What she needed was one of those rolling poles they used to put M on. Could have used the help with the whole balance while upright thing. When she finally put some weight on her feet, she was relieved to find she didn't faceplant right away. And after a moment of orientation, she slipped the bag of fluids free and carried it with her, giving herself a pat on the back for being such a good little patient. Thing was kind of like a handbag. Maybe she'd start a new trend. She took the door that led directly out into the corridor as opposed to going through the oar. After all, the episode with Doc Jane and John's procedure had helped her phobia. But she had quite enough to deal with at the moment, and the last thing she needed was to walk into another operation. And God only knew what they were doing to that poor female who'd been rolled in after her. Shex stopped with one foot into the hallway. John was all the way down by the office, standing outside the glass door and facing the wall across from it. His eyes were locked on the fissures that ran through the concrete, and his emotional grid was dimmed to the point where it left her instincts squinting. He was in mourning. He didn't know for sure whether she had lived or died, yet he felt as if he had already lost her. "Oh, John." His head snapped toward her. "Shit," he signed, hustling down to her. "What are you doing out of bed?" Shex started to walk in his direction, but he got to her first, rushing up as if he were going to scoop her into his arms. She held him off, shaking her head. "No, I'm steady." At which point, her knees buckled and he was all that kept her from hitting the floor, which reminded her of being in that alley and Lash stabbing her. John was what had saved her from falling back then, too. With smooth strength, he carried her back into the recovery room, easing her down on the bed and rehanging her 4-bag. "How are you feeling?" he signed. She stared up at him, seeing him for all he was, the fighter and the lover, the lost soul and the leader. The bonded male who was nonetheless prepared to let her go. "Why'd you do it?" she said through an aching throat. "Back in that alley. Why did you let me kill him?" John's vivid blue eyes locked on hers as he shrugged. "I wanted you to have that. It was more important for you to have the closure, I guess it's called. There's a lot of shit in this world that never comes back around right, and you deserved the satisfaction." She laughed a little. "In a weird way, it's the most considerate thing anyone's ever done for me." A faint blush hit his cheeks, and juxtaposed against his square jaw, it was pretty damned appealing. But then, what part of him wasn't? "So, thank you," she murmured. "Well, you know, you're not exactly the kind of female a guy would get flowers for. Sort of limits my options." Her smile faded. "I couldn't have done that without you. You realize that. You made it happen." John shook his head. "The mechanics don't matter. The job got done in the right way by the right person. That's all that counts." She thought back to him holding Lash down flat, pinning the fucker to the pavement to give her the best shot. Short of putting the bastard on a silver plate and shoving an apple in his mouth, John couldn't have served her captor up any better. He had presented her enemy to her. He'd put her needs before his own. And as she thought about all their ups and downs, that was the one constant, wasn't it? He always put her first. Now Shex was the one shaking her head. "I think you're wrong. The mechanics were everything. Or everything." John just shrugged again and glanced at the door he'd brought her in through. "Listen, do you want me to get Doc Jane or Elena? Do you need food? Help to the loo?" And then there it was again. Shex started laughing. And once she lit off, she couldn't seem to stop even as her side began to holler and red tears sprang to her eyes. She knew John was looking down at her like she'd lost her mind and she couldn't blame him. She too heard the high note of hysteria coming out of her mouth. And what do you know, not long thereafter, she wasn't laughing, she was weeping. Covering her face with her hands, she just sobbed until she couldn't breathe, the emotional explosion so great that there was no sucking it up or trying to keep it in. She just fell apart and for once didn't fight the unraveling. When she finally eased into the station at Gettigripville, she was entirely unsurprised to find a box of Kleenex right in front of her. Courtesy of John's hand. She snapped a tissue free. And then promptly went back for seconds and thirds. After that show, cleanup was going to take a lot more than one. Hell, on that theory, maybe she should just use the sheets on the bed. John. She sniffled as she mopped her eyes, and that, coupled with all the little hearts she was wearing, pretty much sealed the deal on her Nancy status. I have to say something to you. It's been a long time in coming. So long. Too long. He grew so still he didn't even blink. God, this is hard. More with the frickin' sniffles. You wouldn't think 3 little words would be so hard to say. John's exhale was loud like someone had punched him in the solar plexus. Funny, she felt the same way. But sometimes, in spite of the waves of nausea and a crushing sense of suffocation, you had to speak what was in your heart. John. She cleared her throat. What he mouthed. Just tell me. Please. Just say it. She straightened her shoulders. John Matthew. I'm such an asshat. As he blinked and looked like his mouth was about to unhinge, she sighed. Guess that's 4 words, huh? Well, yes. That was 4 words. God, for a second there. John forced his head to get back to reality because only in a fantasy would she ever I love you him. You're not an asshole, he signed. She sniffled some more and the sound was just too fucking adorable. Shit, the sight of her was too adorable. Lying back against the thin pillows with crumpled tissues all around her and her face flushed, she seemed so fragile and lovely, almost soft. And he wanted to take her into his arms, but he knew she liked her space. Always had. I saw him one. She snatched out another tissue, but instead of using it, she folded the thing into precise squares, having it and then quartering it, then working some triangles until it was nothing but a tight wedge between her fingers. Can I ask you something? Anything. Can you forgive me? John recoiled. For what? For being a hard-headed, narcissistic, single-minded, emotionally repressed nightmare? And don't tell me that I'm not. She sniffed again. I'm a sympath. I'm good at reading people. Can you ever forgive me? There's nothing to forgive. You're so wrong. Then color me used to it. Have you seen the fools I live with? She laughed and he loved the sound. Why have you hung in with me through everything? Wait. Maybe I know the answer to that one. You can't choose who you bond with, can you? Her sad voice trailed off. As Shex's eyes stayed locked on that Kleenex in her hand, she started to unfold what she had done to it, opening up the shapes she'd made from its corners and flat stretches. He brought up his hands, getting ready to sign. I love you. Her gunmetal gray stare lifted to his. I love you and I'm sorry and thank you. She laughed in a short, harsh burst. Check me out. Being all ladylike. John's heart thumped so loudly in his ribs. He nearly glanced out in the hallway to see whether a marching band was going by. Shex's head eased back onto the pillows. You've always done the right thing by me. I've just been too wrapped up in my own drama to be able to accept what's been in front of me the whole time. That or too much of a wimp to do anything about it. John was having a hard time believing what he was hearing. When you wanted something or someone as badly as he did her, you were liable to translate things wrong even if they were in your native tongue. What about your endgame? He signed. She took a deep breath. I think I'd like to change my plans. How? Oh God, he thought, please say. I'd like you and me to be my endgame. She cleared her throat. It's easier to check out. Just to yourself and be done with the whole living breathing thing. But I'm a fighter, John. Always have been. And if you'll have me, I'd like to fight with you. She extended her hand to him, palm up. So what do you say? How do you like to sign on for a sympath? Fucking. Bingo. John grabbed that hand of hers and brought it to his lips, kissing the thing hard. Then he put it over his heart and as she kept it there, he signed, I thought you'd never ask, you meathead. Shex laughed again and then he was smiling so hard his cheeks felt like they were full of buckshot. Gingerly, he gathered her to his chest and held her with care. God, John. I don't want to fuck this up and I have a bad track record with so much. He pulled back and stroked her silky, curling hair from her face. She looked so damned anxious, which was not how he wanted her to be feeling at a moment like this. We're going to work it out. Now and in the future. I hope so. Shit, I've never told you this, but I had a lover once. It wasn't like you and me, but it was a relationship beyond just physical stuff. He was a brother, was a good male. I didn't tell him about what I was, which was so not fair. I just didn't think anything would come of it. And I was totally wrong. She shook her head. He tried to save me, he tried so damned hard. He ended up going into that colony to get me, and when he found out the truth, he just lost it. Dropped out of the brotherhood. Disappeared. I don't even know if he's still alive. That's the main reason I've fought this thing between you and me. I lost murder, and it nearly killed me, and I didn't feel for him half of what I do for you. This was good, John thought. Not that she'd had to go through all that, Christ, no way. But now their past made even more sense, and it made him trust better where they were now. I'm so sorry, but I'm glad you told me. And I'm not whoever that was. We're going to take it night by night and not look back. We look forward, you and I. We look forward. She laughed in a quiet burst. I think that's it for revelations, by the way. You know everything I do about myself. Right? How to put this, he wondered. John lifted his hands and slowly signed. Listen, I don't know whether you'd be up for this, but there's a female in this house, raged Shellen. She's a therapist, and I know that some of the brothers have used her to sort things out. I could introduce you to her, and maybe you could talk with her? She's very cool and very discreet. And maybe it will help you with the past as well as the future. Shex took a deep breath. You know, I've been living with buried shit for so long, and look where it's gotten me. I'm a meathead, but I'm not a moron. Yeah, I'd like to meet with her. John leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. Then he stretched out beside her. His body was exhausted, but his heart was alive with a joy so pure it was like the sunlight he didn't get to see anymore. He was a mute-ass motherfucker with a nasty past and a night job that involved fighting evil and slaughtering the undead. And in spite of all that, he'd gotten the girl. He'd gotten his girl, his true love, his pirate. Of course, he wasn't fooling himself. Life with Shex wasn't going to be normal on so many levels. Good thing he was down with the wild side. John? He whistled an ascending note. I want to get mated to you, properly mated, like in front of the king and everyone. I want this to be official. Well, didn't that just make his heart stop? As he sat up and looked at her, she smiled. Jesus, the expression on your face. What? You didn't think I'd want to be your Shellen? Not in a million years. She recoiled a little in surprise. And you were okay with that? It was hard to explain. But what was between them went further than a mating ceremony or a back carving or a witnessed exchange of commitment. He couldn't put his finger on the why of it. But she was his missing puzzle piece, the 12th in his dozen, the first and the last pages of his book. And at some level that was all he needed. All I want is you, however that comes. She nodded. Well, I want the whole deal. He kissed her again, softly, because he didn't want to hurt her. Then he pulled back and mouthed, I love you, and I'd love to be your Hellrin. She blushed. She actually blushed. And didn't that make him feel like he was the size of a mountain? Good, then it's settled. She put her hand to his face. We're going to be mated now. Yeah? As in, yeah? Shex, you're having trouble standing. She looked him straight in the eye, and when she spoke, her voice ached. God, how it ached. Then you would hold me up, wouldn't you? He traced over her features with his fingertips. And as he did, for some strange reason, he felt the arms of infinity wrapping around them both, holding them close, linking them forever. Yes, he mouthed. I would hold you up. I will ever hold you up and hold you dear, lover mine. As he fused their mouths, he thought that was his vow to her. Mating ceremony or not, that was his vow to his female. 70. Tragedy struck during a brutal winter storm, and verily it was not at all like the long labor of the female on her birthing bed. The ruination took not but the blink of an eye, and yet the ramifications changed the course of lives. No. The sound of Torment's shout snapped Darius's head up from the steaming, slippery newborn in his bare hands. At first, there was no telling what had occurred to cause such alarm. Indeed, there had been much blood during the birthing, but the female had survived the delivery of her offspring unto this world. In fact, Darius was just cutting the cord and going to wrap the young for presentation. No. Oh no. Torment's face was ashen as he reached out. Oh, dearest virgin scribe. No. Wyver are you? At first, Darius could make no sense of what he saw. It appeared that the hilt of Torment's dagger protruded from the sheets covering the female's still rounded belly, and her pale, now bloodied hands were slowly slipping down from the weapon to land at her sides. She took it, Torment gasped. From my belt it was so fast. I bent down to cover her and she unsheathed the. Darius's eyes shot to the female's. Her stare was locked on the fire in the hearth, a single tear easing down her cheek as the life light began to drift out of her. Darius knocked over the tub of water by the bed in his scramble to get to her, to take out the dagger, to save her. 2. The wound she had imparted to herself was a mortal one in light of all she had been through during the birthing, and yet Darius could not help himself from fighting to save her. "Leave not your daughter," he said, leaning down with the squirming young. "You have brought forth a healthy babe. Lift thine eyes, lift thine eyes." As the sound of water dripping from the appended bowl seemed loud as a gunshot, no answer came forth from the female. Darius felt his mouth moving and had the sense that he was talking, but for some reason all he could hear was the soft rain of that spilled water while he begged for the female to stay with them. For her daughter's sake, for the hope of the future, for the ties that he and Torment were prepared to forge with her so that she was never alone as she sought to raise what she had birthed. As he felt something upon his breeches, he frowned and glanced down. 'Twas not water that fell to the floor. 'Twas blood. Hers. "Oh, dearest virgin scribe," he whispered. Verily, the female had chosen her course and sealed her fate. Her last breath was naught but a shudder, and then her head listed to the side, her eyes seemingly still locked upon the flames licking at the logs, when in fact, she saw nothing and would be sightless ere more. The wail of the newborn and that forsaken dripping were the only sounds in Darius's thatched cottage that he could hear. And indeed, it was the young's plaintive mewling that threw him into action, for there was naught to accomplish about the spilled blood or the life lost. Grabbing the swaddling blanket that had been made for the little one, he carefully wrapped up the wee innocent and held her to his heart. Oh, the cruel fate that had brought about this miracle. And now what? Torment looked up from the bloodied birthing bed and the now cooling body, his eyes burning with horror. I but turned away for a moment. May the scribe virgin forgive me. But for a moment did I. Darius shook his head. When he went to speak, he had no voice, so he placed his palm upon the boy's shoulder and squeezed to offer comfort. As Torment sagged in his own skin, the wailing grew louder. The mother was gone. The daughter remained. Darius bent down with the new life in his arms and retracted Torment's dagger from the belly of the female. He put it aside, and then he closed the lids on those eyes and drew up fresh sheeting over the face. She will not go unto the fade, Torment moaned as he put his head in his hands. She has doomed herself. She was doomed by the actions of others, and the greatest sin among them was the cowardice of her father. She was doomed long afore. O merciless fate, she was doomed long afore. Surely the scribe virgin shall look upon her in her death with a favor she was not granted in her life. Oh, damned, cursed, damned fate. Even as he railed against so much in his head, Darius took the tiny young closer to the fire because he was worried about the chill in the air. As the two of them came within the circle of warmth, she opened her mouth and routed about. And for lack of a better alternative, he offered his pinky for her to suckle on. With the tragedy still loud as a scream, Darius took in the tiny features and watched as the little one reached out toward the light. The eyes were not red, and upon that hand there were 5 digits, not 6. And the jointing of the fingers was normal. Briefly opening the swaddling cloth, he checked the feet and the belly and the little head, and found that the abnormal length of feature and limb characteristic of sin-eaters was not represented. Darius's chest roared with pain for the female who had carried this life within her body. She had become a part of both him and Tormentan, even though she rarely spoke and never smiled. He knew that she had cared for them as well. The 3 of them had been a kind of family. And now she had left this wee one behind. Darius retucked the blanket and realized that the swaddling cloth was the only way the female had acknowledged her impending birth. Indeed, she herself had made this coverlet that her new daughter was wrapped in. It was the only interest she had taken in the pregnancy, likely because she had known this would be the outcome. All along, she had known what she was going to do. The young's wide eyes stared up at him, her brows arching in concentration, and with a sense of grave burden, He recognized how vulnerable this bundle was left on her own to the cold. She would die in a matter of hours. He had to do the right thing by her. That was all that mattered. He had to take care of her and do right by her. She had started with so much against her, and now she was an orphan. Dearest Virgin Scribe, he would do the right thing by her if it was his last action on earth. There was a shuffling sound, and as Darius looked over his shoulder, he saw that Torment had wrapped the female's body in the sheeting and gathered her into his arms. I shall take care of her, the boy said. Except, his voice was not that of a boy. It was of a fully grown male. I shall care for her. For some odd reason, the way he held her head was the only thing Darius could see. That big, strong hand of Torment's was cradling the departed as surely as if she lived, holding her as if comforting her to his chest. Darius cleared his throat and worried whether his shoulders were strong enough to bear this weight. However would he complete his next breath? The next beat of his heart? The next step that must needed to happen? For truth, he had failed. He had gotten the female free, but ultimately he had failed her. Except then he dug deep and turned to face his protégé. The apple tree. Torment nodded. Yes, that is what I thought. Beneath the apple tree. I shall take her there now, and to hell with the storm. It was not a surprise that the boy would battle the elements to bury the female. He no doubt needed the exertion to ease his agony. She shall enjoy the blooms in the spring and the sound of the birds that light upon the boughs. What of the babe? We shall care for her too. Darius stared down into that small face. By giving her to ones who shall look after her as she deserves. Indeed, they could not keep her here. They were out all night fighting, and the war did not stop for personal loss. The war did not stop for anything or anybody. Besides, she needed things two males, however well-intended, could not provide. She required a mother's succor. Is it night yet? Darius asked roughly as Torment turned for the door. Yes, the male said as he unlatched the lock. And I fear it will be ever so. The door swung open, blown asunder by the wind, and Darius curled himself around the babe. When the gust was shut off, he looked down at the tiny new life. Tracing her features with his fingertips, he worried over what the years ahead had in store for her. Would they be kinder than the circumstances of her birth? He prayed that they would. He prayed that she found a male of worth to protect her, and that she bore young and lived as a normal within their world. And he would do whatever he could to ensure that, including giving her away. 71. As night fell the following evening over the Brotherhood's mansion, Torment, son of Harm, strapped on his weapons and got his jacket from his closet. He was not going out to fight, and yet he felt as if he were facing a kind of enemy. And he was going alone. He told Lassiter to chill and get a manapedi or some shit because there were some things you just needed to do by yourself. The fallen angel had simply nodded and wished him good luck. Like he knew precisely what Ring of Fire Tor was about to walk through. God, the sense that nothing surprised the guy was almost as annoying as everything else about him. The thing was, though, John had come in about a half hour ago and shared his joyous news. Personally, the kid had been grinning so wide, there was a good chance his face was going to freeze in that position, and that was a pretty goddamn fantastic thing. Shit, life was so strange sometimes. And all too often this meant that bad things mowed good folks down. Not in this case, though. Thank God, not this time. And it was hard to think of two people who deserved it more. Leaving his room, Tor strode down the hall of statues. The happy announcement about John and his checks getting mated had spread throughout the household, bringing a much-needed shot in the arm to everybody. Especially Fritz and the dog Jen, who loved to put on a big party. And man, from the sounds down below, they were in the throes of preparations. Either that or West Coast Choppers was doing a Harley over in the foyer. Nah. Turned out the buzzing wasn't some pimp job on a cycle, but a fleet of floor buffers going to town. Pausing, Tor braced his hands on the balustrade and looked down at the mosaic depiction of the apple tree in full bloom. As he watched the dog Jen with their whirling machines go over the branches and the trunk, he decided life was right and fair on occasion. Truly was. And that was the only reason he could summon the strength to do what he had to. After descending the grand staircase at a jog, he waved at the dog Jen while dodging in and out of their paths and ducking out through the vestibule. In the courtyard, he took a deep breath and braced himself. He had a good 2 hours before the ceremony, which was a bene. He wasn't sure how long this was going to take. Closing his eyes, he sent his atoms scattering and took form. On the terrace of his mated home, the place where he and his beloved had lived out a good 50 years. As he lifted his lids, he didn't look at the house. Instead, he tilted his head back and searched the night sky above the roofline. The stars were out, their shimmering brightness undimmed by the moon which had yet to reach any appreciable height. Where were his dead? He wondered. Which among the tiny lights were the souls of those whom he'd lost? Where were his Shellen and their young? Where was Darius? Where were all the others who had paired off from the trudging path his boots still strode so that they could take residence in the velvet ever-after life of the Fade? Did they watch what happened down here? Did they see what transpired, both the good and bad? Did they miss those they'd left behind? Did they know they were missed? Tor slowly brought his head to level and steeled himself. Yup, he was right. Hurt like a motherfucker just to look at the place. And the metaphor was too frickin' obvious. What he was staring at was a huge hole in his house, the glass slider to John's old room blown clean out of its frame, a whole lot of nothing left where there was meant to be something. As a breeze blew by, the drapes that hung on either side of the casing wafted gently. So very obvious, house was him. Hole was what remained after he'd lost. Wellesley. Still difficult to think her name, much less say it. Over to the side, there were half a dozen sheets of plywood along with a box of nails and a hammer. Fritz had brought them over as soon as Tor had learned about the accident, but the dog Jen had been under strict orders not to fix the problem himself. Tor fixed his own house. Always. As he walked forward, the soles of his shit-kickers crushed the glass shards into flagstone, the crackling sound following him as he got to the door's threshold. Taking a key fob out of his pocket, he pointed it into the house and pressed the disarm button on the remote. There was a distant beep-beep, which meant the security system had registered the signal and was now off. He was free to go in, motion detectors were deactivated, and he could open any exterior door or window in the place. Free to go in. Yup. Instead of taking that first step, he went over to the plywood, picked up one of the 4x8 sheets, and muscled it over to the busted slider. Leaning the thing against the house, he returned for the nails and the hammer. It took him about a half hour to cover the hole, and when he stepped back to inspect the effort, he thought it looked like shit. The rest of the place was pristine in spite of the fact that it hadn't been lived in since Wellesley's murder. Everything was battened down, and his former staff were good enough to look after the landscaping and to check the indoors once a month, even though they'd moved on to serve another family out of town. Funny, he tried to pay them for what they still did here now that he was back in the land of the living, but they'd refused the money. Just returned it with a kindly note. Guess everyone mourned in their own way. Tor put the hammer and remaining nails on top of the one sheet of board he hadn't used, and then he forced himself to walk around the outside of the house. As he went along, from time to time he peered into the windows. The drapes had all been pulled, but nonetheless his vision penetrated through the folds of cloth to readily view all the ghosts that lived within the walls. In the back, he saw himself sitting at the kitchen table with Wellesley cooking at the stove, the two of them arguing over the fact that he'd left his weapons out the night before. Again. God. She'd turned him on when she handed him his own ass. And when he came around to the living room, he remembered taking her into his arms and making her dance with him as he hummed a waltz in her ear. Badly. She'd always been so fluid against him, her body built for him and his for her. And at the front door, he recalled walking in with flowers. Every anniversary. Her favorite had been white roses. As he got to the driveway and faced the garage, he focused on the one on the left, the one closest to the house. The one Wellesley had backed that Range Rover out of for the last time. After the shooting, the Brotherhood had taken the SUV and disposed of it, and Tor didn't even want to know what had become of the thing. Never had asked. Never would. The scent of both her perfume and her blood was too much for him to handle even in the hypothetical. He shook his head as he stared at the closed door. You never knew the last time you were seeing someone. You didn't know when the last argument happened, or the last time you had sex, or the last time you looked into their eyes and thanked God they were in your life. After they were gone? That was all you thought about. Day and night. Heading around the side of the garage, he found the door he was looking for and had to force it open with his shoulder. Shit. It still smelled the same, the dry breath of concrete and the sweet oil from the vet and the lingering gas from the mower and the weed whacker. He flicked a switch. Christ, the place was like a museum of an era long, long ago. He recognized the objects from that kind of life, could extrapolate their uses. But damned if they had a place in his existence now. Focus. He went over toward the house and found the stairwell to the second floor. The attic over the garage was fully finished and heated and filled with an eclectic combination of trunks from the 1800s and wooden boxes from the 20th century and plastic Rubbermaid containers from the 21st. He didn't actually look at what he'd come to get, but he got what it had always been stored in and humped the old LV wardrobe down the stairs. No dematerializing with it, though, damn it. He was going to need a ride. Why hadn't he thought of that? Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the 1964 Stingray he'd rehabbed himself. He'd spent hours on the engine and the body, even during the day sometimes, which had made Wellesley mental. Come on, honey. Like the roof is going to blow off? Tor, I'm telling you, you're pushing it. How about I push something else too? He squeezed his eyes shut and wiped the memory away. Going over to the car, he wondered if the key was still in the bingo. He opened the driver's side door and squeezed in behind the wheel. The top was down as always, because he couldn't really fit in the thing with the roof in place. Punching his left boot into the clutch, he turned the key and the roar fired off like the damn thing had been waiting for way too long and was pissed off at having been ignored. Thank you very much. Half a tank of gas. Oil level was fine. Engine was turning over in perfect sync. 10 minutes later, he re-engaged the security alarm and backed out of the garage with the LV wardrobe trunk roped onto the ass of the convertible. Securing the thing had been easy. He'd put a blanket over the paint job, braced the weight on top of the boot, and tied it down every which way to Sunday. He was going to have to go slowly, though, which was okay. The night was cold and the tips of his ears went numb before he'd gone so much as a mile. But the heater was kicking out a bonfire's worth of BTUs and the steering wheel was good and solid against his palms. As he headed back for the Brotherhood's mansion, he had the sense that he had lived through a mortal test. And yet he felt no triumph at the besting. He was resolved, though, and as Darius had said, prepared to look forward. At least when it came to killing his enemy. Yeah, he was looking forward to that all right. Starting tonight, it was all he had to live for and he was nothing if not prepared to meet his obligations. 72. They took the young to her new home on the backs of war horses. The family who was adopting her lived villages and villages away, and Darius and Torment traveled through the night following the birth fully weaponed, aware of all the ways they could be stopped en route. When they got to the cottage they sought, it was not unlike Darius's own, with a thatched roof and walls made of stone. Surrounding trees offered protection from the weather, and the barn out back had goats and sheep and milking cows milling about in paddocks. The household even had a dog Jen, as Darius had learned the previous evening when he had come to reach out to this modest but prosperous family. Of course, he had not been introduced to the female of the manse at that time. She had not been receiving, and he and her male had spoken of the private matter on the front stoop. As he and Torment pulled up on their reins, the horses clattered to a halt and refused to stay still. Indeed, the massive stallions were bred for fighting, not patience, and after Darius dismounted, his protégé managed to subdue both animals only by sheer strength of shoulder. Every mile they had covered on the way to this end, Darius had second-guessed the choice, but now that they had arrived, he knew this was where the infant needed to be. He approached the door with his precious cargo, and it was the master of the house who opened the stout portal. The male's eyes were shining in the moonlight, but it was not joy that made them so. Indeed, an all too familiar loss had struck this household of virtue, which was how Darius had found them. Vampires kept in contact o'er hill and dale in the same manner as humans did, by sharing stories and commiserating. Darius bowed to the gentle male in spite of his own higher station. Greetings on this cold night. Greetings, sire. The male bowed very low, and as he rose, his kind stare went to the tiny bundle. 'Tis getting warmer anon, however. Indeed. Darius unfolded the top of the swaddling blanket and looked once more upon the tiny face. Those eyes, those arresting iron-gray eyes, stared back at him. Do you care to inspect her first? His voice broke, for he wanted no judgment upon the young, now or ever, and indeed he had done his best to ensure that. Verily, he had not shared the circumstances of her conception with the male. How could he? Who would then take her? And as she lacked the conspicuous traits of her other half, no one would ever know. I shall need no inspection. The gentle male shook his head. She is a blessing to fill my Shellen's empty arms. You have said she is healthy, that is all that we care about. Darius exhaled a breath he wasn't aware he'd been holding and continued to stare down upon the babe. Are you sure you wish to give her up? The gentle male said softly. Darius glanced back at Torment. The male's eyes burned as he looked over from upon his mincing stallion, his warrior's body clad in black leather hides, his weapons strapped upon his chest and saddle, his appearance a harbinger of war and death and blood spilled. Darius was aware he presented a similar picture as he turned back to the gentle male and cleared his throat. "Would you permit me one license?" "Yes, sire. Please take any you shall require." I should wish to impart her nomenclature." The gentle male bowed low once again. "That would be a most kind and welcome gesture." Darius looked over the shoulder of the civilian to the cottage door that had been closed against the chill. Inside, somewhere, there was a female in mourning, one who had lost her young upon the birthing bed. For truth, he knew something of that dark void's vast shadow as he prepared to give what was in his arms to another. He would ever be missing a part of his heart when he rode off from this wooded glen and this broken family who would now be made whole, but the young deserved the love that awaited her herein. Darius's voice rang out, pronouncing, "She shall be called Hexania." The gentle male bowed anew. "Blessed one. Yes, that suits her beautifully." There was a long pause during which Darius resumed his regard of that angelic face. He knew not when he would see her again. This family was her own now. She needed not two warriors overseeing her, and better that they not intrude. Two fighters visiting this quiet locale regularly? Questions might well be raised as to why and perhaps endanger the secret that had to surround her conception and birth. To protect her, he must disappear from her life to ensure she was raised as a normal. "Sire," the gentle male asked meekly, "are you sure you wish to do this?" "I'm sorry, but of course. I am very sure." Darius felt his chest burn as he leaned forward and placed the young in the arms of a stranger. "Her father." "Thank you." The male's voice cracked as he accepted the small weight. "Thank you for the light you have presented us in our darkness. Verily though, is there naught we may do for you? Be good to her." "We shall." The male went to turn away and paused. "You are never coming back, are you?" As he shook his head, Darius could not take his eyes off the swaddling cloth the young's mother had made. "She is yours sure as if your bloodline had borne her. We shall leave her here in your fine care and trust you shall treat her well." The gentle male came forward and took Darius's upper arm. With a squeeze, he offered commiseration and reassurance. "You have put your faith in us wisely, and know that you are always welcome here to see her." Darius inclined his head. "Thank you. May the blessed Virgin Scribe look with favor upon you and yours. And the same for you." With that, the gentle male walked through his door and entered his mated home. On a final lifted palm by way of goodbye, he shut himself in with the wee one. As the stallions snorted and stamped their hooves, Darius walked around and glanced through wavy leaded glass, hoping to see. O'er by a fire, upon a bed of clean linens, a female lay with her face turned toward the flaming warmth. She was pale as that which covered her, and her empty eyes reminded him of the tragic female who had passed unto the fade before his own hearth. The gentle male's Shellen did not sit up or look over as her Helen entered the bedchamber, and for a moment Darius worried that he had made a mistake. But the young must have let out a sound because the female's head suddenly snapped around. As she beheld the bundle that was presented to her, her mouth fell open, confusion and then awe filtering through her lovely features. Abruptly, she cast the coverlet from her arms and reached for the babe. Her hands were shaking so badly, her Helen had to place the young against her heart. But she held her newborn daughter in place all by herself. 'Twas the wind which made Darius's eyes water. Verily, 'twas but the wind. As he brushed over his face with his palm, he told himself that all was well and how it should be, even if he felt a mourning within his breast. Behind him, his charger let out a roar and reared up against the hold on his reins, his massive hooves pounding against the earth. At the sound, the female in the bedchamber looked up with alarm and cradled her precious gift closely, as if she needed to protect the babe. Darius wheeled away and blindly jogged over to his steed. With a leap, he was up on the back of the great beast, taking control of the animal, harnessing the power and rage that had been bred into its every muscle and bone. "We shall go unto Devon," Darius said, needing a purpose more than he needed breath or heartbeat. "There are reports of lessers." "Aye." Torment looked back at the house. "But are you of a proper spirit to fight now? The war waits for no male to be of sound mind. Indeed, at times 'twas better to be in lunacy." Torment nodded. "Onward to Devon, then." Darius gave his stallion all the head it wanted, and the warhorse burst forth from its enforced halt, galloping off into the woods, tearing o'er the ground. The wind in Darius's face cast his tears away, but did not to cure the ache in his chest. He wondered as he rode off back to the war whether he would see the babe again, but he knew the answer. There was no way their paths would cross. How could they? In what manner of life's twists and turns could they find themselves united once more? Verily, it defied destiny, did it not? O the wee one, ill-begotten, ne'er to be forgotten, ere to have a piece of his heart. 73. Later Shex would reflect that good things, like bad, came in threes. She just never had that particular experience before. Not with the three thing, but with the good part. Thanks to John Matthews' blood and Doc Jane's handiwork, she was up and around the night after the rollout with Lash, and she knew she was back to her normal self because she'd put her chilaches on again, and trimmed her hair, and been to her house on the Hudson River to get clothes and weapons, and spent about 4 hours making love with John. She'd also met with Wrath, and it looked like she had a new job. The Great Blind King had invited her to come fight with the Brotherhood. In the wake of her initial shock, he'd maintained that her skills were much needed and welcome in the war, and yeah, kill some lessers? Great idea. She was so on board with that. And speaking of on board, she'd moved into John's room properly. In his closet, her leathers and her muscle shirts were hanging next to his, and their shit-kickers were lined up together, and all her knives and her guns and her little toys were now locked up in his fireproof cabinet. Their ammo was even stacked together. Too frickin' romantic. So, yup, business as usual. Except for the fact that she'd been reduced to sitting on this big bed, rubbing her sweaty palms on her leathers for like the last half hour. John was having a workout down in the training center before their ceremony, and she was glad he was busy elsewhere. She didn't want him to see her nervous like this. Because it turned out, in addition to a phobia about medical crap, there was another little glitch in her hardwiring. The idea of standing up in front of a ton of people and being the focus of attention during their mating made her want to vomit. Guess it shouldn't have been a total surprise, though. After all, in her job as an assassin, the whole point was to remain unseen. And she'd long been an introvert by both circumstance and character. Pushing herself back to the pillows, she leaned against the headboard, crossed her feet at the ankles, and grabbed the remote. The little black Sony number discharged its duties with admirable flair, the thing firing up the flat screen and switching the channels until they flicked by quick as the beat of her heart. It wasn't just the fact that there were going to be so many witnesses to her and John's ceremony. It was because getting hitched made her think of the way things should have been if she'd had a normal life. On nights like this, most females were getting dressed in gowns made just for the occasion and being strewn with family jewels. They were looking forward to being presented to their intended by their proud fathers, and their mothers were supposed to be sniffling now as well as when the vows were exchanged. Shex, on the other hand, was walking down the aisle by herself, wearing leathers and a muscle shirt, because that was all she'd ever owned for clothes. As the TV stations flipped before her eyes, the distance between herself and normal seemed as great a divide as that of history itself. There would be no recasting of the past, no editing the peaks and valleys of her story. Everything from her mixed blood, to the kindly mated couple who had raised a nightmare, to everything that had happened to her since she'd left that cottage. All of it was written in the cold stone of the past, never to be changed. At least she knew that the wonderful male and female who had tried to raise her as their own had finally had a babe of their bloodline, a son who had grown up strong and mated well and given them a next generation. All that had made the leaving of them so much easier. But everything else in her life, save for John, had not had a happy resolution. God, maybe that was the cause of her nerves as well. This mating stuff with John was such a revelation, almost too good to be true. She frowned and jacked upright, then rubbed her eyes. She couldn't be seeing what was on the screen correctly. It wasn't possible. Was it? Scrambling for the right button on the remote, she turned up the volume. Rathbone's ghost haunting the halls of his Civil War mansion. What secrets await our paranormal investigators team as they seek to uncover? The narrator's voice faded from hearing as the camera drew closer and closer upon a portrait of a male with dark hair and eyes that were haunted. Murder. She'd know that face anywhere. Leaping up, she rushed at the TV, but like that was going to help? The camera panned back to show a beautiful parlor and then shots of the grounds of a white plantation house. They were talking about some kind of live special, during which they were going to try to flush out the ghost of a Civil War abolitionist who so many maintained still roamed the halls and the grounds of where he'd once lived. Tuning in to the commentary again, She desperately tried to catch where the mansion was located. Maybe she could. Just outside Charleston, South Carolina. That's where it was. Stepping back, she hit the bed with her calves and sat down. Her first thought was to flash there and see for herself whether it was her former lover or a real live ghost or just some talented television producers making a lot of noise. But logic overrode the impulse. The last time she'd set her eyes on murder, he'd made it clear he wanted nothing to do with her. Besides, just because there was an old oil painting that resembled the male didn't mean he was taking up residential in that old manse playing Casper. Although that was a hell of a portrait. And terrorizing humans actually did sound right up his alley. Shit. She wished him well. She totally did. And if she wasn't convinced she'd be as unwelcome as the secret she should have told him about after they'd gotten involved, she would have made the trip. The fact was, however, sometimes the best thing that you could do for someone was stay away from them. And she'd given him her address on the Hudson. He knew where to find her. God. She hoped he was okay, though. The knock on the door brought her head around. "Hello," she said. "Is that a come-in?" A deep male voice answered. She got to her feet and frowned, thinking that sure as hell didn't sound like a dog. "Jen." "Yeah. It's unlocked." The door swung wide to reveal. A trunk is in a wardrobe trunk. A Louis Vuitton wardrobe trunk from back in the day. And she assumed the guy holding it was a brother given the shit kickers and leathers showing down below. Unless Fritz had eschewed the vanilla lifestyle for something out of V's playbook. And put on 100 pounds. The LV lowered enough so that she got a clear shot at Torment's face. The brother's expression was serious, but then he wasn't a light bright kind of guy. Never had been. And given where his life had ended up, never would be ever. He cleared his throat and then inclined his head toward what was up against his chest. "I've brought you something. For your mating." Well, John and I haven't registered anywhere." She motioned for him to come in. "Not like Crate and Barrel carries handguns. But thanks." The brother stepped through the jam and put the trunk down. The thing was 5 feet tall and about 3 feet wide and seemed to be the kind to split wide down the middle. In the quiet that followed, Torment's eyes traced over her face, and yet again she had this odd sense that the guy knew too much about her. He cleared his throat. "It is customary upon the mating of a female for her family to proffer vestments for the ceremony." Shex frowned again, then slowly shook her head from side to side. "I have no family. Not really." God, that grave, knowledgeable stare of his was freaking her out. And in a rush, her sympath side reached out to thread through his grid, assessing, measuring. Right? This made no sense. The resonant grief and pride and sadness and joy he was feeling were reasonable only if he knew her. And as far as she was aware, they were strangers. To find the answer, she tried to penetrate his mind and memories. But he was blocking her from getting into his brain. Instead of a read on his thoughts, all she got was a scene from Godzilla vs. Mothra. "Who are you to me?" she whispered. The brother nodded at the trunk. "I have brought you something to wear." "Well, yeah, but the why is what I'm more interested in." Sure, that sounded ungrateful, but manners had never been her strong suit. Why would you bother? The particular reasons are not relevant, but they are well sufficient. Reed, he wasn't going to go into it. "Will you let me show you?" Normally, this would be a no-go for her on so many levels, but this was not a normal day or a normal mood she was in, and she had the oddest sense that he was protecting her with all his mental blocking, protecting her from some series of facts that he feared would cut her to the core. "Yeah. Okay." She crossed her arms over her chest, feeling uncomfortable. "Open it." The brother's knees cracked as he knelt in front of the trunk and took a brass key out of his back pocket. There was a click and then he released the latches on the top and the bottom and moved around behind the thing. But he didn't split it wide. Instead, his fingers trailed across the trunk reverently as his emotional grid nearly collapsed from the pain he was feeling. Concerned for his mental health and the suffering he was going through, she raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, are you sure you want to?" He cracked the trunk open, pulling the front halves wide. Acres of red satin. Acres of deep blood-red satin spilled out of the LV's confines, falling onto the carpet. It was a proper mating gown, the kind of thing that was passed down from female to female. The sort of dress that took your breath away even if you weren't a girly girl. Shex's eyes snapped up to the brother. He wasn't looking at what he'd brought for her. His stare was locked on the wall across the room, his expression one of forbearance as if what he was doing was killing him. "Why are you bringing me this?" she whispered, recognizing it for what it had to be. She knew little about the brother, but she was well aware his Shellen had been shot by the enemy. And this had to be Welisandra's mating gown. It's agony for you, because a female should have a proper dress to walk down. He had to clear his throat once more. This dress was last worn by John's sister on her mating day to the king. Shex narrowed her eyes. So this is from John? Yes, he said hoarsely. You're lying. I mean no disrespect, but you're not telling me the truth. She glanced down at all that red satin. It's incredibly beautiful. But I just don't understand why you would show up here now, tonight, and offer to let me wear it because your emotions are very personal at this moment in time and you can't even look at the thing. As I said, my reasons are private. But it would be a well-intended gesture if you would be mated in it. Why is this so important to you? A female voice interrupted them. Because he was there at the very beginning. Shex wheeled around. In the doorway, standing between the jambs, was a black hooded figure, and her first thought was that it was the scribe virgin. Except there was no light glowing beneath the robes. Her second thought was that the grid of this female was a blueprint of Shex's own. To the point where it was identical. The figure limped forward and Shex found herself stumbling back and tripping on something. As she went down, she tried to catch her balance on the bed and missed, landing on her ass on the floor. Their grids were absolutely identical, not in terms of emotions, but the construction itself. Identical, as a mother's and daughter's would be. The female brought her hands up to her hood and slowly lifted that which covered her face. Jesus Christ! The exclamation came from Torment, and the snap of his voice shifted the female's iron gray eyes to him. She bowed in slow reverence. Torment, son of harm, one of my saviors. Shex was vaguely aware of the brother bracing himself on the trunk as if his knees had voted to take a holiday on him. But what she was truly concerned with were the features that had been revealed. They were so like her own, more rounded, true. More delicate, yes, but the bone structure was the same. Mother. Shex breathed. As the female's eyes swung back, she did the same search and memorize routine on Shex's face. Verily, you are beautiful. Shex touched her own cheek. How? Torment's voice was full of shock as he demanded yes. How? The female came forward a little farther with that limb, and Shex instantly wanted to know who or what had harmed her, although there was no sense to any of Thisht been told her true mother had died in childbirth. For God, Sakesh wanted no injury to ever befall the sad, lovely creature in the robes. The night of your birth, daughter mine, I did die. But when I sought entry unto the Fade, I was not permitted to pass. The scribe virgin, however, in all her mercies, did allow me sequestering on the far side, and therein I have e'er stayed, serving the chosen as penance for my death. I am still in service to a chosen, and have come here to be on this side to care for her. But, in truth, I have arrived unto this plane to finally look upon you in person. I have long watched and prayed for you from the sanctuary. And now that I see you, I find. I am well aware that there is much you would need to consider and have explained and be angered over. But if you should be of an open heart to me, I should like to forge an affection. I can understand if it is too little, too late. Shex blinked. As lame as it made her, it was all she could do, apart from absorb the female's incredible sorrow. Eventually, in an attempt to understand something, anything, she tried to pierce the mind of the robed figure before her, but didn't get far at all. Any specific thoughts or memories, like Torment's, were blocked from her perception. She had emotional context, but no detail. She knew, however, that the female told the truth. And though there had been many times she had felt deserted by the one who had birthed her, she wasn't stupid. The circumstances of her conception, given who her sire had been, could not possibly have been joyous. Horrific was more like it. Shex had always felt that she must have been a curse on the mother who had borne her, and so now, meeting the female face to face, she felt no acrimony toward the still, tense figure before her. Shex got to her feet, and as she stood, she sensed Torment's rank despair and disbelief, and knew some of that for herself. But she would not turn away from this opportunity, this gift that destiny had given her on the night of her mating. She walked slowly across the rug. As she came up to her mother, she noticed the other female was much smaller than she and thinner of stature and more timid of nature. Whatever is your name? Shex asked roughly. I am. No one, came the reply. I am no one. A shrill whistle whipped everybody's heads around to the door. John was standing just inside the room, his sister the queen by his side, a small red bag with Marcus Reinhardt Jewelers EST 1893 written on it in his hand. John clearly hadn't gone for a workout. He'd gone with Beth into the human world to pick out a mating ring. Shex looked around at the assembled and saw the tableau they all made. Torment by the LV trunk, John and Beth in the doorway, no one by the bed. She would remember this moment all the days of her life. And though there were more questions in her mind than answers, she found the strength in her own soul to voice a reply to John's mute question about who her mystery guest was. And actually, it was because of him she was able to answer at all. Always look forward. There was much in the past that was best left in the annals of history. Here in this room, with these people, she needed to look forward. Clearing her throat, she said loudly and clearly, "John, this is my mother, and she shall stand for me at our mating." John seemed utterly nonplussed, but he got over it quickly. Like a perfect gentleman, he approached no one and bowed at the waist. After he signed, Shex translated hoarsely. "He said he is grateful for your presence on this night and that you are e'er welcome within our home." No one put her hands over her face, clearly overcome with emotion. Thank you. Shex wasn't a hugger, but she was damned good at holding people up, and she clasped her mother's terribly thin arm so the poor thing didn't go down onto the carpet. "It's okay," she told John, who was obviously freaking about having upset the female. "Wait and look over there, you can't see my gown." John froze with his eyes halfway across the room. "Gown," he mouthed. Yeah, hard to know what the biggest shocker was, her mother showing up for the first time in 300 years. Or the fact that, yes, it appeared she was jacking her ass into a mating gown. You never knew where life was going to take you, did you? And sometimes the surprises were not bad at all. 1. John. 2. A gown. 3. Her mother. Tonight was a good night. A very good night indeed. "Here, we'll go down the hall," she said, heading over and shutting the dress in. "I've got to get dressed. Don't want to be late for my very own mating." As she hustled the wardrobe out of the room, turning down help from the males, she asked no one and Beth to come with her. After all, when it came to her mother and John's sister, they all needed to start getting acquainted. And what better way than to get her well and properly dressed for her future Hellrun? For her male of worth? For the love of her life? Tonight was actually the very best thing that had ever happened to her. 74. John Matthew was forced to stand aside and watch his Shellen heft a trunk the size of a Chevy off down the hall with his sister. And her mother? He was thrilled about the latter two females, not so much about the former deadweight. But he knew better than to play He-Man with the muscles. If Shex needed his help, she'd ask for it. And what do you know, she was strong enough to do it all by herself. Right, for reals. That was Hoth wasn't going to lie. "Have you got your duds?" Torment asked gruffly. As John glanced over at the guy, it was clear the brother had just been rocked to his core. He was absolutely reeling in his shit kickers. Except, given the hard line of his brow and his jaw, he was not going to go into it. "I don't know what I'm wearing," John signed. "A tuxedo?" "No, I'll go get you what you need. Hold on." Bam, the door was shut. John looked around his room, and when he saw the closet, that clown smile he seemed to wear all the time came back. Walking over, he put the little red bag he'd gotten at the jeweler's on the bureau and paused to admire the display of their coupledom. Oh man, she'd moved in. She'd really moved in. Her clothes and his were hanging together. Reaching out, he touched her leathers and her muscle shirts and her holsters, and felt his flush of pride and happiness dim a little. She was going to fight in the war, side by side with him and the brothers. The old laws might have expressly forbidden it, but the blind king had already proven he wasn't a slave to the ancient ways, and Shex had already proven she could more than handle herself in the field. John headed for the bed and sat down. He wasn't sure how he felt about her out in the night with the Slayers. Okay, fuck that. He knew exactly how he felt about it. Wasn't gonna tell her not to go out there, though. She was who she was, and he was mating with a fighter, just as she was. His eyes shifted to the bedside table. Leaning over, he popped open the top drawer and took out his father's diary. Smoothing his hand down the supple leather, he felt history slide out of the intellectual and into the actual. Long, long ago, another's hands had held this book and written on its pages. And then through a series of accidents and luck, the journal had come down through the nights and days to John. For some reason, on this evening, his tie to his father Darius seemed strong enough to best the foggy ether of time and pull the two of them together, uniting them until God, it seemed as if they were almost one person. Because he knew his father would have been thrilled with this. Knew surely as if the guy were seated next to him on this bed. Darius would have wanted him and Shex to end up together. Why? Who knew? But that was a truth as real as the vows he would soon be taking. John reached forward for the drawer again, and this time he took out the small old box. Lifting the lid, he stared down at the heavy gold signet ring. The damn thing was huge and sized to fit a warrior's hand, its surface glowing through the fine network of scratches that covered the crest and the sides. It fit the forefinger on his right hand perfectly. And he abruptly decided he wasn't taking it off again even when fighting. He would have so approved of this. John's eyes flashed up. Tor had come back and brought a bunch of black silk with him as well as Lassiter. Standing behind the guy, the fallen angel's light spilled in all directions as if a sunrise had happened out in the hall. You know, for some reason I think you're right, John signed. I know I'm right. The brother came forward and sat down on the bed. He knew her. Who? He knew Shex. He was there when she was born, when her mother. There was a long pause, as if Tor had had his brain scrambled and the sloshing hadn't quite quieted down yet. When her mother died, he took Shex to a family who could care for her. He loved that young and so did I. That was why he called her Hexania. He watched her from afar. The epileptic attack came on so suddenly, John didn't have time to try to fight the seizure. One moment he was sitting upright listening to Tor, the next he was down on the floor doing the not this again jitterbug. When his synapses finally stopped snap-crackle-popping, and his flopping limbs fell still, his breath heaved in and out of his mouth. To his relief, Tor was right over him, crouching down. "How you doing?" the guy asked tightly. John shoved against the floor and sat upright. Rubbing his face, he was glad to find his eyesight still worked. Never thought he'd be glad to get a clear picture of Lassiter's mug. Struggling for control of his hands, he managed to sign, "Feel like I've been in a blender." The fallen angel nodded gravely. "And you look it too." Tor shot the guy a glare, then refocused on John. "Don't mind him, he's blind." "No, I'm not." "In another minute and a half, you're going to be." Tor hitched a hold on John's biceps and dragged him back onto the bed. "You want a drink? Or maybe a new brain?" Lassiter offered. Tor leaned in. "As a public service, I'll make him mute too, Kay? You are such a giver." There was a long pause and then John signed, "My father knew her?" "Yes." "You did too, didn't you?" "Yes." In the silence that followed, John decided that some things were best just left at their definition. And this was one of them, given the brother's tight expression. "I'm glad you're wearing his ring," Tor said abruptly as he got to his feet. "Especially on a night like tonight." John looked at the hunk of gold on his finger. It felt so right, as if he'd been wearing it for years. "Me too," he signed. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get dressed myself." As John glanced up, he was taken back to a moment all that time ago when he'd answered the door to his shitty studio and leveled a gun up, way up, into the guy's face. And now Tor had brought him his ceremonial mating robes. The brother smiled a little. "I wish your father was here to see this." John frowned and rolled that signet ring around on his finger, thinking about how much he owed the male. Then on a quick surge, he burst to his feet and embraced the brother hard. Tor seemed momentarily surprised, but then strong arms reciprocated. When John pulled back, he stared straight into those eyes. "He is here," he signed. "My father is right here with me." An hour later, John was standing on the mosaic floor in the foyer, shifting his weight back and forth between his 2 feet. He was dressed in the traditional mating ceremony garb of a noble male of worth, the black silk pants falling to the floor, the loose top secured with a jeweled belt that had been presented to him for use by the king. The decision had been made to conduct the ceremony at the base of the grand staircase, in the archway that was formed by the dining room. The double doors of where everyone ate had been shut to form a wall, and on the other side of them, the dog Jen had set out a feast. Everything was arranged, the brotherhood standing in a line next to him, the Shellens and other members of the household assembled in a loose half-circle across the way. Among those playing witness, Quinn was on one end, Blay and Saxton were on the other. Iam and Trez were in the middle, having been invited as special guests. As John looked all around the space, he took note of the malachite columns and the marble walls and the chandeliers. There had been so many times since he had come here to stay when people had told him how much his father would have enjoyed people filling up all the rooms and living their lives under the sturdy roof. John focused on the apple tree depicted on the floor. It was so lovely, a sign of spring, eternally flowering. The kind of thing that uplifted you every time you saw it. He'd loved the tree since he'd moved in. A collective gasp snapped his head up. Oh, sweet Mary, mother of... His brain conked out at that point. Just went blank. He was pretty sure his heart was still ticking, given that he remained upright, but other than that? Well, he just died and gone to heaven. Standing up at the top of the grand staircase with her hand poised on the golden balustrade, Shex had appeared in a breathtaking glory that rendered him senseless and astonished. The red gown she was wearing suited her perfectly, the black lace at the top playing to her black hair and her dark gray eyes, the miles of satin skirting falling about her slender body in resplendent waves. As she met his eyes, she fussed with the waist, then smoothed the front. "Come to me," he signed. "Come down to me, my female." In the far corner, a tenor began to sing, Zodist's crystal-clear voice sailing up toward the warrior paintings on the ceiling far, far above them all. At first John didn't know what the song was. Although if he'd been asked what his name was, he would have said Santa Claus, or Luther Vandross, or Teddy Roosevelt. Maybe even Joan Collins. But then the sounds coalesced and he caught the tune. "You two's all I want is you." The one John had asked the male to sing. Shex's first step brought out the sniffles from the females. And Lassiter, evidently. Either that or the angel had dust in his eye. With every descending footfall Shex took, John's chest swelled further until he felt as if not only his body was buoyant, but he was lifting the great weight of the stone mansion up with him. At the base of the stairs, she paused again and Beth rushed forward to arrange the long skirting. And then Shex was standing with him in front of Wrath, the blind king. "I love you," John mouthed. The smile she gave him started small, just a lift on one side, but it spread, oh God. It spread until she was beaming so wide her fangs were showing and her eyes were lit up like stars. "I love you too," she mouthed back. The king's voice echoed to the high ceiling. "Hear ye, all assembled before me. We are gathered herein to witness the mating of this male and this female." The ceremony commenced and proceeded with him and Shex responding when they were supposed to. The absence of the scribe virgin was glossed over, with the king pronouncing that it was a good mating, and then when all the vows were made, it was time to get serious. As Wrath gave the cue, John leaned in and pressed his lips to Shex's. Then he stepped back and took off the jeweled belt and the robe. He was smiling like a motherfucker as he gave them over to Tor, and Fritz brought forward the table with the bowl of salt and the silver pitcher of water on it. Wrath unsheathed his black dagger and said in a loud voice, "What is the name of your Shellen?" To all and sundry, John signed, "She is called Hexania." With Tor's guiding hand, the king carved the first letter right over the tattoo John had gotten. And then the other brothers followed suit, marking across the ink in his skin the blades of the brotherhood, cutting him along not just the 4 old language symbols, but the scrollwork the tat artist had drawn. With every slice, he bore down onto the depiction of the apple tree, taking the pain with pride, refusing to let even a silent hiss escape his lips, and after each letter or swirl, he looked up to Shex. She was standing at the forefront of the females and the other males, her arms locked over the bodice of the dress, her eyes grave but approving. When the salt hit his fresh wounds, he gritted his teeth so hard, his jaw cracked under the strain, the sound cutting through the dripping of the water. But he didn't gasp or mouth a curse even as the agony lanced through him and made his vision fuzz out. As he straightened his torso on his hips, the war cry of the Brotherhood and the soldiers of the house echoed all around, and Tor blotted the raw design with a stretch of white linen. After the brother was finished, he put the cloth into a black lacquered box and gave it to John. Rising up off his knees, John approached Shex with the swagger of a male in his full prime, who'd just been through the gauntlet and rocked it just fine. "Thank you very much." In front of her, he knelt back down, dropped his head, and held the black box up for her to take or refuse at her will. Tradition said if she accepted it, she accepted him. She didn't even wait a heartbeat. The weight was relieved from his hold, and he looked up. Those beautiful red tears of hers were in her eyes as she cradled the box with his pledge to her against her heart. As the assembled cheered and clapped, John burst to his feet and swept her and that big, gorgeous red dress right up into his arms. He kissed her hard, and then, in front of the king and his sister and his best friends and the Brotherhood, he carried his female straight up those stairs she'd come down. Yeah, there was a feast in their honor about to break out. But the bonded male in him needed to do a little marking, then they'd come down for food. He was halfway to the top when Hollywood's voice sounded out. "Oh man, I want mine done over with some of that curlicue crap." "Don't even think about it, Rach," was Mary's response. "Can we eat now?" Lassiter asked. Or is anyone else turning themselves into sushi? The party started to get rolling, voices and laughter, and the beat of Jay-Z's Young Forever filling the space. At the head of the stairs, John paused and looked down. The sight below, coupled with the female in his arms, made him feel as though he'd climbed a great mountain and had finally, inexplicably, unbelievably gotten to the top. Her husky voice sealed the deal on his hard-on. You just going to stand around, or did you bring me up here for a good reason? John kissed her, slipping his tongue between her lips, penetrating her. He kept it as he walked her down to their room. Inside, he set her down on the bed and she stared up at him, looking as if she were more than ready for what he was going to give her. Except she seemed surprised when he just turned away. But he had to present her with the gift he'd bought. When he came back to the bed, he had the red bag from Reinhardt's with him. I was raised human, and when they do their matings, the male gives the female a token of affection. Abruptly, he got nervous. I hope you like it. I tried to do you right. Shex sat up and her hands shook a little as she took out the long, thin box. What did you do, John Matthew? Her gasp as she cracked the lid was too frickin' fabulous. John reached out and took the thick chain off the velvet nest. The square diamond set in the middle of the platinum links was 6 carats, whatever that meant. All he cared about was that the damn stone was big enough and bright enough and sparkly enough to be seen from goddamn Canada. Just in case any males saw her and maybe had a head cold or something, he wanted it to be known that she was taken. And if John's bonding scent didn't reach their noses, the flash of that rock sure as shit would bounce off their retinas. I didn't get you a ring because I know you're going to be fighting and won't want your hands encumbered. And if you like it, I'd love it if you'd wear it all the time. Shex grabbed his face and kissed him so long and so deep he couldn't breathe. And didn't care. I'll never take it off. Ever. John fused their mouths and mounted her, pushing her and that gown back against the pillows, his hands riding up her breasts, then scooping under her hips. As he arched into her body, he started fishing around the acres of satin. Took him about a second and a half to get frustrated. And turned out that the dress looked even better off. John made slow love to his female, luxuriating in her body, caressing it with his hands and his mouth. When he finally joined them together, the fit was so perfect, the moment so right, he just fell still. Life had brought him here to this time with her, with them together. This was the history he would be living from now on. So, John, she said in a husky voice. He whistled in an ascending note. I was thinking about getting a little ink of my own. As he cocked his head to the side, she ran her hands up his shoulders gingerly. How about we head over to that tattoo place? Maybe get your name in my back. The orgasm that rocked out of his body and into hers evidently served as a well-enough reply in the absence of his being able to voice one. Shex laughed in a throaty way and moved her hips against his. I'll take that as a yes. Yes, John thought as he started to pump inside of her. Yes, oh fuck, yes. After all, what was good for the gander was even hotter for the goose. And fair was fair. God, he loved life. Loved life and everyone in this house and all the people of worth in all the corners of the world. Fate was not easy, but it got things right. Eventually, everything that came to pass was exactly how it was meant to be.